Chapter 1. Where am I? I was just playing games at home, wasn't I? What in the world is this place? Yi Luo sat up from the bed, instinctively checking his body for any signs of injury. He found none, though he felt somewhat weak, as if he could hardly muster any strength. Previously, Yi Luo had been at home engrossed in a newly discovered low-quality web game when he stumbled upon the latest episode of One Piece. After entering the game to idle, he eagerly clicked on the video, and then everything went blank. Before he could fully regain his senses, a flood of memories surged into his mind. Did I just transmigrate? Isn't this a bit hasty? With his gaze still somewhat vacant, Yi Luo couldn't help but voice his thoughts. Indeed, he had found himself in the world of One Piece. This conclusion came after piecing together the memories of the body he now inhabited. His current identity was that of an orphan. His parents had passed away when he was very young, and he had survived through the kindness of the villagers. However, a few days prior, a gang of pirates arrived in the village, taking up residence and demanding protection fees from all villagers, threatening death if they refused. The original owner of this body had been beaten and robbed of the meager savings he had left because he couldn't pay the fee, dying alone in this small wooden cabin only to have Yi Luo's consciousness take over. Just as he was beginning to piece together the circumstances, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. System binding successful. Main quest triggered. Please check on your own. This unexpected arrival of a gaming system caught Yi Luo off guard. He blinked and soon noticed several icons lingering in the lower left corner of his vision, stubbornly remaining there, reminiscent of the initial login interface of that low-quality web game he had played before. Character. Yi Luo silently willed. As expected, a transparent interface appeared. Nickname, Yi Luo. Race, human. Level 1. Health, 30,100. Energy, 0. Strength, 3. Speed, 2. Skills, none. Experience, 0-100. Combat power, 1. Overall evaluation, a weak, impoverished, and hungry human boy. Even being called a Battle 5 rubbish is an overestimation. Yi Luo suddenly felt an urge to lash out. He was being looked down upon by a system. And what did a combat power of 1 even mean? He had no clue what the statistics for a normal adult male were, but his were truly pitiful. After closing the character interface, he opened the second icon labeled Inventory. The inventory interface was composed of small grids, and aside from the first grid containing a small gift package, the rest were empty. Wow, there really is a newbie gift pack. Yi Luo exclaimed with a hint of surprise at the sight of the newbie gift. Congratulations! You have received a novice outfit, 1,000 currency, and a universal voucher worth 100 diamonds. Upon opening the pack, a mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Immediately, the small gift pack in the first grid vanished, replaced by 2 pieces of equipment and a red scroll marked with 100, while the number at the bottom of the inventory changed from 0 to 1,000, presumably the game currency, though its use remained unclear. A novice sword? A novice outfit? That's it. Where's the promised legendary sword that slays dragons, or the divine armor that wreaks havoc? Yi Luo felt a sense of betrayal as he gazed at the 2 novice items in his inventory. However, once Yi Luo equipped the novice weapon, a wooden sword materialized in his hand. What the hell? It's just an ordinary wooden sword. It doesn't even have any attributes. Yi Luo tapped the wooden sword and confirmed its ordinary nature. Forget it. Let's check the shop. It's the only thing I have left to look forward to. Yi Luo muttered to himself, then used the universal voucher to acquire 100 diamonds before opening the final icon. The shop interface opened, and it indeed had the same vibe as the low-quality web game, filled with various items for sale: devil fruits, skill books, experience books, and god-tier equipment. Though the prices left Yi Luo momentarily bewildered. There were so many zeros that, without careful counting, it was impossible to discern the actual amounts. Let's see what I can buy with these 100 diamonds. Yi Luo selected to sort by price, from lowest to highest. The first item that appeared was food. Chicken leg. Restores a small amount of stamina, 10 diamonds. He skipped over the subsequent food items, as he still had no idea how to acquire diamonds, rendering them useless for now. Beginner skill book. Basic body training, 100 diamonds. This was the only item he could afford that would enhance his abilities. Without hesitation, Yi Luo purchased the skill book and used it immediately. There were no dazzling lights or earth-shattering changes. He merely felt a warmth envelop his body, and that was all. Upon reopening the character interface, the first icon of the skill tree was now illuminated. Basic body training level 101000 passive. Slightly increases your physique. Through training, it can become stronger. In terms of attributes, both strength and agility were slightly boosted. The health cap rose to 120, and his combat power increased from 1 to 3, still a being inferior even to Battle 5 rubbish, with the evaluation remaining unchanged. Right, it mentioned something about a quest earlier. I wonder what it is. After organizing his thoughts, Yi Luo suddenly recalled the notification regarding the main quest that had been triggered. Open quest. Yi Luo silently wished, and a transparent quest box popped up before him, stating, Main quest incomplete. Raise your level to 5. Reward unknown. Leveling up? How do I even level up? Yi Luo shook his head in resignation. Never mind. I should find something to eat first, otherwise I may not survive with just 30 health points left. With a resigned sigh, he stepped out of the wooden cabin. What kind of absurd beginning is this? What hassle? Leaning against the door, Yi Luo mused helplessly. As he made his way to the village center, he spotted a few pirates leaving the only restaurant in the village, laughing boisterously, while the owner wore a forced, pained smile behind them. Clearly, these pirates not only hadn't paid, but were also disrupting the restaurant's business. It seems I must solve not just my own survival issues, but also deal with these pirates. Otherwise, I won't be able to stay here in peace, Yi Luo thought, hiding nearby as he watched the pirates depart from the restaurant. All right. Speaking of the system, Yi Luo suddenly remembered the 1,000 currency reward from the newbie gift pack. He wondered if he could withdraw it. He tried to extract the currency from his inventory, and, to his astonishment, a stack of bills resembling the currency berries from anime materialized in his hands. With the berries in hand, Yi Luo first headed to the restaurant to satiate his hunger. The cost wasn't too high, and with his 1,000 berries, he estimated he could manage for nearly half a month if he was frugal. The first issue I need to resolve is gaining experience. Finding a way to level up is essential for establishing myself in this world. As Yi Luo exited the restaurant, he pondered the path he should take moving forward. Since this is a game system's golden finger, let's try killing something. With a mindset of giving it a shot, Yi Luo turned around, purchased a live fish, and upon returning to his cabin, he dispatched the fish, earning 1 point of experience. Wow, I can actually gain experience. However, upon glancing at the 100 points required for leveling up, Yi Luo felt his spirits dampen. The joy of gaining experience quickly faded. Well, at least I can earn experience. Although I don't have enough money to buy fish for leveling up, I can always fish for myself. It's a way to gain experience while filling my stomach, so that's not too bad. Yi Luo sighed, reassuring himself. In the days that followed, Yi Luo spent most of his time fishing. However, after his first attempt at cooking the fish the next day, he promptly abandoned the idea of using his catch to satisfy his hunger. Eventually, he negotiated a deal with the restaurant owner, agreeing to sell the fish he caught to the owner. Before each sale, he would personally dispatch the fish. Although the owner offered him a lower price for this, Yi Luo didn't mind, as he hadn't intended to keep fishing indefinitely. He also discovered that as long as he engaged in physical training, the proficiency of the basic body training skill would increase, so he incorporated exercise into his daily routine alongside fishing. Moreover, since the wooden cabin he inhabited was located on the outskirts of the village near the sea, he managed to avoid attracting the pirates' attention. After a few days, Yi Luo visited the restaurant, and after dispatching all the fish in his basket, he felt a warmth envelop him, and the system finally chimed with a level-up notification. Congratulations, host. Your level has increased, granting you 5 attribute points and 1 skill point. Xiao Yi, today's portion is insufficient. The restaurant owner cheerfully handed over the Bailite bill to Yi Luo. There's something I need to attend to today, so I must return home early. Yi Luo replied with a faint smile as he received the Bailite. Upon returning to his wooden cabin, Yi Luo let out a sigh of relief and eagerly opened the system interface. After several days of training, his strength and speed had each increased by 1 point, transforming to 4 points from 5 points, while his health had also seen a modest rise, now standing at 130 points. The proficiency of his basic body tempering had escalated to 102, 1000. Following his level up, his character level rose to 2, with the experience required for the next upgrade now set at 300 points. As for the 3 free attribute points, which could be allocated to health, energy, strength, or speed, Yuluo pondered for considerable time, but ultimately decided to reserve them for the moment. Regarding skill points, he currently possessed only 1 skill, which he promptly invested in basic body tempering without hesitation. After allocating a skill point to basic body tempering, its proficiency surged by 1,000 points, elevating it to level 21102-5000. The upgraded basic body tempering granted him an additional 10 points in both strength and speed, and even his health increased by 100 points, resulting in his attributes becoming health 230, strength 15, speed 14, with his combat power climbing to 25, finally liberating him from the realm of weak fighters. Yuluo clenched his fist, feeling the power surging within him. A casual swing of his fist produced a faint gust of wind, igniting a spark of excitement within him. He moved around the room, acclimating to his newfound strength and speed, and at that moment he felt an urge to test his skills against someone. Bang! Just as Yuluo was brimming with anticipation, a loud crash echoed as the wooden door of his humble cabin was forcefully kicked open. Yuluo gazed at the damaged door with a furrowed brow, turning his attention to the entrance. "Hey, brat, I didn't expect you to still be alive. Since you're still breathing, it's time for this month's protection fee." A boisterous pirate, brandishing a large sword over his shoulder, swaggered inside. "It's you?" Yuluo immediately recognized the newcomer. The original owner of this body had met his demise at the hands of this very extortionist. Indeed, this individual could hardly be called a leader. He was merely a low-ranking thug collecting protection fees, as the actual leader of the pirate gang would never personally solicit payments. The reason he was deemed a minor thug was that the last time he came, he had brought along 2 lackeys, but this time he was alone. "What? Don't tell me you still don't have any money? You won't be as lucky as last time." The thug provocatively glared at Yuluo, laughing boisterously. Yuluo weighed the potential outcome of confronting him and, feeling rather timid, forced a smile. "My good sir, I already paid you last time, didn't I? It's hardly been a month." "Oomph. You didn't pay in full last time, did you? I know you've been selling fish lately, so you must have some money. If I hadn't happened to pass by today, I might have been fooled." The thug disdainfully placed his sword on the ground. Yuluo narrowed his eyes and smiled. "You are truly astute, sir. I have indeed sold some fish recently, planning to deliver payments to you esteemed gentlemen next month, but I didn't expect you to come by today." "Ha! Well done for being sensible. But who told you this was for next month? This is compensation for what you owe from last time, and you still owe for next month, understand?" The thug bellowed with laughter, then turned to Yuluo with a menacing glare. Yuluo was taken aback. Realizing that this fellow intended to cheat him, he must have inadvertently discovered Yuluo's fish selling and was trying to sneakily earn some pocket money. No wonder he hadn't brought his 2 lackeys this time. "Rest assured, sir, this is a humble offering for you, not to be counted as part of the protection fee." Yuluo turned and pretended to retrieve a stack of Bili bill from beneath the bed, ingratiating himself to the thug. In reality, he typically kept his money within the system, and his previous action was merely a ruse to prevent the thug from discovering the truth. "Haha, good lad. You're quite clever. When our pirate crew recruits, I shall recommend you." The thug's eyes lit up upon seeing the money in Yuluo's hands, and he immediately lunged forward to snatch it away. As for Yuluo, standing beside him, the thug completely disregarded him. Little did he know that at this moment, Yuluo was contemplating how to eliminate him. Wiping the sweat from his palms on his trousers, Yuluo placed one hand on the thug's back while continuing to flatter him with compliments. "Akib Beapun," Yuluo silently chanted, extracting a wooden sword from the system. Clang! With a swift motion, Yuluo swung the wooden sword, but as it struck the thug, the sword shattered completely. The little leader and Yuluo simultaneously gazed at each other in astonishment. Goodness, the quality is simply appalling. Without the time to voice their complaints, Yuluo swiftly seized the large knife resting on the table and brandished it directly at the other's neck. "You little rascal," he exclaimed. Just as the little leader emerged from his shock, his words remained unspoken. a flash of white light appeared before him, and he was plunged into oblivion. The separation of body and soul ensued, leaving blood cascading onto the ground. As the leaves gently fell, Yi Luo found himself seated on the ground. Overwhelmed by the grim reality of taking a life for the first time, the bloody scene stirred a tumult within his stomach. "Congratulations, host." The system seemed to murmur after he defeated the minor pirate leader, yet he could hardly spare a moment to check the notification. Instead, he bolted outside the wooden cabin to vomit. After a considerable period, Yi Luo gradually regained his composure, though he hesitated to re-enter the cabin. The thought of the repercussions should the village's pirates discover the incident compelled him to muster his courage and return to the wooden structure to clean up. He first disposed of the minor leader's corpse into the sea, and then washed the cabin, ensuring it appeared as it had before. Only then did he have the opportunity to access the system and review the prior notifications. "Congratulations, host, for slaying a pirate and earning 10 experience points." A side quest was offered: expel the invading pirates. Rewards: 100 diamonds, 100 experience points, 1,000 currency, and a random white weapon. As Yi Luo contemplated the system's message, he stroked his chin. To his surprise, defeating a pirate granted him 10 experience points, despite already having leveled up. Now, even slaying smaller fish yielded no experience. Only larger ones offered a modicum of reward. Moreover, he had unexpectedly acquired a side quest, which not only promised experience and currency but also the coveted diamonds. As for the white weapon, he felt no anticipation. It was merely a slight upgrade from a wooden sword. Earlier, he had narrowly escaped a near-fatal encounter with the system's wooden sword. Had it not been for his recent training and accumulation of attribute points, he would undoubtedly have been overpowered by the pirate's swift reaction. Even now, Yi Luo recognized that his attributes likely matched those of the minor pirate. Yet the essence of combat awareness could not be compensated for by mere statistics. Had he not caught his adversary off guard, the outcome could have been quite different. Days later, the pirate crew residing in the village realized that one of their members was missing. Despite conducting thorough searches and instilling fear throughout the village, they uncovered no clues, leading them to eventually let the matter rest. This only reinforced Yi Luo's belief that they were merely an insignificant pirate crew. "Xiao Luo, these fish are entrusted to you." A middle-aged man leapt from the fishing boat, smiling at Yi Luo, who remained aboard. Recognizing his shortcomings, Yi Luo used the belly he acquired from the minor pirate leader to pay the second month as protection fee, and joined the village fishermen in their maritime endeavors. Fishing alone proved to be a slow endeavor, so upon learning of a fishing boat that frequently set sail, he eagerly joined the crew, securing the responsibility of processing the catch. In truth, no one was keen on the task of killing fish, so Yi Luo's willingness to take it upon himself was met with enthusiasm from the crew. After a month of diligent effort, Yi Luo's experience had surged to level 4. With his basic body training reaching level 2 and over 2,000 proficiency points. As for his skill points, he had 1 remaining. Initially, he possessed 2 but spent 1 on upgrading his basic body training, resulting in 1,000 proficiency points instead of a level up. Thus, he now boasted over 2,000 proficiency points in that skill. Regarding his character attributes, each level up granted him 5 attribute points, accumulating to 15 free points at present. His training not only enhanced his skill proficiency, but also increased his attributes, albeit at a slow pace. Consequently, Yi Luo allocated 7 points to health, significantly boosting his stamina, while distributing 2 points each to strength and speed. He experimented with one of the remaining 4 points on energy attributes, only to feel a brief warmth in his stomach. Leaving him somewhat perplexed, it seemed he had yet to master the method of harnessing energy. After finishing his fishing, Yi Luo returned to the wooden cabin, feeling fatigued. His experience points had reached 99, just shy of leveling up. After a refreshing bath, he closed the wooden door and made his way to the village bar. A favorite haunt of pirates, Yi Luo intended to find a solitary pirate to facilitate his imminent upgrade, for he was now a vastly different individual, fully aware of his burgeoning strength. Each time he leveled up, Yi Luo tested his physical capabilities, to exaggerate slightly, in the world of One Piece. He could almost be considered a minor superhero. After all, he had never heard of anyone on Earth capable of breaking a tree with a single punch. Yet now, he could effortlessly accomplish such feats. Upon arriving at the bar, he indeed found several pirates gathered in small clusters. "Hey Xiao Luo, you've come. What is up? Are you treating us to drinks today?" One pirate, slightly inebriated, greeted him with a rosy face. "Of course. Would you like to drink?" "It's on me," Yi Luo replied with a cheerful smile. His familiarity with the pirates stemmed from his habit of spending most of his earnings on drinks for them, which also granted him valuable information. Contrary to his initial thoughts, they were not nameless pirates. Rather, they belonged to the notorious Krieg pirates of the East Sea, albeit as outcasts who had been injured in battle or had hidden away in fear, subsequently abandoned by their crew. Thus, this motley band of approximately 30 disgraced members had congregated in this small village, where they exerted their influence and dominance. The bar owner brought forth the drinks Yi Luo had ordered, and the pirates wasted no time in indulging. Yi Luo watched them with a smile, raising a glass of beer to his lips and taking a hearty sip. Once the pirates had sufficiently imbibed, they staggered out, their main base being their pirate ship, where they would retreat to rest. trailing behind the pirates as they exited the village. Yi Luo retrieved a large knife from his backpack, the weapon of the first pirate leader he had slain. He had tested it and confirmed it could be stored in his backpack, allowing him to draw it whenever needed. Hey, experience points, here I come. Yi Luo silently roared within, seizing the large knife and accelerating suddenly. Though he lacked formal swordsmanship, dealing with a few drunken pirates was straightforward enough. Thanks a lot. Yi Luo glanced at the system notification indicating his level up, swiftly pilfering the weapons of the fallen pirates and collecting any valuables they possessed. Once he reached a secluded area, excitement surged within him, and though it was not his first act of killing, his heart raced with adrenaline. Congratulations, host, for leveling up. You have gained 5 free attribute points and 1 skill point. Congratulations, host, for completing the main quest. You have earned 300 experience points, 300 diamonds, 2,000 currency. A beginner's body training skill book, a beginner's mental technique, and a beginner's agility technique. The main quest has been updated. Please check it at your convenience. At this moment, Yi Luo finally activated the system and meticulously reviewed the notifications he had previously overlooked due to his anxiety. Firstly, he had finally reached level 5 and completed his inaugural main quest. Upon completing the task, he received 300 experience points, which brought his newly upgraded experience bar to nearly 1/3 full. Additionally, he earned diamonds for use in the marketplace as well as 3 beginner skill books. Among these, the skill books captured Yi Luo's utmost attention. His significant physical enhancement was largely attributed to the skill of basic body refinement. Thus, he promptly accessed his inventory and, after examining the skill books, chose to utilize the basic body refinement first. Thanks to this skill, the skill book transformed into a proficiency of 1,000 points, elevating Yi Luo's skill from level 2 directly to level 3. Phew, it was akin to granting him a skill point. Previously, he had been just shy of 1,000 points in proficiency, which accounted for the immediate upgrade. Furthermore, upon reaching level 3, the proficiency for the skill appeared to have reached its maximum capacity. Basic mind method. As Yi Luo gazed at the skill book quietly resting in his backpack, an anticipation blossomed within him. It was evident that this system was none other than that shoddy web game he had previously played. Yet as a domestically produced martial arts web game, he was uncertain of the skills that would eventually unfold. Upon utilizing a skill, it felt as though his mind was forcibly infused with knowledge, rendering him with a sensation akin to his head splitting apart. Was this the essence of basic martial arts techniques? The pain surged swiftly, yet dissipated just as rapidly. Within mere seconds, Yi Luo was drenched in sweat. Yet his mind had already assimilated the principles of the elementary techniques. This must be the slight surge of energy I had accumulated earlier. Yi Luo settled into a cross-legged position on the ground, with his heart directed towards the heavens, and began to meditate. In that moment, he sensed a subtle stream of energy coursing within his body. He focused on controlling this delicate flow, guiding it along the path etched in his memory. Time seemed to stretch on indefinitely until he finally managed to direct the wandering energy to the position of his dantian. As Yi Luo opened his eyes, a sense of joy washed over him as he realized that, although the minor airflow had not increased, he was now able to command it. After this moment of elation, Yi Luo cheerfully accessed his attribute panel. Nickname: Yi Luo Race. Human health: 500, 500 energy, 1 strength, 43 speed, 29 skills. Basic body refinement level 3. Basic mental method 11,000. Experience 3,001,000. Combat power 50. Overall evaluation. Are there any minions left? I could take on 10 of them. Compared to his initial arrival in this world, the transformation was nothing short of astonishing. After closing the attribute panel, Yi Luo glanced at the basic movement technique in his inventory and, without hesitation, clicked to learn it. Just like before, the system forcefully instilled the knowledge into his mind. And despite his previous experience, he still felt a tinge of apprehension. Let's see if this technique has any peculiarities. Upon completion, Yi Luo began to practice the movement technique, relying on the memories now stored in his mind. After only a few repetitions, he became remarkably adept, and he discovered that practicing the movement technique not only increased his skill proficiency but also significantly enhanced his speed attribute. Previously, his training primarily boosted his strength. Although his speed did increase, it was minimal. Now, with the addition of this technique, speed would no longer be his weakness. Having acquired 2 new skills, Yi Luo resembled a child with a new toy, incessantly experimenting until the first light of dawn appeared on the horizon, at which point he gradually ceased his activities and returned to his wooden cabin to rest. As for the corpses of the pirates, he felt little fear now. His newfound strength filled him with confidence. Moreover, based on his earlier observations, this group of pirates had completely lost their fighting spirit. Whether they would even venture to seek him out remained uncertain, which left him unconcerned. Upon returning to the cabin, Yi Luo began to meditate and cultivate his mental method. He allocated all the skill points he had saved, along with those gained from leveling up, to the basic mental method, which now boasted over 1,000 experience points at level 2. He also discovered that while cultivating the mental method could not completely replace sleep, It did allow his body to relax into a semi-sleep state. Thus, with his strength still insufficient, he naturally opted for meditation over sleep, only choosing to rest when utterly exhausted. Additionally, he channeled all remaining attribute points into energy, causing his energy to surpass double digits, increasing it to 12 points. The rationale behind this allocation stemmed from his realization that any energy absorbed into his dantian could be wielded with ease, whether enhancing his arms or legs, thereby amplifying their power. A simple punch or movement technique, when infused with energy, could escalate its force by more than double, significantly increasing his speed as well. Hence, he eagerly concentrated all his efforts on energy enhancement. As for the main quest, it had escalated from level 5 to level 10. Yi Luo speculated that it was a reward from the system for reaching a new tier. After a morning of rigorous training, he managed to catch a brief nap at noon. Upon rising, he made his way to the village, only to find the villagers exhibiting an air of trepidation. "Uncle, what is going on?" Yi Luo inquired as he entered the tavern and ordered some food, feigning ignorance. Alas, that group of pirates discovered this morning that several of their comrades were slain over there, and now they are searching for the culprit. They threatened that if we do not hand over the murderer, the protection fees will double, and those who cannot pay will be executed. The tavern owner sighed, his face etched with worry. Don't they have any leads? How are we supposed to know who did it? Yi Luo blinked in surprise, feigning astonishment. There is nothing to be done. They are among the more reasonable pirates. Typically, when pirates invade a village, they massacre indiscriminately and steal all the wealth before moving on. The tavern owner shuddered, as if recalling some dreadful memories. What shall we do? We hardly have any money as it is, and now the protection fee is doubled. Many will be unable to pay. Yi Luo frowned, questioning. The tavern owner shook his head in silence, likely feeling equally powerless. After all, simply preserving one's own safety was already quite an accomplishment. Yi Luo clenched his fist, contemplating the likelihood of his success should he choose to take action. After finishing his meal, he returned directly to the wooden cabin, needing a moment to recuperate and gather his strength. That evening, he intended to launch a surprise attack. Although he was uncertain of the captain's prowess, he regarded them merely as a band of disheartened soldiers. Hesitating would only invite greater troubles upon the village. Soon, nightfall enveloped the area, and the lights within the village gradually dimmed. Apart from the faint glow emanating from the tavern, the only other illumination came from the pirate ship docked at the solitary port of the small island. As Yi Luo sat in meditation, he opened his eyes and retrieved a pistol and a knife from his backpack, trophies from past encounters. Once prepared, he stealthily made his way toward the tavern, hoping to encounter any lone pirates, for even the elimination of a single adversary would be advantageous. Upon reaching the tavern, he observed the proprietor preparing to lock the door. Remaining concealed in the shadows, Yi Luo opted not to reveal himself, instead approaching the pirate ship via a narrow path. As he neared the vessel, he spotted several pirates, their arms slung around one another, laughing and making their way toward the ship. As the leaves fell, Yi Luo's gaze sharpened as he turned towards the group of pirates. It appeared that this band of marauders was indeed lacking in formidable presence. Although the demise of their comrade had captured their attention, it had not instilled in them a sense of urgency. Yi Luo surveyed the surroundings, but found no signs of ambush. However, their numbers were evidently greater than the previous day, and unlike the drunken revelers from before, they now wielded weapons, clearly more vigilant due to the death of their fellow. With a deep breath, Yi Luo channeled his internal energy to his feet, activating his swift movements. In the darkness, he glided towards the pirates like a specter. Although his speed was considerable, he was detected after dispatching the second pirate. Seizing the moment of their surprise, he swiftly eliminated two more. Don't come any closer. Our captain is on the ship. You cannot escape. The last pirate, startled by Yi Luo's rapid approach, fell to the ground in terror, shouting in fear. With a decisive stroke, Yi Luo wasted no time collecting his spoils and fled towards a nearby thicket, as the ruckus from the pirates aboard their ship grew louder. Led by their captain who was rushing towards the commotion. Who did this? Everyone, scatter and search, bellowed the captain, a burly man clad in armor. Upon discovering his fallen men in a pool of blood, "Captain, could it be the villagers?" ventured a bespectacled pirate after inspecting the scene. "Those wretches? Humph. I intended to keep them as our source of sustenance, but they have proven to be ungrateful. Assemble everyone. We will search each household. Once I find the culprit, I shall personally snap his neck." The captain's brow furrowed as he barked his orders, just as the pirates readied themselves to scour the village. A fresh scream echoed from the pirate ship behind them. As the leaves fell, Yi Luo stood at the ship's railing and flashed a smile at the pirates before plunging headlong into the sea. The few pirates left aboard lay sprawled in pools of blood. Damn it, go after him. Though they could not clearly discern Yi Luo's features, the blatant provocation incited the pirates to roar and rush towards the pirate ship. With only a handful remaining, they believed that after eliminating a few more, they could confront him directly. Yi Luo found a spot to climb ashore, quietly observing the furious pirates. Despite his enhanced physical abilities, he understood the fragility of life. Caution was paramount. He was not one of those indestructible characters from an anime. "Captain, it seems the enemy is not particularly strong. Otherwise, they wouldn't resort to such tactics of isolation," remarked a bespectacled pirate, adjusting his glasses with a knowing expression. Enough chatter. Immediately find that little mouse. I want him utterly obliterated. The pirate captain bellowed, glaring at the corpses displayed on the deck. Their numbers had already dwindled by half. And not even knowing who their adversary was sparked his irritation. Past battles had always been straightforward, fought openly with strength. If one could fight, they would. If not, they would flee. This covert approach was unprecedented for him. However, this time the pirates had wised up, opting to search together rather than splitting up. Captain, we've scoured the area without finding any trace, and everyone is quite fatigued. It's late, and we all wish to sleep. The bespectacled pirate reported after a fruitless search. What now? The pirate captain asked, regaining his composure. Let us rest for now. Everyone should stay together. Come dawn, we'll head to the village and use the villagers as leverage. That will draw him out. The bespectacled pirate grinned wickedly. The pirate captain nodded, his voice low and determined. Very well, I shall deal with him personally come morning. Hiding in the underbrush along the shore, Yi Luo was unaware of the pirates' plans and dared not leave, fearing they might turn their attention to the villagers. Thus, he remained vigilant, simultaneously recuperating his previously expended energy. As the first light of dawn began to break, Yi Luo had fully restored his strength and noticed a slight increase in his inner energy. Checking his attributes, he confirmed that his energy had indeed grown. No wonder they say that battle is the best training. Self-cultivation would take much longer. Yi Luo mused, noticing that his experience bar had surpassed 4/5. Stowing his weapon in his backpack, Yi Luo submerged once more, swimming stealthily towards the pirate ship. He climbed aboard with utmost care. Indeed, they were all there. The burly figure must be the captain. Yi Luo hid outside the cabin, peering through the glass. Inside, the pirates lay in disarray, with 2 sentinels at the entrance dozing off. In the center of the cabin sat a robust man clad in armor. His head tilted as he drooled in slumber. Taking a deep breath, Yi Luo drew the pistol he had previously acquired, aiming it at the pirate captain. Although he had never fired a gun before, the proximity gave him confidence in his aim. With a resounding crack, he pulled the trigger. As the leaves fell, he unleashed a barrage of gunfire towards the pirate captain, continuing until his ammunition was exhausted. With a deft somersault, he leaped to the upper deck. Seizing the moment as the pirates rushed out, he cast his pistol into the sea, creating the illusion of a desperate escape. Captain, are you unharmed? That scoundrel. I shall not let him escape. As the leaves fell, Yi Luo listened to the cacophony below, rubbing his temples in frustration. It was disheartening to realize that he had failed to eliminate his target from such a close range, a testament to his abysmal marksmanship. Have you located him? In Yi Luo's line of sight, the pirate captain emerged, clutching his arm. Phew, at least I managed to hit him. Otherwise, it would have severely tarnished my reputation. Yi Luo quietly exhaled in relief. Captain, we need not linger here any longer. Let us head to the village. He will undoubtedly reveal himself, suggested the bespectacled pirate, now visibly incensed. Very well, my lads. Arm yourselves. We shall raid the village and depart with food and treasure. The captain smirked cruelly, his voice booming with authority. The pirates immediately ignited with excitement. For them, the allure of bloodshed and riches dulled their fears. Concealed on the upper deck, Yi Luo lowered his head and retrieved 2 pistols from his backpack. This time, his aim was not the pirate captain but rather all the pirates present. The sudden crack of gunfire echoed as Yi Luo stood on the upper deck, unleashing shots upon the unsuspecting pirates. After half of their number lay lifeless, the survivors scrambled for cover, seeking refuge. Yi Luo, you scoundrel. It's you little wretch. If you have the gall, confront me like a warrior. The pirate captain finally discerned the identity of his assailant, for Yi Luo often indulged the pirates with drinks, forging a familiar bond even with the captain. Crack. The response came in the form of Yi Luo's pistol. Curse you. As the captain prepared to charge forth, he was restrained by the bespectacled pirate beside him, who shook his head in disapproval. Yi Luo discarded the empty handgun with a casual toss, then picked up the long knife from the ground and leaped down from the upper deck, grinning as he declared, Did you not say you wished to engage me in battle? Here is your chance. Do not accuse me of bullying you. Come forth and meet your demise. The pirate captain, witnessing Yi Luo truly abandon his firearm, emerged boldly from his hiding place, charging directly at him. You coward, do you only know how to flee? Like a rat. Yi Luo deftly evaded the captain's attacks with agile footwork, casting sidelong glances at the other pirates, apprehensive that they might swarm him. This is merely a warm-up. Why the rush? Once Yi Luo observed that the pirates, though armed, hesitated to advance, he turned his full attention to the captain. Clang, clang, clang. Yi Luo's long knife struck the captain's armor, but his blows were effortlessly deflected. Is that all you can muster? You cannot even breach my defenses, little insect. The captain guffawed with self-satisfaction. The other pirates, seeing their captain so confident, joined in his laughter, reassured that as long as he was present, they had little to fear. After all, he was merely a teenager. What a headache. I forgot you are under the command of the equipment-obsessed Creek. Let us see how you fare against this. Yi Luo discarded the long knife, clenched his fist, and summoned his internal energy to launch an assault. What a fool, without a weapon. How do you intend to fight me? The pirate captain sneered cruelly, also throwing a punch, already envisioning how he would torment Yiluo. Boom. The fists collided. Yet it was Yiluo's punch that sent the captain flying, his arm grotesquely contorted mid-air, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, clearly injured. The remaining pirates watched in stunned silence, unable to believe their eyes. It was not until their captain crashed to the deck, creating a massive hole, that they snapped back to reality, gazing at Yiluo in terror. They could not comprehend why someone with such power would not simply confront them head-on but instead chose to approach so stealthily. Yiluo was taken aback by his own prowess, yet now was not the time for astonishment. Utilizing his agility, he swiftly dispatched the remaining pirates with a series of deft movements. Please, spare me. I know where our captain's treasure is hidden. Let me go, and I will lead you there, pleaded one pirate. But before he could finish his sentence, Yiluo delivered a decisive kick that rendered him unconscious. It seemed that defeating pirates came with its own set of experiences. It was clear that killing was not a necessity. Observing the system's notification of acquired experience, Yiluo stroked his chin thoughtfully. This was advantageous. In his heart, he harbored no desire to commit such acts of slaughter. How could this be possible? The pirate captain exclaimed in disbelief as Yiluo approached him, still reluctant to accept his defeat at the hands of a mere youth. What an insufferable fool, Yiluo remarked, swiftly incapacitating his opponent with a kick before beginning to gather his spoils. First, he bound the unconscious pirates, then collected their provisions, treasures, and weapons. Stowing them all in his backpack, he carefully placed the cash, the berry, into a separate pouch before setting off toward the village. Village chief, I have dealt with those pirates. Here is the berry I recovered from them. Please distribute it among the villagers, Yiluo declared. As for the pirates, I have secured them aboard their ship. How to handle them next is entirely up to your discretion, chief. Yiluo directly approached the village chief. After the untimely demise of the original owner's parents, he relied on the village's assistance to survive, thus feeling a profound obligation to repay this kindness. Once he had dealt with the matters concerning the pirates, Yiluo returned to his humble cabin. He had cautioned the village chief not to disclose his existence, as he wished to avoid complicating matters. The current state of affairs suited him just fine. Congratulations on defeating captain of the Crick Pirates outcast ship, earning 50 experience points. Congratulations to the host for leveling up, granting 5 free attribute points and 1 skill point. Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest, expel the invading pirates. Receiving rewards, 100 diamonds, 100 experience points, 1,000 currency, and a random white weapon. Upon returning to the wooden cabin, Yiluo meticulously examined the system's notifications. After incapacitating the pirate captain, he was awarded 50 experience points, which conveniently elevated him by 1 level. With the attribute points gained from this upgrade, Yiluo allocated 2 points to energy and 1 to vitality, while the remaining 2 points were invested entirely in speed. He had discerned during last night's skirmish that had it not been for the presence of the adversary's firearms, he would have engaged directly without hesitation, thus avoiding the ensuing complications. He had conducted experiments and discovered that, when employing his agility, he could evade ordinary handguns from the front. However, he could not guarantee the same against ambushes. As for other weaponry, such as automatic pistols, he remained uncertain about his ability to evade them. Therefore, enhancing his speed was of paramount importance. Additionally, among the items in his backpack was a white weapon that could be equipped, a mundane steel knife, devoid of any attributes, yet superior to the arms confiscated from the pirates. Thus, Yiluo resolved to utilize it for the time being. Besides these developments, his accumulation of diamonds had reached 400 points. After attaining level 5, a lottery interface had appeared in the shop, allowing one to draw for 1,000 diamonds per attempt, theoretically enabling the acquisition of any item. Yiluo contemplated trying his luck, though he harbored no expectations regarding the quality of the rewards. This domestically produced, inferior webpage game merely sought to extract money from players, yet it had unwittingly become his golden key, compelling him to engage with it. As for the reasoning behind his desire to draw, Yiluo was quite clear. What alternative did he have? The esteemed techniques and advanced martial arts available in the shop were utterly beyond his modest diamond reserves, making it more prudent to test his fortune. Who knows? Perhaps a fortuitous encounter awaited him? After a day of rest, Yiluo resumed his ordinary life. His routine now consisted chiefly of training and, occasionally, fishing at sea. With his newfound wealth, he had purchased a small boat, which required no exceptional navigational skills for him to operate solo. This tranquil existence not only slowed his training pace, but also left him devoid of any triggered quests. Consequently, Yiluo planned to fully master his initial identity before venturing into the ocean. A few days later, after the final increment in his agility proficiency, Yiluo visited the village chief's home once more to discuss his intentions of sailing. Though there was a sense of reluctance, the chief acknowledged. I know you will set sail eventually. As the leaves fell, Yiluo offered a faint smile and bowed, saying, I am deeply grateful for everyone's care over the years. Due to the pirates, I haven't had the opportunity to greet you all properly. I can only entrust this to the village chief. The village chief smiled mysteriously and replied, Go now, there is a gift awaiting you at the harbor. Yiluo was taken aback and inquired, What is it? A small boat. You need a small boat to set sail alone. The village chief did not keep him in suspense and directly revealed the answer to Yi Luo. After expressing his gratitude with a slight bow, Yi Luo exchanged a few farewell words before departing directly. As he passed through the village, he sensed that the villagers regarded him with peculiar glances, though he had intentionally mingled closely with the pirates to gather intelligence. The villagers had never before isolated him in such a conspicuous manner, nor had they scrutinized him with such odd stares as they did today. Upon reaching the harbor, Yi Luo, through the ship-selling proprietor, located the small vessel mentioned by the village chief, a modest triangular sailboat, far superior to the small fishing boat he had previously used. Once aboard, the owner briefly shared some essential tips and an operational manual, and Yi Luo swiftly acquired the skills to navigate the small craft. Hey, you there. Is this truly how you intend to depart? Just as Yi Luo was about to set sail, he noticed an increasing crowd at the harbor. With the bar owner calling out to him from the nearest spot, Yi Luo paused for a moment, then broke into a smile, saying, "When I have some free time, I will come back to see everyone." Upon seeing the crowd, he realized that the village chief must have informed them of his departure. "When you return, don't forget to drop by for a drink," said the bar owner, his eyes brimming with tears yet smiling. "Little Leaf, if things don't work out for you out there, remember to come back. I'll still buy your fish," echoed the restaurant owner. The village was small, and everyone was familiar with one another, fostering a sense of camaraderie. Thus, their blessings felt incredibly precious to Yi Luo at that moment. "Farewell, everyone, until we meet again." Yi Luo dared not linger, for parting was a bittersweet affair. Time passed swiftly, and it was already several days after setting sail. The weather today was splendid, perfect for fishing. Yi Luo emerged from the cramped cabin, glanced at the sky, and, pulling out his fishing rod, muttered to himself. The cabin was small. He had converted it into a sleeping area, while the deck served as his limited space for movement. As for navigation and course, he paid them little mind, for his backpack was stocked with ample food and fresh water, allowing him to adopt a leisurely approach to sailing. Truth be told, he simply could not decipher the nautical charts. Despite the village chief's thoughtful gesture of leaving one in the cabin, Yi Luo found it utterly incomprehensible, thus resorting to this aimless method of navigation. After fishing for a while without a single catch, Yi Luo yawned and decided to lie down on the deck. Having meditated all night, he felt slightly drowsy under the sun, especially since he was nearing the peak of his initial energy level. Time slipped by, and he was jolted awake by the sound of cannon fire. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered a small boat not far from him, being pursued by a naval warship. "Ah, it's a pirate ship. Well, since they are being chased by a warship, I shall refrain from meddling," Yi Luo mused as he stroked his chin. Noticing the skull flag flying from the small vessel, since setting sail, Yi Luo had aspired to become a distinguished pirate hunter, capturing pirates for bounty while gaining experience and possibly activating quests. Thus, he had made this decision. "Oh, it's actually heading my way. Such a small boat. It must be a fledgling pirate," he thought. But then again, a mosquito, no matter how small, is still meat, so I shall not hold back. As he observed the approaching pirate ship, Yi Luo smiled faintly and retrieved a long knife from his backpack. His 3 basic skills were nearly at their maximum level, which bolstered his confidence. However, upon getting a clear view of the individuals aboard the small boat, Yi Luo's initial underestimation vanished. "Is that you, Ace?" Indeed. The boy before him, with a sprinkling of freckles around his nose, was none other than Ace. Even though his appearance differed slightly from when he would later become known as Fire Fist, Yi Luo recognized him instantly. "Wait, you know me?" Ace exclaimed, looking at Yi Luo with surprise. Lacking any memories of Yi Luo, he shrugged it off, thinking perhaps they had met at some point and he had simply forgotten. "With your abilities, you shouldn't be pursued by such scum," Yi Luo remarked, pointing at the naval warship, which was helmed by a naval officer with iron gauntlets, pink hair, and a pinstripe suit. Yi Luo was unaware of the name of the naval officer, yet he recognized him as merely a minor character. In his previous life, while watching anime, he recalled this individual being humiliated by Sanji at the floating restaurant, seemingly holding some official rank. Due to certain peculiar reasons, I must refrain from confronting the Navy," Ace sheepishly remarked, scratching the back of his head. It appeared that being chased around like this was somewhat embarrassing for him. But Yi Luo understood that he simply did not wish to engage with the subordinates of his grandfather. "Garp, that fishing boat over there, move aside. You are in the presence of a fearsome pirate." A naval officer on the warship loudly cautioned Yi Luo as he was about to make contact with Ace's vessel. Yi Luo couldn't help but internally scoff. "What makes you think my ship is a fishing boat?" It was quite troublesome. What was he to do now? Yi Luo felt a headache coming on. Although he was uncertain whether Ace had consumed the Mera Mera no Mi, his strength was undeniably formidable, and he felt no assurance of victory. In contrast, the naval forces were significantly weaker. Despite their numbers, defeating such a large crew would surely require considerable experience. Just as Yi Luo was lost in thought, Ace's pirate ship brushed past him, with the warship in pursuit. By the time Yi Luo regained his composure, he realized he could not catch up to Ace's small ship, nor the warship. "Have I become a fool from spending too much time alone on this boat?" Yi Luo exclaimed dramatically, clutching his head. He had just allowed 2 substantial waves of experience to slip through his fingers. Frustrated by this loss, he returned to the cabin, determined to continue his training and fully cultivate his basic internal energy within the day to compensate for the day's losses. Bang! After an indeterminate amount of time, Yi Luo was jolted from his training when his small boat seemed to collide with something, producing a sound. Upon exiting the cabin, he was greeted by the sight of a small boat anchored beside him and that somewhat infuriating grin. Unable to contain his excitement, Yi Luo called out, "Ace." With a resounding roar, Yi Luo excitedly lunged towards his opponent. Had it not been for the fist Yi Luo raised, aimed directly at Ace's smiling visage, one might have assumed they were long-lost friends reuniting. I inquired, "Who are you exactly?" "Such a warm welcome upon our first meeting?" Ace asked, rubbing his face where Yi Luo had struck him. Meanwhile, Yi Luo, resembling a battered mess, mumbled indistinctly. Indeed, this marked the first encounter between Yi Luo and Ace. And despite the initial ambush, it ended in a remarkably swift defeat for Yi Luo, who now bore the unfortunate consequence of a bruised appearance. "Well, I was merely curious. It seems I have not encountered you before. How did you come to know of me?" "I happened to see your small boat earlier, which prompted me to come over and extend my greetings." Although Ace did not fully grasp Yi Luo's words, he sensed that there was no malice behind the assault. Hence, he chose to show mercy. Otherwise, Yi Luo would have been lying here as a lifeless body. As Yi Luo utilized his internal energy to heal his head, he muttered ambiguously, "It was the old man Carp who mentioned it. I saw your photograph from him." The ability to heal using internal energy was a recent development for Yi Luo, inspired by the martial arts dramas where inner strength is employed for recuperation. It was evident that he had unveiled his inaugural special ability. "Grandfather?" Ace seemed to harbor a profound fear of Carp, instinctively glancing around as he mentioned him. "Indeed. There was a time I encountered a storm, and fortuitously, I was rescued by Carp's warship, which is how I came to know." Yi Luo spoke nonsensically while keeping his eyes wide open. How long had he been at sea? He had yet to encounter any storm, let alone meet Carp. Has he returned to the East Sea? Surely, he is not here to apprehend me. Ace, upon hearing that Carp had come to the East Sea, immediately bowed to Yi Luo and prepared to set sail. Rest assured, that incident occurred quite some time ago. It is likely the old man is no longer in the East Sea. Yi Luo shrugged and remarked. However, he could not simply let Ace slip away. From their earlier confrontation, he discerned that his speed and strength were comparable to Eddie's, yet he was woefully outmatched in experience and technique. Thus, he was reluctant to part with such a valuable sparring partner. Ace turned to Yi Luo, seemingly pondering the truth of his words. "Come now, let us have something to eat." Yi Luo, having regained some vitality, retrieved some food from his backpack and smiled at Ace. "Ah, thank you for your hospitality." Ace, upon seeing the food, immediately bowed politely. He did not inquire about the sudden appearance of food, nor did he express astonishment at Yi Luo's swift recovery. As they dined together, they engaged in conversation, sharing their respective circumstances. "Now I understand. No wonder I perceived your speed and strength to be commendable. Yet it was all utterly chaotic, devoid of any form or structure." Ace chuckled heartily while gnawing on a chicken leg. Yi Luo sought counsel from Ace regarding his own circumstances, and Ace, without reservation, diligently explained everything to him. At times, the two would spar together. Thus, through the allure of food, Yi Luo managed to keep Ace by his side, and they set forth together towards the Grand Line. "Hey, are you still thinking about defeating me to find my grandfather?" Ace asked, panting after one of their bouts. After a period of training, Yi Luo had become quite adept, able to engage Ace in spirited combat, particularly due to his mastery of internal energy, which often left Ace flustered. Although Ace was intrigued by Yi Luo's abilities, he could not grasp the concept of internal energy, unable to perceive its existence even when Yi Luo explained it to him. "Haha, you are my ticket into the Navy. So it must be this way," Yi Luo replied, also slightly out of breath. From being thoroughly outmatched to his current prowess, Yi Luo's progress was indeed remarkable. "What is so good about the Navy? Come be a pirate with me. Pirates are the freest souls upon the sea. My ship is in need of a first mate. What do you say, Yi Luo? Shall we embark on this adventure together?" This marked Ace's first invitation to Yi Luo. As the leaves fell, a moment of disorientation enveloped me. It seems quite appealing to be a pirate, for the Navy is also replete with seasoned veterans. Moreover, being a pirate allows one to take action against fellow pirates, whereas joining the Navy would preclude such measures against their own. As Yi Luo was about to speak, he was suddenly alerted by the system notification. Side quest triggered. Capture Ace and bring him to meet Garp. Rewards: 1,500 diamonds, 1,500 experience points, 100,000 currency, and 1 spin of the rewards wheel. Upon reading the task rewards, Yi Luo's gaze towards Ace instantly shifted, realizing that with 1,500 diamonds, combined with his current 400, he was nearing the threshold for 2 draws, plus the task reward would grant him a third. This opportunity was not to be missed. Could it be that his words had somehow conjured a quest? Yi Luo mused internally. With a determined thought, Yi Luo's speed surged as he lunged toward Ace. There was no room for discussion. Capturing Ace was paramount. How to find Garp would be a matter for later. Ace, somewhat perplexed, wondered why they were suddenly at odds again, as he hadn't said anything provoking. After enduring yet another bout of mutual injury, the two finally stumbled upon a small island. After replenishing their supplies with food and water, Yi Luo noticed Ace was missing. It turned out that upon realizing Yi Luo's singular intent to capture him for Garp, Ace had decisively fled. From their initial encounter where Ace had easily bested Yi Luo to their current stalemate, Ace was keen to avoid any mishap that might lead to him being brought before Garp, having experienced the latter's formidable might firsthand. Upon discovering Ace's escape, Yi Luo felt a twinge of resignation but accepted the reality. Searching for a person in the vast ocean was no easy feat thus. He gathered essential supplies and sold off the goods he had confiscated from pirates before setting off alone once more. In the days that followed, Yi Luo embarked on a purpose-driven voyage. Having learned to read nautical charts, he purchased a map of the East Sea on the small island and set his course for Logtown. Knowing that Ace intended to venture into the Grand Line, it was inevitable he would pass through Logtown. Moreover, Logtown was known as the town of beginnings and endings, being the birthplace and deathplace of the Pirate King. Gold. Roger? As Roger's son, Ace would undoubtedly make a stop there. Initially, Yi Luo had considered visiting Kokoyashi village to see if he could assist the villagers suffering under the fishman's tyranny. However, fearing he might miss Ace in the process, he decided to prioritize reaching Logtown. Along the way, Yi Luo dealt with various insolent pirates and occasionally dived into the sea to catch fish, a skill he had picked up from Ace. This not only provided sustenance and experience but also helped him hone his physical prowess. Yet, after nearly losing his boat while pursuing a large fish, he became wary of straying too far. According to Ace, his abilities were now well-rounded, but he lacked a signature finishing move, which hindered him from delivering lethal blows against opponents of comparable strength. The only unique skill he possessed was his internal energy. Yet without a manual, Yi Luo felt his self-taught methods were insufficient. Congratulations, host. Level up achieved, receiving 5 free attribute points and 1 skill point. Congratulations, host. You have defeated a bounty pirate with a reward of 3 million, earning 300 experience points and 300 diamonds. Finally, I've reached level 8. What an arduous journey it has been. But this fellow had a bounty of 3 million? Yi Luo wondered, kicking the pirate captain he had just slain in surprise. The system's diamond reward based on the bounty was an unexpected delight. Although Yi Luo initially considered turning the body of the bounty pirate in for a reward at the naval base, the thought of having the corpse on his ship deterred him. However, the possibility of earning diamonds from bounties sparked a glimmer of excitement in him. Master, how shall we proceed? Asked 2 somewhat timid pirates whom Yi Luo had intentionally retained, having commandeered oars from their ship to hasten their journey. Let us head directly to Logtown. I've resolved to become a bounty hunter, Yi Luo declared with fervor to the 2 pirate slaves, though the pirates found it amusing. They were compelled to comply with Yi Luo's authoritative demeanor, begrudgingly flattering him in hopes he would fulfill his promise and release them upon reaching their destination. With 700 diamonds in hand, only 300 remained to reach his goal. He simply needed to encounter a small pirate with a 3 million bounty before arriving in Logtown. Yi Luo reasoned that Logtown was the perfect gathering place for pirates, as countless aspiring adventurers headed for the Grand Line would undoubtedly linger there, aligning perfectly with his objectives. As for Smoker's timeline in Logtown, Yi Luo could not recall, having not meticulously studied the One Piece anime. He merely enjoyed its narrative and followed it closely, leaving many details hazy in his memory. However, one thing he was certain of was that Ace had never encountered Smoker, as he distinctly remembered their first meeting occurring after Luffy set sail, with Ace already established as the captain of Whitebeard's 2nd Division. Yet, fate had other plans. As Yi Luo advanced toward Logtown, he unexpectedly encountered a naval warship adorned with a dog-headed figure clutching a bone at the bow. Is this Garp's ship? Yi Luo thought, wincing at the sight of the vessel. Is this indeed the ship of Rear Admiral Garp? After instructing the 2 pirate slaves to approach the warship, he called out loudly. Who are you, kid? Inquired an officer clad in a hat and armed with a sword, standing at the ship's railing. I'm a friend of Ace, merely here to say hello, Yi Luo replied with a slight smile. At this moment, the 2 pirate slaves had completely fainted from fear. For Rear Admiral Garp was a legendary figure known across the seas, having pursued the Pirate King himself. Come aboard. After the warship tossed down a rope, Yi Luo climbed up, the sailors aboard showing no concern for his intentions, recognizing that this was Garp's ship. Who would be foolish enough to cause trouble here? Haha, I hear you are a friend of Ace. Where's that rascal now? Boomed a robust elder, clad in a dog hat and a cloak of justice, stepping forward. Was this the aura of a top-tier powerhouse? Yi Luo swallowed hard, aware that Garp's character shared similarities with Luffy's unpredictable nature. Yet, the thrill of being in proximity to such a formidable figure made his heart race. The leaves fell silently, and Yi Luo did not respond to Garp's words, seemingly intimidated by his imposing presence. Only the hat-wearing officer who trailed behind Garp lowered his hat slightly, casting a curious glance at Yi Luo, who was acutely aware of his hastening heartbeat. I am currently in pursuit of him. Yi Luo exhaled deeply and declared resolutely. Garp shot a piercing glare at Yi Luo, his formidable aura rendering Yi Luo somewhat breathless. He is a pirate now, and I am a bounty hunter. It is only natural for me to pursue him. Yi Luo replied defiantly, his neck stiffened and his teeth clenched. A pirate? That insolent brat dares to deceive me and venture out to sea as a pirate? In an instant, Karp's imposing demeanor intensified before dissipating, replaced by curiosity. Since you are pursuing him, why have you come to seek me? He mentioned that you are his grandfather, which is why he never takes the initiative to attack the Navy. Yi Luo admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He was no adept liar, especially not in such a duplicitous manner. He feared the day his deception would be unveiled. That rascal still possesses a trace of conscience. Karp put aside his severity, his expression brightening with amusement. Admiral, where are you headed next? Yi Luo inquired. I plan to go to Town. I believe Ace will appear there. Once I capture him, I shall leave him in your capable hands. When would you have time to visit Town? Yi Luo pondered thoughtfully, arranging his words carefully. I am currently on leave and cannot discuss official matters. However, I shall stop by Town on my return journey. If you happen to encounter me, you may hand Ace over to me. Karp replied, a bemused smile gracing his face. Then, may I stay aboard your ship for a few days? Yi Luo asked cautiously. Weren't you heading to Town? That happens to be the opposite direction of my course. Karp remarked, munching on a donut. It matters not. It is merely a few days and will not impede my endeavors. Yi Luo shook his head resolutely. Very well, suit yourself. Karp considered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Yi Luo was pleasantly surprised that Karp had indeed agreed. In his excitement, he called out loudly to all the Navy personnel aboard. I humbly request your attention, as I intend to challenge each of you individually. What? Such audacious words. Is this boy out of his mind? The Navy members exchanged incredulous glances at Yi Luo, chattering among themselves. Karp cast a puzzled glance at Yi Luo, unable to discern his intentions. If it were merely to hone his skills, there was no need to challenge even the ordinary sailors, and given his connection to Ace, his motive seemed quite ambiguous. Nevertheless, Karp was unperturbed. His overwhelming strength rendered him indifferent to such antics. After a considerable time, Yi Luo had defeated all the sailors aboard and began to challenge the officers. A day later, with the exception of the hat-wearing swordsman, all the Navy personnel on Karp's ship had succumbed to Yi Luo's prowess. Although he lacked extensive experience, this was nonetheless a significant gain for Yi Luo at this stage. So this is the 6 powers of the Navy? Truly impressive. After numerous failures, Yi Luo finally relinquished his ambitions of overcoming his opponent. At your age, I was not your equal, remarked the hat-wearing Navy officer coldly. Is that supposed to be a compliment? Yi Luo replied feebly while reclining on the deck. The officer offered no response and simply turned away. What a frigid fellow, Yi Luo muttered as he rolled over and promptly fell asleep on the deck. The day's intense battles had incrementally enhanced all his attributes. Indeed, combat was the fastest method of improvement. Admiral, the hat-wearing swordsman, whom Yi Luo had dubbed the aloof man, was presently reporting Yi Luo's performance to Karp. Oh, so this lad is indeed a person of potential? Karp chuckled. He possesses considerable promise if he undergoes training at headquarters. His future accomplishments may surpass mine. The aloof swordsman replied somewhat despondently. Limited by his own innate talent, he realized that even with Karp as his mentor, his achievements would be constrained. Let us visit Town on our return journey. Whether we meet again is a matter of fate, Karp remarked with a smile as he departed, revealing that he had not genuinely intended to stop at Town on their way back. The following morning, Yi Luo stood face to face with Karp on the deck. Admiral, although I am aware of the vast disparity between us, I still wish to give it a try, Yi Luo said, his expression tense. How delightful it is to be young. Since you wish to experience it, allow this old man to oblige you. Taste my beloved fist. With that, Karp shed his cloak and charged directly at Yi Luo. I can't stop it. Yi Luo thought as Karp's fist approached his head, but his body was utterly unresponsive, leaving him unable to evade. Move for me. Yi Luo attempted to channel his inner energy, but what was usually at his command felt as if it were mired in a quagmire, sluggishly moving. Bang! At the last moment, Yi Luo failed to dodge, but managed to raise his fists, charged with inner energy, to block the blow. Interesting. Karp mused as he observed Yi Luo plummet into the sea. Sir, what was that just now? The aloof swordsman inquired, astonished. It resembled something, but I'm not certain. Let us retrieve him. If it truly is what I suspect, the initial awakening is always arduous. Karp draped his cloak over his shoulders with a smile. Without needing to be instructed, sailors had already plunged into the water to recover Yi Luo. Although only a day had passed, the sailors held great admiration for the youth who had dared to challenge the entire ship. Cough. You old man, that was a bit too harsh, don't you think? Yi Luo coughed a few times, spitting out seawater, and pointed an accusatory finger at Karp. Really? I didn't feel that way. Besides, you weren't injured. Were you? Karp feigned ignorance. Humph. Yi Luo turned his head away in displeasure. Kid, do you know about hockey? Karp plopped down beside Yi Luo, intrigued. Armament, observation, and conqueroress hockey? Yi Luo replied, feigning worldly knowledge. So you are aware. Then you have already awakened armament hockey? Karp asked with a grin. As the leaves fell, Yi Luo shook his head and replied, "No, this is a family inheritance, not a form of haki." "Oh, not haki? Then what is your full name?" Upon hearing that it was a family ability, Carp became more serious. "Full name? I am simply called Yi Luo." "That is my full name," Yi Luo answered earnestly. "As a citizen of Huajia, one's name is a form of heritage and should not be easily altered." Carp regarded Yi Luo with a profound gaze, believing that Yi Luo was merely reluctant to divulge more, perhaps fearing that Carp might deduce something from his name. After sparring with Carp, Yi Luo returned to his small triangular sailboat, where the two pirate slaves awaited him, looking pitiful and too frightened to flee. 10 days later, Yi Luo finally arrived at Rogue Town. Before this, he had not encountered a single bounty criminal. Although he had faced several waves of pirates, none were bounty hunters. No wonder the East Sea is renowned as the weakest maritime region. It is indeed rare to find a bounty exceeding 10 million in these waters. "My lord, according to our agreement, may we leave now?" The two pirate slaves asked Yi Luo with a hint of anticipation. Throughout their journey, they had witnessed the fates of all the pirates who dared to trouble Yi Luo, a ruthless individual who spared not even the smallest minion. "One final task. Fetch me the latest bounty notice, and then you may depart. Should you dare to flee, you know the consequences." Yi Luo cast a sideways glance at the two pirates. "We wouldn't dream of it, my lord. However, while the Navy distributes bounty notices for free, we can only obtain them by purchasing from the tavern owners, as they typically possess the latest notices, or by collecting them at the Navy's base." The pirates replied, a hint of distress evident in their voices. Yi Luo pondered for a moment, then waved his hand and said, "In that case, you may leave. Remember not to commit any evil deeds, or next time, fortune may not favor you." After the two departed, Yi Luo went to the naval base in Rogue Town to collect a bounty notice. Although he was tempted to inquire whether Smoker was currently in charge of Rogue Town, the impatient demeanor of the Navy deterred him from asking. Now, it was time to seek trouble with them. "An ace, you are the greatest treasure. I must not let you slip through my fingers." Exiting the naval base, Yi Luo chuckled while holding the bounty notice. Meanwhile, Ace, who was sleeping on a ship, unconsciously shivered and muttered, "What was that chill? Could it be that a storm is approaching again?" After parting with Yi Luo, Ace had initially intended to head directly to the Grand Line. However, he encountered a storm along the way, followed by various adventures, which had further enhanced his strength. A few days later, at the naval base, "Is this the infamous bounty hunter that has recently made waves in town? I hear he has a profound hatred for pirates," remarked a marine, observing Yi Luo as he dragged a bounty criminal into the base like a fish caught in a net. His companion nodded cautiously and pulled him away, seemingly reluctant to engage with Yi Luo. In recent days, whenever the Navy executed their duties and crossed paths with Yi Luo, they would find themselves dealt with alongside the pirates, albeit without any serious harm, which fostered a sense of respect and distance from him. "Where's that little rascal Ace?" Yi Luo mused to himself in a tavern, sipping on his barley wine. During his stay in Rogue Town, he had vanquished numerous pirate crews, defeating every member and thus establishing himself as a somewhat renowned bounty hunter. "Perhaps I should seek out some worthy opponents to sharpen my skills." Ever since his battle with Carp and his aloof swordsman subordinate, Yi Luo had become increasingly obsessed with enhancing his strength, occasionally sparing no mercy even for the Navy, treating them as mere sources of experience. On the very day he arrived in Rogue Town, he apprehended a pirate with a bounty of 3 million, successfully claiming his reward in diamonds and a handsome sum of berry for his sustenance. Having amassed 1,000 diamonds, Yi Luo refrained from immediately participating in the lottery. Instead, he found it in, bathed, changed, and sincerely prayed before finally opening the system to begin the lottery. Although he believed this ritual to be mere formalism, devoid of any substantial impact on the outcome, he could not resist the urge to indulge, having wagered all his assets. The lottery in the marketplace did not involve a spinning wheel. Rather, it required spending 1,000 diamonds to purchase a fortune bag. The moment he opened the bag would determine the worth of his investment. As Yi Luo opened the fortune bag, a mix of excitement, worry, and anticipation enveloped him, a most peculiar feeling indeed. "You have lost a fortune bag and gained a mid-level secret manual." The system's notification made Yi Luo's heart race. He gazed at the book-shaped manual in his backpack, which stated that upon opening, he would receive any mid-level secret manual. What a windfall. It seems everyone was right. The first lottery is bound to yield something exceptional, enticing one to continue playing and swiftly parting them from their wealth. Yi Luo quickly searched the marketplace for the corresponding items, though no such random acquisition of a mid-level manual existed. The mid-level manuals available in the marketplace were priced in the thousands of diamonds, particularly the technique manuals, which could reach tens of thousands. With drool pooling at his mouth, Yi Luo eagerly opened the manual, only to hear the system's notification once more. "Congratulations, host. You have obtained the mid-level internal skill manual, Zixia Divine Art." In his fervor, Yi Luo found it difficult to articulate his excitement. He gazed at the manual, which was as beautiful as a painting. He had intended to compose a poem to celebrate its splendor, but found himself lacking in the requisite literary prowess, muttering only, "I shall traverse the world with this." However, upon attempting to utilize the manual, The system informed him that he lacked the prerequisite foundational skills to cultivate it. At that moment, Yi Luo was utterly bewildered. Did he truly need to cultivate the Huashan heart technique first in order to practice the Zixia divine art? After all, the Zixia divine art originated from the Huashan sect in the smiling, proud wanderer. Upon closer examination of the Zixia divine art, Yi Luo realized that the cultivation of heart techniques was divided into 3 foundational levels: beginner, intermediate, and advanced, followed by named internal skill manuals. His Zixia divine art manual was classified as mid-level, meaning he must first complete the foundational intermediate heart technique before he could learn it. Moreover, to learn the foundational intermediate skills, he needed to max out the beginner skills first. All 3 of Yi Luo's beginner skills were already at their maximum level. Yet he possessed no advanced skill books, leaving him at a standstill. Glancing at his experience bar, he noted he was at level 887. Before arriving in Lowtown, he had amassed a significant amount of experience through battles with Carp, coupled with the pirates he defeated upon landing, which had propelled him to just over level 8. As for skill points, he had accumulated quite a few. Having saved them since level 5, he now had 4 skill points stored, as he had not found any skills to invest in. With his diamonds depleted, the only feasible way to acquire the mid-level heart technique was through the main storyline tasks. Upon reaching level 10, he would be able to undertake the second main quest, which, following the format of the first, would likely reward him with 3 foundational intermediate skills. This would enable him to learn the Zixia divine art. Thus, in the time to come, Yi Luo awaited Ace while relentlessly scouring Lowtown for pirates, hoping that when he reached level 10, he would receive the foundational intermediate skills needed. However, being in the East Blue, while there were many pirates, bounty criminals were scarce. He had also learned that Smoker had recently arrived to take command and was vigorously capturing pirates, resulting in even fewer bounty criminals than he had anticipated. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to targeting the Navy for that meager experience. As his level increased, defeating ordinary henchmen yielded diminishing returns in experience. Damn it, if it weren't for my desire not to miss Ace, I would have undoubtedly ventured to Kokoyashi village. It is practically a treasure trove of experience. Yi Luo lamented, gazing at his experience bar, which had just crossed the halfway mark of level 9. Today, he had finally encountered a bounty criminal, garnering a substantial amount of experience along with 200 diamonds, yet he still fell short of the 1,000 diamonds needed for the foundational intermediate skill by 500. Indeed, since his arrival on the island, he had captured a mere handful of bounty criminals, one with a bounty of 3 million. But he had spent the diamond reward on the lottery, and 3 others with a bounty of 1 million each, culminating in today's bounty of 200,000, leaving him with just 500 diamonds in total. Curse you, Smoker. Does it hurt to arrive a little later? If you weren't here, I would have certainly taken you down as well. Yi Luo grumbled under his breath as he headed toward the tavern. Although he was still uncertain whether his internal energy would affect those of the natural type, that did not prevent him from muttering a few threats in secluded areas. Look, what happened to that person inside? They appear to be dead. The owner is contemplating whether to call the Navy. It was said that the individual suddenly expired mid-meal. Could it be that there is something in the food served at the restaurant that could cause poisoning or even death? As Yi Luo reached the entrance of the restaurant, he was immediately enveloped by a throng of people animatedly discussing something. The sensation was unmistakably Ace. Observing this familiar scene, Yi Luo reflected on the events that transpired, pushing his way into the restaurant. Indeed, it was that rascal. Yi Luo gritted his teeth, yet upon encountering the main character, his urgency dissipated. At the center of the crowd was Ace, who had dozed off mid-meal. Even Yi Luo, who was well acquainted with such occurrences, had been taken aback the first time he witnessed Ace's peculiar habit of falling asleep while dining. How could anyone possibly doze off halfway through a meal? Initially skeptical, Yi Luo found that after meeting Ace, he could face any situation with remarkable composure. My apologies for dozing off again, Ace exclaimed, abruptly waking and resuming his meal. The restaurant owner, visibly shaken, struggled to maintain his composure, his mouth twitching as he stammered. No problem. Please continue, dear guest. Hey Ace, long time no see, Yi Luo declared, plopping down beside Ace, his hand resting on his shoulder as he savored the dishes the staff had just served. Yo, Yi Luo. It's been ages, Ace responded, his face lighting up with joy. Snap. Yet, what awaited him was the cold embrace of handcuffs. Not the sea prism stone variety, those were beyond his means, but these handcuffs, forged from steel at considerable expense, were designed to be durable, albeit not capable of restraining a devil fruit user. Still, they served as a rather fitting greeting for Ace. What is the meaning of this? We haven't seen each other for so long, and you're treating me this way? Ace feigned innocence, adopting a pitiful expression. Hold on, we're not that close. Rear Admiral Garp is coming in a few days. I'm merely taking precautions. Yi Luo shrugged nonchalantly, sensing the situation was under control. What? The old man is coming? Ace exclaimed, immediately rising and scanning the surroundings. Thanks for the hospitality. He bowed to the bewildered owner before darting off like a gust of wind. Damn it, stay put. I just want to complete my mission. Though Yi Luo had anticipated Ace's flight, he was surprised by how swiftly he vanished, shouting as he pursued Ace. Is he dining and dashing? The restaurant owner asked, momentarily bewildered. "Damn it, don't run," Yi Luo shouted, his anger flaring as he chased after Ace, followed by a multitude of chefs and service staff. Initially, it was merely the restaurant employees in pursuit, but as Ace's escape escalated, the number of pursuers swelled. This was one of the reasons for Yi Luo's ire. That rascal must have been in Rogue Town for several days, or else so many people wouldn't be after him. Meanwhile, not far from the port of Rogue Town, a naval vessel was approaching. Smoker stood on the deck alongside Tashiji. Their recent operations had captured numerous pirates, albeit minor ones, leaving Smoker in a foul mood. On the other side, 3 days sail from Rogue Town, a dog-headed battleship was also en route to the town. Huh, what is this? Ace pondered, holding a ball-shaped fruit adorned with orange-yellow spiral patterns, a hint of surprise in his voice. He recalled that he had only arrived on this island less than 2 days ago, first visiting the execution platform of the Pirate King, Joel de Roger, before taking a break. It was during a meal at the restaurant that he encountered that peculiar fellow named Yi Luo, who had handcuffed him in a bid to present him to the old man, showing no regard for their brotherly bond. As Ace reflected on this, he grew irritated and took a bite of the fruit in his hand. Ugh, does this taste like excrement? He grimaced at the unpalatable fruit. Oblivious to how it had come into his possession, he merely collided with someone during his escape, and the fruit had ended up in his grasp. That rascal, Yi Luo, who had been trailing Ace, witnessed the entire saga of Ace acquiring and consuming the Mara Mara Nomi. It was evident that being related to Luffy had its perks. The protagonist's aura had undeniably shone upon this moment. Yi Luo had clearly seen a merchant stealthily emerging from an alley, only to be collided with by the fleeing Ace, resulting in the fruit falling into Ace's hands. The unfortunate merchant had tumbled to the ground, and without hesitation, Yi Luo stepped right over him, the chefs and restaurant staff following suit, trampling over the merchant, leaving Yi Luo to surmise that the man would be severely injured, if not dead. "Could you stop chasing me?" Ace called back as he ran. "If you stop running, I'll stop chasing," Yi Luo retorted through gritted teeth. "Then forget it, just keep pursuing." Ace shrugged, aware that even though Yi Luo possessed decent stamina, he was still at a considerable disadvantage. Damn it. Yi Luo noticed that the pursuers were gradually falling behind, so he wasted no time, channeling his inner energy into his legs and swiftly closing the distance to Ace. "You're cheating," Ace exclaimed as Yi Luo rapidly approached. Yi Luo, indifferent to his surroundings, delivered a powerful punch to Ace's nape. To his surprise, Ace paused, watching Yi Luo's fist pass through his body with astonishment. "Fool, do you not realize that the fruit you just consumed was a devil fruit?" Yi Luo remarked, a hint of exasperation in his voice. "Are you referring to that fruit that tasted like excrement?" Ace pondered for a moment before inquiring. As the leaves fell, Yi Luo briefly shared his understanding of the devil fruit with Ace to prevent the fool from accidentally plunging into the sea and drowning. In the midst of their conversation, Smoker's warship had already returned to port, coincidentally encountering the group of chefs in pursuit of Ace and Yi Luo. "Go inquire about the situation," Smoker commanded, a cigar clenched between his teeth, addressing Tashiji beside him. "Yes, Colonel," Tashiji replied with a salute before proceeding to gather information. Soon, she returned to report to Smoker. According to the descriptions, one of them should be the recently emerged pirate Port Gasti, Ace, while the identity of the other remains unclear, though he is likely Ace's companion. "Port Gasti Ace? An intriguing fellow. Let us investigate," Smoker murmured, his gaze fixed on the direction in which Yi Luo and Ace had fled. "Does this mean I can never swim again?" Ace pondered, shrugging it off. However, this ability is indeed quite fascinating. He utilized elemental transformation to free his hands from the handcuffs, grinning widely. "Do not be too complacent. You have now become a user of a rare natural type ability, but this also means there are many things that can counter you, such as Sea Prism Stone. Moreover, true strength comes from within. The devil fruit is merely an external factor," Yi Luo cautioned solemnly. "Rest assured, I know what I am doing. By the way, are you no longer taking me to see the old man?" Ace responded breezily. "Now that you are a natural type user, with my current strength, I should no longer be your match. This is precisely why the natural type devil fruit is said to be invincible in the early stages." Yi Luo shook his head, stating, "Haha, as expected of my good brother. Let us celebrate our reunion with a feast." Ace laughed heartily. "A banquet sounds splendid, but first, allow me to test just how formidable your natural abilities truly are. I have some hypotheses that require verification." Yi Luo replied with a slight smile, shaking his head. "What is happening?" Ace inquired, watching as Yi Luo's hand passed through him. Yet he sensed that Yi Luo's earlier attack seemed capable of affecting his true form. "This is what I wish to convey. Although the natural type appears invincible in the early stages, there are indeed counters to it. Namely, Haki. The attack you just experienced contained a trace of internal energy. While it did not fully capture your true form, it demonstrated that internal energy is effective against natural types." "Did you just employ Haki?" Ace asked, intrigued. As the leaves fell, Yi Luo shook his head and remarked, "No, what I possess is not Haki, but rather a family legacy of inner strength. Your grandfather, Vice Admiral Carp, is indeed a master of Haki. It is no wonder that Luffy, being a rubber man, often finds himself rolling on the ground after encounters with that old man." Ace, enlightened, responded, "Let us go then, since this matter has reached its conclusion. We should indulge in a drink." Yi Luo smiled faintly and added, "However, just as the two were about to depart, a voice interrupted, 'Perhaps you shall not be going anywhere.' Smoker?" Yi Luo turned to see a burly man with silver hair and 2 cigars clenched between his teeth, flanked by a squad of Marines. "Oh, you know of me?" Smoker said, somewhat surprised as he gazed at Yi Luo. "I am a bounty hunter, not a pirate. The Marines on this island are well aware of that. So do not conflate me with him," Yi Luo declared, suddenly stepping away from Ace. "Wait, what? Yi Luo, are we not comrades?" Ace exclaimed, his expression one of disbelief. Cough. "Ace, you must understand, they are Marines. The prison must surely contain C-prism stone cells for capturing those with abilities. If I cooperate with Colonel Smoker to apprehend you, a task once deemed impossible would suddenly become feasible." Yi Luo coughed, a mischievous glint in his eyes as he spoke to Ace. "What? Are we to have an internal conflict? Even so, you both cannot be spared for causing such a ruckus in the town." Dasky, adjusting her glasses, said earnestly, "Young lady, choose your words carefully. I am no pirate." Yi Luo shot a glance at Dasky. "Ah ha ha. Yi Luo, see, even the Marines consider you my companion. Come aboard my ship and join me," Ace exclaimed jovially, wrapping an arm around Yi Luo. As the leaves fell, Yi Luo's expression darkened, and he disregarded Ace, turning directly to Smoker. "I have made a pact with Rear Admiral Garp to capture Ace and bring him to meet him." "Garp?" Smoker was momentarily taken aback, struggling to grasp the situation. "Indeed. I encountered Rear Admiral Garp while he was on leave, and we agreed to meet in Logue Town, where I shall take Ace to see him," Yi Luo affirmed with a nod. After a moment of contemplation, Smoker replied, "Very well, I shall assist you in apprehending Ace." His trust in Yi Luo stemmed from the knowledge that Garp frequently returned to the East Blue for vacation, a fact not widely known in the East Blue. Despite being common knowledge at the Navy headquarters, Ace just consumed a Logia-type devil fruit. "Do you possess sea stone?" Yi Luo positioned himself for an attack and turned to Smoker. "No. Although we have sea stone handcuffs at the base, we just returned from a mission. I will send someone to fetch them immediately." Smoker instructed a Marine to retrieve the sea stone handcuffs. "Hey, Yi Luo, are you truly going to do this?" Ace questioned earnestly as Yi Luo assumed a combat stance. "Alternatively, you could agree to accompany me to meet Rear Admiral Garp, and I will join forces with you to escape," Yi Luo proposed with a smile. "I have no intention of meeting that old man," Ace retorted, visibly displeased. "Then let us see whose strength prevails," Yi Luo declared, launching himself towards Ace. "Haha, you are no match for me," Ace taunted, skillfully dodging Yi Luo's attacks. "Humph, Das Bones, surround them to prevent any escape," Smoker commanded, his lower body transforming into smoke. For he was the user of the smoke fruit, a Logia-type ability. White Snake. Smoker's arm morphed into a serpent of smoke, swiftly ensnaring Ace. "Is that all you've got?" Smoker sneered, witnessing the effectiveness of his technique. "Is that so?" Ace chuckled, his body gradually igniting into flames, breaking free from Smoker's grasp. "Are you an imbecile? Did I not just inform you that he is also a Logia-type user?" Yi Luo exclaimed with a hint of exasperation after leaping away. The clash between the two Logia users left Yi Luo feeling somewhat sidelined. "I do not require your guidance," Smoker snapped, somewhat irked. "Very well. If you believe you can handle it, then proceed," Yi Luo replied, equally irritated, reasoning that it was prudent for them to expend some energy first. As he understood that Logia abilities also demanded stamina, Smoker paid no heed, engaging in an intense battle with Ace, who, having just acquired his powers, was still adjusting. Despite being relentlessly pressured by Smoker, the opportunity to practice against such a formidable Logia user was something Ace welcomed eagerly. Yi Luo stood to the side, observing the fierce battle between Smoker and Ace, displaying no intention of intervening. Instead, he noticed Dasky directing the Marines to encircle the battlefield. Brimming with a desire to join the fray, it would be wise not to engage. "The battle of Logia users is beyond your current capabilities," Yi Luo quietly remarked, having unexpectedly found himself beside Dasky. "Then why are you not joining?" Dasky retorted sternly to the nearby Marines. This left Yi Luo with a frown, internally lamenting. "Is this the legendary ability of extreme myopia? The Marine across from you is utterly petrified. Oh, but of course, you cannot see." After assisting Dasky in donning her glasses once more, Yi Luo helplessly stated, "I am not a devil fruit user. I have no means to contend with them." Blushing, Dasky remained flustered about earlier events and failed to notice Yi Luo's slip of the tongue. Indeed, he had inadvertently voiced his underlying thoughts, contemplating how to defeat both Smoker and Ace simultaneously. Under ordinary circumstances, such a feat would be impossible. However, given the duration of their battle, their stamina was significantly depleted. Moreover, the port was not far off. If he could drive them to the harbor, a single strike from Yi Luo could send both foes crashing into the sea, thereby granting him the victory. The experience they possessed was formidable, and perhaps Ace even had a bounty on his head, a lucrative opportunity. "I do not refuse to engage, rather, I find myself unable to do so at present. My only course is to devise a strategy to force them toward the shoreline." hoping that Colonel Smoker could incapacitate Ace and send him into the ocean. That would ensure our triumph. Yi Luo shrugged, offering advice to Dasky. Dasky glanced toward the naval base, seemingly calculating when the soldiers tasked with retrieving the sea stone handcuffs would return. All right, I will instruct the soldiers over there to withdraw. You assist Colonel Smoker in driving Ace toward the port. Dasky swiftly made her decision. Very well. But let it be known that Ace is a target specifically requested by Old Man Garp. You must not harm him. When Garp arrives, I shall be the one to hand Ace over to him. Yi Luo stated firmly to Dasky, making it clear that he would not act unless this condition was met. After a moment's thought, Dasky nodded. Rest assured, as long as he is genuinely handed over to Vice Admiral Garp, I trust that even Colonel Smoker will have no objections. Good. Then you withdraw the Marines from that side, and I shall strike from here, endeavoring to draw the battlefield toward the harbor, Yi Luo said with a smile. Indeed, with Yi Luo's involvement, pressure mounted on Ace, who was still unfamiliar with the powers of his fruit. Although Yi Luo's attacks inexplicably lacked the threatening force they should have contained, they nonetheless compelled Ace to divert considerable attention to defend against him. As for Smoker, he quickly grasped Yi Luo's intentions and, in concert with him, gradually maneuvered the battle toward the port. Ace, having recently acquired his fruit, had yet to comprehend the taboos of being a devil fruit user as thoroughly as Smoker. Unbeknownst to him, he had unwittingly fallen into their trap. How goes it, Ace? Have you mastered your fruit's capabilities? Yi Luo, observing that the trio had reached the port, merely a few meters from the sea, halted his assault and smiled. Hee. Ace chuckled nonchalantly. He had been contemplating an escape, as his stamina had waned significantly, and the soldiers sent to retrieve the sea stone handcuffs were likely not far off. Smoker took a puff from his cigar, glancing between Yi Luo and Ace, feeling uncertain about their relationship. He was unsure whether Yi Luo and Ace were collaborating in this charade to lure him to the harbor with the intent of eliminating him. Upon observing Smoker's reaction, Yi Luo swiftly grasped the situation, leaping out of the battle circle to block Ace's escape route. Colonel Smoker, I understand your reservations about me. How about this? I will impede Ace's retreat, allowing you to engage him directly. What do you say? Hey, are you determined to drag me before the old man? Ace realized that with Yi Luo blocking his path, he had no choice but to fight fiercely, lest he find himself in a dire predicament. Very well. Smoker exhaled a few smoke rings, nodding as he transformed into smoke once more and charged toward Ace. Ace, not daring to underestimate the situation, also ignited into flames, initiating combat with Smoker. After a brief skirmish, Ace's mastery of the flame fruit had significantly improved, which left Yi Luo, observing from a distance, feeling a sense of unfairness. Reflecting on his own struggles, it had taken him countless days and nights to master even the basic skills, while these characters from another dimension seemed to possess extraordinary advantages. However, Ace had already discerned Yi Luo and Smoker's intentions, even though Smoker managed to gain a slight upper hand. He could not forcibly subdue Ace without being wary of Ace's counterattacks and Yi Luo's presence. Suddenly, soldiers appeared at the street corner, returning with sea prism stone handcuffs. Yi Luo and the others' expressions sharpened. Ace concentrated his strength, attempting to push Smoker away to buy himself time to escape, while Smoker fully committed to ensnaring Ace, leaving him no chance to resist. Meanwhile, Yi Luo, who had been waiting for the opportune moment, channeled his inner energy into his legs, propelling himself towards the two combatants. Oh no, Yi Luo, you scoundrel. Ace instantly surmised Yi Luo's plan upon seeing him close in. As Yi Luo's fist approached, both Smoker and Ace instinctively transformed their bodies into their elemental forms. However, to their astonishment, Yi Luo's strike completely disregarded their elemental intangibility, landing a solid blow on their physical forms. With a thunderous impact, both Smoker and Ace plunged into the sea. This sudden turn of events caught Smoker off guard, leaving the nearby Navy personnel bewildered. Yi Luo, what are you doing? Das Bonez swiftly drew his sword, confronting Yi Luo. If I do not act this way, how can I ensure I hit Ace? Besides, with you all present, Colonel Smoker will be fine, will he not? Yi Luo replied with an enigmatic smile. Just as he anticipated, after falling into the ocean, both men would soon lose consciousness. Thus, he received a notification from the system, rewarding him with substantial experience points, elevating his level to 10. However, this was not the moment to dwell on such matters. Someone immediately rescued Colonel Smoker and Pirate Ace. Des Bonez glared at Yi Luo, slowly sheathing his sword, Shiyu, a renowned blade among the 50 acclaimed swords. Before long, the Navy retrieved Ace and Smoker from the water. As expected from characters of such caliber, both regained consciousness shortly after surfacing. However, having been soaked, they were utterly drained of strength, particularly Ace, who had only just gained his fruit abilities and had fought fiercely against Smoker. Though he was awake, he lay on the ground, unable to move. With a grin, Yi Luo secured Ace with sea prism stone handcuffs. Rest assured, I won't truly imprison you. Just meet the old man with me, and I shall assist your escape afterward. Yi Luo whispered to Ace while fastening the cuffs. Ace's expression shifted slightly, but recognizing that this was not the time for conversation, he merely cast a deep glance at Yi Luo before being escorted away by the Navy. Did you just employ hockey? Smoker, having regained some of his composure, lit a cigar and inquired of Yi Luo. As the leaves fell, Yi Luo shrugged nonchalantly and remarked, "Who knows? Perhaps it is so, but it hardly concerns you." He had no desire to engage in further conversation with Smoker, a fellow user of natural abilities, and he certainly would not disclose that he currently possessed only the strength for a single strike. When Vice Admiral Karp arrives at Log Town, "I shall hand over Ace to you. For now, he must remain incarcerated at the naval base," Smoker stated, taking a slow draw from his cigar. "That is acceptable. As long as I can transfer Ace, I shall not interfere further. After all, I am a bounty hunter, and I anticipate numerous dealings with the Navy in the future. I hope, Colonel, that you will extend your favor towards me," Yi Luo replied, feeling quite pleased. Not only because he had advanced to level 10, but also due to the optimistic outcome regarding Ace's situation. Subsequently, Smoker led the naval officers back to the base, while Yi Luo returned to the inn alone. He had yet to examine the items acquired after his upgrade, and hoped that fate would bless him with a tome of advanced internal martial arts, enabling him to cultivate the Xixia divine skill contained in his backpack. Congratulations, host, for defeating the pirate Portgas D. Ace, earning 700 experience points and 500 diamonds. Congratulations, host, for defeating Colonel Smoker, earning 800 experience points. Congratulations, host, for leveling up, receiving 5 free attribute points and 1 skill point. Congratulations, host, for completing the main quest, earning 500 experience points, 500 diamonds, 5,000 in currency, and 1 intermediate foundational skill book. The main quest has been updated. Please check it yourself. Indeed, he had received an intermediate foundational skill book. Although it was but one and randomly selected from among the options of body refinement, movement technique, or internal method, the 500 diamonds gained from defeating Ace brought his total to 1,000. Even if he did not draw an advanced skill book, he could purchase one from the store. After bathing and changing, Yi Luo, with a sacred expression, opened the intermediate foundational skill book. You have used the intermediate foundational skill book, acquiring 1 intermediate body refinement skill book. It has been detected that your primary body refinement skill can now be advanced. Would you like to use the intermediate body refinement skill book? To his dismay, Yi Luo found it to be a body refinement skill book, as what he truly needed was an intermediate internal method skill. Had he drawn that, he could have saved his diamonds. Now it seemed he must purchase it from the store. I will use the intermediate body refinement skill book. There were no resplendent lights or grand celestial phenomena. After using the skill book, Yi Luo merely felt that his body had become somewhat stronger. First, I should buy the internal method to avoid any prolonged uncertainties. Yi Luo opened the store and located the basic intermediate internal method, clicking to purchase. You have lost 1,000 diamonds and obtained the intermediate internal method skill. It has been detected that your primary internal method can now be upgraded. Would you like to use the intermediate internal method? The system's synthesized voice echoed once more. Upgrade. Yi Luo exhaled and confirmed decisively. After utilizing the skill book, he felt a notable enhancement in his internal energy, channeling it into his fist and delivering a gentle strike. The power had increased by more than double. Yi Luo's eyes sparkled as he reveled in the changes brought about by his enhanced internal strength. Next is the Xixia divine skill. Suppressing his excitement, Yi Luo directly used the Xixia divine skill manual from his backpack. Prerequisite skill level insufficient. Please upgrade to prerequisite skill. The system's emotionless voice echoed, nearly causing Yi Luo to overturn the table in frustration. Did I not already possess the intermediate internal method? Must I still fully cultivate it? While grumbling, he opened the icon for the intermediate internal method, only to be astonished to find that even the first level required a staggering 2,000 points of proficiency, nearly causing him to faint. In other words, even if he used skill points to upgrade, elevating the first level of the intermediate foundational internal method would require 2 skill points. Glancing at his remaining 6 skill points, Yi Luo gritted his teeth and allocated 1 point. You have used a skill point. Intermediate internal method proficiency increased by 1,000 points. Indeed, Yi Luo sighed, realizing that his reluctance to spend 2 points at once was a gamble that had not paid off. Yet reality reaffirmed that without investing resources, one could never rise to prominence in the game. He used another skill point, swiftly elevating the first level of the intermediate internal method to the second, and finally, his energy surpassed the threshold of 100 points. He could sense a significant difference compared to his previous battle with Ace. He was no longer limited to a single strike against a user of natural abilities. 6,000. It has indeed increased. Yi Luo surveyed the second level of proficiency, sighing in despair. Now, he had only 4 skill points remaining. Even if he allocated them all, he could not max out his skill points. Prerequisite skill level insufficient. Please upgrade the prerequisite skill. Seeing his skill points insufficient, Yi Luo, with a spirit of trial, once again used the Xixia divine skill manual, but alas, the system did not grant him any leniency, once more prompting him to upgrade the prerequisite skill. I refuse to believe this. If necessary, I shall grind it out. I have done so before, so what is there to fear? Yi Luo resolved fiercely, investing all his skill points, watching the proficiency soar to 4,000. He settled on the bed, intending to cultivate until Karp's arrival. 3 days later, at the Logtown Naval Base, in the highest command office. Is Yi Luo there? Smoker, cigar in mouth, inquired of the naval officer reporting before him. Report, Colonel, the pirate hunter Yi Luo has remained in the inn since our last encounter, without venturing out. The officer saluted and responded loudly. Go, inform him that Vice Admiral Karp is about to arrive, and ask him to come over. Smoker commanded succinctly. Yes. The officer saluted and promptly departed. Colonel, are we truly to hand Ace over to him? Once the other naval officers had left, Tashiji expressed her reluctance. I have inquired. This Ace is not a pirate who resorts to robbery for a living. While he occasionally engages in peculiar activities, he is not the irredeemable type. Moreover, I suspect he has some connection to Vice Admiral Karp. Otherwise, someone like Yi Luo would not go to such lengths to bring him before Karp, likely seeking some advantage from the Vice Admiral. Smoker exhaled a thick plume of smoke, analyzing the situation. Then why does the Colonel allow Yi Luo to succeed? Tashiji questioned. Puzzled. Yi Luo appeared anything but virtuous. Why permit him to escort Ace to Karp for a reward? Smoker gazed out at a warship faintly appearing on the horizon, chuckling as he remarked, that is Vice Admiral Karp. He is not someone that a wild brat like Yi Luo could deceive. Had Yi Luo been privy to Smoker's analysis, he would certainly have commended him, acknowledging his keen insight. Alas, he remained unaware that his benefits did not stem from Vice Admiral Karp, but rather from the system residing within his mind. At that moment, Yi Luo was abruptly interrupted from his cultivation by the summoned naval officer. Humph, what an impolite individual. Is this how one summons another? Yi Luo remarked coolly as he exited the inn, casting a glance at the naval officer he had bested with a single punch. What a waste. I received no experience points from defeating a mere ordinary sailor. In the future, I shall refrain from dealing with such trivial foes. It is simply too degrading. Stepping out of the inn, Yi Luo discovered, to his dismay, that the Navy soldier he had just defeated had not granted him any experience points. Shaking his head, he murmured softly to himself. Although he felt somewhat irked at being interrupted from his training, the news from the Navy brought him a certain satisfaction. Thus, his decision to subdue the Navy soldier stemmed purely from his reluctance to let even a single experience point slip away, even if it required a somewhat tenuous justification. Yi Luo was resolute in his actions. Colonel Smoker, it's been a while. Yi Luo greeted as he arrived at the Navy base, displaying a casual demeanor. Hey, you attacking the Navy so casually doesn't quite fit the image of a pirate hunter. Smoker appeared somewhat displeased by Yi Luo's actions towards the messenger. Haha, my apologies, Colonel. It seems your subordinate lacks a bit of decorum. I was in the midst of training, and he barged in unannounced, so I merely administered a small lesson. Yi Luo chuckled lightly. The reason Smoker did not engage Yi Luo directly was as Yi Luo had stated. Although his subordinate had been knocked down, he had not sustained any real harm. Otherwise, upon encountering Yi Luo, Smoker would have acted without hesitation. Vice Admiral Garp's warship will soon dock. You may take Ace with you. Smoker exhaled a puff of smoke, his demeanor suggesting a lack of fondness for Yi Luo. Not a problem. Now, Colonel, shall I expect the key to the handcuffs? Yi Luo smiled, extending his hand toward Smoker. Smoker stared at Yi Luo in silence. Yi Luo, unfazed, remained standing with a smile, seemingly confident that Smoker would ultimately provide him with the key. After a considerable pause, Smoker retrieved the key from his pocket and tossed it to Yi Luo. As the leaves fell, Yellowa cheerfully followed a naval soldier toward the location where Ace was imprisoned. Colonel, why give him the key? What if he releases Ace? Dasky inquired anxiously, glancing at Smoker. Do you recall my earlier conjecture? He won't release Ace. But perhaps Vice Admiral Garp might need the key, so it's the same. Smoker replied, exhaling a few rings of smoke. Dasky fell silent, saluting Smoker. Then I shall take some men to follow them, just in case. With that, she turned and left, and Smoker made no attempt to stop her. After all, this was merely his speculation. If everything was an act staged by Yellowa and Ace, they would all have been deceived. Looks like you haven't been doing too well these past few days. Yellowa entered the cell, noticing a listless Ace and greeted him with exuberance. What is your purpose? During his days of captivity, Ace had come to a clear understanding that Yellowa's capture of him was not without motive. He, like Smoker, believed Yellowa had somehow learned of his connection with the old man and sought to extract some advantage from him. Don't speak so calmly. That persona doesn't suit you. As for my purpose, you will come to know it in due time, but not now. Yellowa said with a grin. I sincerely hope you won't do anything strange. Ace regarded Yellowa with a peculiar expression, aware that although his old man appeared unreliable, it was due to his formidable strength that he exuded a somewhat cynical demeanor. Anyone who truly considered the old man a fool would undoubtedly be the real simpleton. Relax, let's go. The old man is on his way. And I'll tell you my plan one last time. Once I bring you aboard the old man's ship, I will seize an opportunity to hand you the key. But you already know how terrifying your old man is, right? So how you escape is entirely up to you. The only assistance I can offer is to buy you a moment to evade him. If you cannot escape then, it's beyond my control. Yellowa twirled the key to the sea-stone handcuffs in his hand as he spoke. Isn't this akin to handing me directly to the old man? Do you think I possess the ability to escape from his grasp? Ace rolled his eyes, displeased. So, the power of the flame fruit is your only trump card. The old man likely remains unaware that you have consumed a Logia-type fruit, Yellowa remarked as they walked outside. It's futile. Luffy is also a wielder of abilities. Yet he has been dominated by the old man since childhood. The old man undoubtedly knows how to utilize Haki. Ace expressed a sense of despair. Then I'm at a loss. Regardless, I will give you the key when the time comes. You can handle it from there. I'll leave once I escort you to the ship. Yellowa shrugged nonchalantly. When Vice Admiral Garp's warship arrived at Lowtown, Smoker led the base's navy to formally welcome them at the port, while Yellowa waited behind with Ace. As the warship docked, Garp descended with his aide, exuding an impressive aura that left Yellowa in awe. Salute. Welcome, Vice Admiral Garp. An excited aide of Smoker shouted. Ah, Smoker, you haven't changed a bit. Garp's formidable demeanor dissipated instantly upon seeing Smoker, and he greeted him with a hearty smile. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Dasky inquired, Vice Admiral, might I ask what brings you to Lowtown? Humph, of course, it's because of me. Have you all doubted me all along? Yellowa approached with a reluctant Ace. His expression sour. Ace, you scoundrel, how dare you sneak off to become a pirate? Garp roared at Ace, completely ignoring Yellowa. I already mentioned I wanted to be a pirate. I want to see what lures pirates to their peril. Ace, initially fearful, found that facing Garp diminished his previous terror. Garp's expression darkened at Ace's words, but he quickly regained his composure, stating, I have told you. You must follow me and become an excellent marine. Forget about being a pirate. You were captured before even leaving the East Blue, proving your inadequacy. Give it up. I will never give up, Ace declared resolutely. Did I not say you should accompany me to become a marine? Garp, now angered, raised his fist and aimed it at Ace. Ace shut his eyes, bracing for the impact as the childhood fear resurfaced within him. Bang. Hey, old man, are you mistaken about something? Yellowa interposed in front of Ace, blocking Garp's fist. Both Garp and Smoker, along with the aloof swordsman accompanying Garp, looked at Yellowa in surprise. Ha ha ha, kid, your strength has progressed remarkably. However, you are still unqualified to block me. Garp laughed heartily, only to vanish from Yellowa's sight, with a cry of agony from Ace echoing behind him. As Luo observed Ace, who was rolling on the ground in agony with a head full of swelling, he couldn't help but feel a wave of frustration. Vice Admiral Garp, it seems our agreement has been fulfilled, hasn't it? Luo inquired, noticing the system had yet to notify him of task completion. Garp, having just dealt a blow to Ace and feeling invigorated, nodded with a smile and replied, Indeed, our agreement is complete. However, I seem to recall not having promised you any specific conditions. That is correct. I do not require any conditions from you. It suffices that we adhere to the agreed terms. At that moment, as Garp nodded, Luo received a notification from the system confirming the completion of his task, to which he responded with a smile. Kid, come with me to Marineford. You possess considerable potential. Garp expressed his surprise, having expected Luo to seize the opportunity to make a request. Instead, Luo remained silent, contemplating a new task presented to him. Side quest. Join the Navy. Task rewards. 200 diamonds, 200 experience points, 100,000 currency. Although the rewards were modest, even the smallest of gains could prove beneficial. Moreover, joining the Navy would grant him access to a plethora of skilled Marines at Marineford, alleviating any concerns regarding experience cultivation. Hey, are you really considering joining the Navy? Come aboard my ship instead. Ace, still nursing his wounds, sensed Luo's wavering resolve and nervously interjected. According to their prior plan, Luo was supposed to hand over the key and assist Ace in his escape. However, if Luo joined the Navy, would he still honor their agreement? This uncertainty made Ace visibly anxious. Rest assured, I promise to set you free, and I shall do so. Whether you can escape, however, depends on your own capabilities. Luo replied with a subtle smile as he unlocked Ace's sea stone handcuffs. Aha. So, what do you say, Luo? Come with me. Ace earnestly extended another invitation. Side quest. Join the Spade Pirates. Task rewards. 200 diamonds, 200 experience points, 100,000 currency. The moment Ace spoke, Luo once again received a side quest, indicating that he was now faced with the choice between two paths. Reminiscent of the decision-making process in a game upon reaching level 10, Luo gazed at Ace with a hint of astonishment, recalling that in the original narrative, Ace was a captain who cherished his comrades deeply. The current situation, where he openly invited Luo, suggested he was indeed earnest. Colonel, he is undoubtedly untrustworthy. As Luo unlocked Ace's handcuffs, Dasky, gripping Shiyu, spoke with a solemn tone. Yet, neither Smoker nor Garp seemed to pay any heed. They merely observed the two with smiles. Ah, so you have chosen the path of a pirate? The aloof swordsman under Garp's command remarked with a teasing glint in his eyes. No, I have no intention of becoming a pirate. Ace is my friend, and I have already fulfilled my promise by handing him over to the old man. Therefore, as a friend, I must rescue him, no matter the cost. Luo shook his head and declared, Haha, young lad, it seems that your growing strength has imbued you with a newfound confidence. Garp chuckled heartily upon hearing Luo's response. Ace, you go ahead. Don't worry about me. Yi Luo said gravely, watching as Carp stepped forward. Meanwhile, Ace, who had originally stood beside him, had already sprinted several meters away, waving cheerfully at Yi Luo as if bidding farewell. As the leaves fell, Yi Luo's expression darkened, compelling himself to suppress the urge to strike at Ace and refocus on Rear Admiral Carp. Humph. The smoke-formed smoker let out a cold snort and swiftly pursued Ace. I have warned you. You shall not pass unless you defeat me. Yi Luo propelled himself forward, evading the smoky apparition of Smoker with a deft kick. Your mastery of hockey has indeed strengthened. Smoker, having reverted to his original form, regarded Yi Luo with caution. Ah, what an amusing little fellow you are. Stand back. Allow me to handle this. Carp removed his cloak emblazoned with the word justice from his back and approached Yi Luo with clenched fists. 3 minutes later, Yi Luo was unceremoniously dragged from the rubble by Carp's aloof swordsman, resembling a defeated dog. Admiral, the soldiers have reported that Ace has set sail towards Reverse Mountain. Smoker glanced at the unconscious Yi Luo and reported to Carp. Ah, how exhilarating the fight was. I completely lost track of time. Alas, we lack the time. We shall capture him next time. Let us return. Carp looked in the direction Ace had departed, donned his cloak once more, and laughed heartily as he returned to the warship. Colonel Desbonez observed Yi Luo being hoisted onto the warship by the aloof swordsman and called out to Smoker. Let us go. Perhaps we shall soon have an exceptional ally in our navy. Smoker took a puff from his cigar and approached his motorcycle, replying, 2 days later. The doldrums. Is this truly the doldrums? Was it not said to be a haven for sea kings? Why have I yet to see a single one? Refreshed, Yi Luo stood on the deck, surveying his surroundings as he inquired of the aloof swordsman. After departing from Carp's warship at Lowtown, Yi Luo regained consciousness, his formidable recovery abilities allowing him to feel vibrant that very day. In a bid for vengeance against Carp for his earlier defeat, Yi Luo challenged every naval officer aboard the warship, as he could no longer gain experience from ordinary soldiers, yet he could still earn it from the officers. Furthermore, over the past 2 days, he discovered through experimentation that after defeating an opponent and gaining experience, he could not gain further experience from defeating them again on the same day. However, the following day, he could once again gain experience from weaker officers. Akin to monsters respawning in a game, the stronger the opponent, the longer the interval for gaining experience. This is not the time for sightseeing, fodder. The aloof swordsman glanced at Yi Luo with a sidelong look, speaking softly. As the leaves fell, Yi Luo's expression darkened. Indeed, his current status was that of a mere foot soldier in the Navy, having boarded Carp's ship. He had no choice but to join the Navy, thus fulfilling a certain task. However, Carp did not grant him any preferential treatment. Despite his considerable strength, he still began as a lowly recruit. Yet, once they arrived at Marineford and he registered at headquarters, he could officially transition into a proud third-class recruit of the Navy. My task is complete. Yi Luo glanced at his superior, who was currently occupied with work that rightfully belonged to him. Humph. The Navy has its own rules. Respecting one's superiors is paramount. The aloof swordsman remarked coolly. Hey. Yi Luo whistled and turned to leave in order to tidy up. In truth, Yi Luo was not abusing his strength to bully his superior. Rather, his superior understood that it was merely a matter of time before Yi Luo's prowess would elevate him above others. Hence, he had not assigned any tasks to Yi Luo, but had quietly taken on the responsibility himself. The aloof swordsman did not harbor any animosity towards Yi Luo. Rather, his frustration stemmed from their earlier sparring session in which he had failed to defeat Yi Luo. In fact, had it not been for the presence of the moonwalk technique, he would have truly lost, which left him somewhat irked. Haha, how is it? His rate of improvement is quite rapid, isn't it? Carp said jovially as he sat beneath a sunshade, enjoying a donut, addressing his subordinates with carefree abandon. The aloof swordsman fell silent. Although their exchange was not a life-and-death struggle, Yi Luo's performance had indeed taken him by surprise, particularly his formidable ability reminiscent of hockey, which was markedly stronger than during their last encounter. Is this Marineford? Yi Luo stood at the port, gazing at the magnificent Navy headquarters, and inquired with awe. Haha. Young lad, take it all in. This will be your home from now on. Carp chuckled, patting Yi Luo on the shoulder. Then, what should I do now, Admiral? Yi Luo turned his head, asking somewhat helplessly. Indeed, after the soldiers disembarked at Marineford, they each returned to their respective duties, leaving Yi Luo alone, uncertain of where to go. First, head to the new recruit reporting station. There, someone will inform you of your next steps. The aloof swordsman appeared behind Yi Luo, pointing towards a modest building in the distance. As the autumn leaves fell, Yi Luo shrugged off his farewells to Carp and the aloof swordsman, making his way towards the new recruit's registration area. Shortly after registering his information, he was issued 4 sets of third-class soldier uniforms, 2 for summer and 2 for winter, and assigned to a 6-person dormitory. Each morning commenced with physical training at 6 o'clock, followed by the new recruit's study of the naval manual in the morning, physical conditioning in the afternoon, and a designated rest period in the evening. The dining hall was located nearby, with fixed meal times that were not to be missed, for failure to comply would result in hunger. Additionally, There was a family district for naval personnel, which was best avoided unless necessary. The area beyond was a small town where one could procure various items. On the way to the dormitory, a seasoned naval veteran shared some essential information with Yi Luo. How can I set sail to capture pirates? Yi Luo pondered for a moment before inquiring. New recruits are not permitted to go out to sea. Once you have completed your training period, opportunities will arise. There are two methods. One is through assignments from above, which are mandatory tasks that occur approximately 4 times a year, primarily when officers require soldiers for their voyages. The other option is to sign up at the logistics office, where officers with missions will take you along. The veteran glanced at Yi Luo with curiosity and continued. What rank must one attain to freely sail and capture pirates? How does one ascend within the Navy? Yi Luo contemplated before asking. Is it that you are eager to set sail? It is not so simple. Possessing a warship requires not only rank but also capability. As for promotion, the Navy employs a merit system. As a soldier, you will earn merit points each time you embark on a voyage, and exceptional performance is another avenue for gaining merit, which you will come to understand over time. The veteran smiled at Yi Luo, perceiving him as a youthful dreamer, a refreshing vigor essential for the Navy's growth. After escorting Yi Luo to the dormitory, the veteran departed, leaving Yi Luo alone for the moment while the other recruits likely engaged in training. Character attributes. Yi Luo silently recited. Nickname, Yi Luo. Race, human. Life, 1080-1080. Energy, 103-103. Strength, 92. Speed, 89. Skills, intermediate body refinement level 1. Intermediate mind method level 2. Beginner movement technique level 3. Experience, 1-0-23. 450-000. Combat power, 806. Comprehensive evaluation, you are quite the little Superman. Level, 10. Diamonds, 2200. Skill points, 0. Closing the character attributes, he reopened his backpack, which contained only novice clothing, a white longsword, and the inaccessible Purple Mist secret manual, along with some personal items. After a brief organization, he discovered a chicken leg within his backpack, a reward obtained from a task completion that could slightly restore vitality. Indeed, this chicken leg was a prize from the lottery following his capture of Ace, a mere reward of 10 diamonds that had nearly caused Yi Luo to drop his jaw in astonishment. Thus, he refrained from further lottery attempts with his 2,000 diamonds, intending to save for a 10 draw once he accumulated 9,900 diamonds, a feature unlocked after reaching level 10. Yi Luo speculated that the 10 draw would guarantee a decent prize, especially since the likelihood of receiving something valuable was high during the first attempt. Hence, he had refrained from purchasing the intermediate movement technique manual, waiting to gather sufficient diamonds for a grand draw. However, given the current intelligence, he anticipated a lengthy stay at the naval headquarters before having the opportunity to set sail. Consequently, apart from system tasks, he had entirely exhausted his diamond sources. Thus, he contemplated whether to exchange his foundational skills for upgrades, aiming to elevate them to their pinnacle, ensuring he could learn any future manuals without fear of inaccessibility. During this time, the sight of the Purple Mist secret manual in his backpack tormented him, as it was visible yet unattainable, an unbearable state. The following morning, after changing into his uniform, Yi Luo set off with his dormitory companions for morning exercises. After a simple yet somewhat monotonous day, Yi Luo sought a secluded spot to practice his inner strength, nearing the completion of his proficiency. This marked his first day in the Navy, leading him to remain discreet. Gathering information while awaiting the day he could master the Purple Mist divine art upon reaching the maximum level of intermediate mind method. Days later, upon receiving the system notification that his intermediate mind method had reached level 3, Yi Luo nearly leaped for joy. During this time, he had dedicated every spare moment to training, and now he could finally cultivate the Purple Mist divine art. Swiftly, he opened his backpack, selected the manual, and clicked to use it. You have utilized the Purple Mist divine art, intermediate mind method manual. You have lost the Purple Mist divine art manual. Upon completion, Yi Luo felt a substantial reduction in his inner strength as the energy cultivated from the intermediate mind method transformed into a purplish aura. The power derived from the intermediate mind method manual was indeed formidable. Eagerly, Yi Luo tested the inner strength of the Purple Mist divine art, discovering that even a mere thread of energy surpassed the small amounts he previously wielded. Furthermore, his current inner strength was remarkably resilient, allowing for a seamless flow even without knowing any specific techniques. Its continuity felt as gentle as a cloud, and he could control it with newfound ease. That afternoon, during physical training, Yi Luo boldly challenged the training instructor, defeating him with a single move, causing quite a stir among onlookers. Who is this person? I don't recall him being so formidable before. How did he suddenly become so strong? His prowess could rival that of the new recruit training camp. What do you know? Entry to the new recruit training camp is based on strength. Without the right credentials, one cannot enter. Humph, it seems you are unaware. I heard this one was personally brought back from the East Sea by Vice Admiral Karp. Ah, so he is associated with Vice Admiral Karp. That explains everything. Yi Luo returned to the dormitory amidst the chatter of his peers, having deliberately provoked the instructor earlier. He had engaged in a sparring match, wagering his participation in physical training, and now he had achieved his goal. He could forego training while simultaneously enhancing his reputation. However, unbeknownst to him, news of his victory over the rookie instructor began to circulate throughout Marin Vondo, albeit with significant embellishments. The most prevalent rumor suggested that Yi Luo had stealthily ambushed the instructor during a moment of inattention, using this as justification to refuse training. Other tales claimed that Yi Luo was a wielder of the devil fruit, even positing that he possessed the rare Logia type, boasting aspirations to defeat several admirals and take their places. In the Marin Vondo infirmary, the rookie instructor lay on a hospital bed, struggling to sit up. "It's all right. Just rest if you're injured. I came to inquire about the situation," said a man in a naval captain's uniform, approaching and patting the rookie instructor on the shoulder with a smile. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, the rookie instructor replied, "To be honest, I wasn't seriously hurt. I simply couldn't withstand even a single strike from Yi Luo." "What's going on?" the captain asked, furrowing his brow. He had heard rumors of a rookie defeating the instructor and, knowing the instructor was once under his command, had come to clarify. With a rueful smile, the rookie instructor recounted, "I've heard the rumors circulating outside, but Yi Luo indeed challenged me directly. After I wagered my participation in training, he launched his attack. The entire confrontation was conducted honorably. It was simply my defeat. Well, since it was a matter of skill, there's little more to say. However, a rookie cannot be exempt from training. Even you do not have the authority to allow that." The captain's expression turned serious as he addressed the rookie instructor. "Rest assured, I will handle this." Watching the captain depart, the rookie instructor opened his mouth to speak but swallowed his words. Deep down, he believed that even the captain would be no match for Yi Luo, yet he dared not voice this opinion. At that moment, Yi Luo had just finished his training and was preparing to head to the mess hall for dinner. Missing the mealtime meant he had to fend for himself. And as his strength grew, so did his appetite. "You are Yi Luo?" A captain stood at the door of the rookie dormitory, blocking his path. "Greetings, sir. I am the rookie Yi Luo. How may I assist you?" Yi Luo inquired after saluting. The captain, secretly nodding, was none other than Captain Taring, sent to find Yi Luo on behalf of the rookie instructor. Initially harboring a negative impression of Yi Luo due to the rumors, he quickly realized his misunderstanding after meeting the rookie instructor. Now, encountering Yi Luo in person, he found himself favorably impressed by this polite young man. It was undeniable that Yi Luo, having cultivated the Zixia divine skill, emanated a sense of righteousness. Yet, there had never been an exception for rookies to skip physical training. So the fault of a subordinate must be rectified. Thus, Captain Taring directly stated, "I have heard that you defeated your instructor this afternoon?" In response to Captain Taring's inquiry, Yi Luo nodded, maintaining his composure. "Indeed, I believe that continuing to train alongside everyone holds little significance for me. Therefore, I requested to train independently. The instructor proposed that I first demonstrate my abilities, and if I could best him, I would be permitted to forego physical training." Captain Taring nodded, acknowledging that Yi Luo had handled the situation appropriately. Yet, he felt a twinge of frustration. "Young man, while your reasoning is sound, the Navy has its own regulations. Disregarding these rules is ill-advised." "What do you mean, sir?" Yi Luo asked, his displeasure evident. "What is this? The instructor had agreed that you could skip training. Yet now you say otherwise?" Despite the captain's clearly instructive tone, Yi Luo felt a sense of dissatisfaction. "Go and participate in training. I will personally devise a physical training regimen for you." Captain Taring smiled. To him, it was an immense honor for a captain to personally create a training plan for a rookie. "Very well, I accept your proposal. But I believe we should first engage in a sparring match so you can gauge my abilities. This will enable you to tailor a more effective training plan for me." Yi Luo grinned, eagerly agreeing. Just moments ago, he had received a notification from the system. Accept side quest. Defeat Captain Taring. Mission rewards: 500 diamonds, 1,000 experience, 200,000 currency. Captain Taring raised an eyebrow at the eager Yi Luo and chuckled. "All right, since you're insistent, let us begin." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Yi Luo launched himself at Captain Taring with remarkable speed. "Come at me." Captain Taring, undeterred, met Yi Luo's advance with equal vigor. After exchanging a flurry of blows, they eventually separated, with Yi Luo observing the slightly breathless Captain Taring. "Well done, young man. I concede that I underestimated you. However, as a battle-hardened veteran, I shall not be outdone by a rookie. Now, I will unleash my full strength." Captain Taring unsheathed his weapon and addressed Yi Luo. "Bring it on." Yi Luo smiled slightly, knowing he had yet to exert his full capabilities. He had not even deployed his complete physical prowess aside from his internal energy. 3 minutes later, Captain Taring's weapon was sent flying, and he knelt on one knee, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. "So, Captain, may I freely arrange my time tomorrow?" Yi Luo smiled gently, calming his internal energy. The recent bout had indeed seen Yi Luo employ his internal energy, significantly enhancing his speed to disarm Captain Taring. "The new recruits are indeed formidable." Captain Taring shook his head, offering a wry smile. "Although we have distinctions in rank, strength is a crucial aspect as well. Since I have lost to you, I can no longer instruct you. As for your physical training tomorrow, I will report to my superiors. Yi Luo nodded with a smile in agreement and happily made his way to the cafeteria. He was entirely open to such endeavors, for he did not genuinely neglect the need to enhance his physical fitness. His intermediate foundation in body training had yet to commence, and thus, exercise was indeed essential. However, in comparison to physical training, the Zixia divine art remained his primary focus at this juncture, particularly since the initial level demanded a staggering proficiency of 7,000 points, which was undeniably daunting. Furthermore, based on recent circumstances, it was plausible that the next naval officer might present him with a task, being situated at the naval headquarters. There were no bounty criminals to capture, making tasks his principal source of diamonds. Therefore, the more, the merrier. Before Captain Talon could report to the officer, news of the skirmish at the new recruit's dormitory spread swiftly to Marineford. Carp, that young lad was brought back by you, was he not? Admiral Sengoku inquired, glancing at the intelligence laid out on the table, directing his question at the munching Vice Admiral Carp. What? When did I bring anyone back? Carp had entirely forgotten about Yi Luo. Sengoku, feeling a slight headache, regarded Carp with exasperation. He was all too familiar with his old comrade's character. Casting his gaze at the report depicting Yi Luo clad in naval recruit attire, Sengoku fell into contemplation. Ah, you mean Yi Luo? Defeating a captain is hardly remarkable. My entire crew has been thoroughly bested by him. Carp, having materialized behind Sengoku, suddenly enlightened, remarked while observing Yi Luo's photograph in the report. Sengoku's head was immediately adorned with several symbols of exasperation. What do you propose we do with him? Sengoku asked, suppressing his ire. Why arrange anything? Let him soak in the naval atmosphere. I'm genuinely concerned he may be disappointed should he ascend to any position. Carp chuckled, though his words carried an unmistakable undertone. After a moment of silence, Sengoku fed Yi Luo's intelligence report to the goat beside him. The goat bleated joyfully and promptly devoured the document handed to it by Sengoku. On the other side, as Yi Luo dined in the cafeteria, he acutely sensed the gazes of those around him. Word of his exploits had spread, granting him a modicum of renown. Upon finishing his meal and returning to the dormitory, he opened the door to find the previously boisterous room enveloped in silence. His roommates, upon seeing him, quickly hushed their chatter. Am I interrupting your conversation? Yi Luo tilted his head and inquired. No, not at all. We were merely discussing your victory over Captain Talon. Yi Luo, to what extent has your strength developed? Are you capable of defeating the officers? One of his roommates, who was somewhat closer to him, hesitated before speaking. As the leaves fell, Yi Luo smiled lightly while making his way toward his bed, remarking, It is difficult to say. The abilities of the officers vary, and I am uncertain of my own strength, having never faced them. Then why are you still in the recruit camp? With your abilities, it is quite possible for you to become an officer, his roommate exclaimed excitedly, as if he himself had already reached that rank. Becoming a naval officer is not solely reliant on strength. Yi Luo replied with a wry smile. Upon arriving at the naval headquarters, Yi Luo had realized that his prowess would likely suffice against a colonel, considering that the formidable Smoker he encountered in Lowtown held that rank. However, Smoker was no ordinary colonel. He hailed from the naval officer recruit camp, under the tutelage of former Admiral Zephyr. Thus, Yi Luo surmised that a standard colonel would not pose a challenge for him, yet the ranks beyond that remained uncertain. Meanwhile, the instructors at the naval headquarters recruit camp convened to deliberate on how to address Yi Luo's situation. The following day, as he joined the morning exercises, the atmosphere was distinctly different. All eyes were on Yi Luo. Many had witnessed his defeat of Lieutenant Talon at the dormitory entrance the previous day, igniting widespread curiosity. Silence. Please. I am here to announce an appointment. Recruit Yi Luo, step forward. Boomed the chief instructor, surveying the sea of recruits below. Yes. Yi Luo responded, jogging to the front. Given your capabilities, the entire faculty of the recruit camp has voted. And I am pleased to declare that you officially graduate from the recruit camp today. After the morning exercises, you may proceed to the logistics department to collect your new uniform and identification badge. The chief instructor said, smiling at Yi Luo. Yi Luo was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating such an outcome. Initially, he had assumed that someone would come to enlighten him, which would have allowed him to accumulate a few more diamonds. Thank you, chief instructor. After bowing respectfully, Yi Luo prepared to return to the ranks. With your capabilities, once you officially become a member of the Navy, your promotion should come swiftly. I hope you remain true to your principles, dedicating yourself to aiding the common folk and embodying the justice that resides within your heart. The chief instructor, wearing a look of satisfaction, patted Yi Luo on the shoulder. Yi Luo, however, was left in a state of confusion, although he attended daily indoctrination sessions about the Navy. Having lived through the information explosion era on Earth, he had developed a complete immunity to such brainwashing. Often, during these classes, he found himself meditating and refining his skills. Consequently, he harbored no concept of the Navy's so-called justice. Rather, he found it repugnant that they engaged in deeds far worse than those of pirates while cloaking themselves in the guise of righteousness, an idea that had been fostered during his days of watching anime on Earth. Nonetheless, all of this was of little consequence to Yi Luo at present. His primary focus was on enhancing his own strength. As for the future, whether he would continue as a Navy officer or forsake it altogether remained uncertain. After the morning exercises concluded, Yi Luo proceeded to the supply office. Upon completing the necessary formalities, he was assigned to serve under a major named Branu. However, he paid little mind to it, promptly submitting an application for deployment. The staff instructed him to wait for further notice. So Yi Luo followed another staff member to the dormitory assigned to him by the Navy. This dormitory was significantly better than the training camp, featuring shared accommodations for two, although his roommate was notably absent. Thus, Yi Luo took the opportunity to continue his cultivation in solitude. Over the past few days of training, he discovered that the effectiveness of practicing the purple mist divine art peaked at dawn, when the first rays of sunlight illuminated the earth, yielding results surpassing his usual progress by more than double. Yet, the time was fleeting, necessitating continuous practice. The following day, Yi Luo went to report to Major Branu. However, upon catching sight of Branu's striking green hair, he was momentarily stunned, not for any other reason than that he recognized this major. Although he had previously been unaware of his name, he had indeed seen him during his anime watching days. Yes, this was the Navy's only officially designated secretary, humorously dubbed the Meeting King by fans, who had presided over the meeting that set the bounty for Luffy after his first reward was announced. Good day, Major. I am Yi Luo, the new recruit assigned under your command. Regardless of the circumstances, Yi Luo saluted first as a gesture of respect. Branu set down the documents he was holding and smiled, saying, I know you, the recruit who graduated early. While I'm surprised you were assigned to my team. Every few years, a few exceptional individuals do emerge within the Navy. As the autumn leaves fell, Yi Luo listened to Branu's words, uncertain of how to respond next. The routine collective training sessions must continue, even though I understand that such training holds little significance for you. However, the privilege I can offer you during this collective training is that you may dictate the manner of your training, though attendance is mandatory, as it is an essential process for your integration into the Navy. As for the rest of your time, you may allocate it at your discretion. Branu was evidently aware of Yi Luo's situation, thus he clarified this in advance. Understood, Sir Major. Yi Luo nodded in acknowledgement. His intermediate physical training had yet to commence, so he did not resist the physical exercises. Branu looked at Yi Luo with some surprise. To his knowledge, Yi Luo did not particularly enjoy collective physical training, which was why he had confronted the new recruit instructor and graduated early from the training camp. I have heard you have applied for a sea mission. I must inform you that my work rarely necessitates going to sea, and thus, my soldiers seldom embark on such tasks. On the contrary, most of their duties are related to administrative research. However, considering your circumstances, if you are assigned to another sea mission, it can still be counted as part of my workload. Branu chuckled, extending goodwill towards Yi Luo. This was a reciprocation for Yi Luo's earlier compliance in agreeing to participate in the training. Thank you, Sir Major. Yi Luo understood this gesture as goodwill and expressed his gratitude with a bow. Now, go join the training. I will contact you directly if I need anything. Branu waved dismissively as Yi Luo departed. Meanwhile, in the logistics department, a woman, whom Smoker referred to as the pirate hunter, was not particularly fond of Yi Luo. She was a striking figure with pale pink hair parted in the middle and donned with purple-tinted sunglasses, holding Yi Luo's sea request with an unwavering expression. Indeed, Colonel Tina, replied a staff member, gazing at the woman with admiration. Nevertheless, his potential is considerable, and he possesses a strong sense of justice. At that moment, Captain Terran, who had previously sparred with Yi Luo, entered, saluting Tina before speaking. Is that so? It seems Tina needs to reassess her view of him. Let us assign him to Tina's ship, as she will be setting sail soon. After nodding to Terran, Colonel Tina directed the staff member. The staff quickly affirmed and began processing the necessary arrangements, after which Yi Luo would be notified of the boarding time to prepare. Unbeknownst to Yi Luo, who was engrossed in his training, he was being anticipated. At that moment, he donned weighted gear, training undisturbed. Is that fellow truly a private? A bewildered Navy soldier training alongside Yi Luo inquired. Indeed, I heard that due to his strength, he was granted early graduation from the training camp. Another soldier whispered, wary of being overheard by Yi Luo. Seriously? Why isn't he such a monster in the officer training camp? Another soldier queried, perplexed. Come on. Not just anyone can enter there. Although Yi Luo's strength is impressive relative to us, his age surpasses the norm, and the officer camp cultivates individuals from a young age. A knowledgeable soldier replied mysteriously. However, none of this concerned Yi Luo, who was diligently training, assured that the training facilities at the Navy headquarters would be plentiful, allowing his physical skills to rise rapidly. Private Yi Luo, your sea application has been arranged. Please assemble at the port at 8 o'clock next week. As the morning training concluded, a communications soldier approached Yi Luo to relay the news. So soon, the news was quite a surprise. Although the specifics of the mission were still unknown, the prospect of encountering pirates was thrilling, especially given the numerous bounties exceeding 10 million on the Grand Line. In the days that followed, Yi Luo intensified his training regimen, unwilling to face bounty hunters at sea without adequate strength. His training intensity left fellow soldiers feeling apprehensive. prompting even Colonel Branu to intervene several times, urging him to take rest. A week later, upon arriving at the port and spotting Colonel Tina aboard the warship, Yi Luo felt a mix of emotions. "Colonel Tina, I am Private Yi Luo, reporting as ordered." He saluted. "Do you know Tina?" she asked, regarding Yi Luo with curiosity. "I've heard about you from Colonel Smoker." Based on his description, the alluring woman who smokes lady cigarettes must be you. Yi Luo sighed. In truth, Smoker had never mentioned Tina, yet women of her caliber in the Navy were notoriously famous, especially among fans of the anime who would remember her catchphrase as a user of the barrier fruit. Her fruit ability was formidable, enabling her to create barriers from any part of her body to ensnare adversaries, with a hardness rivaling that of iron. Of course, I do not believe Smoker would speak of me. Though she feigned skepticism, it was evident that Colonel Tina's mood had improved significantly. It was clear that Smoker and Tina maintained contact and even spoke of Yi Luo, as he was aware that Yi Luo had been taken under the wing of the old man Garp. After boarding, Yi Luo observed Tina retreating to her cabin, silently pondering. The days at sea proved monotonous. Since boarding, Yi Luo had not exchanged a word with Tina. He dedicated himself to completing his duties as a sailor and honing his skills in the purple mist divine art, while challenging Navy officers. On the second day aboard, Yi Luo had challenged every officer on Tina's ship except for her. Though lacking experience, it still counted as progress, while he ruthlessly disregarded ordinary soldiers due to their inexperience. Furthermore, aside from Tina's aide, who required a third day to regain experience, all other officers refreshed on the second day, prompting Yi Luo to eagerly challenge them daily. Even those officers who had been defeated the day prior found themselves facing Yi Luo again, leading the ship's officers to avoid him at all costs. "Sir, is it really wise to allow him to continue like this?" Tina's aide expressed concern, watching Yi Luo roam the deck alone, while soldiers gathered to spectate. "This situation is not something I can intervene in, as he has not harmed anyone," Tina remarked, taking a puff from her cigarette, a hint of embarrassment evident in her tone. Sighing, the aide was at a loss for words, perhaps due to her position as Tina's aide. Yi Luo only challenged her every other day, but what was the significance of that? "Hey, Yi Luo, are the officers hiding again today?" A nearby soldier chuckled, greeting Yi Luo as he watched the spectacle. As the leaves fell, he shrugged and remarked, "Initially, it was merely to alleviate the monotony of navigation that I sought some diversion. I never anticipated it would cause such significant distress among the officers. Whoever is willing to speak up, tell them that I shall not challenge them, and they need not hide any longer." "Are you truly not going to issue a challenge?" a sergeant exclaimed in delight as he emerged from a large wooden barrel, which was originally intended for holding wine. Yi Luo was taken aback by his sudden appearance, chuckling as he remarked, "Indeed, I truly shall not challenge you any longer. However, I must say, your hiding spot is exceedingly discreet. I searched for quite some time and could not locate you. If I were easily found by you, how could I maintain my reputation?" He replied with a hearty laugh. "No challenge is fine. Come, I shall treat you to a drink." The sergeant, with an arm draped around Yi Luo's shoulders, laughed heartily. "All right, but let it be known, the food and drink must be plentiful." Yi Luo responded with a resigned smile. Relinquishing the challenge was not without its own frustrations. There were only a handful of officers aboard the ship, and he felt increasingly embarrassed as they continually took advantage of them. Moreover, the experience gained was minimal, leading Yi Luo to forego the challenge altogether. After nearly 10 days at sea, the warship finally arrived at its destination. Tina had come forth to apprehend the notorious pirate, Jack the Loner, who had a bounty of 55 million. This adversary was exceedingly cunning, having ravaged several villages in a minor kingdom while evading the royal forces. Ultimately, he seized the opportunity to rob during the army's absence from the capital, resulting in a catastrophic event with the royal family meeting a grim fate. Thus, headquarters dispatched me to capture the loner. Upon reaching the target bay, Tina briefly outlined the mission. Recent intelligence suggested that the loner was recuperating on a nearby isle. They would first sink his pirate ship before landing to apprehend him. After a succinct distribution of tasks, Tina gestured towards the faintly visible island ahead, stating, "Yi Luo, I recognize your prowess. However, once the battle commences, I sincerely hope you do not act recklessly." After issuing her orders, Tina sought Yi Luo privately. She understood that typically, such prodigies preferred to operate according to their own methods, much like Smoker. Yet, she wished for Yi Luo to exercise caution, particularly aboard her ship. "Yes, Commander. But if permissible, may I be entrusted with the capture of that Smoker? His indiscriminate slaughter of innocents is truly heinous." In order to fulfill his objectives, Yi Luo feigned the virtuous demeanor that his adversary would expect. "That will depend on the circumstances." Tina nodded in approval. Furthermore, with Yi Luo's commendable skills combined with her own, the mission appeared to be nearly assured. After all, she was the superior officer. Even if Yi Luo successfully apprehended the loner, the glory would predominantly belong to Tina. As they approached the island, Tina refrained from immediate assault, instead dispatching an advance party to shore. Their purpose was twofold: to ascertain the enemy's location and to determine if any innocent civilians remained in the harbor. "Commander, we have reached the island. but there are no signs of life in the village. We can confirm that the ship docked is indeed the loner's flagship. Tina stood on the deck, listening to the report from the advance team relayed through the transponder snail. Yiluo, somewhat astonished, gazed at Tina, according to prior intelligence. The loner was an exceedingly vicious pirate, and it was plausible that the villagers had been slaughtered. Remain on standby. Target the main guns on my command. And prepare to destroy the pirate vessel. Tina's expression darkened as she commanded, ordering the warship to unleash its firepower upon the flagship. Boom, boom, boom. The naval vessel's might was unrivaled upon the seas. Thus, with merely one concentrated barrage, the anchored pirate ship was swiftly sunk. All hands, disembark. Tina extinguished her cigarette and issued the command. The sailors, having heard the earlier report of the massacre of the island's innocent populace, felt their sense of justice torn asunder, all harboring a shared fury, Yiluo included, though he did not subscribe to the Navy's notion of justice. The inhumanity of the situation ultimately illuminated the grim reality of the world of One Piece for him. Commander, when we attacked the pirate ship, no one emerged from the village. The sergeant saluted and reported to Tina. Search the area thoroughly. Tina, skeptical, asserted. I refuse to believe that their pirate ship is here and not a single soul is present. Commander, I request to partake in the search. Yiluo stepped forward, saluting as he made his request. Granted, but if you locate the enemy, do not act hastily. Signal first. Tina nodded, assigning a small contingent of sailors to Yiluo. Report, nothing found to the east. Report, nothing found to the west. Report, a discovery at the tavern. The leaves fell, and the messenger accompanying Yiluo was equipped with a telephone bug, ensuring that the Navy could receive news at any moment. Let us proceed in that direction. Yiluo gathered all the information, noting that aside from the discovery of a secret passage in the tavern, no significant findings had emerged. He turned his gaze towards the imposing mountains behind the town and spoke in a low voice. Captain Yi, should we not report to the colonel first? Suggested a Navy soldier. Time is of the essence. Given the lack of discoveries throughout the town, it is highly probable that the enemy is concealed within the mountains. We have just arrived, and they likely haven't fled far. Delaying further could lead to dire consequences. Yiluo explained, his brow furrowed. I concur with Captain Yi's assessment. But do we not have too few personnel? Another sailor, who often shared drinks with Yiluo, chimed in with a smile. Very well, you remain here. I shall venture forth alone to investigate. If I encounter the enemy, I will signal you. Even if they detect my presence, my strength will allow me to escape. Yiluo deliberated before asserting his decision. That is unacceptable. Colonel Tina has ordered us to accompany you. The soldiers protested in unison. All right, should we indeed confront the enemy? You are to prioritize your retreat and summon reinforcements. I will hold them off. Faced with their objections, Yiluo reluctantly acquiesced. Initially, he had intended to pursue and eliminate the adversary himself, ensuring that the bounty would be entirely his. Half an hour later, Yiluo's squad finally discerned signs of human activity in the mountains. Quickly, report to Colonel Tina. Leave two here to await her arrival. The rest shall follow me. Yiluo commanded, invigorated by the discovery. How swiftly you have found us. But notifying the rest of the Navy? That is quite impossible. Before the messenger could contact Tina, a bald pirate, accompanied by 4 or 5 henchmen, encircled Yiluo's team. Who are you? Yiluo inquired, scrutinizing the unfamiliar pirate before him. Haha, all Navy soldiers, no wonder you do not recognize our second-in-command. Pay heed, for before you stands the vice-captain of the Wolfpack Pirates. Red Wolf Weiss. One of the pirate henchmen laughed, recognizing the Navy uniforms. The bounty of 17 million on Red Wolf Weiss. The Navy soldiers behind Yiluo gasped in astonishment upon hearing the name. Indeed, you possess some knowledge, recognizing my title. The bald pirate, brandishing a knife and stroking his own head, smirked with pride. As long as there is a bounty, we shall have an appetizer before the main course. Do take care of yourselves. Yiluo replied with a cryptic smile before vanishing from sight in an instant. Scoundrel, open fire. The bald pirate, enraged by Yiluo's sudden aggression, commanded his men to attack. Yet, Yiluo was no longer the same as he was in East Blue. The firearms posed negligible threats to him. Bang, bang. The pirates swiftly opened fire, and the Navy soldiers who accompanied Yiluo retaliated fiercely after finding suitable cover. With Yiluo drawing the pirates' fire, they managed to eliminate 2 of the adversaries before the remaining pirates regained their composure and began to exchange fire with the ordinary Navy soldiers. However, the disparity in numbers and weaponry quickly turned the tide against them. Meanwhile, Yiluo closed in on the bald pirate, smiling as he remarked, "Are you a fool? Firing your weapons only alerts the Navy and the town that there is trouble." Seizing the moment as Red Wolf Weiss was momentarily taken aback, Yiluo channeled his inner strength into his hand and struck directly at the pirate's chest. Scoundrel! Red Wolf Weiss, unable to react in time, raised his knife in a desperate attempt to block the incoming blow. With a resounding crack, Weiss's weapon was shattered by Yiluo's punch, sending him flying several meters away. He struggled briefly on the ground before falling still. Signal for Colonel Tina, leave the injured behind, and those unhurt shall continue with me. Yiluo commanded after swiftly dispatching the remaining pirate henchmen. Yes, Following the skirmish, Yiluo had already established his authority among the troops. Having just emerged from the underground passage of the tavern at the foot of the mountain, Tina noticed the signal from the mountains and narrowed her eyes. "Advance at full speed," she ordered with a wave of her hand. Upon their arrival at the location where Yiluo had engaged the pirates, 2 lightly injured Navy soldiers had already lined up the pirate corpses in an orderly fashion. "Can anyone explain to Tina what transpired? Were you not supposed to search ahead? Why did you engage in combat? Where is Yiluo?" Tina inquired, her brow furrowing. She had explicitly instructed him not to act recklessly before their departure. The thought of him charging in alone could lead to disaster if the pirates had laid an ambush. Reporting, Colonel. The 2 remaining Navy soldiers swiftly relayed the events to Tina. "Very well, you shall remain here. The rest follow me," Tina replied, her expression stern and displeased. The main force had been ensnared by the enemy's stratagem, while Yiluo had seen through their plan and boldly confronted them, leaving Tina feeling somewhat embarrassed. As Yiluo traversed the formidable mountains, he beheld their objective, a band of armed pirates hastening towards the shore, where another pirate ship lay anchored. It was evident that they were too late. The adversaries had already made their preparations. Yiluo measured the distance between them, a frown etching his brow. Were it not for the encumbrance of the naval squadron, he could have pursued them single-handedly, even with that insufferable first mate obstructing his path. Yet, even if the pirates managed to escape, this venture at sea was not without its merits, after all. The recent defeat of that first mate had garnered him an additional 700 diamonds, though he lamented the absence of the substantial bounty. "Captain Yi, the pirates have boarded their ship. They are preparing to flee," a naval soldier called out, interrupting his contemplations of recent gains. As the leaves fell, Yiluo glanced over and observed that the pirates had boarded their ship. However, the pirate vessel did not venture far from the shoreline, navigating just a short distance away. "This is dire. Quickly, notify Colonel Tina. This group of pirates intends to assault our warship." In but a fleeting moment, Yiluo discerned the pirates' intent. Indeed, these marauders appeared to be executing a strategy of timing, planning to exploit the moment when the Navy disembarked to search for them, while simultaneously maneuvering another pirate ship around from the mountains to confront us head-on and directly sink our defenseless warship. The communications officer stood in a daze, holding the telephone bug, uncertain how to report the situation. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Yiluo swiftly seized the Din Mushi, his voice laced with urgency as he implored. "Please, answer the call." His anxiety was palpable. The island was not expansive, and should this band of pirates succeed, their naval contingent would find themselves ensnared upon this very isle. "Is it Colonel Tina? This is Yiluo," he exclaimed the moment the connection was established. The Din Mushi appeared to have been briefly transferred, and then Tina's voice resonated through. "This is Tina. Yiluo, what have you discovered?" "Colonel, the pirates are concealing a ship behind the mountain. It seems they intend to use it to assault our currently vulnerable warship." Yiluo's expression grew serious as he conveyed the information directly. "What?" Tina's tone brimmed with indignation, feeling underestimated by the pirates. "Yiluo, keep your eyes on the pirate ship and follow them along the coastline. I will return to the warship immediately, but do not alert them." The Din Mushi vividly mimicked Tina's furious demeanor. "Understood." Yiluo nodded in response. Yiluo perceived that Tina's response earlier epitomized the exceptional capabilities expected of a naval commander. Upon learning of the opponent's movements, she promptly made the necessary arrangements. "You shall return along the original route directly to the warship. I will monitor the coastline for the pirates myself. I will take the transponder snail to ensure I can contact Colonel Tina at any moment." After hanging up, Yiluo addressed the members of his squad. The communications officer appeared somewhat conflicted. According to protocol, the transponder snail was not to leave the communications officer's side. However, given the current situation, he understood that accompanying Yiluo would only be a burden, thus his indecision. Initially, such a squad was not meant to include a communications officer. Perhaps Tina was aware of Yiluo's connection with Carp, which is why she had dispatched him. "Rest assured, I will explain to Colonel Tina afterwards. And if there are any repercussions, I shall bear them." Yiluo discerned the communications officer's apprehension and patted his shoulder reassuringly. The communications officer, feeling somewhat awkward, scratched his head and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Captain Yi." After parting ways with the squad, Yiluo accelerated to his maximum speed. Although he had yet to master the art of lightness, his movement had become remarkably swift due to the infusion of his inner strength. He soon approached the coastline but refrained from venturing out, opting instead to conceal himself. Simultaneously, Tina, having received Yiluo's warning, hurried back with the main force while contacting the naval personnel stationed on the warship, remaining vigilant for any sudden pirate assaults. "Colonel Tina, the pirates have reached their designated location and are now likely observing the personnel left aboard the warship." Yiluo, hidden in the shadows, reported the situation to Tina while monitoring the pirates' movements. "Excellent. Keep a close watch on them. Should they exhibit any signs of retreat, immediately inform me." Tina commanded from the cabin, gazing out at the calm sea. Just moments ago, they had arrived at the warship before the pirates and had already readied their defenses, waiting for the pirates to take the bait. "Report, Colonel. We have sighted the pirate ship, and it is approaching us. Soon, a naval officer came to inform Tina. After a moment's contemplation, she instructed, raise anchor and slowly retreat, enticing the pirates to pursue. If they remained completely unresponsive, the pirates might suspect something amiss. Now that they had detected the pirates, the personnel aboard the warship would naturally prioritize self-preservation before calling for help. Indeed, upon noticing the warship's apparent intention to flee, the pirate ship abruptly accelerated toward the naval vessel. Excellent. Once within range, fire immediately and steer toward the pirate ship. A slight smile graced Tina's lips as she observed the pirates taking the bait. The naval personnel swiftly entered battle mode. Meanwhile, Yi Luo, hiding along the coast, watched the approaching pirate ship and suddenly realized he had forgotten something crucial. As the warship's cannons opened fire on the pirate vessel, Yi Luo's eyes widened in shock as he shouted, "Damn it! My diamonds!" If the pirate ship were to be sunk just like that, the bounty would no longer be his, and although he had never attempted it before, for someone like Yi Luo, who was in dire need of diamonds, experimenting with 500 diamonds was an extravagant luxury. At that moment, Yi Luo observed the pirate ship attempting to flee under the warship's firepower. He wished he could fly over. But even though the two vessels were not far from the coastline, by the time he swam there, it would likely be too late. Damn it. Wasn't it agreed that I would deal with the pirate captain? What happened to trust between people? Yi Luo cursed Tina, feeling like a headless chicken as he flitted about aimlessly. Boom. At last, the pirate ship was struck by a cannon fired from the advancing warship. Although it did not sink immediately, it had lost its chance to escape. Forget it. With great effort, Yi Luo spotted a small wooden boat. Seeing the pirate ship take a hit, he disregarded all caution and paddled furiously toward the vessel, hoping to capture the lone wolf, Jax, before it sank. Look, isn't that Captain Yi? What's he doing? The Navy personnel also noticed Yi Luo rowing toward the pirates. Could it be? Tina mused, watching Yi Luo row with determination, exhaling a puff of smoke. Boom. You scoundrel, stop right now. The warship, now increasingly close to the pirate vessel, struck it once more. Pirates aboard began jumping overboard to escape, and Yi Luo, feeling increasingly frantic, cursed silently. However, the wooden boat's speed was limited, and he feared he would miss the final opportunity to reap the rewards. One more hit, and let Tina sink that wretched pirate ship. Everyone else, prepare to rescue the overboard pirates. Leave no pirate behind. Tina commanded from the deck, her spirit radiant and commanding. Thanks to her adept command, the Navy had nearly captured the wolf pack pirates with minimal cost, leaving her in high spirits. As for Yi Luo, who was still struggling in the water, she had cast him from her mind. The sailors aboard the ship promptly sprang into action. Thus, when Yi Luo finally arrived, the pirate ship had completely sunk, and the primary captains were already apprehended aboard the warship. Although some minor pirates may have seized the chaos to escape underwater, the Navy was no longer concerned. Colonel Tina, wasn't it agreed that I would capture the pirate captain? Upon climbing aboard the warship, Yi Luo questioned Tina with a grim expression. Are you questioning Tina? Tina took a puff of her smoke, regarding Yi Luo with keen interest. I wouldn't dare. Yi Luo glared at Tina, his demeanor betraying no hint of fear despite his words. Rest assured, in the report, Tina will accurately record your contributions, and since you had previously agreed, the capture of the pirate captain will also be credited to you. Tina replied with an understanding expression. So, she believed Yi Luo was merely upset about his accomplishments being overlooked. As for accolades, I care not. What of the pirate captain Jax? Since he has been captured, I wish to challenge him. Surely, that is permissible? Yi Luo, still clinging to a glimmer of hope, made his request to Tina. Tina regarded Yi Luo with curiosity. Could it be that his urgency in rowing over was not due to concerns over his accolades, but rather his warrior spirit? She recollected Yi Luo's previous challenges against the naval officers and realized that he might simply be a battle fanatic. Bring forth the lone wolf, Jax. Having come to a realization, Tina nodded and promptly summoned the leader of the wolf pack pirates, Jax. Here, what weapon do you require? Do not hesitate. Yi Luo taunted as he personally unclasped Jax's handcuffs. Jax, initially believing his fate was sealed, was astonished to find himself pitted against the Navy soldiers. Licking his lips, he bore a bloodthirsty expression as he seized a knife from a nearby sailor and charged straight at Yi Luo without hesitation. Humph. Pathetic. This level of strength warrants a bounty of 55 million? In less than 10 minutes, the battle reached a decisive conclusion. Jax lay unconscious on the deck while Yi Luo had gained nothing but experience. He had not acquired a single diamond from Jax's 55 million bounty, leaving him exceptionally displeased. Well then, the matter is settled. His bounty was primarily due to the immense negative impact he caused, not reflective of his actual prowess. Now, let us return and attend to matters in the town. Upon seeing Jax unconscious, Tina explained briefly to Yi Luo and gestured for the Marines to carry him away. Sir, this matter requires reporting to headquarters. Tina's aide stepped forward and whispered to her. Regardless, we must first clear their bodies. I cannot simply leave them here, Tina remarked, cigarette in mouth, gazing at the deserted town on the nearby island. The aide sighed softly and turned to make the necessary arrangements. Yi Luo was utterly perplexed. struggling to comprehend their words. The notorious wolf pack pirate crew, led by Yi Laoda, had mercilessly slaughtered the entire population of the small town, leaving a grim heap of corpses in the town's center, sparing neither the elderly nor the children. Noticing Yi Luo's confusion, a naval officer pulled him aside and whispered an explanation. "What?" Yi Luo exclaimed in shock. Though he had harbored suspicions, he had refrained from drawing conclusions. For such actions would yield no benefit for the pirate crew. It was far more advantageous to keep the villagers alive to serve them. Akin to the village where Yi Luo once resided, where, under pirate rule, one could simply pay to avoid unwarranted slaughter. Furthermore, the world government would undoubtedly seek to conceal such atrocities, as the repercussions would be dire. Thus, the bodies in the island would likely be disposed of. The naval officer, recognizing this was Yi Luo's first encounter with such horrors, spoke in a hushed tone, his expression unwavering. Yi Luo abruptly turned his head to face the Navy, incredulously asking, "Why?" Although he was aware, while watching anime, that such occurrences were commonplace for the world government, experiencing it firsthand left him somewhat incredulous. Lives had been lost, and not even the chance for a proper burial was afforded. It was truly excessive. Because the world government requires stability, and the world needs peace. I have no choice but to act this way. If you find this unacceptable, then eradicate all the pirates, and such events will cease to exist, Tina remarked, casually smoking as she approached. Yi Luo gritted his teeth, refraining from voicing a rebuttal, even though he was acutely aware that while the pirates were indeed culpable, the inaction of the world government, which sought merely to conceal and whitewash the truth, was inextricably linked to the situation. However, engaging in a dispute with Tina held no value in the present moment, so Yi Luo turned away and returned to his cabin to rest. "Colonel." The Navy officer who had conversed with Yi Luo seemed inclined to offer explanations, but was interrupted by Tina's dismissive gesture. "Let him rest on the ship. I can understand such matters," Tina remarked, her demeanor reflecting a sense of satisfaction rather than discontent towards Yi Luo's actions. Before long, all the Navy personnel, save for Yi Luo, congregated in the town's center, where the lifeless bodies of the villagers were amassed. The Navy operated in solemn silence, meticulously transporting and arranging the corpses. "Tina, it is ready," Tina's aide reported, his voice heavy as he surveyed the rows of bodies draped in white cloth. "Wait." Just as Tina was poised to issue orders, Yi Luo approached, accompanied by the leader of the wolf pack pirates, Jax. "Yi Luo, what are you doing?" Jax was among those specifically summoned to be taken back. The foreboding intuition of Tina's aide prompted her to speak out, attempting to prevent Yi Luo from proceeding with Jax. Yi Luo glanced at the silent Tina beside him, chuckling softly before disregarding his subordinate. He turned and delivered a sharp kick to Jax, sending him sprawling to the ground. "Demon, your crimes cannot be absolved by death. The lives of so many innocent citizens. Today, I shall take your head to honor them." Jax, lying on the ground, cackled madly. "Huh? They are but worthless peasants. They should consider it an honor to be part of my bounty. Stubborn fool, repent in hell." With a swift stroke of his blade, Yi Luo executed the leader of the wolf pack pirates, the lone wolf Jax. Following Jax's demise, the gaze of the Navy soldiers towards Tina was tinged with a peculiar blend of admiration and concern. Now that the deed is done, there is no need for hesitation. "You could learn a thing or two from Smoker," Tina remarked, taking a drag from her cigarette with a smile. "But Colonel, the orders from above were to bring the entire wolf pack crew back to Justice Island for trial," the subordinate replied, his expression darkening. "Jax, the lone wolf, resisted fiercely and was slain in battle by Yi Luo. That is sufficient. Now, go and bury the villagers on the hillside, then leave." Tina waved her hand, decisively concluding the matter. Once the tasks were completed, as the naval ship departed the small island, it unleashed a barrage of cannon fire that engulfed the entire town. The once peaceful and serene locale was transformed into a desolate ruin. This was the order of the world government. Annihilation was the best means to obscure all evidence. Days later, Tina led the ship back to naval headquarters. In stark contrast to the eager Yi Luo who had set out, he returned in a more somber mood. During the return journey, Yi Luo refrained from challenging the officers. Under the pretense of fearing the pirates might escape, he mercilessly beat the imprisoned pirates to near death. Day after day, the Navy personnel watched in concern, not out of pity for the pirates' fates, but rather in fear that Yi Luo might inadvertently kill one of them and face punishment. Throughout this voyage, the camaraderie between Yi Luo and the crew blossomed, as his formidable prowess was matched by his humility. Thus, the soldiers were eager to engage him in conversation, even seeking his guidance, including the officers. Additionally, when Yi Luo dispatched Jax, the system unexpectedly rewarded him with 500 diamonds. Yi Luo was baffled. He had only received experience points for defeating him. So why was he granted diamonds upon executing him? This had never occurred before. Nonetheless, such matters were not Yi Luo's primary concern, for with the 700 diamonds from the wolf pack's first mate, he had amassed a total of 200 diamonds from this voyage, a veritable windfall. Coupled with his prior 700 diamonds, he had enough for a tenfold draw from the shop. On the first day of his return, Yi Luo quietly indulged in a tenfold draw. "Congratulations, host." You have obtained a life potion. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the basic movement technique, water walking. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the basic movement technique, grass flying. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a white equipment spear. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a large dish of chicken. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the basic technique manual, Luohan Fist. Congratulations, host. You have received a set of white equipment cloth armor. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the advanced technique manual, 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a bag of rice. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a chi replenishing pill. As the tenfold draw concluded, Yi Luo's focus was entirely captured by the resplendent advanced technique manual, 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms. While he had anticipated something exceptional, the reality of such a remarkable item made his heart race uncontrollably. Calm down, calm down. How splendid this world is, yet here I am, so irritable. This will not do. Calm down, what nonsense. Yi Luo abandoned his self-soothing attempts and directly utilized the exquisite-looking 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms manual. Host does not meet the usage requirements. Usage failed. The system's frigid voice brought Yi Luo back to reality, tempering his excitement. The advanced technique manual, originally known as 18 Palms of the Dragon Subduing, was simplified and perfected by Xiao Feng, who integrated the essence of his sworn brother Su Zhu Shio School's Tianshan Luang Palm. It had been passed down through generations of the beggar gang. The user requirements were strength, 300, inner strength, 100. Upon thoroughly reviewing the manual and comparing it with his own attributes, Yi Luo realized that both his strength and energy had just recently surpassed 100, leaving him significantly short of the 300 strength requirement. Damn it all. Yi Luo was at his wit's end. After all the effort to secure an advanced manual, he found himself unable to learn it, and the staggering strength requirement of 300 meant he would be unable to acquire it for the foreseeable future. At that moment, Yi Luo finally took the time to examine the other items he had drawn in the tenfold draw. 2 basic movement manuals and 1 basic technique manual. These were all quite decent acquisitions. The life potion and chi replenishing pill were items for recovering health and energy in the game, possessing miraculous healing properties in reality. As for the remaining food and equipment, Yi Luo felt no inclination to complain. While the food could restore some stamina in emergencies, the white equipment was as inconsequential to him as stones on the roadside. After organizing his gains, he promptly learned the 3 basic manuals. For the remainder of the journey, apart from honing his new skills, Yi Luo found solace in tormenting the pirates to alleviate his mood. Colonel Tina, thank you for your care during this time. I shall take my leave now. Upon returning to the naval headquarters, Yi Luo deliberately sought out Tina. Though there was some unpleasantness, he understood that the situation was not entirely her fault. Tina merely nodded lightly, offering no words as she departed. Yi Luo, I hear you achieved quite a bit during this mission. Perhaps your promotion notice will arrive in a few days. Upon returning to the naval headquarters, Yi Luo first reported to his superior, Major Branu. It seemed the latter was already aware of his performance. Thank you, sir. Do I still need to participate in training today? Yi Luo smiled, unconcerned. No need. Having participated in a mission, you can rest in the dormitory for 3 days. It's customary. Resume training after 3 days. Branu was perpetually engrossed in paperwork at his desk, seemingly oblivious to Yi Luo's presence during work hours. 3 days later, as Yi Luo began his training, Major Branu presented him with a promotion order, elevating him 3 ranks to corporal. Yi Luo was now considered an officer, and his dormitory was reassigned to a small private room. Your promotion to corporal is largely thanks to Colonel Tina's efforts. While we all recognize your strength, the Navy values contributions, so take your time. I believe you will have no trouble advancing to the rank of lieutenant in the future. Branu smiled as he handed the new appointment to Yi Luo. Yes, thank you, Major. After Leaf departed from the formalities, he proceeded to the supply office to collect the uniform of a sergeant. This voyage not only marked a promotion in rank, but also rewarded him with numerous merits. These merits could be exchanged for valuable items at the supply office, including the elusive sea stone and the fabled devil fruits. However, with his current standing, Leaf could only hope for slightly superior weaponry at best. During the subsequent days, apart from his rigorous training, Leaf actively sought challenges from naval officers. In the absence of sea missions, he either trained or engaged in duels, gradually building a reputation within the naval headquarters. One fine morning, while practicing the Zixia divine skill, an unexpected visitor appeared before Leaf. Old man Carp, what brings you here? Leaf inquired, somewhat indifferent to Carp's earlier neglect after bringing him to the naval headquarters. After all, one must rely on oneself. I came to assess your progress. Carp, who had initially been smiling, suddenly launched an attack at Leaf. What the? Leaf swiftly executed a technique, narrowly evading Carp's strike with the aid of his inner strength. Ah, not bad, little one. It seems I need to take this seriously. Carp was taken aback by Leaf's agility, chuckling as he removed his justice cloak. 10 minutes later, Carp left with a hearty laugh. What is up with that old fool? Just came to give me a beating? Leaf pondered, sprawled on the ground, utterly bewildered. From that day forth, Carp frequently sought out Leaf. Initially, Their interactions were merely sparring sessions, but gradually, Karp began imparting combat techniques during their duels. Leaf, no longer oblivious, recognized that Karp was genuinely teaching him. Consequently, he took the opportunity to inquire about his training doubts, and eventually, Karp crafted a personalized training regimen for Leaf, propelling his strength to new heights. 2 years later, at the Naval Headquarters Supply Office, the officer in charge was counting inventory while instructing a nearby sailor. Go notify Colonel Leaf that the sea stone he requested has arrived. Yes, sir. It seems the colonel intends to convert the warship's prison into a sea stone facility. Right? I heard he faced criticism for bringing back a devil fruit user submerged in seawater, which prompted the approval of his request. The sailor, after saluting, inquired curiously. The officer shot him a glance, stop prying and get to work. At last, the awaited news arrived. Leaf awoke from his training upon receiving the notification from the supply office, stretching lazily. Colonel, the sea stone you requested has arrived. Do you need assistance with its installation? The communications officer addressed Leaf with respect. Thank you, but since there are no sea missions lately, I've become rather lethargic. Please just load it onto the ship for me. Leaf nodded with a smile. Understood. I'll take my leave now. The communications officer bowed and departed from Leaf's modest abode, which had transformed into a quaint little courtyard, a reward for his contributions. Hey, Leaf. It's already noon, and you haven't started cooking? Karp bellowed jovially as he entered. Ever since Leaf began preparing meals in his new residence, Karp had taken to dropping by at meal times, claiming it was too lonely for Leaf to dine alone. Sure thing, I'll get right on it. Leaf, too lazy to argue, reflected on Karp's audacity, a testament to their family's robust lineage, reminiscent of Luffy from the anime. So, little Leaf, what do you think of the girl I introduced you to? Karp asked, his demeanor overly familiar as he trailed Leaf into the kitchen, a sly expression on his face. Did you even dare to ask? I nearly got killed, you know? Leaf's face darkened as he retorted. Karp, feeling guilty for his frequent visits, had attempted to lure Leaf with promises of beautiful, kind, and powerful companions. The first introduction was to Admiral Tina, who was indeed stunning. But the entire Navy was aware of her connection with Smoker. Although they were not together at the moment, Leaf would never dream of stealing someone else's love. After some reflection, Karp introduced another woman. This time Leaf was left utterly terrified by her mere self-introduction. It was Peach Rabbit Huajia, a current Rear Admiral at Naval Headquarters. Yes, you read that correctly. She was poised to become a future admiral and was Karp's peer. Moreover, she was the sister of Admiral Crane, not by blood, but by bonds akin to sisterhood. Leaf speculated that Karp had avoided visiting recently due to a stern reprimand from Crane. After all, she and Karp, along with the current Fleet Admiral Sengoku, were contemporaries in the Navy. Thus, Karp would undoubtedly kneel before her. Haha, I thought Huajia was quite impressive and beautiful. Karp feigned innocence. Indeed, but currently, I wouldn't stand a chance against her. Leaf rolled his eyes in response. Both women were revered figures within the Naval Headquarters. And should Leaf dare to act inappropriately, he would surely face the wrath of their many admirers. Not to mention, fellow Rear Admiral Chadog was among Huajia's suitors. Given Leaf's current prowess, a confrontation with Chadog would likely end in defeat. By the way, has Fleet Admiral Sengoku approved my application to guard the Grand Line? And could you refrain from picking your nose in the kitchen? Leaf inquired, casting a disapproving glance at Karp, who was obliviously digging away. Huh? You submitted another application? Karp exclaimed, suddenly serious. Yes, I suspect you've been whispering ill of me to Sengoku, which is why he keeps rejecting my requests. Just so I can remain here cooking for you. So, I took the liberty of approaching the Admiral myself. Leaf shot a knowing glance at Karp, who appeared flustered. What? It was me. I didn't do anything. Karp fervently denied, his expression betraying him. Had Leaf possessed the strength to contend with Karp, he would have relished the opportunity to teach the shameless old man a lesson. Kid, don't be so impulsive. What is so great about guarding out there? Staying here at headquarters is far better, I senti it. Karp dismissed Leaf's concerns, casually flicking away the remnants from his nose, adopting a tone of feigned concern. As Yuluo observed Karp's movements, his forehead furrowed with frustration, and he suppressed his anger, addressing Karp with urgency. Leave the kitchen at once, before I am compelled to eject you. The youth of today truly lack respect for their elders. Karp shook his head, adopting a demeanor of mock defiance, and exited the kitchen. In truth, Yi Luo's training at the Navy headquarters over the past 2 years had greatly benefited from Karp's guidance. His physical prowess had improved significantly, rendering him a transformed individual. Although Karp had never insisted that Yi Luo refer to him as master, Yi Luo had long since acknowledged him as such in his heart. Why is it again stir-fried chicken and mapo tofu? What happened to that delightful pickled fish you prepared last time? That is the kind of dish befitting someone of my age. Karp commented, eyeing the food Yi Luo presented while simultaneously indulging in it. Could you possibly pause your eating while making such remarks? It diminishes your credibility. Yi Luo, bearing a third dish, gazed at Karp, who was already smeared with sauce, and found himself at a loss for words. Haha, you would be wasting your talent if you did not pursue a career as a chef. These dishes are utterly delectable. After trying it once, Sengoku has been unable to forget it, yet he is too proud to come here for a meal. Karp laughed heartily, taking a sip of the drink Yi Luo offered. The Marshal is a paragon for the entire fleet. Naturally, he differs from you. After 2 years at the Navy headquarters, Yi Luo's perspective on Sengoku and the Navy had transformed entirely from his initial impressions. Throughout these 2 years, Yi Luo had faced his share of failures during missions, including a harrowing incident where his superior perished at the hands of pirates. Were it not for timely rescue and his awakening of Haki in a critical moment, Yi Luo himself might have met a similar fate. Gradually, he began to comprehend the significance of the Navy in this world, as well as Karp's profound disdain for the celestial dragons and his refusal to ascend to the rank of admiral, choosing instead to remain within the Navy. He also understood why so many justice-minded Navy personnel continued their service despite uncovering the darker secrets of the world government. Because this world cannot afford to be without the Navy. The anime portrays events from Luffy's perspective, which naturally aligns everyone with the pirates. However, in this reality, Yi Luo believed it more fitting to refer to individuals like Luffy and Ace as adventurers rather than pirates. Pirates are those who, driven by self-interest and ulterior motives, disregard the well-being of others, much like Doflamingo and Crocodile. In a few days, I shall commence my vacation. Would you care to accompany me back to the East Blue? You hail from there as well, do you not? Karp inquired casually, taking another sip of his drink. You are returning to the East Blue? Yi Luo questioned as he served the final dish of pickled fish. Knowing Karp's fondness for this dish, Yi Luo had ensured it was prepared in advance. Despite Karp's occasional unreliability, the physical training Yi Luo received over the past 2 years had been directly imparted by Karp, and thus, Yi Luo's respect for him remained unwavering. Yes, my little grandson has reached the age to set sail, and I feel a tinge of concern. I wish to visit and see how he fares. Karp nodded in affirmation. Are you referring to Luffy? He has indeed reached the age to embark on his journey, Yi Luo remarked with a sense of awe. Following the Navy's unsuccessful invitation to Ace to become a warlord, and Ace's subsequent enlistment in the Whitebeard Pirates as the 2nd Division commander, Yi Luo sensed that Luffy's departure was imminent. Indeed, I cannot allow him to set out as a pirate any longer. Had it not been for Shanks enticing the young Luffy, he would never have clamored to become the Pirate King. Karp's tone turned serious when mentioning Shanks, his presence inadvertently exuding an air of authority. Yi Luo chuckled softly as he filled Karp's empty cup with wine. He was no longer the inexperienced young lad who had just set sail. He remained unfazed by Karp's imposing presence. In that case, allow me to accompany you. I, too, wish to meet the little Luffy you constantly speak of. After all, I suppose I can consider myself one of his elder brothers now. With a smile, Yi Luo poured himself a generous glass of wine and continued. Ha ha ha. Karp laughed heartily as he drank the wine Yi Luo had poured for him, before quietly picking up his chopsticks to enjoy his meal, tacitly acknowledging Yi Luo's claim of being Luffy's brother. Yi Luo realized that Karp must have recalled Ace. Recently, during a mission, Yi Luo encountered Ace. Although their positions differed, Yi Luo harbored his own sense of justice and plans. Thus, their interaction resembled a reunion of old friends, filled with conversation and camaraderie. Yet, at that time, Yi Luo was on a mission at sea, so their amicable gathering did not go unnoticed by many in the Navy. Upon returning to headquarters, Sengoku even summoned Yi Luo for an inquiry. Yi fell without concealment, recounting his encounter with Ace after setting sail and how he arrived at the Navy headquarters. Subsequently, Sengoku merely waved him off, admonishing him to sever ties with pirates henceforth. Yi Luo is aware that the Warring States period had long since discerned the connection between Ace and Garp. However, whether they now comprehend Ace's true identity remains a topic of debate. After finishing his meal, Garp briefly mentioned their departure time to Yi Luo before taking his leave. Yi Luo, come out quickly. Having tidied up, Yi Luo had barely settled when he heard the call from outside. What is going on? Didn't we discuss everything today? Yi Luo scratched his head and stepped out of the small courtyard. Have you finished lunch? How about training with me this afternoon? Don't refuse. I only came to find you after watching Vice Admiral Garp leave. A woman, with a curvaceous figure, a sword at her waist, and a spider tattoo adorning her thigh, cheerfully addressed Yi Luo. Yi Luo experienced a slight toothache, aware that the other party had anticipated every possible outcome, even concocting reasons for rejection. Sister, your insistence places me in a most difficult position, Yi Luo lamented, his expression reflecting his helplessness. Though Yi Luo and Shine's acquaintance stemmed from the chaos instigated by Karp, Yi Luo's reputation within the Navy had reached Shine's ears. Otherwise, she would not have consented to meet him. Rest assured, it is merely a straightforward training session. Nothing untoward will occur, Shine reassured, adjusting the golden kintaro at her waist. Indeed, the one seeking out Yi Luo was none other than the esteemed Peach Rabbit Shine. As the leaves fell, Yi Luo shrugged his shoulders, observing Ji Yuan feigning ignorance. He decided against revealing the matter. Each time, Ji Yuan sought him for training. The following day, Jia Ji would come looking for Yi Luo to spar, a recurring event that left Yi Luo doubting Ji Yuan's awareness of it. Let's go? I need to finish training with you early. I haven't completed my own cultivation for today, Yi Luo remarked, his enthusiasm waning. He found himself unable to surpass Ji Yuan, rendering any combat experience futile, thus dampening his spirits. After finishing their training in the afternoon, Yi Luo returned home and opened the system, gazing at the mere 9,000 diamonds within, a source of frustration. Over the past 2 years, apart from the initial 10 consecutive draws that yielded the advanced technique manual, the 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms, he had tirelessly embarked on missions, amassing only 4 opportunities for 10 consecutive draws, yet he had not acquired anything worthwhile. Reluctantly, he halted the draws and focused on leveling up his 3 fundamental skills to their advanced maximum, which cost him 16,000 diamonds, perpetually keeping his diamond assets below the 100,000 mark. The high-tier manuals and unparalleled martial arts in the shop had become a distant dream. As for his level, he remained stuck at level 19, indicating he had yet to complete the 3rd phase of the main quest. However, he had already mastered the advanced foundational skills, leaving him to ponder the potential rewards of the 3rd phase. Should it involve advanced foundational skill books, he would suffer a significant loss. Fortunately, thanks to Carp, Yi Luo had proficiently mastered the 6 forms, and both the armament haki and observation haki had successfully awakened. Yet, he had not awakened the Conqueror's haki, the reason for which remained a mystery. Whether it was due to a lack of talent or some other factor, he chose not to dwell on it, believing that such matters should unfold naturally without undue pressure. Moreover, as his life points increased, the value of restorative foods and potions, such as chicken legs and life potions, began to surpass their in-game designations. Theoretically, as long as his opponent could not eliminate him in one blow, he could continuously recover his stamina and health through these restorative items, achieving an indestructible existence. However, after conducting trials against Carp, he discovered that this notion was indeed fanciful. Continuous consumption led to a necessary interval for even stamina-restoring foods like chicken legs, as indicated by the cooldown period within the game, during which he could not utilize similar items or potions. Yet, despite not attaining invincibility, his true combat prowess saw a significant increase, especially regarding his training in body refinement, agility, and secret techniques, effectively doubling his productive training time. The following morning, Huajia arrived as promised. I must ask, brother, are you not exhausted? It's always the same. First, dealing with that sister, and then you the next day, Yi Luo remarked, his expression one of exasperation as he gazed at Huajia's playful countenance. Am I to abandon my pride? Even if just for the sake of appearances. I must seek you out, Huaji retorted nonchalantly. Pride? You still cling to that? Count how many times you've been turned down by Ji Yuan. Yi Luo exclaimed in frustration. Normally, he would not speak so bluntly. After all, Huaji was a rear admiral, and his prowess was evident. Thus, he felt a twinge of regret after his words escaped. You scoundrel, I knew you all looked down on me behind my back. Huaji replied, visibly angered. Please, if I truly looked down on you, would I engage in this conversation? Yi Luo waved his hand dismissively, kicking a barrel of liquor at Huaji. Huaji paused for a moment, then chuckled resignedly. Well, I was merely feigning anger to compel you to fight with all your might. He continued, in a few days, I'll be returning to the East Sea with the old man, and when I return, we shall spar earnestly. Yi Luo smiled, taking a hearty swig of liquor. Over the past 2 years at the Navy headquarters, he had not mastered much else, but he had certainly become reminiscent of a character from an anime when it came to drinking. All right, I look forward to our duel. Although you always pretend to be at a disadvantage, I can sense you're not giving your all. Huaji remarked softly, sipping his drink as well. As the leaves fell in silence, it was not that he lacked determination. Rather, the mastery of the 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms was a formidable challenge. The consumption of inner strength was exorbitant, bordering on the absurd. To date, he could only execute the first 5 strikes. By the 6th, his energy was nearly depleted. This was due to his training in the Zixia divine skill. Had he relied solely on the foundational techniques, even the initial 3 strikes would have posed a significant challenge. Except for a brief moment during an experiment with Carp involving a replenishing pill, he had yet to employ the 6th strike in actual combat. After dismissing Kaji, he ventured out once more, intending to bolster his experience by challenging the colonels, brigadiers, and major generals at headquarters before his departure. As for the lieutenant generals, he felt uncertain about his chances of victory and thus excluded them from his routine experience-gathering endeavors. Regarding officers below the rank of colonel, he chose to refrain from engaging. The experience gained was minimal, and it would tarnish his reputation to bully his subordinates. Days later, when Yi Luo boarded Carp's ship and set sail for the East Blue, the colonels, brigadiers, and major generals left behind at the naval headquarters erupted in jubilation. They celebrated at the tavern in town, relieved from the frequent defeats they had suffered at Yi Luo's hands. Thus, the most delighted by Yi Luo's voyage with Carp were indeed those remaining behind. Before long, Carp's ship arrived at the doldrums. The naval vessels, equipped with sea stone at their hulls, could safely traverse this windless expanse, making the journey from naval headquarters to the 4 seas via the doldrums. Time had flown. It had already been over 2 years since he had journeyed through the doldrums to reach the naval headquarters. Standing on the deck, gazing at the tranquil surface of the doldrums, Yi Luo could not help but reflect on this passage of time. Beside him, The aloof swordsman cast a sidelong glance at Yi Luo, but remained silent. Yi Luo smiled faintly. In the past, he was not a match for this individual, yet now, the tables had turned, and his opponent was no longer a challenge. Old man, upon reaching the East Sea, I will first visit Rog Town, and then make a trip back to my hometown. Are you heading directly back to Windmill Town? Where shall we convene? Yi Luo inquired as he returned to the cabin, addressing Carp, who was indulging in a donut. It was rather perplexing that the old man had taken it upon himself to challenge some record for donut consumption. Did such a record truly exist in this world, or had the old man fabricated it? Ah, then I shall return to Windmill Town first and remain there until the end of the holiday. Just come find me in Windmill Town when the time comes, Carp replied, stifling a yawn and sounding rather lethargic. As the leaves fell, Yi Luo pouted slightly. Despite having been in this world for quite some time, he recalled that Kapu had not encountered Luffy this time. Well, if I cannot find you in Windmill Town, let us rendezvous at Log Town. Do not forget. Yi Luo nodded, choosing to disregard Kapu, for this old man was notoriously unreliable concerning such mundane matters. He spoke before the aloof swordsman, intending for him to remind Kapu later. They traversed the doldrums without incident, and the dog-headed ship appeared in the East Sea. Along the way, they encountered a merchant vessel bound for Log Town. After exchanging pleasantries with the captain, Yi Luo decided to board the merchant ship for their journey, while Kapu's dog-headed vessel headed straight for Windmill Town. Admiral, we are approximately a day's journey from Log Town, the captain of the merchant ship said with a hint of deference. Is it truly so slow? Yi Luo furrowed his brow in response. The naval warships, with their superior mobility and firepower, were incomparable to ordinary pirate ships, let alone such small commercial vessels. Ah, I apologize. The cargo on board is quite substantial, which has slowed our progress, the captain replied, visibly anxious. He feared that any dissatisfaction from Yi Luo would spell disaster for them. Not to worry. It is a fine opportunity to enjoy the scenery along the way. By the way, how's the security in the East Sea these days? Is Log Town still as it once was? Grateful for the absence of pressing matters, Yi Luo engaged the captain in conversation. Although the East Sea has earned a reputation as the weakest of oceans, our security is among the finest across the seas. There are few pirates with bounties exceeding 10 million, and under the governance of Admiral Smoker, Log Town has become even safer and more peaceful. The captain smiled, eager to share favorable news with Yi Luo. After a while, noticing Yi Luo's waning interest in conversation, the perceptive captain took his leave. Jester Buggy, Dragon, Pirate Admiral Creek, and the supposedly deceased Kuro. I believe these are the only few in the East Sea with bounties exceeding 10 million, correct? Yi Luo pondered, stroking his chin. Yi Luo had transformed significantly. The bounty of over 10 million was no longer a compelling reason for him to traverse the East Sea. He planned to visit Log Town to reminisce with Smoker before returning to his hometown, where, as a colonel in the Navy headquarters, he could establish a base for better protection of the villagers. Should he encounter those pirates on his return journey, he would not mind taking action, especially since even Buggy had a bounty of 1,500,000 berries. A day later, Yi Luo stood at the entrance of the Log Town Navy base, overwhelmed with emotion. Hello, may I inquire about your business at the Navy base? After standing at the entrance for some time, Yi Luo finally attracted attention, and the voice sounded somewhat familiar. Oh, it is Sergeant Dasky. Yi Luo turned around to see Dasky adorned with the small night rain. Do you know me? Dasky appeared as oblivious as ever, her natural naivety evident. Have you forgotten an old friend? How disheartening. I hope Smoker remembers me. Yi Luo chuckled, shaking his head. You know her, and also know Admiral Smoker? This is puzzling, Dasky remarked, increasingly bewildered, as she did not recall Yi Luo. This was understandable, as Yi Luo had undergone considerable changes in physique and demeanor during his 2 years of training at the Navy headquarters. Colonel Yi Luo of the Navy headquarters, here to visit Admiral Smoker. I kindly request that you guide me, Sergeant Dasky. Yi Luo presented his credentials with a smile. Greetings, sir. Dasky, upon seeing the credentials, momentarily froze before promptly saluting, only to have the fruits she had just purchased tumble to the ground in a scattered mess. As the leaves fell, they adorned his dark hair, and one could only imagine how Smoker would perceive it, likely believing that he had bullied his alluring subordinate. What are you doing? A deep male voice resonated behind him, and from the tone alone, Yi Luo discerned that his ill-fated words had indeed come to fruition. Ah, Smoker. It has been quite some time. Yi Luo feigned a casual demeanor as he turned to greet him. You aren't using your rank as a major to intimidate my subordinates, are you? Smoker inquired with a skeptical gaze. How could that be? The lovely Lieutenant Tashiji is simply delightful. Yi Luo laughed heartily, attempting to mask his embarrassment. Yet, I've heard from Tina that ever since your promotion to major, you've been rather boastful before her. Smoker took a leisurely puff from his cigar, speaking with an air of nonchalance. Yi Luo's expression shifted as he noticed the change in Dasky's gaze towards him, as if she were silently questioning. So, this is the kind of person you are? Yasmo-go, you wouldn't be here to stand up for Tina, would you? Besides, do I really appear to be such a lewd individual? Yi Luo declared with an air of righteousness. The performance of Yi Luo remains exceptional, at the very least. The doubt in Daseki's gaze towards him has begun to surface. Don't you think so? Smoker remarked, his expression conveying that he considered Yi Luo to be precisely that sort of person. Am I? You're not. I am. You're not. The two stood at the entrance of the naval base, locked in a silent contest of wills, their eyes locked in a peculiar rivalry. Meanwhile, Daseki, who had already picked up some fruit, could no longer tolerate their childish antics and interrupted their standoff. What do you say? Shall we have a duel? Let us see if your 2 years at headquarters were spent in vain. Unable to withstand Yi Luo's provocation, Smoker spoke up directly. Sure. I happen to want to test whether you have improved compared to 2 years ago. Yi Luo countered without hesitation, although both held equivalent ranks. The system seemed to determine experience points based on strength, so as a Logia user, Smoker must have amassed considerable experience. At that moment, the Navy personnel from the road town base gathered to watch. On one side stood their commanding officer, the White Hunter Smoker, a user of the smoky fruit. On the other stood Yi Luo, a colonel from headquarters, his strength yet to be determined. Although Yi Luo hailed from the naval headquarters as Smoker's subordinate, they were all acutely aware of the formidable nature of Logia users. Furthermore, Smoker seemed to originate from the headquarters as well, and in the East Blue. He had yet to encounter an adversary. Don't say I'm not giving you face by allowing you 3 moves first, Yi Luo arrogantly declared to Smoker. Humph, we shall see if you have the capability, Smoker retorted. Nonetheless, 2 years prior, Yi Luo had already exhibited the ability to strike Logia entities. And after 2 years of cultivation, he likely wielded that skill with great proficiency. Smoker unleashed a burst of smoke from behind him, accelerating towards Yi Luo. His weapon, the Sea Prism Stone Tin Hands, had been requested from headquarters following his battle with Ace. Humph, such techniques are futile against me. Yi Luo's arm transformed, enveloped in a dark hue hockey. Indeed, you have mastered this ability. Smoker squinted, acknowledging the development. Of course, as a colonel of the headquarters. It would be strange not to master such skills, wouldn't it, Colonel Smoker? Yi Luo provocatively taunted, fully aware that Smoker had yet to grasp hockey. With a swift motion, Smoker transformed into a cloud of smoke, rushing towards Yi Luo with the intent to ensnare him within his smoky grasp. Humph, mere parlor tricks. As the leaves fell, the internal energy within Yi Luo flowed seamlessly, initiating the grass flying technique. Coupled with the grand and sweeping movements of the Luohan fist, he immediately compelled Smoker's physical form to manifest. Smoker, you rely too heavily on your devil fruit abilities. While your martial skills are commendable, they remain insufficient in my presence. With the system notification indicating the acquisition of experience, the sparring match between Yi Luo and Smoker came to an end. Rumor has it that you possess a technique capable of unleashing a dragon form. Why did you not employ it? Smoker inquired, his expression darkened. Although he had just suffered defeat, the fact that his opponent had not exerted his full strength left him somewhat unsettled. That technique demands an immense amount of energy, and I struggle to master it. We are merely sparring, not engaged in a life-or-death battle, Yi Luo replied, shaking his head. The elucidation provided by Yi Luo considerably improved Smoker's demeanor. However, he remained unaware that Yi Luo had already mastered the first 5 techniques of the dragon-subduing 18 palms. The only reason he refrained from employing them was due to a lack of necessity. Didn't you return with Vice Admiral Garp? What brings you alone to Lo Town? After their sparring session, despite losing face in front of his subordinates, Smoker felt obliged to host Yi Luo, leading him to the base cafeteria for lunch. My hometown is also in the East Blue. Having returned with the old man, I intend to pay a visit. By the way, there is something I would like to ask of you. I hope to establish a naval outpost in my hometown. Nothing elaborate, merely a point of presence will suffice, Yi Luo remarked while savoring his meal. Consider it a trivial matter. Smoker nodded in agreement. Additionally, I need to borrow a ship. I arrived on a merchant vessel, so I currently lack a means to return, Yi Luo said, patting his satisfied belly and raising his cup. Certainly, when do you plan to set sail? Smoker appeared slightly anxious. I was planning to depart tomorrow, but now that you mention it, I think I'll extend my stay. Is my presence unwelcome? Yi Luo teased, aware that Smoker felt somewhat awkward after having been bested in their earlier duel. He relished this mischievous dynamic. Having grown accustomed to the challenges he posed to others at the headquarters, and it had been quite some time since he had witnessed a similar expression from Smoker. On the morning of his departure a few days later, Yi Luo boarded the naval vessel that Smoker had lent him, the crew fully equipped and ready for action. Sergeant Dasky, do you think Smoker is still brooding over that defeat from our duel? Yi Luo inquired, standing on the deck, as Dasky appeared somewhat flustered. Smoker had not even come to see him off, merely sending Dasky in his stead. That's unlikely. Vice Admiral Smoker must have pressing duties. Dasky spoke, though even she seemed to doubt her own words. Very well, I will return the ship upon my return. Yi Luo shrugged and commanded the vessel to set sail. As Dasky watched the ship depart from the harbor, she finally exhaled in relief. She understood that Smoker was indeed quite concerned about the earlier contest. Originally, both she and Smoker were part of the main navy, but due to certain circumstances, Smoker had self-assigned to the East Blue, where the resources and conditions were nowhere near those of the main base. Thus, 2 years ago, when Yi Luo had been inferior to him, He could now easily defeat Smoker, which surely gnawed at Smoker's pride. Furthermore, it seemed that Yi Luo had been intentionally lingering around Smoker, exacerbating his agitation. Dasky feared that if Yi Luo did not depart soon, Smoker might resort to expelling him. After setting sail, Yi Luo took the opportunity to rest in the cabin. Given the ship's speed, he anticipated arriving at his hometown by the following afternoon. This was no longer the same as when he first set out to sea, drifting on a small wooden boat with the wind. The next afternoon, upon arriving at the harbor of his hometown, Yi Luo was left in a state of shock. The port, evidently ravaged by cannon fire, and the lack of any signs of human life struck him with disbelief. Send a message to Smoker, inquiring about what transpired on this island. The rest of you, follow me ashore. Yi Luo exhaled deeply, speaking with a grave tone. Understood. The only officer aboard, Corporal Wu, saluted. Anyone returning to their homeland to witness such devastation would undoubtedly be disheartened. Thus, Corporal Wu refrained from speaking further and promptly contacted the naval base in Lowtown using the ship's transponder snail. What a tragic scene. Yi Luo murmured as he walked through the ruins of his former town, his expression devoid of emotion. In just 2 years, the once tranquil and harmonious town had fallen into such decay. As Yi Luo strolled along, he surveyed the surroundings, suspecting an encounter with pirates. During his missions on the Grand Line, he had come across many such places, yet this time it was his hometown that had fallen victim. Report to Major General. We have established contact with Smoker. The communication officer gasped, rushing to Yi Luo's side. Speak, who has committed such a heinous crime? Yi Luo inquired, suppressing his fury. The Krieg pirates. Although the reasons remain unclear, I received word of the island being attacked by them shortly after assuming control of Rogu Town. By the time I arrived with my men, the situation was already dire. Smoker's voice came through the transponder snail, grave and steady. Ah, the Krieg pirates? Very well. However, Smoker, I noticed a scarcity of corpses on the island. What of the villagers? Yi Luo asked, a sardonic smile creeping onto his face as he gazed at the devastated town. Some villagers were indeed slain by the Krieg pirates, yet the majority sought refuge in caves, escaping the worst of it. I have arranged for them to start anew on a nearby island. Smoker replied calmly. Is that so? Thank you, Smoker. Yi Luo's anger subsided slightly at this news. I am not doing this for you. As a Marine, it is my duty. Smoker retorted through the transponder snail, evidently unimpressed by Yi Luo's gratitude. Nevertheless, I must express my appreciation. But tell me, is there not a nearby Marine division? Why did you, the commander of Rogu Town, need to come personally for assistance? If a nearby division could have responded promptly, the island would not have fallen so easily. Yi Luo pressed with a sharp smile. Smoker remained silent, offering no response. I understand. Yi Luo concluded with a smile before ending the call. On the other end, Smoker, infuriated by the abrupt disconnection, shouted. That bastard had the audacity to hang up on me. What does he know? The division's commander was not present at the base. He was out on patrol. Would he believe such a coincidence? Meanwhile, after hanging up, Yi Luo turned to the sergeant beside him and asked, which is the nearest division? Which division is it? Who is the highest ranking officer? Report, Major General, the nearest division is the 16th Division, under the command of Colonel Mouse. The sergeant replied hesitantly. The 16th Division? Colonel Mouse? That name sounds quite familiar, Yi Luo murmured thoughtfully, stroking his chin. As the leaves fell, Yi Luo closed his eyes. He was no longer the same person who had just arrived in this world. He had already familiarized himself with the entire map of the East Sea. His hometown, a quaint little island village, nestled close to the red earth continent, was the reason he had drifted toward Lowtown. In fact, just beyond his homeland lay Huajia village, a significant landmass in the East Sea, home to over 20 villages, all under the dominion of the Fishman pirate crew. With Huajia merely being one of those settlements where Nami resided. Let us proceed directly to the 16th Division, Yi Luo declared, his eyes opening with resolve. He had devised a plan for dealing with the cowardly and avaricious Mouse Colonel. Initially, he had pondered which division possessed such audacity to blatantly disregard the pirates, prompting Smoker to mobilize from the distant Lowtown for aid. However, realizing it was merely this timid Mouse Colonel made the situation significantly more manageable. Understood. The battleship accelerated toward the 16th Division. Meanwhile, as Yi Luo journeyed to his destination, Garp had already set sail, only to discover upon reaching Windmill Village that Luffy had already embarked on his adventure. After being reprimanded by the village chief for forgetting his grandson's birthday, Garp hurriedly set out in pursuit of Luffy. At that moment, Luffy had landed in Shell's Town with Kobe, where he encountered his first companion, the pirate hunter Zoro. Together, they wreaked havoc at the naval base in Shell's Town, defeating the corrupt Colonel Axehand Morgan, once a passionate young naval officer. Morgan's fate changed dramatically when he faced the cunning crocodile, leading to the demise of his entire crew. After suffering a crushing defeat, he was hypnotized by Crocodile's subordinate, Sogeking, into believing he had captured Crocodile himself. In this delusion, Morgan presented a fake crocodile to the Navy and subsequently rose to the rank of lieutenant in the 153rd Division. However, the hypnosis altered his character, making him arrogant and conceited, convinced that those in power were the greatest in the world. Consequently, he endeavored to ascend to the rank of colonel, becoming the de facto ruler of the 153rd Division in Shellstown. After defeating Morgan, Luffy pretended to be unfamiliar with Kobe to avoid entangling his friend in aspirations of becoming a naval officer. Kobe, realizing the ruse, remained behind with Morgan's son, Barumabur, to work at the naval base. The following day, Garp, chasing after Luffy, also landed in Shellstown, receiving a request from Lowtown to bring Axehand Morgan for justice. On that day, Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral, the legendary Marine Monkey D. Garp, solidified Morgan's infamous title as Axe God. This was a humorous moniker among Earth S fans, as Garp intentionally allowed himself to be struck by Morgan to test Kobe and Barumabur. Should pirates from the Grand Line or even the New World learn of this, they might genuinely revere Morgan as the Axe God, for the name of Iron Fist Garp was not earned lightly. With Kobe and Barumabur aboard his battleship, Garp sailed directly toward Logtown, fully aware that Luffy would inevitably pass through there, intending to ensnare him in his net. Meanwhile, Luffy, having crossed paths with the clown Buggy, met the thief Nami, who specialized in stealing from pirates. After dealing with Buggy, they encountered Crocodile, who had faked his death. Following a fierce battle, they brought Usopp aboard their ship. Before long, they stumbled upon Zoro's allies, the pirate hunters Johnny and Joseph, whom they rescued from scurvy. Ultimately, at the suggestion of the two, they altered their course toward the floating restaurant, Baratai. Upon reaching the 16th Division, Yiluo discovered that the Mouse Colonel was absent. According to reports from the naval personnel, the colonel had set out on a patrol, with his specific whereabouts unknown and requiring contact via a transponder snail. As the leaves fell, Yiluo refrained from revealing any intentions, mindful not to alert any snakes in the grass. He did not instruct the Navy of the 16th Division to contact Mouse, as he was uncertain whether these naval officers were complicit with him. After a period of contemplation aboard the warship, Yiluo first reached out to Smoker. Since locating Colonel Mouse proved futile, it seemed prudent to pursue the Krieg pirates instead. The Krieg pirates, you say? It was rumored that he had set sail for the Grand Line just days prior, thus leading Yiluo to the inevitable conclusion that he must venture there as well. Yiluo, where are you now? The commanding officer of the 16th Division, Colonel Mouse, was patrolling elsewhere and was not available for immediate assistance. On the other end of the transponder snail, Smoker spoke in a grave tone, concerned that Yiluo might instigate trouble for the 16th Division. Should he indeed resort to attacking the division, it would be akin to declaring war against the Navy itself. Yiluo pondered for a moment, refraining from answering Smoker, and instead inquired, "Are you familiar with that renowned maritime restaurant in the East Blue? The maritime restaurant? Baratai? Why do you ask?" Smoker responded with curiosity. As the highest-ranking Navy officer in the East Blue, he had indeed visited Baratai. Under normal circumstances, he would have readily divulged the information, but given the current situation, he found it perplexing why Yiluo would seek out a restaurant rather than pursue the Krieg pirates or Captain Mouse. "Just tell me." Yiluo's impatience was palpable. Though he was aware that Krieg would soon encounter Dracul Mihawk on the Grand Line and subsequently retreat to the East Blue, he could not ascertain the exact timing, necessitating swift action to prevent Mihawk from annihilating Krieg's remnants. Moreover, with the chaos instigated by Monkey D. Luffy, finding Krieg would soon be an impossibility. "Ask the sergeant aboard your ship. He has been there and knows the coordinates," Smoker suggested after a moment's contemplation. Realizing it would be unwise to offend Yiluo at this juncture, "Let us depart for Baratai." Yiluo decisively terminated the call and addressed the sergeant beside him. "Yes, sir." The sergeant saluted and promptly turned to command the ship towards Baratai. Fuming from being abruptly disconnected, Smoker muttered, "That scoundrel. He hung up on me again. I must notify the 16th Division to prepare." After contacting the division and learning that Yiluo had just departed without causing any disturbances, Smoker felt a modicum of relief. However, his unease persisted, prompting him to reach out to Vice Admiral Garp. Meanwhile, at Baratai, the proprietor, Chef Zeph, was absorbed in a book on the upper floor. Yet his demeanor hinted at an underlying restlessness. "What is this unsettling sensation?" he murmured to himself as he gazed out the window. Suddenly, a cannonball hurtled towards him, and despite his quick reflexes, he sustained injuries. The chaos erupted from a skirmish between Luffy and Navy Lieutenant Hachi, which inadvertently sent a naval cannonball crashing into Zeph's room. Shortly thereafter, the restaurant staff apprehended Luffy, while Hachi found himself embroiled in a conflict with Chef Sanji. As Luffy and Zeph haggled over the situation, Sanji fiercely assaulted Hachi, who was subsequently captured by the pirate known as Ghost Akin, though Akin managed to escape. However, weakened by hunger, he was swiftly defeated by the restaurant chef, Patty. Unable to endure the sight of a famished individual, Sanji discreetly provided Akin with a bowl of food and a small boat. This act did not go unnoticed by Luffy, who vigorously invited Sanji to join his crew. Alas, fate had other plans. Akin, who had been saved by Sanji, was a subordinate of the Krieg pirates. Their fleet encountered Mihawk shortly after entering the Grand Line, leading to a swift and utter defeat. Consequently, the beleaguered Krieg pirates sought refuge in the East Blue. Upon Akin's return, he intended to procure provisions from Baratai for the famished Krieg, who had no intention of paying. After devouring the food prepared by Sanji, he turned hostile, demanding not just provisions, but also to seize Baratai. Ultimately, Zeph emerged, only to be recognized by Krieg as the notorious pirate Red-Leg Zeph, who had also traversed the Grand Line. Aware of Zeph's identity, Krieg promptly demanded their navigational logs from that era, but negotiations faltered, as Krieg distributed food to his crew. Akin recounted their harrowing experience on the Grand Line to Sanji and others, detailing how a fleet of 50 ships was decimated by a single man. Luffy and his companions were astounded, while Zeph and Zoro speculated that the man in question was none other than Mihawk. Meanwhile, with the arrival of food, the Krieg pirates regained their strength, and the chefs of Baratai vowed to defend their establishment at all costs, setting the stage for imminent conflict. Just as hostilities were about to commence, Krieg's flagship was severed in two by a single stroke. As Mihawk revealed himself, Zoro trembled with excitement. His purpose for venturing into the seas was to seek out the strongest swordsman in the world. Why do you persist in following us? What animosity do we harbor? A member of Krieg's crew questioned Mihawk, visibly shaken. To pass the time, Mihawk replied with an air of indifference. Since you seem unoccupied, shall we duel? Zoro proposed, his enthusiasm palpable. Weakling, as a swordsman, do you not perceive the chasm between us? Or are you simply ignorant? Mihawk retorted dismissively. This is my vow. I shall become the world's greatest swordsman, and defeating you shall serve as my testament, Zoro declared, slowly unsheathing his 3 swords. Mihawk chuckled, removing a necklace from his chest, revealing a small dagger. Though you may be a somewhat renowned swordsman in the East Blue, it remains the weakest sea. I am not the type to exert full effort against a rabbit, so let us use this instead. Insulting others has its limits. Do not wait until your demise to regret it, Zoro shouted angrily as he charged at Mihawk. The ensuing battle was overwhelmingly one-sided, even with all his might. Zoro was unable to land a single blow on Mihawk. Why not evade? Do you wish for me to pierce your heart? Mihawk inquired as his dagger embedded itself within Zoro. I do not know. I simply feel that retreating would mean relinquishing everything I have fought to uphold. Zoro spat blood defiantly. Indeed, that signifies defeat, Mihawk stated. Then I shall retreat, even less. Zoro replied with a peculiar grin. Even if it leads to death? Mihawk asked sternly. Death would be preferable. Zoro responded without hesitation. Such resolute conviction, Mihawk mused internally, then withdrew his dagger, drawing the black sword from his back. Boy, state your name. This was Mihawk's acknowledgement of Zoro's potential, opting to wield the world's strongest black sword to illustrate the harsh realities of the world. As the final clash commenced, Zoro's remaining 2 swords shattered, leaving only the wad Ikamanji in his grasp. What are you doing? Mihawk inquired, puzzled. Zoro smiled and replied. The wound on my back is the shame of a swordsman. Excellent, Mihawk remarked, delivering a slash that cut from Zoro's left shoulder to his right abdomen. The bounty hunter duo rushed to aid Zoro, while Luffy charged directly at Mihawk. Oh, a friend of the young swordsman? Do you also wish to understand the world? Mihawk said, intrigued by Luffy's approach. Your worldview shall not be dictated by you. I am Baroque Works Joricole Mihawk. At that moment, a figure clad in a justice cloak appeared atop the wreckage of Krieg's ship, speaking with a steady tone. The Navy? Mihawk regarded the newcomer with curiosity. Brother. At this moment, Zoro was rescued by the pirate hunter duo onto a small boat. Usopp was diligently administering emergency treatment to Zoro. Although Luffy was curious about the sudden appearance of a naval officer, he cheerfully directed his gaze towards Zoro, who, as Mihawk had just informed him, was indeed alive. After a hurried pursuit, they had finally caught up. The Krieg pirates had proven to be quite elusive. Standing atop the ship's sail was, of course, Yalaw. Who might you be? Krieg pondered if he was indeed suffering from an unfortunate streak, as these unknown individuals constantly sought him out for trouble. We shall address the matters concerning you insignificant creatures later. However, regarding the warlord Mihawk, although you may no longer be a pirate, I still advise against raising your hand against him. Despite knowing that Mihawk had not harmed Luffy, Yelloweye felt a twinge of unease and addressed the swordsman. Oh, as far as I know, he is a pirate, isn't he? Since when did the Navy begin protecting pirates? Mihawk chuckled lightly, though Yelloweye held the rank of colonel. He was not yet capable of confronting Mihawk. He may be a pirate, but he is my brother, and I will not allow you to harm him. Yelloweye slowly approached Luffy, positioning himself protectively behind him. The fall of leaves astonished everyone, including Luffy. A naval colonel, and yet he still claims to be a pirate? The peculiar gazes directed at Luffy were unmistakable. Huh? My brother? Who are you? Luffy inquired, a puzzled expression adorning his face. Cough, cough. Luffy, can you hear me? Zoro, awakening from his stupor, wielded his sword, Sandai Kitetsu, and shouted towards the sky. Is that you, Zoro? Are you alright? I can hear you. Luffy's attention was instantly drawn to Zoro. Did I make you anxious? If I cannot even become the world's greatest swordsman, it would surely trouble you, wouldn't it? Zoro uttered, spitting blood once more, while the bounty hunter duo nearby, already in tears, urged him to cease speaking. I will never lose. Until I defeat him and become the great swordsman, I refuse to accept defeat. Do you have any objections? Pirate King. Zaro gasped, delivering his words in one breath. Hee, none at all. Luffy replied with a cheerful grin. Quite the team. Mihawk chuckled, turning to depart. Hey, Hawkeye, aren't you here to collect my head? The head of the East Blues, Overlord. Unbeknownst to them, Krieg appeared behind Mihawk, brandishing a pistol. You? Sorry, I have no interest. I've had my fun for today. I'm off to sleep. You might want to consider how to deal with that navy over there. Mihawk cast a glance at Luo, chuckling softly as he boarded his small boat. Navy? It was only after Mihawk's reminder that everyone recalled the presence of a Navy officer. By the way, who exactly are you? Luffy asked curiously, turning to Luo. Colonel of the Navy Headquarters, Purple Dragon, Luo. Luo smiled, revealing his title. His recently enhanced purple mist technique emanated a violet glow when activated, combined with the innate effects of his dragon-subduing 18 palms, earning him such a moniker. You are the rising star of the Navy Headquarters. The genius believed to be the most likely among the younger generation to ascend to the rank of Admiral, Colonel Purple Dragon. Mihawk, now aboard his ship, turned back with curiosity upon hearing Luo's introduction. Indeed, and I oppose the warlord system, Luo declared, unwaveringly locking eyes with Mihawk. The warlords? They are of little consequence to me. Mihawk chuckled lightly, sailing away. Once he departed, Luo finally relaxed his tense demeanor. He was no match for Mihawk at present. Why did you say you're my brother? I don't believe I know you, Luffy asked, picking his nose with an air of calmness, suppressing the urge to kick this rascal. Luo smiled and replied, I have shared a brotherhood with Ace. He informed me of his younger brother. Additionally, I am a disciple of your grandfather. Ace? Have you met Ace? How is he doing now? Luffy exclaimed with excitement upon hearing Ace's name, completely overlooking the mention of Garp. As Luo nodded with a smile, he remarked, he is doing quite well now. When you venture into the new world, you are likely to encounter him. We shall discuss our conversation later. For now, I must first address the matter at hand. After speaking, Luo turned to Creek and softly inquired, Pirate Captain Creek? Do you remember the bloodshed on Filey Island 2 years ago? Filey Island? Which one are you referring to? I have washed my hands in blood on so many islands that I can hardly recall. Creek chuckled dismissively, clearly underestimating Luo. Oh, Filey Island, such a serene and tranquil place. However, 2 years ago, a band of pirate deserters landed there, and most importantly, it is my homeland. As Luo spoke, he approached Creek. Oh, so it is that dilapidated island? There was hardly anything of value, which is why I effortlessly eliminated them all. Creek seemed to recollect the battle from 2 years past, recalling how many of his men had fled, only to be hunted down one by one. Yet, when a dozen deserters sought refuge on a small island, they were unexpectedly vanquished by the island's residents. In a fit of rage, Creek ordered the massacre of the entire town. Even if they were deserters, they were still members of the Creek Pirates, not mere civilians to be trifled with. However, the island's inhabitants appeared scarce, and resources were limited, so they did not linger long after ravaging the town before departing. As the leaves fell, Luo let out a sigh, realizing that it was not that the other party had spared the hidden villagers, but rather that they had simply gone unnoticed. Those villagers who remained in the town must have held a resolve to face death, determined to prevent everyone from perishing at the hands of the pirates. Jifu, aboard the bluefin tuna, shook his head and turned back to the cabin, leaving the assembled chefs in bewilderment. Old man, where are you going? Sanji asked in astonishment. Come on, didn't you hear what that man with the hawk eyes said? A navy that has already made a name for itself in the Grand Line, and even the New World cannot be matched by someone like Krieg, the so-called tyrant of the East Sea. Jifu replied, not looking back as he retreated to the cabin. Is it really that formidable? The chefs exchanged incredulous glances at Luo, yet at that moment, he had already captured Krieg, who lay there like a lifeless dog. As Sanji turned back, he caught sight of Luo holding Krieg aloft like a defeated beast. What just happened? Sanji exclaimed, his mouth agape in disbelief alongside Luffy. How did Krieg end up like this in just a moment? Sanji questioned, struggling to comprehend the situation. Let go of our captain, you bastard! Screamed the demon Akane and the captain of the 2nd Division, Tiebian, as they charged toward Luo, attempting to rescue Krieg. Blockhead! Bang! The leaves fell unperturbed as the ghostly figure, Akin, struck Leaf with his dual appendages, producing a resounding clang of metal on metal. Is this a monster? Sanji gazed in astonishment at Leaf, who had withstood Akin's full-force assault as if it were nothing, his mouth agape in disbelief. Haha, are you merely tickling me? Triple thrust. Luo let out a cold laugh, gripping Kellic in one hand while deftly employing his finger gun technique with the other. The formidable figures of Gue Renjin and Tai Bai Ba fell helplessly, stripped of their combat prowess. Filthy pirates, prepare to face the reckoning of justice. As the leaves fell, Luo executed the moonwalk, lifting Krieg directly into the sky. Dragon Slash? A powerful strike was unleashed, and the remnants of Krieg's flagship were cleaved into the depths of the sea. Is this the might of the Grand Line? No wonder the Krieg pirates could not endure even a week before collapsing in defeat. The chefs at Baratai stood agape, astonished at the vanishing wreckage before them. Meanwhile, In the distance, a naval warship was hastening towards their location. Luffy, weren't you supposed to be out at sea as a pirate? Why are you dressed like a restaurant waiter? Luo descended from the sky, holding Creek, and inquired of the dazed Luffy. That. I accidentally wrecked this restaurant, so I'm working here to compensate. I had originally intended to defeat those pirates as part of my restitution, but that's no longer possible. Luffy replied, his expression one of profound disappointment. As the leaves fell, Luo's expression darkened. Indeed, this fellow was no genuine pirate. Throughout his time as a member of the Navy, he had never heard of pirates causing damage and then staying behind to work off their debts. At least Ace, Luffy's brother, had never needed to pay for a meal. I truly apologize for this. I must personally capture this rascal. However, I can assist you with your compensation. But you must promise not to reveal that you are a pirate. Otherwise, I shall find myself in quite a predicament. Luo gestured towards the distant warship and spoke to Luffy. Really? Truly? You will help me pay the compensation? That's so cool. Luffy, only hearing the first part, excitedly stripped off his work clothes and exclaimed, Who is the boss here? I shall take responsibility for my brother's debts. Luo said with a smile. Addressing the chefs at Bartai, No need, Navy officer. You have already been of great assistance to us. Please, come inside and enjoy a meal. Zeph emerged, smiling warmly. It was evident that he had gone inside earlier to prepare the food himself. The boss looked somewhat familiar. Luo stroked his chin and scrutinized Zeph closely, mumbling to himself. This caused a wave of anxiety among the chefs at Bartai, who had just learned from Krieg that their boss had once been a notorious pirate on the Grand Line. If this formidable Navy officer recognized him, they would certainly be powerless to resist. Perhaps I have seen him somewhere before. That is of little consequence now. Nevertheless, I must express my gratitude for the care you have shown my brother, Luo said, gently ruffling Luffy's hair as he bowed respectfully to Zeph. As Luo's arrival prompted a discreet sigh of relief from the chefs, Zephu remained notably composed. Once Luo ushered Luffy into the restaurant, the chefs and waitstaff commenced tidying up the disheveled dining area. By the way, Luffy, where are your companions? Luo inquired, noticing the absence of the injured Zoro and Usopp among others. Oh, they've gone in search of another companion of mine. Luffy replied with an air of nonchalance. Luo smiled and nodded, saying, I see. Where are you headed next? Me? Naturally, I must seek out my companions. Luffy chuckled as he seated himself at the dining table, ready to commence the meal. As the leaves fell gently, Luo was just about to speak when Sanji arrived, bearing dishes of food and fine wine for Luo and Luffy. It was only after Sanji departed that Luo, savoring his meal, turned to Luffy and remarked, By the way, Luffy, are you aware? Your grandfather has returned to Windmill Village in search of you. However, seeing you here, it seems you haven't encountered him yet. The renowned Bartai restaurant truly lived up to its reputation, with the delectable flavors of the food complemented perfectly by the exquisite wine. Grandfather? Luffy, his mouth full, stared at Luo in astonishment before hastily swallowing his food. He anxiously glanced around, inquiring, My grandfather is here? Where is he? Sanji, who had stepped away, was standing nearby, eavesdropping on their conversation. He recalled Luo mentioning that he was a disciple of Luffy's grandfather. If a disciple was so formidable, how powerful must the master be? Observing Luffy, who bore a striking resemblance to Ace, Luo couldn't help but wonder about the extent of their fear of the old man. Casting a sidelong glance at Sanji, he noted that his earlier silence was not out of fear of being overheard, but rather a sign of respect for Sanji's work, thus pausing their conversation until he had finished serving. Rest assured, for the moment, he won't catch up with you, but I cannot guarantee what will happen later, Luo said, wiping his mouth with a nearby cloth after finishing his meal. Luffy, seeing this, finally relaxed. Lieutenant Commander. At that moment, a contingent of Navy officers entered and approached Luo, saluting as they did so. First, take Kreegan aboard and secure him, Luo instructed the Navy personnel. Observing the large group of naval officers, Luffy continued to eat as if nothing were amiss, which put Luo at ease. He would feel embarrassed if Luffy stirred up trouble. By the way, Luffy, do you still have a ship? Wasn't he yours stolen? Would you like me to give you a ride? Luo offered with a smile. Huh? But I'm a pirate, right? Isn't it inappropriate to board a Navy ship? Luffy responded without hesitation. Fool, you are standing in front of the Navy. The Navy? How dare you openly declare yourself a pirate? Sanji internally ranted from the sidelines. Indeed, it seemed this troublemaker had either not heard or simply disregarded Luo's earlier words. As the leaves fell, Luo wore a look of exasperation. Are you so eager for others to know you are pirates? He muttered, deciding not to dwell on the matter any longer. Luffy, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall not prolong our conversation. Here is my life paper. Keep it with you. Casting a glance at the astonished Navy personnel behind him, Luo tore a small piece from his life paper and handed it to Luffy, explaining its significance. Once he witnessed Luffy solemnly placing the life paper into his straw hat, Luo smiled and waved goodbye. After settling the bill and compensating for the damage caused to Bartai, he departed with the Navy. Although the establishment had not demanded payment, Luo, as a righteous Navy officer, felt compelled to cover all expenses. Colonel, where to next? The sergeant inquired upon seeing Yi Luo. Let us proceed to Coco Island. There is a pest awaiting my attention, Yi Luo replied with a grin. Encountering the living Luffy today filled Yi Luo, a former fan of the series, with immense joy. However, he refrained from apprehending him or altering his aspirations, for many of Yi Luo's plans still relied on Luffy's chaotic nature. After the leaves fell, Luffy extended an invitation to Sanji to board his ship. Following a heartfelt farewell from Zeph, Sanji set sail alongside Luffy. The duo navigating the small boat gifted by Zeph towards Kokushiya village. Upon reaching Kokushiya village, Leaf instructed the warship to anchor at a distance. While he gracefully ascended to the island using moonwalk, he recalled that at this time, Captain Mouse had presumably gone to Nami, pilfering the considerable sum of 100 million berries she had painstakingly saved, and seemingly injuring Nami's sister, Nojiko, in the process. Thus, Leaf resolved to confront Captain Mouse first, considering the bounty of 20 million on the dragon to be a matter to revisit later, especially after recently acquiring 700 diamonds from Creek, now amassing over 10,000. Surveying the inverted houses around him, Leaf sighed, were it not for the dragon being a formidable opponent in Luffy's eyes. His impulsive nature would have compelled him to confront such a despicable bully of the common folk directly. As for Jinbei, one of the 7 warlords, Leaf harbored doubts that the whale shark fisherman would offer protection to the dragon, given the latter's misdeeds. Should that be the case, Leaf would not hesitate to engage him in battle. Upon disembarking from Kokushiya village, Leaf glanced around before making his way towards Huajia town. Remembering that the orange grove lay between Kokushiya village and Huajia town, to avoid missing it, he walked along the coastline, aware that Nami had taken Luffy and the other ship, which was likely docked near the orange grove. As Leaf arrived at the location, his attention was drawn to another area, the domain of the dragon, their headquarters where fishmen typically resided. At that moment, he noticed disturbances on the sea surface and, to confirm, he ascended using moonwalk, witnessing a naval warship being sunk. It bore the insignia of the 77th Division. Had they come to negotiate with the dragon, similar to Captain Mouse? Or perhaps the negotiations had fallen through due to exorbitant demands? Leaf pondered. He did not believe the Navy had come to suppress the dragon. As the East Blue's most notorious pirate, backed by the shadow of Jinbei, the Navy would generally refrain from meddling unless the dragon's actions were egregious. Meanwhile, in the waters outside the dragon's domain, the 77th Division's warship succumbed to the fishmen's assault, with most returning to the dragon's lair to celebrate their success. Well done, everyone. The dragon himself, seated in the main position, had not participated, delegating the task to 3 subordinates who had dispatched the 77th Division's warship to the depths. To Leaf's surprise, the 77th Division had indeed come to eradicate the dragon, deploying their commander, Brigadier General Pudding Pudding, only to meet utter annihilation before even breaching the dragon's gates. Haha. We are well acquainted with these waters. Provided we have Nami's navigational charts, our prowess renders us invincible, chuckled Octopus Hachi. By the way, didn't you promise Nami that once she amassed 100 million berries, you would grant her freedom and return her village? Inquired the long-snout fishman, Acho, addressing the dragon. Of course, I shall uphold my monetary pledge with utmost fidelity. The dragon replied with a sinister smile, his intentions ambiguous. Just as Leaf prepared to descend, he unexpectedly spotted Luffy and his companions on the road from Huajia town to the dragon's domain. How did he arrive before me? Leaf mused, momentarily bewildered. His memory of the earlier narrative fading. He only recalled Luffy aiding Nami in vanquishing the dragon, subsequently joining the crew. Never mind. I shall head to the Orange Grove first. Even if I don't encounter Captain Mouse here, he will surely emerge to issue a bounty on Luffy. Leaf chuckled, recalling that Luffy's first bounty poster was likely crafted following a report from Captain Mouse, perhaps even personally designed by his former superior, Lieutenant Brandnew. Soon, upon reaching the Orange Grove, Leaf spotted a blue-haired beauty adorned with tattoos, busily harvesting oranges. Are the oranges for sale? They appear quite delectable. He approached, greeting her softly. Nojiko paused, surprised by his sudden presence in the grove, and inquired, outsider, what brings so many people here today? Indeed, Leaf replied, having deliberately changed out of his naval uniform beforehand, presenting himself as merely a somewhat handsome youth. Is something amiss? Are the oranges not for sale? He asked, furrowing his brow. If you wish to eat, feel free to pick some, but I recommend you leave this island swiftly. Nojiko advised quietly. I truly appreciate that. However, I am not accustomed to taking from others without offering something in return. If there is anything I can assist you with, please don't hesitate to ask. Leaf smiled gently. That won't be necessary. Just leaving after you've finished picking oranges would be the greatest assistance you could provide. Nojiko turned away, her tone noticeably colder, as if she had sensed Leaf's ulterior motives. As the leaves fell, Yi Luo shrugged and walked straight towards the orange grove, casually picking a few oranges that appeared to be ripe before returning to Nuo Chi Gao's side, leisurely indulging in the fruit. You've had your oranges, shouldn't you be leaving? Nuo Chi Gao coldly inquired, observing Yi Luo's lack of intention to depart. Surely, you don't consider me a villain? In that case, you should have fled or submitted at the first opportunity. Yi Luo chuckled, finding a spot to sit casually as he spoke. Who are you really? What is your purpose for being here? Nuachi Gao asked, eyeing Yi Luo with suspicion. Well, I'm a naval officer. Though I have some personal matters to attend to on this island. I happened to pass by and grew weary, so I decided to take a break. Your oranges are quite delightful. Yi Luo peeled another orange and took a bite. A naval officer? Nuachi Gao was taken aback, not expecting Yi Luo's true identity. He then seemed to recall something and asked, Are you from that warship we saw earlier? The children in town sent out distress signals. And I did not expect your arrival. However, it appears your forces have been decimated. You must have realized the perilous nature of this place. Nuachi Gao's words left Yi Luo momentarily stunned, and his expression darkened. Initially, he presumed that a disreputable naval faction had come to negotiate with the dragon. But it turned out to be righteous naval officers. Had he known sooner, he might have rushed to save some of them. Alas, it was too late to lament. Just as Yi Luo prepared to respond, a wooden stick pressed against the back of his head, and a female voice demanded, Who are you? Why are you here? Nami. Wait, this is a naval officer. Nuachi Gao interjected, his urgency palpable. A naval officer? Then where is your uniform? A naval officer wouldn't venture into battle without proper attire. Nami questioned, her scrutiny unwavering. I assure you, I am indeed a naval officer. But I am here on personal matters, hence my casual attire, Yi Luo replied nonchalantly. Clearly, both Nuachi Gao, who had previously believed him, and Nami now regarded him with suspicion, their gazes fixed upon him, ever watchful of his movements. Very well, if you do not trust me, may I take my leave? Yi Luo stood up, dusting off his pants with a smile. The two remained silent, merely observing him. State your intentions, and I shall let you go, Nami finally declared after a brief silence. All right, who could deny you, dear Nami? Yi Luo turned to glance at the stubborn Nami, conceding. I am here to find Colonel Mouse. I have heard rumors of his collusion with the dragon, so I came to see if I could locate him. We have some personal grievances, which is why I am not in uniform. Colonel Mouse? Nami frowned. Having not seen any naval officers in the dragon's territory during her time there, your information may be mistaken. There have never been naval officers here. Even if they came, they would not return, just like those earlier. Ah, I see now. I began to think perhaps we should capture the dragon. Considering he has been wreaking havoc in the East Blue for quite some time, even Jinbei should not allow such lawlessness among the fishmen. Yi Luo pondered aloud. Nami was taken aback, recognizing Jinbei's name as one she had heard mentioned in conversations among the dragon's crew. Do you have the capability to defeat the dragon? He is of the fishmen tribe. Nami asked, her surprise evident. What? Are you planning to inform the dragon? You seem to be one of their operatives, Yi Luo remarked, pointing to the tattoo on Nami's arm with a smile. No, Nami is not. Nuachi Gao interjected as Nami instinctively shielded her tattoo. He realized that this self-proclaimed naval officer could potentially be their savior, and any misunderstandings regarding Nami could lead to complications. Ah, never mind. This is such a hassle. Thank you for the oranges. I will take my leave now, Yi Luo declared, feeling a headache coming on as he ruffled his hair and turned to walk away. Wait, Nuachi Gao called out, chasing after Yi Luo. Nami intended to follow as well, but, upon touching her arm where the tattoo lay, halted her steps and turned back towards the wooden cabin. Nuachi Gao pursued Yi Luo outside, only to find that he had vanished without a trace, leading him to return to the small house in the orange grove, where he discovered Nami asleep at the table, next to the glove she had worn to tend to her injured hand. After a moment's thought, Nuachi Gao decided to leave again, knowing that Nami's heart was tied to Luffy and the others, and he intended to persuade them to depart. Not long after Nuachi Gao left, Nami awoke from her slumber, just as she was about to step outside when the guard, a Jin, and a group of naval officers appeared. Squeak, squeak. I am Colonel Mouse of the 16th Division of the Navy. Is the criminal known as Nami present? The lead officer inquired, eyeing Nami with a smirk. Oh, a naval officer? A criminal? I am a pirate, indeed a criminal, but I am part of the dragon's crew. As a colonel, you should understand what that entails. Nami replied, momentarily taken aback before a smile crept across her face, though the name Colonel Mouse sounded vaguely familiar. A pirate? Squeak, squeak. We received no intelligence regarding pirates in this area. On the contrary, we have heard reports of thieves. Even if you stole treasures from pirates, a criminal is still a criminal, and stolen goods are to be reclaimed by the Navy. Colonel Mouse declared with an air of entitlement. What did you say? Is this the Navy's duty? Nami could hardly believe what she was hearing. Search the premises. The naval officers disregarded Nami, intent on entering the cabin to conduct a search. How dare you? Who allowed you to enter? Stop this. Is this the conduct of the Navy? Don't you have more pressing matters to attend to, like eradicating pirate crews? Nami exclaimed, brandishing a wooden stick and knocking down several officers attempting to enter. Squeak, squeak. Ignore her and do not engage. Continue the search. Colonel Mouse regarded the furious Nami with the amusement one might reserve for a jester. Colonel, there's something amiss in this field. One of the sailors reported. Dig it up. Colonel Mouse commanded, his face lighting up with delight. Don't you dare touch Aunt Belmere's orange grove. Nami shouted angrily, taking down several officers near the orange trees. Yet, the Navy continued their search unperturbed, seemingly aware of the treasure Nami had concealed. Is this how the Navy treats a young girl? The money Nami stole was meant to secure the town. Ajin, the guard, could no longer remain silent, shouting in protest. What, Ajin, you knew all along. The Navy remained unresponsive, while Nami appeared momentarily stunned. You fools, how could you not know? We learned the truth from Huajia a long time ago. Ajin whispered, adjusting his hat. Indeed, since your Navy cannot protect us, you should leave. Huajia, who had arrived after informing the Straw Hat crew of the situation, stepped forward to join the conversation. Squeak, squeak, are you all being naive? 100 million berries is not as simple as an orange. Do you think we cannot find it? Anyone who dares to obstruct us will be shot on the spot. Colonel Mouse revealed a triumphant grin and instructed the Navy. Upon hearing this, Nami shuddered, exchanging a glance with Nokigao. Recalling the stranger who had claimed to be a Navy officer, he had spoken of Colonel Mouse's collusion with the dragon, leading him to seek out the colonel. Yet she had inadvertently driven him away. Do not touch those treasures. Just as Nami was lost in thought, the Navy finally unearthed her hidden treasure. Nokigao intended to intervene but was shot by the Navy. Nokigao, Akin and Nami rushed forward to assess his injuries. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Considering you are a thief of pirates, I shall overlook your crime of theft, but these stolen goods now belong to the Navy. Colonel Mouse looked down at Nami, who was crouched beside Nokigao, tending to his wounds. You scoundrel, it's the dragon. It's him. He never intended to honor the agreement. He sent you here. Didn't he? Nami glared at Colonel Mouse with hatred. What are you talking about? Who is the dragon? I do not know him. Colonel Mouse was taken aback, instinctively avoiding Nami's gaze. At that moment, Nami's heart was consumed by rage and guilt. Had she not chased away that Navy officer earlier, perhaps he would have dealt with Colonel Mouse by now. For reasons unknown, she felt that the stranger had the capability to resolve this matter. The dragon! The dragon! The dragon! Villagers, drawn by the commotion, began to inquire about what transpired, while a doctor was summoned to bandage Nokigao's wounds. Yet, Nami was solely intent on confronting the dragon for answers. Oh, it's Nami. Is there anything I can assist you with? Luffy, out for a stroll, approached Nami with a cheerful greeting. Why are you still here? Didn't I tell you to leave? Get lost. Nami's fury ignited by Luffy's presence. She seized his collar and shouted, then pushed him aside, heading straight for the dragon's domain. Confused, Luffy pouted and muttered, What with her? I was just saying hello. Meanwhile, at the port of Huajia town, Luo rejoiced upon discovering the warship of the 16th Division and boarded it, planning to lie in wait. Soon, Colonel Mouse returned with a contingent of Marines, merrily discussing the day's spoils with his subordinates. Squeak, squeak, squeak. I can't stop laughing. There are 300 berries. And this 30 is mine. Colonel Mouse's irritating voice reached Luo's ears. But Colonel, this money is covered in blood and mud. It's all tattered. A Marine reported while inspecting the loot. Fool, money is money. Squeak, squeak, squeak. It seems it was stolen after all. Luo mused to himself in the cabin, surrounded by bound Marines. However, Colonel Mouse remained oblivious to any unusual happenings aboard the ship as he counted the money on deck. Where's everyone? Colonel, the soldiers we left behind are missing. One Marine finally noticed something amiss about today's warship. Are you looking for them? Luo emerged from the cabin, momentarily taken aback by the question, then opened the door, revealing the bound Marines inside. Who are you? Colonel Mouse stared at Luo, perplexed. Greedy fool. I am here to deliver justice upon you. Luo declared dramatically. Justice? Squeak, squeak, squeak. I am Colonel Mouse of the 16th Division. It is we who are. Boom. Before Colonel Mouse could finish, Luo struck him with a punch, sending him flying. You scum, do not insult the Navy. I am Major Luo. You collude with the pirate dragon and oppress the nearby villagers. I have come to arrest you. Do you have any final words? Luo looked disdainfully at the fallen Colonel Mouse, blood trickling from his mouth. Major? Squeak, squeak, squeak. You think you can just say that? Shoot him. Colonel Mouse hissed with malice in his eyes. This is my identification. What? Have you Marines already become complicit with the mouse? Luo brandished his Navy credentials at the bewildered Marines. Do not listen to his nonsense. Squeak, squeak, squeak. If we eliminate him and pin the blame on the dragon, we can continue our roles as Marines. Colonel Mouse schemed with a sinister smile. The Marines hesitated for a moment, then raised their weapons toward Luo. I gave you a chance. This is your own choice. Luo sighed, initially believing not all Marines of the 16th Division had succumbed to Colonel Mouse's corruption. It seemed that at least those accompanying him had been tainted by greed. Fire! Colonel Mouse, sensing a foreboding, shouted loudly. Shave! Pointing gun! Come forth! Let us clean this up. In less than 3 minutes, Luo found himself seated atop a pile of Marines from the 16th Division, communicating via transponder snail with the warship anchored nearby. Major, all Marines of the 16th Division have been apprehended, and the evidence has been collected. Smoker's sergeant saluted Luo. Do not touch that 93 million berries. It is the blood and tears of the villagers of Kokoja. Return it to them. Leave a few to guard the ship. The rest come with me. The dragon's domain is no longer necessary. Luo rose and gazed at the commotion at the entrance of Kokoja village, speaking softly. Yes. The Marines responded in unison, saluting. At this moment in the dragon's domain, Nami hurried back, understanding the gravity of the situation through her recent conversation with the dragon. Yet, she was filled with dread, fearing the villagers would recklessly rush to their doom. Though we had an agreement, as long as Nami has not given up, none of us may falter. But today, those despicable scoundrels dare to toy with her kindness. We must not forgive them. Is there any dissent? Garde Jian stood at the village entrance, vocally rallying the assembled villagers. How could there be? Let us go. How can we continue to endure their tyranny? The villagers were resolute, prepared for battle. Let us go. We shall not allow them to bully our dear Nami any longer. The villagers roared in anger, as if releasing the pent-up frustration within their hearts. Everyone wait. Just a little longer. I will try again. This time, it'll be easier with experience. Nami smiled, concealing her inner turmoil, addressing the villagers. Nami, dear Nami. The villagers gazed at her with complex emotions, tears gradually blurring their vision. They understood her intentions, yet. Enough. You have shouldered the lives of our entire village, fighting tirelessly thus far. For you, joining them would be more painful than carving your flesh. Just leave the village. Ajian stepped before Nami, protecting her head, gently stroking her as he spoke softly. What? Ajian, but Nami still wants to say something. Yet the injured Nokigao chuckled. You not only harbor wicked thoughts but also dreams. Go, fulfill them. Do not do this. I cannot bear to see anyone else harmed by them. It will lead to death. Tears streaming, Nami struggled out of Ajian's embrace, brandishing her dagger at the villagers. I know. Ajian stepped forward, seizing Nami's dagger, blood immediately flowing forth, startling Nami. It is futile, Nami. Our resolve is unshakable. The villagers cheerfully addressed Nami, urging her to step aside. Nami, move aside. Everyone, let us set forth. Even if we cannot achieve victory, we must show them our resolve. Akin, wielding his weapon, was the first to pass by the nearly dazed Nami. Oh, let them understand the consequences of bullying our Nami. The villagers shouted, filled with fervor. Seated on the ground, Nami attempted to impede the villagers' advance. Grasping a dagger, she caught sight of the tattoo on her arm, a mark of the evil dragon's crew. In a fit of rage, Nami plunged the dagger into her arm. As blood blurred her vision, a hand seized hers. Why haven't you left? Didn't I tell you? This has nothing to do with you. Just go. At that moment, Nami resembled a solitary, wounded creature, striving to conceal her pain as she licked her wounds in solitude. The appearance of Luffy seemed to shatter her facade, igniting a sense of panic and fear within her, as she wished to hide this vulnerable side from others. Luffy quietly stood behind Nami, remaining still until she regained her composure. Luffy, help me. Memories of their joyful adventures flooded her mind. Even though Nami wished to shield Luffy from this turmoil, the villagers' actions rendered her powerless to continue. Luffy removed his cherished straw hat, placing it gently atop Nami's head, and then bellowed, of course. As Nami held the hat, she recalled Luffy's words about it being his most treasured possession, stirring a whirlwind of emotions within her. With determination, Luffy advanced towards the dragon's territory, and the Straw Hat crew rose in unison, following him. Nami's tears flowed freely once more, cascading like a broken dam. Oh, he already looks like a captain. Unbeknownst to her, Yellowwa appeared behind Nami, observing Luffy's advance. As he draped his justice cloak around Nami, he smiled and said, Is that you? Nami turned in surprise to see Yellowwa clad in navy uniform. I heard a little cat lost something, so I came to return it, he said, gesturing towards his navy attire. Look, I'm a navy officer. Yellowwa tossed a chest containing Nami's treasures towards her, proudly displaying his uniform. What is this? Nami gazed at the chest she thought lost, struggling to comprehend the situation. Isn't this your lost treasure? I took it directly from the rat. I didn't touch it. Don't think about inflating its value. Yellowwa's expression darkened as he observed Nami's reaction, recalling her nature. In disbelief, Nami stared at Yellowwa, rising in fury as she grasped his collar. Why didn't you show up sooner? It's come to this already. What does it matter now that you've returned my treasure? Why don't you go after the evil dragon? Aren't you part of the navy? Don't you represent justice? The falling leaves obstructed the naval soldiers who were prepared to advance, allowing Nami to grasp his collar and unleash her pent-up fury. Ah, indeed, this is a fault of our navy. Yet, dear Nami, you must understand that in this world, there are many who live in sorrow and indignation, and at least you are alive. However, countless others struggle to survive, and we in the navy are not omnipotent. We are merely ordinary individuals who harbor a sense of justice. Leaf recalled the ordinary people persecuted by pirates along the Grand Line, and a wave of despondency washed over him. The naval troops behind him stood in orderly formation, seemingly stripped of their former pride, having witnessed the tragedy of Kokoshia village firsthand. And now, are you not the navy? Why don't you apprehend the dragon now? Nami shouted defiantly. Rest assured, your villagers will be unharmed. The dragon shall no longer appear before you from this day forth. If you doubt this, shall we venture forth together? Leaf smiled, leading Nami and the naval forces towards the dragon's domain. Upon reaching the dragon's territory, they encountered villagers watching at the entrance, as well as the Straw Hat crew already engaged in battle with the dragon's officers. Navy, what is your purpose here? The villagers, upon spotting the naval officers accompanying Nami, immediately pulled her behind them, their trust in the Navy having waned significantly. What is the situation now? Where is Luffy? Within the dragon's domain. Zoro was locked in combat with Octopus Brother, while Sanji faced off against the fishmen skilled in karate, yet Luffy was nowhere to be found, nor were Akin and Noki. The villagers exchanged glances with Leaf and quietly explained to Nami that Luffy, in his foolishness, had ensnared his foot in a rock and was tossed into the depths of the sea by the dragon. While Akin and Noki had ventured into the ocean to assist Luffy. As the leaves fell, Yi Luo smiled, finding the battle surprisingly unexpected. It seemed only the troublemaker, Monkey D. Luffy, would engage in such antics. Had an ordinary person acted similarly, they would have perished countless times over. Surround this area and allow not a single fishman to escape. Furthermore, summon the warships to this location. Yi Luo commanded the Navy behind him. Yes, Captain. The communication officer saluted and promptly began contacting the warships, while the remaining sailors dispersed to encircle the territory of the dragon. The villagers, unsure of the Navy's intentions, watched the unfolding conflict with trepidation, their concern growing as they observed the Navy's movements. What are they planning? The doctor of Kokosha village whispered to Nami. If the Navy dares to aid the dragon, we will do everything in our power to stop them. The villagers declared resolutely. Currently, the Straw Hat crew was locked in a fierce struggle against the dragon's gang, and should the Navy intervene on the side of the dragon, it would spell disaster for them. Everyone, do not worry. He is likely not a villain, Nami assured the villagers, glancing at Yi Luo. The Navy, which should be seen as protectors, is now regarded as the antagonist here. It seems it is time to change this perception. Yi Luo chuckled softly as he stepped further into the dragon's domain. Both sides ceased their combat upon the arrival of the Navy. However, Sanji recognized Yi Luo and understood that he was not there to confront them, while the dragon, having long been in league with the Navy, suspected they had come to demand favors. What brings the Navy here at this moment? The dragon inquired, eyeing Yi Luo. On the other side, Sanji pulled Zoro aside, advising him not to provoke Yi Luo. TSK, why do you fishmen not remain on Fishman Island? Instead, you come to the East Blue to assert your dominance. Should I commend your cleverness or lament your lack of ambition? Yi Luo remarked with a smile directed at the dragon. Who are you? The dragon's expression shifted. Knowing of Fishman Island indicated Yi Luo was no ordinary Navy officer from the East Blue. This is Colonel Yi Luo, Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters. A proud voice from the Navy behind him announced. Yi Luo nodded in satisfaction, feeling that each time he introduced himself, it lacked a certain grandeur. However, now that he had someone else to present him, it indeed elevated his stature considerably, did it not? The naval headquarters? He never expected that the fearsome dragon would warrant the attention of a major from the headquarters. Upon hearing this, the dragon erupted in hearty laughter. Do not misunderstand. I am not here for you. Where is Luffy? Yi Luo chuckled and then inquired of Sanji. He has been submerged at the bottom of the sea. Sanji pointed towards the dragon and gestured to the nearby pool that connected to the ocean. Yi Luo, feeling a slight headache, rubbed his temples and addressed Sanji. Could you kindly dive down to rescue him? Sanji nodded and promptly leaped into the water, just as the karate fisherman prepared to follow suit. Yi Luo turned to him and warned, it would be wise for you to remain still, otherwise, I would not hesitate to eliminate you. The karate fisherman glanced at the dragon, awaiting his command. Just a bunch of lowly beings, and you intend to oppose me? The dragon glowered at Yi Luo, his mood shifting ominously. Lowly beings? Are you attempting to amuse me before fleeing? Yi Luo retorted. As a fisherman, especially one who once belonged to the Sun Pirates, how dare you label humans as inferior? What are the fishmen enslaved by humans in the New World? Are they merely slaves or food? While I believe all races in this world should be equal, fishmen are forced to hide in that ocean, lest they be treated as slaves, are they not? Yi Luo erupted into laughter before continuing. What? Such powerful fishmen reduced to mere slaves? The villagers outside the gate were astonished. Zoro, however, merely scoffed. Matters of race held little concern for him, though it was evident that this marine, named Yi Luo, possessed remarkable strength. You egregious fool. We fishmen are the divine race, while you humans rely solely on your numbers. The dragon was thoroughly enraged, baring his shark-like teeth and lunging at Yi Luo. Such a misguided individual. Yi Luo's arm transformed into a dark hue as he struck toward the dragon's mouth. With a resounding crash, the dragon's proud teeth were shattered by Yi Luo's punch, sending him flying once more. Impressive. Everyone was taken aback by Yi Luo's display of power. It was sheer brutality. However, the villagers outside began to feel a surge of excitement. They finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope, a hope for victory. At that moment, Sanji emerged from the depths of the water, bringing Luffy along. Where's that bastard shark? I want to pound him. Luffy exclaimed as he scanned the vicinity for the dragon. Luffy, good to see you again. Yi Luo greeted him with a smile. Wait, is it Yi Luo or Leaf? Luffy questioned, finally recognizing Yi Luo and returning his smile. As the leaves fell, they adorned his head with dark lines, rendering him even more unreliable than before. It was Yi Luo. With you meaning Leaf and Luo meaning to fall. Alas, how it hurts, you scoundrel. The malevolent dragon, having been cast aside by Yi Luo, crawled out from the rubble and addressed him. It's you. What does I send you flying? Luffy, upon spotting the dragon, immediately perked up, disregarding Yi Luo, and shouted at the dragon. Hee hee, one after another, you inferior beings, watch as I vanquish you all. The dragon's teeth, shattered by Yi Luo moments ago, began to regrow as it fixed its gaze on Yi Luo and proclaimed, Is that so? You lack even the qualification to warm me up. Yi Luo chuckled, preparing to confront the dragon. Wait, he is mine. Luffy interjected, his expression serious. Very well, but after you defeat him, you must allow me to capture him. Yi Luo shrugged, nodding nonchalantly. As the leaves fell, signaling an end to interference, Luffy and the dragon resumed their fierce battle. Meanwhile, the octopus Xiaoba and Zoro were equally unwilling to back down, engaging in their own skirmish, while Sanji and the fishman, adept in karate, claimed their own territory to fight. Are Luffy and the others all right? Nami inquired with a hint of concern. It's merely an ordinary fishman, if he can't even handle this. He ought to reconsider his aspirations of piracy and return with me to the Navy, where I can at least ensure his safety, replied Yellow, who stood beside Nami, grinning. Is that you? At that moment, Nojiko and Aiken approached, having just salvaged Luffy's head from the depths to prevent his drowning. Indeed, look at me. I've donned the Navy uniform this time. Yellow remarked playfully, showcasing his attire to Nojiko. The Navy? What brings you here? Aiken questioned, his demeanor cautious. You explain. I dislike repeating what I've said. Yellow retorted, his tone less amiable towards Aiken, then turned to Nami. Soon, Nami clarified the situation to Nojiko and Aiken, leading Aiken to apologize. My apologies, Colonel. It seems we misunderstood. No trouble at all. As you can see, the outcome is nearly decided, Yellow said, gesturing towards Zoro and Sanji, who had both bested their opponents. What about Luffy? Is he all right? Nami asked, her gaze lingering on Luffy, who was being overwhelmed by the dragon. Fear not. While I am unaware of his exact strength, he should have no trouble dealing with the dragon. Yellow reassured her with a smile. Indeed, Luffy emerged victorious against the dragon, albeit with considerable difficulty. When Luffy delivered the final blow, shattering the dragon's domain and proclaiming, Nami, you are my comrade. Yellow understood that the matter was concluded. That evening, during the celebratory feast, everyone reveled in their newfound freedom. Oh, another tattoo alteration? Yellow called out from outside, watching as the doctor of Kokoyashi village transformed the dragon tattoo on Nami's arm into a windmill resembling an orange. Is it inappropriate to spy on a beautiful woman getting a tattoo? Of course, if you're willing to part with some berries, I wouldn't mind. Nami teased, sticking her tongue out at Yellow. Ah, you remain unchanged. You look invigorated, but I'm here to bid farewell. Yellow replied with a grin. So soon? Why not wait until dawn to depart? Nami asked, taken aback. Although Luffy ultimately saved Kokoyashi village, Nami recognized that had it not been for Luffy, Yellow might have eradicated the dragon upon landing. She had come to understand the relationship between Luffy and Yellow and speculated that Yellow had intentionally left the dragon for Luffy. After all, Luffy is a pirate now. It's quite fortunate I'm not apprehending him. Setting sail alongside him may invite gossip. Yellow shrugged, smiling. Is that so? Nami mused, observing the harmonious celebration outside with Luffy and the others. Of course, otherwise, what would your dream be? As Iluo's words hung in the air, he was abruptly interrupted by Nami. Dreams? Iluo was taken aback, gazing at Nami, who was intently focused on him. He chuckled softly and said, You might not believe my dream. Why? Nami's curiosity was piqued this time. Luffy, why don't you share your dream? Iluo turned his attention to Luffy, who had just approached. I want to be the Pirate King. Luffy declared earnestly, clutching two large meat skewers, his belly round and satisfied. Well, to become the Pirate King, you first need to find a woman worthy of being the Pirate King. Iluo recalled the famous Pirate King trope from his past life. What kind of person do you think can earn the title of Pirate King? Iluo continued to smile while probing further. The freest person, of course. Luffy replied with a sense of conviction. Haha, I knew it. The freest person, indeed. However, to navigate the vast ocean without constraints, your current strength is insufficient. Iluo clapped his thigh and laughed heartily. I'll definitely become stronger in the future. Luffy replied, sticking out his tongue like a child. What about your dream, Nami? Iluo turned to her once more. I want to draw a map of the world. Nami's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she spoke of her dream. Haha, then you are on the right path by following the Pirate King, right? And what about you, Zoro? The world's greatest swordsman? Iluo asked, accepting the drink Zoro offered him with a smile. And what is your dream? To become an admiral? Zoro, bandaged from head to toe, approached with a large barrel of alcohol. Admiral? That's too easily attainable to be a dream. Iluo took a sip of his drink and shook his head. Are you planning to eliminate all pirates in the world? Sanji, with a cigarette in his mouth, had joined the conversation. That's not very realistic either. Pirates cannot simply be eradicated. Iluo glanced at Zoro, who was arguing with the doctor, and shook his head again, taking another sip. That guy, despite being injured, dares to drink in front of the doctor, truly courting death. You are the strangest marine I've ever met. Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke, eyeing Iluo. Is that so? But I have quite a vivid impression of your eyebrows. Where have I seen them before? The North Sea, perhaps? I can't recall. Iluo winked at Sanji with a grin. Upon hearing Yi Luo's words, Sanji fell silent, no longer responding. What's wrong? Do you want to hear the story of how I defeated the Fishman pirate crew's officer? Usopp, sounding somewhat tipsy, chimed in. Haha, what an amusing fellow. Unbeknownst to them, the members of the Straw Hat Pirates had gathered around Yi Luo. My dream is to create a world where everyone is equal, where the Navy truly protects all, instead of being a source of hatred in certain places. Yi Luo smiled as he revealed the thoughts hidden deep within him, looking at these pirates who chased their dreams. Oh, how noble. Luffy's eyes sparkled with admiration. Although Yi Luo's words sounded somewhat arrogant, achieving such equality seems even more challenging than eliminating all pirates. After all, to ensure equality and for the Navy to protect everyone, there must be no pirates left at sea. Nevertheless, both Luffy and Nami believed in Yi Luo's dream. I'm starting to like you, Yi Luo. Come aboard my ship. Luffy said earnestly. You fool. Even if I were to board your ship, how would you accommodate me? Until you surpass your grandfather, it's best not to make such offers. Yi Luo chuckled. Oh, I see. Then forget it. Luffy thought for a moment and decisively abandoned the idea. This only made his companions more curious about who Luffy's grandfather was, as Luffy seemed genuinely fearful at the mention of him. Luffy, since you defeated the dragon, I won't capture you this time. But next time we meet, I won't hold back, so be careful. After a light-hearted conversation, Yi Luo stood up to take his leave once Nami's tattoo was completed. Why? Luffy asked, puzzled. It's my rule. Any pirate I capture, provided they have not oppressed the common folk, robbed ordinary people without cause, or wantonly killed the innocent, can be spared. The condition is that they must defeat a pirate crew that has committed any of the aforementioned acts, Yi Luo explained with a smile. But how can you ensure they will meet the conditions? Sanji frowned, questioning Yi Luo. Not every pirate crew you capture will be attacking others. Haha. Pirates who have not oppressed civilians, committed wanton slaughter, or robbed innocents. I believe they will honor their promises. Yi Luo smiled and turned to leave, leaving the Straw Hat crew in contemplation, while Luffy, oblivious, was attacking food. I have a feeling we will meet again someday, Zoro murmured, gazing at the departing naval ship. You're not a woman, so what intuition do you have? Sanji, irritated by Zoro's demeanor, retorted, leading to an escalation from argument to physical confrontation. After a few such encounters, the rest of the crew had grown accustomed to it. After parting ways with Luffy, Yi Luo made his way to Lobe Town. After handing over the dragon and the members of the 16th Division to Smoker, he set off once again. This time, he opted for a small triangular sailboat instead of a Navy ship, taking Captain Creek and Lieutenant Mouse along with him. This should be the place, Yi Luo confirmed as he compared his compass with the small island ahead. While the compass worked well in the four seas, navigating the Grand Line required the use of log poses and permanent pointers, leaving Yi Luo somewhat disoriented. It appears this place is developing nicely. Upon reaching the island, Yi Luo quickly arrived at the town, where he found a Navy contact point, though he did not recognize many familiar faces, only a plethora of unfamiliar young ones. As for Creek and Lieutenant Mouse, Yi Luo had tied them up and knocked them out before stowing them in the cabin of the boat. Boss, please bring out your specialty dishes and some drinks. Yi Luo casually entered a restaurant and addressed the server. Certainly, please hold on. The server promptly complied, calling out to the kitchen as instructed. It seems your business is not doing very well, Yi Luo remarked, observing the sparsely populated restaurant. Indeed, it's not great. At this time, it's not really mealtime, so not many people come to eat. Plus, there are hardly any outsiders like you visiting the town. So most folks eat at home. The server replied with a smile. Then why not open some trade routes? Yi Luo inquired with curiosity. If customers want to gather information, why not go to the tavern? It's crowded there, and you might find the news you seek. The server smiled, not directly answering Yi Luo's question. Yi Luo was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a response from the waiter. Soon after, when the dishes were served, he began to indulge in his meal, refraining from further inquiries. However, as he prepared to settle the bill and depart, he noticed several naval officers outside, engaged in conversation with the waiter. What could this possibly mean? It seemed he was being regarded as some peculiar individual. Furrowing his brow, Yi Luo rose and made his way outside. Wait a moment. Who are you? What brings you to this small island? The leading naval officer inquired. Is this some sort of secret base? Are travelers prohibited from landing? Yi Luo tilted his head and asked the officer. This is not a secret base, but we suspect you may be a pirate. So please provide us with proof of your identity. For certain reasons, this island does not welcome pirates. Although the naval officer did not elaborate in detail, he nonetheless provided Yi Luo with an explanation. Yi Luo nodded in acknowledgement of the Navy's actions and said, My hometown was plundered by pirates. I heard from the Navy in Rog Town that the remaining people were relocated here, so I came to take a look. The Navy officer, taken aback, inquired. Which small island was your hometown? Philly Island, Yi Luo replied with a smile. Although it may not be well known, you should be familiar with it. He surmised that the Navy's presence was likely due to the villagers here sharing similar experiences, thus rendering them particularly sensitive to outsiders. Philly Island? The waiter appeared startled and hurried into the restaurant. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man followed him out. Are you Yi Luo? The man scrutinized Yi Luo for a moment before uncertainly calling out, "Uncle Jim, you still look the same." Yi Luo greeted him with a smile. "Yi Luo, it's really you. Long time no see. How did you find your way here?" Uncle Jim laughed heartily. Uncle Jim was the proprietor of the restaurant Yi Luo first visited after arriving in this world, and he was the one who bought the fish Yi Luo caught. "I returned to the East Sea not long ago and wanted to visit home. I specifically inquired with the Navy in Rogtown and learned that you were all here." Yi Luo explained with a smile. Uncle Jim's expression shifted from joy to a hint of gloom, but soon he embraced Yi Luo, saying, "If everyone knew you were back, they would surely be delighted. Come, let us go inside. Xiao Kuei, hurry and inform everyone that Yi Luo is here at my restaurant." The waiter, Xiao Kuei, nodded enthusiastically and sprinted toward the town center, while the Navy officers exchanged glances, preparing to leave. "Dear Navy officers, my ship is anchored at the reef over there, and I have brought some gifts. Would you be so kind as to retrieve them for me?" Yi Luo turned back at the door and addressed the departing officers. The lead officer frowned but nodded in agreement. "Where are the items located?" "My ship is a small triangular sailboat, and the items are in the cabin. I appreciate your assistance," Yi Luo said, displaying his Colonel-S insignia to the Navy personnel. The officers were momentarily taken aback before immediately saluting. "Yes, sir. What is this?" Uncle Jim scratched his head, curious. After leaving the town, I joined the Navy and recently completed my training at the Navy headquarters. I returned to see everyone. But I didn't expect." Yi Luo waved his Colonel-S insignia before putting it away, noting that this was not the time for boasting. "Come, have a seat. I'll prepare some food. When everyone arrives, we can share stories about the past 2 years. Uncle, please sit down and don't fuss about it. Besides, I already ate earlier. Will I be able to see the town mayor this time?" Yi Luo asked, pulling on Uncle Jim, who seemed ready to leave. With a tone of melancholy, sensing the stiffness in Uncle Jim's posture, Yi Luo understood that he might find it difficult to see the old mayor again. "What really happened back then? Could you tell me?" Yi Luo asked solemnly. The past is behind us. Why dwell on it?" Uncle Jim chuckled awkwardly. "Why not tell him? He has a right to know." A woman interjected coldly as she entered, followed by many familiar faces of Yi Luo. "Who are you?" Yi Luo asked, noticing the hostility from the girl. "She is the granddaughter of the old mayor, and she has been living in Rogtown with her parents. After the incident in the town, she often comes to check on us," Uncle Jim explained. "I see. It seems I bear some responsibility for the calamity that befell the island when Creek attacked." Yi Luo nodded in realization. "Little Leaf, a kind woman called softly, and Anda. I understand. If I hadn't defeated the pirates who ruled the island back then, perhaps Creek wouldn't have retaliated, leading to the destruction of our hometown," Yi Luo said, his head bowed in sorrow. "Little Leaf, don't say that. Even without your actions, based on Creek's notorious nature, the town would likely have faced disaster regardless." Uncle Jim consoled him, patting his shoulder. "Moreover, we discovered a cave near your cabin, which allowed us to survive. It's just that the village chief and the others." Uncle Jim hesitated, as he was one of the strong men who should have been on the protection list. At that time, apart from the elderly, the strong men and young people in the town had planned to go out to protect the women and children. However, the old mayor refused, stating that the reconstruction of their hometown still required their strength, leaving the dangerous task to the older folks. Fortunately, Creek had not conducted a thorough search, and the pirate deserters who were aware of the situation had already been eliminated by Yi Luo, allowing them to survive. As everyone reminisced and shared stories with Yi Luo, the village chief's granddaughter stood silently to the side, still unable to forgive Yi Luo, even though she recognized that he could not be blamed for the events that transpired. "Report, sir. We have brought the individuals you requested." At that moment, several Navy officers escorted Creek and Colonel Mouse into the restaurant. Yi Luo nodded gently and inquired, "Is there a place here to pay tribute to our fellow villagers?" "Report, sir," the naval officer replied. "The heart of the town serves as the memorial site. This island has sheltered those who survived the persecution of pirates. Thus, a grand memorial was deliberately constructed at the town's center for the villagers to honor their memories." The leaves fell gently as Yi Luo nodded in approval, believing that Smoker had executed this task exceptionally well, far surpassing the mere capture of a few pirates. A large group escorted Yi Luo to the heart of the town, where 5 small huts had been erected, each representing an island that had been plundered. Uncle Jim led Yi Luo to the second hut. Upon entering, he beheld dozens of small tombstones, each inscribed with the names of those who had departed from this world. Closest to the entrance stood the gravestone of the old town mayor. As the leaves gently fell, Yi Luo knelt down and softly spoke. "Old town mayor, had it not been for your assistance back then, I would have perished from hunger on that small island. It pains me to realize that my mistake has led to your untimely demise. If only time could rewind to 2 years ago. Even if you had ordered me to leave, I would have chosen to stay." The weight of this memory filled Yi Luo with profound respect for the old mayor, a sentiment that surged within him, igniting his fury upon learning of the island's plunder. "However, I have captured the culprits responsible, and today, I shall offer their heads as a tribute to you. Bring them forth." As Yi Luo rose, he commanded the Navy outside. At that moment, the mayor's granddaughter stood nearest to Yi Luo, aside from Germ. She was taken aback by his tone and emotion. Glancing curiously at the two individuals escorted in by the Navy. "Kneel," Yuluo coldly ordered them. Upon hearing this, Colonel Mouse immediately fell to his knees before the tombstone, his legs trembling in fear. "My lord, I am innocent." Colonel Mouse stammered, his terror rendering his words incoherent as he pleaded for mercy, tears streaming down his face. "Humph. Ignorant fool. I am the sovereign of the East Sea. You expect me to kneel? You must be dreaming." Krieg stood defiantly before the tombstone, exhibiting no intention of bowing. Smack. Smack. "Ah, scoundrel." As Yuluo swiftly lifted his legs, he forcefully shattered Kleek's shin bone. The towering Kleek immediately collapsed, groaning in agony upon the ground. "Humph. I thought you were tougher than that. If you have the ability, then do not scream," Yuluo remarked disdainfully, curling his lips in contempt. Meanwhile, the onlooking villagers felt their hearts race with trepidation. Although they were unaware of the identities of these two individuals, Yuluo's ruthless actions left them utterly astonished. He was none other than the formidable Captain Kleek of the East Sea's Kleek pirate crew. The mayor's granddaughter, having seen the bounty poster and recalling Kleek's earlier words, instantly recognized the moaning figure on the ground as the notorious pirate with a bounty of 17 million, Captain Kleek. Yuluo nodded slightly at her, then turned to address the villagers. "This scoundrel is the mastermind behind your suffering, the pirate Kleek. I have apprehended him, and the headquarters has approved his death sentence, which I shall carry out myself." With that, Yuluo drew his sword and pointed it at Krieg, declaring, "Now, let your blood serve as a tribute to the late town mayor. You should consider yourself fortunate. Had I captured you on the Grand Line, death would have been far more elusive." Krieg, suppressing the pain in his leg, laughed heartily. "Ha, you insignificant ants, I will not." Before he could finish, Yuluo's blade fell, and Krieg's head soared into the air, blood splattering across the nearby tombstone. The sight was so shocking that the nearby Captain Mouse was rendered helpless, urinating in terror. Initially, the villagers were apprehensive, but upon learning of Krieg's identity, their fear dissipated, replaced by a surge of righteous anger among those who had never witnessed bloodshed. This man, the cowardly Captain Mouse, was from the 16th Division, the nearest naval base to Philly Town. When the island was besieged by pirates, he had fled in fear, and thus, I have brought him here today. How shall we deal with him?" Yuluo calmly pointed his bloodied sword at Mouse. In contrast to the villagers' fury, the mayor's granddaughter expressed her concern. "But he is a naval officer. Is it truly wise to enact vigilante justice?" "Indeed, Yuluo, you mentioned you are part of the Navy now. Will this not have repercussions for you? After all, Krieg lies dead here. Perhaps we should let this naval officer go?" Uncle Jimmy added, worry etched on his face. "Absolutely. I am a naval colonel. You cannot treat me this way. I was genuinely out patrolling that day. I did not flee on purpose." Captain Mouse seemed to grasp at straws, wailing loudly. "Am I to wrongfully accuse you? I have reported your collusion with pirates to headquarters. You are now expelled from the Navy, and your subordinates have confessed. Before Krieg's crew even reached Philly Island, you had already spotted them. Yet, in your cowardice, you withdrew all the naval ships under your command, ostensibly to patrol, but in reality, you fled. Had you stationed yourself on the island, Smoker would have arrived in time, and none would have had to perish. This is all you're doing." Yuluo glared at Captain Mouse with seething rage. Upon hearing this, the villagers ceased their protests, though the mayor's granddaughter opened her mouth as if to speak. "Rest assured, I am a major from naval headquarters, even if it costs me my rank. I will avenge the mayor. If I cannot protect even your kin, how can I safeguard the lives of more citizens? How then shall justice be served in the name of the Navy?" Yuluo turned, casting a glance at the mayor's granddaughter as he proclaimed loudly, "Little Yi, we understand your intentions. However, this naval colonel should be left to the Navy to handle. After all, this is a matter for the Navy. And even if he has transgressed regulations, it should be addressed accordingly." Uncle Jimmy sighed as he spoke. Though the villagers felt some reluctance, they nodded in agreement, expressing their consent. Yuluo smiled broadly and nodded, saying, "Well then, since it is so." With a swift motion, he severed Colonel Mouse's neck under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, blood once again splattering onto the gravestone. "Little Leaf, what have you done?" Uncle Gamu exclaimed in disbelief. "Uncle, I have already stated that the headquarters has entrusted me with full authority to handle this matter. Thus, his demise was well deserved." Yuluo replied solemnly. Subsequently, the small town, akin to a refuge, held an elaborate memorial ceremony. It was during this time that Yuluo learned that among the 5 plundered towns, 3 had fallen victim to the deeds of the Creek pirate group, prompting the community to unite in this commemorative event. After spending a few days with everyone and sharing his experiences at the Navy headquarters, Yuluo left the small island with a smile. This place had become his new home, embodying the adage that a home is where one finds belonging, and a community is what makes a home. The settlement, named Flame Town, symbolizes rebirth through fire and has gifted Yuluo a quaint little courtyard, signifying his new abode. At this moment, Yuluo began to understand why Vice Admiral Garp requests annual leave to return to the East Blue. He too resolved to make the journey back each year, as long as his schedule permitted. Upon arriving at Lowtown, Smoker delivered startling news. Vice Admiral Garp had sailed through the calm belt back to the Navy headquarters. That old rascal must have forgotten all about me. How am I supposed to return now, that scoundrel? Yi Luo cursed through clenched teeth. Meanwhile, Garp, navigating the calm belt, adjusted his attire and muttered to himself. I've grown old. My body is no longer what it used to be. Kobe and Barumabur, accompanying Garp back to headquarters, glanced at his robust physique, struggling to comprehend what had changed. Beside Garp, the aloof swordsman momentarily shifted his gaze but ultimately decided to swallow his thoughts regarding Yi Luo's abandonment. In truth, he had only remembered after passing Lo Town, and turning back would be a hassle. Thus, he chose to overlook it, believing that Yi Luo could manage to return to headquarters on his own. What now? How about you lend me a naval ship so I can head back to headquarters? Yi Luo glanced at Smoker's vessel, knowing it had come from headquarters and could traverse the calm belt. Not a chance. While you've captured numerous pirates in the East Blue, the issues from the 16th Division have left the higher-ups displeased. If you return now, you can expect some reprimands. Perhaps Vice Admiral Garp only intends to protect you. Smoker replied, puffing on a cigar. Nonsense. That old man has definitely forgotten about me. When he came, he was busy challenging a donut-eating contest. He is probably napping right now. Yi Luo retorted, frustrated. Then I am of no assistance. Why not take the roundabout mountain route to the Grand Line? I could even gift you my triangular sailboat. Smoker suggested with a mischievous grin. Don't even think about it. That would take ages. And with so many pirates on the way, what if I encounter someone I can't defeat? Yi Luo protested, pondering the feasibility of the idea while stroking his chin. He had long contemplated venturing into the first half of the Grand Line, where pirates were plentiful yet less formidable compared to the New World, providing an excellent opportunity to replenish his dwindling supply of diamonds. Now, he had a perfect excuse. It wasn't that he didn't want to return, but rather that Garp had left him behind. Once you arrive at the Grand Line, any division should be able to send you back, right? Or is it that you have no desire to return, preferring to stay here? If so, that's fine. I'm in need of a deputy. Smoker exhaled a puff of smoke, displaying a cheerful demeanor. However, at that moment, Yi Luo was entirely immersed in assessing his diamond count and evaluating the viability of his earlier plan. His current diamond total stood at 13 for 190, comprising the original 9,000 plus 1, 700 from defeating Creek and 2, 790 from taking down Colonel Mouse. He had puzzled over why Colonel Mouse was worth 790 diamonds until he recalled that the Colonel had embezzled Nami's 93 million berries, claiming he could take 30, which amounted to 27,900,000 berries. Although he had returned the money to Nami, who subsequently distributed it to the villagers of Kokoyashi, the system still rewarded him with diamonds for the Colonel's defeat. What should I purchase? Yi Luo mused, browsing the marketplace as he exited Smoker's office, completely oblivious to Smoker's earlier remarks. That brat dares to disregard me so. He will come to regret it. That triangular sailboat? I'll reclaim it. Not a single plank will I spare him. If he wishes to return to headquarters, he can swim back. Smoker stared in astonishment at Yi Luo's mutterings as he departed, and moments later, the Marines training outside were met with Smoker's furious roar. The advanced manuals are simply too expensive, while the basic ones hold no appeal. Curse this pay-to-win game. Yi Luo returned to his inn, reluctantly closing the marketplace. He had opted to stay at a hotel outside the naval base for convenience. The manuals in the marketplace were exorbitant, well beyond his means, and the items he could afford were unworthy of his interest. As for the 10 consecutive draws, Yi Luo was nearing despair. He also analyzed his current deficiencies. Although it appeared he primarily needed to practice Yolinix, having skill points would significantly accelerate his progress in either Purple Mist Technique or the 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms. Yet, he had saved 5 skill points for emergencies, which also explained why his 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms remained at the first level. In terms of attribute points, he found himself lacking. Over the past 2 years, he had prioritized strength training to utilize the 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms, leading to a deficit in internal energy. This left him struggling even to maintain his daily practice of the palms, consuming far too much stamina. At present, his speed and agility were weaknesses, but fortunately, the Navy's 6 styles, Soru and Jeppo, had alleviated some of his immediate concerns. Resisting the temptation of 10 consecutive draws, Yi Luo decided to elevate his level to 20, thereby completing the third main quest, which might prompt changes within the system. After all, it had once introduced lotteries and 10 consecutive draws. After a few days of rest in Lo Town, Yi Luo prepared to set sail for the Grand Line, a region teeming with pirates, yet not overwhelmingly powerful, offering an excellent opportunity to gain experience and accumulate some diamond resources. Have you made up your mind? Are you truly set on traversing the Grand Line? Smoker, summoned by Yi Luo to the bar, inquired while sipping a beer. Indeed, returning would only subject me to their incessant prattle. I might as well capture more pirates along the Grand Line to silence them. Yi Luo shrugged and downed his drink in one go. Do as you wish. I reckon I'll be heading back shortly as well. Most of the major pirates here have been dealt with, and staying longer serves little purpose. Smoker lit 2 cigars and clamped them between his teeth. Oh, isn't there a new pirate in the East Blue with a higher bounty than before? Yi Luo asked with a smile. Isn't that you're doing? Smoker remarked, glancing at Luo before slapping Luffy's bounty notice onto the table. This bounty notice had arrived from headquarters a few days prior, bearing a resemblance to the image in Luo's memory. Yet it reported not Colonel Mouse, but rather Luo himself. This puzzled Smoker, as according to his subordinates' reports, the individual known as Monkey D. Luffy seemed to have a special connection with Luo. He couldn't fathom why Luo would report to headquarters. Smoker certainly did not perceive him as a rigid naval officer. Come now, don't be angry. He is on his way to the Grand Line. Soon enough. The East Blue will be devoid of any pirates with bounties exceeding 10 million. As the leaves fell, he shrugged and spoke. With the issuance of this wanted notice, Luffy's name had spread across the seas. Though it did not stir great waves, to those with discerning eyes, it was indeed the most significant upheaval. In the New World, on a small island, a group of pirates gazed in astonishment at Mihawk. What brings you here? They inquired. Quiet down. I am not here for you. Where's your captain? Mihawk scanned the surroundings, seemingly unable to find the person he sought. Captain, Captain. A pirate shouted as he rushed deeper into the island. Suddenly, a group of individuals, either reclining or leaning against the ground, turned their faces with ill intent. Oh, it's Mihawk. A rare visitor. But I'm not in good shape right now. Are you here to challenge me? A man with red hair, sporting 3 scars over his right eye, lounged in the shadows of a large tree, casting a gloomy aura over his half-hidden face. Humph, what deal can we discuss with a one-armed man like you? Mihawk retorted coldly. However, during my recent travels, I encountered a rather intriguing group of pirates. And it reminded me of a certain little village you once mentioned and a fascinating little boy. As he spoke, Mihawk produced a wanted poster. The remaining officers looked on in surprise at the bounty notice. Have you come for Luffy? The red-haired pirate grinned, revealing his identity as Shanks, the captain of the red-haired pirates, who had confirmed Luffy's aspirations of becoming a pirate. In the East Blue, at Windmill Village, where Luffy was born, villagers were celebrating raucously in the bar run by Luffy's sister, spurred on by Luffy's wanted notice. Look at how happy Luffy is, she remarked to the old village chief. Humph, a pirate is still a pirate. The chief grumbled as he sat down in annoyance. But this is that child's dream. Luffy's sister replied with a smile. Is it a dream or fate? The old chief murmured softly, raising his cup, though no one in the bustling tavern heard him. Meanwhile, in Rogue Town, within a tavern, Smoker and Leaf were drinking when Tashigi entered, whispering something to Smoker. He glanced at Leaf, contemplating how to address him. Why are you looking at me like that? I have no interest in men, Leaf said, taking a sip of his drink, rolling his eyes. Smoker, irritated by Leaf's words, felt frustration bubble within him but restrained himself. Recalling Tashigi's earlier words, you can drink here by yourself. The ship is at the port. Leave whenever you wish. I have official business to attend to. With that, Smoker tossed a stack of belly on the table and left with Tashigi. I'll see what you're up to. Leaf downed his drink, tossed some belly to the bartender, and muttered to himself. All right, curiosity got the better of me. I couldn't resist. He would never eavesdrop on Tashigi, as doing so would be disrespectful. However, should he discover something through his own skill, he would not be blamed. Not long after Smoker and Tashigi departed, Leaf followed suit, using his observation haki to track them without fear of losing their trail. Gradually, he realized they had arrived at the execution platform, which was surrounded by a multitude of Navy soldiers. This spectacle left Leaf momentarily stunned, for on the platform, Luffy was being held captive by the clown buggy, seemingly on the verge of execution. Below the platform, amidst a throng of onlookers, Zoro and Sanji were desperately attempting to rescue Luffy from the buggy pirates and another pirate crew. Major, shall we engage? A Navy officer asked Smoker. Fool, why rush? Let those pirates tear each other apart. When have I ever allowed pirates to leave this town? Smoker replied disdainfully through his cigar. At that moment, Luffy suddenly shouted, I am the man who will become the pirate king. However, Buggy, who held him down, laughed maniacally. Ha ha, just watch. This man is doomed. All units, prepare. Smoker raised his hand from his concealment on the second floor, seemingly signaling Luffy's impending doom. Only Leaf noticed the atmospheric shift as dark clouds began to gather ominously above the execution platform. Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, Nami, I'm sorry. I'm going to die. Luffy suddenly laughed loudly. Idiot. Don't say such foolish things. Sanji shouted in anger. He's laughing? Smoker was taken aback, recalling the image of Gold Roger before his execution, which he had witnessed years ago. Have you not realized? The cultivation of haki must be prioritized. Leaf maximized his observation haki but still failed to detect the figure he sought. Suddenly, a tremendous bolt of lightning struck the execution platform, engulfing it in flames. Rain began to pour from the heavens as Luffy picked up his straw hat and laughed. Yaha. I survived. What a stroke of luck. Do you believe in gods? Sanji asked, staring blankly at Zoro. What are you waiting for? Let us escape. I sense a great commotion brewing. Zoro coolly remarked as he sheathed his 3 swords. Meanwhile, the pirates, including Alvida, gaped in disbelief at Luffy, who was unscathed, while Buggy lay charred from the lightning strike. Major, shall we move now? Another Navy officer inquired of Smoker. Unbelievable, he asked laughing. Where are they running? Smoker mumbled to himself before questioning the Navy soldiers. To the west port. The advance team has already moved out. A soldier replied. First, resolve the issues here, then we'll proceed. There are too many civilians. We cannot ignore them. Though Smoker yearned to apprehend Luffy, he decided to prioritize capturing Buggy and his crew upon witnessing the chaos unfolding in the square. This area is under my command. Leaf emerged from an unknown location, smiling at Smoker. Tashigi, let us go catch that Straw Hat Kid. Smoker, puffing on his cigar, mounted his smoke-powered motorcycle, the Bairoya. As the leaves fell, Luo smiled, knowing that Luffy was certainly out of reach. However, Buggy and the pirate who had consumed the slippery fruit could indeed provide him with some diamonds. Soru, Shurgon Tenryu. Luo was not a Logia-type user, so his speed in capturing these minions could not compare to Smoker's. Yet, after harnessing his internal energy and agility, the power of the Marine 6 styles was not something the current Buggy and Alvida could withstand. It was no surprise that the chief colonel managed to quell the chaos so swiftly. Once all the pirates were subdued by Luo, the Marines bound them with ropes. Keep an eye on them. I shall assist Smoker. With a flash, Luo darted westward, executing the moonwalk from the Marine 6 styles. Colonel Luo is truly magnificent. How impressive. The Marines couldn't help but admire him as they watched him depart. Smoker. By the time Luo arrived, Smoker had already subdued Luffy. However, at that moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind him, so swiftly that even Luo could not discern how it had materialized. Storm. With a wave of the figure's hand, a powerful tempest surged forth, dispersing Smoker's smoke and propelling Luffy toward his comrades. Ha ha, go ahead. If that is your way of doing things, the shadowy figure laughed heartily. Dragon, why do you assist that brat? Smoker asked, a hint of reluctance in his voice. It was evident that Smoker recognized the identity of the figure. What reason could possibly prevent a man from setting sail? The man, known as Dragon, gazed toward Luffy as he replied. Indeed. But isn't it rather inappropriate for you to reveal yourself like this? Luo approached Smoker, fixing his gaze upon the figure. He recognized him as the leader of the Revolutionary Army, known as the world's most notorious criminal, Monkey D. Dragon, and also Luffy's father. Oh? Do you wish to capture me? You may give it a try, young Marine. Dragon turned to face Luo, although his entire figure was shrouded in a cloak. Luo caught a glimpse of Dragon's true visage, half of his face adorned with tattoos. Smoker, I wish to engage him with all my might. Assist me in the aftermath, Luo declared, his focus unwavering on Dragon. If you fall to him, I cannot promise to save you. Smoker replied gravely. Dragon subduing 18 palms, the dragon's regret. Luo wasted no words, grounding himself and harnessing his internal energy as he unleashed the first palm of the dragon, subduing 18 palms. Oh, an intriguing technique, Dragon remarked, observing the golden dragon-shaped energy projectile soaring from Luo's hand. Dragon subduing 18 palms, the dragon soars in the sky. Before Dragon could counter the first palm, Luo struck again with the second. The dragon subduing 18 palms was a technique of utmost power, each strike infused with tremendous force. A relentless barrage until the opponent was overwhelmed by this formidable martial art. However, this technique was exceedingly taxing on internal energy, so Luo could not yet manifest its true essence. To truly master it, one must reach a level where the energy flows effortlessly, neither excessive nor lacking. At its pinnacle, the power fluctuates, alternating between strength and softness, merging rigidity with flexibility, allowing one to wield both lightness and heaviness at will. This is the mark of true mastery. Dragon Claw Fist. Dragon, concealed beneath his cloak, did not evade but instead charged directly at Luo, seeking to withstand the dragon subduing 18 palms head-on. Boom. The leaves fell as the dragon's 18 palms collided with the dragon's technique, resulting in a tremendous explosion. What could that be? The Straw Hat crew, who were fleeing, seemed to have noticed the situation behind them. Forget about that. Luffy, hurry, get on board. Nami, already on the ship, observed clearly that a Navy soldier was engaged in combat with a mysterious figure. However, she was not concerned about that. They were barely able to protect themselves. If someone could fend off the Navy for them, they would be grateful. With the move Dragon's 18 palms, the dragon appears in the field. Luo did not give up. The immense force caused blood to escape from the corner of his mouth. Indeed, Dragon's Claw. The dragon's palm transformed into a three-fingered shape. Grasping at the dragon-shaped energy Luo unleashed, dissipating it effortlessly. With Dragon's 18 palms, the dragon soars to the land. Luo gritted his teeth and finally executed the fourth move. At this point, his internal energy was nearly depleted, and even the recovery abilities of the Purple Mist Divine Skill could not keep pace with the exhausting consumption of the dragon's 18 palms. The dragon's claw had adopted a hue indicative of the use of armament hockey. The force of the dragon's claw met the fourth palm. Yet Luo's energy held for less than 5 seconds before being shattered by the dragon. With a cough, Luo spat out blood. Smoker attempted to catch him, but the rain in the sky interfered with his abilities, dispersing his smoke. Consequently, he could only watch helplessly as Luo was struck into the sea by the dragon. Hey, Luffy, isn't that your brother? Nami, with keen eyes, noticed the Navy soldier being struck by his opponent and falling into the sea. right in their direction. What should we do? Should we save him? Zoro glanced at Luffy. Yes. Luffy nodded firmly, leaving aside the bond Luo had formed with Ace through brotherhood. They could not ignore someone who had aided them on multiple occasions. But Luffy, the wind and rain are too fierce right now. Even if we go down, we might not be able to save him. We could end up in danger ourselves. Usopp said, fear evident in his voice. Let me go? Luffy is a devil fruit user. It would be futile for him to dive in. Sanji remarked, removing his shoes and loosening his tie. Wait, Sanji, Usopp is right. The storm is too intense right now. Tie a rope around your waist. Nami grabbed Sanji. I knew it. You care about me the most, Nami. Sanji immediately transformed into a soft-bodied creature, circling around Nami. Unable to bear it, Usopp quickly fetched a long rope, tying one end around Sanji's waist and handing the other to Zoro. Sanji, please, Luffy said earnestly. Sanji nodded and plunged into the sea. Look over there. What is that? Usopp suddenly shouted, as if he had discovered something. That's a lighthouse, a guiding light into the Grand Line. Nami exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. At that moment, Zoro, holding the rope, sensed a sudden tension. It seemed the rope had reached its limit, yet Sanji was still advancing. After a moment, the tension eased, and Zoro realized that Sanji had likely untied the rope. What happened? The others gathered around, asking. Zoro calmly replied, it seems the cook has untied the rope. He must have spotted something. Sure enough, shortly thereafter, Sanji emerged from the sea, a person tucked under his arm. Sanji, pull me up. Luffy extended his arm towards Sanji. After much effort, they managed to pull Sanji and Luo aboard. He should be fine. He is just unconscious. Nami inspected Luo's injuries and told Luffy. They hurriedly carried Luo into the cabin for him to rest. Once they finished, Sanji brought over a large barrel, cheerfully saying, let us have a ceremony to celebrate. To find the legendary sea, all blue. Sanji placed his hat on the barrel first. My goal is to become the Pirate King. Luffy followed suit. The world's greatest swordsman. Zoro added coolly, placing his foot on the barrel. I want to draw the world map. Nami said with a bright smile, placing her foot up as well. I'm here to become a brave warrior of the sea. Usopp trembled, mimicking the others. Let us set sail. Toward the Grand Line. They all shouted in unison. After completing the ceremony, the Straw Hat crew entered the cabin to check on Luo's condition. Nami then seemed to ponder how to enter the Grand Line. It appears the entrance to the Grand Line is a mountain. Nami shared her thoughts. What? A mountain? How do we get in? The others stared in disbelief. According to the sea chart, there is a canal at the upside-down mountain. Nami pointed to the chart, speaking earnestly. Nonsense. Even if there is a canal, we can't climb a mountain. Usopp protested. But that is how it's depicted on the chart. Nami insisted. What a hassle. Can't we just bypass the entrance? Zoro grumbled, finding it bothersome. You're mistaken. Luffy earnestly chastised Zoro. Exactly. There is a compelling reason. Nami felt gratified by Luffy's seriousness. It feels exhilarating to enter through the entrance. Luffy said, looking bewildered. That is not the point. Nami angrily punched Luffy, believing him to be foolishly naive. However, while they were arguing, Usopp glanced outside the cabin and exclaimed, Huh? Why has the wind stopped? It was just pouring rain. Yeah. The weather looks fine. Sanji nodded, observing the outside. Could it be? Have we entered a windless zone? Nami turned in astonishment, noticing the calm outside. Windless zone? What is that? Luffy asked curiously as he walked out of the cabin. Look, it's still pouring on the other side. Yet here it's calm. How strange. Sanji stood on the deck, gazing at the other side. Hey, you lot. Are you still here chatting? Hurry and stow the sails, then row the ship into the storm. Nami shouted angrily at them. Why should we go into the storm? Isn't it nice here? Usopp complained. Yet, seeing Nami on the verge of losing her temper, the others started to move. What a troublesome crew. What kind of ship did I board? Nami sighed in exasperation. Wow, the weather is so nice. A certain oblivious swordsman emerged from the cabin, stretching. Nami's expression darkened as she shouted. Don't you know our ship is drifting south? Row back quickly. Oh, isn't this how we enter the Grand Line? Zoro, typically directionally challenged, surprisingly grasped the situation. If it were that simple, everyone would do it. The Grand Line is sandwiched between two narrow seas, which is the sea we are currently in. The calm sea area, the windless zone. Nami provided a brief explanation. It's just a lack of wind. What is the big deal? We can still row across. Zoro inquired with confusion. That is because the calm belt is. Before Nami could finish her sentence, the entire ship suddenly trembled, as if it had been thrust into the sky by some unseen force. Everyone's faces turned pale upon witnessing the colossal sea creature that had appeared before them. Indeed, the calm belt was the nesting ground of sea kings, and a gigantic one at that. Nami had already collapsed in tears, clutching the mast. By the side of the ship, Usopp had fainted from fear, while Zoro, Sanji, and Luffy stood rigidly, each clutching an oar. Listen, as soon as this monster sinks back into the sea, we must row with all our might toward the storm. Zoro uttered, barely daring to breathe. Got it. No one questioned why this time, nor did anyone object. Unfortunately, their ship was positioned right next to the enormous Sea King's snout, and with a single sneeze, they were propelled away. Thankfully, the trajectory was toward the storm, and once they hit the water, The group hastily paddled back into the tempest. Upon their return to the stormy area, everyone collapsed from exhaustion. Usopp remained unconscious, having fallen during the ship's flight. Had it not been for Luffy's timely extension of his arm, he would have been devoured. Finally back. This is fantastic. Even Luffy, usually fearless, felt a profound sense of joy upon re-entering the storm. Now do you understand why everyone wanted to enter? Nami, lying on the deck, asked weakly. I get it, Zoro replied insincerely. Understand? Nami seemed to recall something and hurried to the cabin to examine the nautical charts. She then shared her deduction with the others. The entrance to Reverse Mountain was a canal, but entering it would lead to destruction. I see. It's the Incredible Mountain, Luffy exclaimed, pretending to grasp the concept, prompting Nami to abandon further explanation. In any case, follow my lead, and don't forget who the navigator of this ship is. Nami declared confidently. Oh, Nami, you are simply magnificent. One cook was instantly smitten, circling around Nami like a soft-bodied creature, raising suspicions about how his eyebrows had become so curly. Look, that is the Incredible Mountain. It's truly immense, Luffy exclaimed, standing at the bow, awestruck by the vast expanse of the red land, obscured by clouds. After considerable effort, the Mary finally carried the Straw Hat crew into Reverse Mountain. Watching the currents ascend the slopes, Luffy could hardly contain his excitement. However, when they reached the summit, the currents began to descend, although it posed no immediate danger. The thrill was undeniable. Nami, there's a mountain ahead, Sanji shouted from atop the mast, spotting a vast shadow ahead. That is impossible. Beyond Reverse Mountain, there should be a vast ocean, Nami exclaimed, bewildered. It's a whale. Usopp, peering through his glasses, trembled. What? A whale of that size? Luffy exclaimed, straining to see ahead. Suddenly, the roar of the whale echoed, sending the crew into a frenzy. Now is not the time for this. We need to think of a way to avoid a collision. The rudder had broken, leaving them unable to steer. What do? We're doomed. Panic ensued aboard the ship as Usopp, Sanji, and Zoro rushed to the fractured rudder, attempting to maneuver it. However, their efforts seemed futile. Luffy clapped his hands, struck by an idea, and hurried toward the cannon. A cannon? The others were astonished, not expecting Luffy to suggest using the cannon's recoil to steer the ship. However, attacking such a massive creature would yield little difference from colliding with it. With a thud, although the ship halted, the ram's head at the bow was still crushed, inciting Luffy's fury. Hurry and escape, Zoro urged, noting that the whale appeared oblivious to them. It's probably too large. Our minor attacks are akin to mosquito bites to it. In any case, let us flee before it notices, Nami declared. And the others felt a renewed sense of hope as they carefully paddled away. As the ship passed beneath the whale's eye, it roared once more, shaking the crew to their core. Even the leaves in the cabin seemed to acknowledge the whale's call. What have you done to my VIP seat? Luffy shouted from the bow, extending his arm to strike the whale's eye. That idiot. Fool. We're doomed. The rest looked on with tears in their eyes as Luffy attacked the whale, their hearts sinking. Indeed, the vulnerable spot had drawn the whale's attention, and although no damage was inflicted, its eye turned downward to confront them. Run. It has spotted us. Yet, Luffy defiantly shouted back at the whale, bring it on. You bastard. Shut up. The others kicked Luffy, finally silencing him. However, they soon discovered that the Mary was being swallowed whole by the whale, with only Luffy managing to escape using his extended arm, climbing inside through the whale's blowhole. Well, what do you think? Sanji inquired, puffing on his cigarette. I feel like we're dreaming, Zoro replied, gazing at the quaint cabin, the sky, and the seagulls. This place bore no distinction from the ocean outside. Had they not known they had been consumed by a whale, they would have believed they were merely in an ordinary sea. After a series of adventures, Sanji and the others finally encountered the master of this peculiar realm, an elderly man adorned with flowers, who emerged from the cabin to assist them in dealing with the giant squid that had surfaced from the depths. Is that a flower? No, it's a person, Sanji remarked, scrutinizing the old man. However, the elder paid them no mind, tending to the squid before settling into a chair outside the cabin with a newspaper, showing no inclination to converse with Sanji and the others. You bastard, speak up. Sanji fumed at the man's indifference. If you wish to brawl, we have cannons here. Usopp trembled. You should reconsider. You might end up dead. The old man glanced at them sideways, coolly responding. Oh, who do you think will die? Sanji raised an eyebrow. Intrigued. Me. The old man replied without hesitation. Are you talking about yourself? Sanji shouted in anger, feeling as if he had exhausted all his strength only to strike cotton, deeply dissatisfied. Enough. Please, old man, tell us who you are and where we are. Zoro calmly interjected, smiling at the elderly figure. When asking others, one should first introduce oneself. That is proper etiquette, isn't it? The old man cast a furtive glance at Zoro. Ah, my apologies, he began. I'm Clockus, the keeper of the Twin Cape Lighthouse. I am 71 years old, with AB blood type and a Gemini star sign. Before Zoro could interject, the old man abruptly launched into his self-introduction, inciting Zoro to draw his sword in frustration. However, gradually, Sanji and the others began to comprehend their surroundings. Indeed, they were still within the belly of the whale. Usopp even discovered that the sky above them was merely painted, not its original form. But soon, the tranquil sea began to sway once more. According to the old man, the whale named Abu was once again colliding with the red line. After his revelation, he leapt into what appeared to be the acidic stomach contents of the whale, swimming toward a large door. At that moment, Luffy, along with Mr. Nine and Miss Wednesday, fell into the sea of stomach acid as well. Ultimately, Sanji rescued Luffy and the others while the old man administered a tranquilizer to the whale. Nevertheless, Mr. Nine and Miss Wednesday sought to provoke the whale, and amidst the ensuing chaos, Clockers recounted the reason behind the whale's incessant battering of the red line. He guided them through a passage he had carved, allowing them to escape the belly of Laboon and re-emerge into the open sea. Upon their exit, they discarded the captured villains, Mr. Nine and Miss Wednesday, overboard, allowing them to swim away. Arriving at the lighthouse, Clockers provided a brief explanation of the perils of the Grand Line. Upon realizing that Luffy and his companions had no recording pointers and had made no preparations before entering the Grand Line, he expressed a mixture of admiration and mockery for their reckless behavior. After hearing Laboon's story, Luffy audaciously proposed a challenge to the whale, leaving the other crew members apprehensive. However, when Luffy drew the Straw Hat Pirate's flag on Laboon's head, it signified that their agreement had been sealed, and Laboon would no longer ram the red line with his head. Once concluded, the crew finally relaxed. Sanji even began preparing a dish from the exquisite ingredients he had retrieved from Lobetown, as everyone enjoyed a meal while Clockers shared foundational knowledge about the Grand Line, all while forgetting that a patient lay in the cabin. Ultimately, equipped with the recording pointer Clockers had provided, they returned to invite Mr. Nine and Miss Wednesday to Whiskey Peak, officially commencing their adventure on the Grand Line. However, the unpredictable weather of the Grand Line nearly drove Nami to madness. It had been sunny one moment, only to be followed by a sudden snowfall and then a violent storm. After much turmoil, everyone, except for the unconscious Leaf and Zoro, who was sleeping on deck, was utterly exhausted. Mr. Nine and Miss Wednesday, your name seems somewhat familiar, Zoro remarked, awakening and stroking his chin as he faced the two unwelcome guests. Yet, after Nami forcefully subdued Zoro, the pirate ship finally arrived at Whiskey Peak, an island adorned with colossal cacti. Thank you for bringing us back. We bid you farewell here, Mr. Nine and Miss Wednesday exclaimed as they leaped into the sea, swimming away upon seeing the island. Luffy and the others paid no mind to the duo, instead brimming with curiosity about the island they were about to land on. However, as the ship docked, they were met with a warm welcome from the townsfolk. Yet, behind the facade of hospitality lay a sinister plot. These individuals were members of Baroque Works, under Crocodile's command, all bounty hunters specializing in hunting pirates. The daytime welcome was merely a ruse to facilitate their nighttime ambush and take their lives easily, a scheme that Zoro saw through. My companions are quite fatigued. If you wish to play, why not let me entertain you instead? Zoro said, perched on the roof and smirking at the bounty hunters preparing to ambush. You bastard. How did you find out? A burly man with curly hair snarled at Zoro. I recall that a while ago, an organization called Baroque approached me, inviting me to join. But I declined. Their members seemed to use peculiar names as code names, so when I saw those two, I found it odd. Zoro pointed at Mr. Nine and Miss Wednesday. Knowing about our organization means you cannot be spared. Kill him. The burly Icolum bellowed at Zoro. About 100, right? Just the right number for a bit of fun. Zoro began to feel exhilarated. However, amidst their battle, several lackeys from Baroque Works approached the Mary, intent on checking for treasure aboard. As their captain was a pirate with a bounty of 30 million, he could not possibly be poor. Yet, upon entering the cabin and discovering an injured person lying there, they were taken aback. What the hell? It turns out to be an injured person. You scared me, one lackey exclaimed. Hurry up and finish him off, then let us search for treasure. Another lackey urged impatiently, but just as he prepared to strike, he suddenly noticed the injured individual opening his eyes. You scared me to death. I could have let you die peacefully, but since you're awake now, don't blame me. Startled by Leaf's sudden awakening, the lackey, filled with rage, swung his knife at him. Is it really appropriate to treat me this way right after waking up? Leaf said as he sat up, yawning while grasping the lackey's knife. In truth, he had regained consciousness when the ship reached Whiskey Peak, but due to his severe injuries, he had been using his internal energy to heal. Although the battle with Dragon appeared fierce, Leaf understood that Dragon had not fought with all his strength. His injuries were more a result of exhausted internal energy, which had caused his fainting. This place looks somewhat familiar. Even though he had yet to fully recover, Leaf effortlessly dealt with the two lackeys. Isn't this the Mary? It seems Luffy saved me. So this must be Whiskey Peak? That rascal didn't even let that doctor check me when we passed Twin Cape. Otherwise, I would have awakened much sooner. Leaf muttered softly, gazing at the town from the deck. Meanwhile, Nami, who was stealthily pilfering treasure from the bounty hunters, encountered Zoro, who was engaged in combat. I didn't expect you to be wise enough not to fall for it, Zoro remarked, astonished by Nami. How could there be a town welcoming pirates? I never believed it, Nami retorted with a scoff. All right, let us finish them quickly. I want to get some sleep, Zoro stated, observing that at least half of the bounty hunters had fallen. You take care of your business. I'll go find their treasure. Nami waved her hand and departed from the nearby small house. Moments later, she returned the same way and said to Zoro, "Don't you think we've forgotten something? I seem to recall that we still have something to do." "No. What is it?" Zoro asked, puzzled. "Forget it. Let us prioritize finding the treasure. Remember to act quickly." After Nami spoke, she vanished without a trace. They seemed to have forgotten about the injured Yi Luo, who still lay in the cabin. This woman truly vexed Zoro, who slowly unsheathed his 3 swords and prepared to resume battle. Moments later, Luffy, awakened by a pressing need to relieve himself, discovered the kind-hearted citizens outside. Fell by Zoro's hand. Enraged upon learning the truth, Luffy could not abide such actions from his comrades. How could one strike down those who had offered them food simply because it did not suit their taste? Luffy was resolute in seeking justice for these individuals. Meanwhile, Zoro, having just defeated all the bounty hunters, sat drinking when he suddenly sensed an unusual presence. At the harbor, a woman with an umbrella and a man sporting an explosive hairstyle and sunglasses emerged. Mr. Five and his partner, Ms. Valentine. "Is this some sort of joke?" Mr. Five scoffed, eyeing the injured Ikaram, who was struggling on the ground. "What? Have you come to enjoy our misfortune?" Ikaram raised his head to look at them. "Ha ha ha, we are here, of course, due to a mission." Ms. Valentine replied with a hearty laugh. "Are you here to assist us? That swordsman is formidable." Mr. Nine, also struggling to sit up, exclaimed, "Do you think we are here for trivial matters?" Mr. Five declared haughtily, "We are here due to a special task. Certain individuals from a kingdom have infiltrated our organization." Ikaram lowered his head, knowing his expression must be quite ghastly. They had been exposed. "Ah, I just remembered. I seem to have forgotten about Luffy." On the rooftop, Zoro took a sip of his drink and muttered as he observed the confrontation. Then, "The culprit, the missing princess of Alabasta," Mr. Five remarked, tilting his head as he gazed at the increasingly flustered Princess Vivi. "You scoundrel. I will not allow you to harm her even a finger. Die." Ballspike. Ikaram, rising from the ground, launched an attack at Mr. Five. Boom, Mr. Five was engulfed in an explosion. "Please, escape quickly. Hurry," Ikaram shouted to Vivi. Yet, Vivi, seemingly unconcerned, remained where she was. "That's useless." Ms. Valentine suddenly descended from the air, kicking apart Vivi's bound hair. As Vivi was attacked, Ikaram was also sent flying. Vivi immediately turned to see Mr. Five emerging unscathed from the flames, continuing, "The culprits are the captain of the Royal Guard of Alabasta, Ikaram, and the Royal Princess, Nefertari Vivi. In the name of the Baroque Works leader, I shall eliminate you both." "What? You are a princess?" Mr. Nine exclaimed in astonishment at his partner. "Do not underestimate me." Vivi glared at Mr. Five, realizing her chances of escape were slim. "Though I do not understand the situation, we must leave. Our partnership is not a mere facade." Mr. Nine stood before Vivi, bloodied yet resolute. "Mr. Nine," Vivi gasped, surprised by his willingness to defend her. "Farewell. You must escape." Hot-blooded number 9 ball. Mr. Nine rolled himself into his circle and charged at Mr. Five. "Such foolish camaraderie will only lead to your demise." Mr. Five scoffed, extracting a booger from his nose and flicking it at Mr. Nine. Boom. The booger exploded, knocking Mr. Nine to the ground. But Vivi seized the opportunity to mount Karu and flee. Hey, that booger was terrifying. Zoro, watching from the sidelines, was taken aback by the unexpected explosion. "Please, please, please save our princess." At some point, the injured Ikaram found Zoro, who was spectating. "Let go, will you? Stop clinging to me." Zoro, somewhat exasperated, protested as Ikaram clutched his leg, speaking in desperation. "I beg you, if you can escort the princess safely to distant Alabasta, you will receive a substantial reward." Ikaram continued to grasp Zoro's leg like a lifeline. "Now that piques my interest. How about 1 billion berries?" Before Zoro could respond, Nami appeared from seemingly nowhere, interjecting. It seemed she possessed an uncanny ability to sniff out money. Wherever there was a scent of wealth, Nami would surely be found. 1 billion berries? Ikaram was taken aback. Even in their desert kingdom of Alabasta, that was no trifling sum. Indeed, if there were riches, your princess would not perish. You have witnessed his strength. Nami pointed at Zoro, addressing Ikaram. "But I am merely the captain of the guard. I lack the authority to handle such a large sum. Perhaps you should first rescue the princess and then negotiate?" Ikaram responded, somewhat conflicted. "Hey, don't involve me in your dealings." Zoro protested, dissatisfied. "What are you talking about? My money is undoubtedly mine, but my contract is everyone's contract. Is there anything wrong with that?" Nami mischievously blinked at Zoro. "What kind of reasoning is that?" Zoro naturally refused to agree. "Goodness, while you two are conversing, the princess may already be in peril. Can we prioritize her rescue before deliberating?" Ikaram urged, his anxiety palpable. "Go, Zoro." Nami pointed towards Vivi's escape route. "I refuse to go back. I detest being ordered around." Zoro rejected her command. "Is that so? Then you owe me for the money." Nami narrowed her eyes, fixating on Zoro. "When did I ever owe you money?" Zoro questioned in confusion. "Remember when you borrowed 100,000 berries from me to buy your sword in Lobetown? We agreed you would return threefold," Nami asserted. "But the sword was a gift from the boss. I didn't spend any money and return it the same day. Doesn't that count?" Zoro replied, exasperated. Of course not. Nami exclaimed, her disappointment evident. Zoro's expression darkened. Though he understood Nami's intentions, he was left with no choice but to set off to rescue Princess Vivi. You will meet your downfall. Zoro cursed Nami as he ran. Indeed, I may end up in hell. Nami laughed lightly in response. Ikaram, observing the exchange, was left dumbfounded. He seemed to have uncovered a peculiar secret about this bizarre pirate crew, realizing that the most formidable member might just be the seemingly harmless girl before him. When Zoro finally located Vivi, he encountered the high-ranking agent Baroque, who had been pursuing her. After saving her, he fortuitously ran into Luffy, who had come searching. Hey, Luffy, are you here to help? These are just two small fry. There's no need for your assistance. Or did you also borrow money from that woman Nami? Zoro inquired with a grin. Zoro, I will never forgive you. Let us settle this once and for all. Luffy shouted at Zoro. Huh. Zoro looked utterly bewildered. You were the one who attacked the villagers, weren't you? They are the villagers who have graciously provided us with delectable food. Yet you have ruthlessly dispatched them all without exception. I cannot forgive your ingratitude. I shall send you soaring into the heavens. Luffy bellowed in fury. This left not only Zoro in a state of bewilderment, but even Princess Wei Wei was left shaking her head in exasperation, remarking, what a truly dull-witted individual. Is it truly wise for him to be our captain? Hey, Luffy, listen to me. Those people are, however, before Zoro could finish his sentence, Luffy launched his attack. After evading a few blows, Zoro realized that Luffy was genuinely serious, and his own temper began to rise. Meanwhile, the duo of elite agents, previously halted by Zoro, seized the opportunity presented by the skirmish between Luffy and Zoro to rush toward Wei Wei, intent on eliminating her first. You better know when to stop, you fool, Zoro shouted, delivering a powerful kick that sent Luffy flying, colliding with the approaching agents, and the three of them were sent tumbling into the ruins. I suppose I must first eliminate you two troublesome interlopers, Mr. Five exclaimed as he rose from the ground, casting a glance at the still prone Luffy. Ha ha, very well. Since you wish it so, I shall not object. Ms. Valentine, wielding an umbrella, launched her flying knives above Zoro, utilizing her ability to manipulate her body weight as a user of the heavy light fruit. Mr. Samurai, dodge. Wei Wei urgently warned as Ms. Valentine approached Zoro's position. Now is not the time to evade. Zoro's gaze was fixed on the direction where Luffy had been kicked, where he was currently hoisting the unconscious Mr. Five. On the ship, after casually preparing some food from the available ingredients, Luo noticed that his physical condition had seemingly improved. He then recalled that he had restorative potions in his backpack. Reluctant to rely on external aids, he had refrained from using them in previous battles, but after sustaining injuries, utilizing them seemed a prudent choice. After consuming a potion for vitality and devouring 2 drumsticks along with a serving of fried rice, both his life force and stamina were nearly replenished, leaving only his internal energy yet to recover. However, Luo had no intention of using pills for restoration. As recovering internal energy also required cultivation, the best results occurred when he depleted his energy during training sessions. It is time to check on our beloved princess. Having satisfied his hunger, Luo disembarked and set off toward the island. Hee, let us compare who is the stronger swordsman or martial artist. When Luo found Luffy and Zoro, the two were engaged in a duel. However, upon noticing Nami approaching, Luo refrained from getting any closer. For that young girl possessed the ability to hold the entire crew captive. I recall that Robin made her appearance around this time as well. Seeing that there were no issues on this side, Luo turned his gaze towards the coastline. Ah, so this means that due to internal strife, you are devoid of funds, correct? After Nami resolved the conflict between Luffy and Zoro, the group settled down to converse. Wei Wei also shared her circumstances with them, leading Nami to swiftly deduce that Wei Wei was incapable of paying the exorbitant sum of 1 billion berries to find a princess. Ah? Who is the leader of your Baroque works? Luffy inquired with curiosity. I cannot say. I cannot disclose that information. This is the one thing I must keep to myself. Revealing it could put you in danger. Wei Wei quickly waved her hands, stating, we are not interested in hearing it. Surely, someone capable of usurping another's nation must be incredibly powerful. Nami chuckled, shaking her head. Indeed, while you all are formidable, you are certainly no match for the warlord of the sea, Crocodile. Wei Wei nodded solemnly. After a brief silence, Zoro interjected, haven't you just revealed it? No worries. No worries. No one here knows about it. I shall not speak of it again. Just pretend you haven't heard. Wei Wei stammered, suddenly feeling embarrassed. Nami, who had previously been disheartened, instantly perked up, but before she could speak, the sound of flapping wings interrupted her. What are that bird and the sea otter doing? Nami curiously pointed at a sea otter perched atop a vulture. That is an ominous creature raised by our boss, specifically used for relaying messages. Wei Wei replied, astonished. What? Are you saying they will report what just happened to your boss? Nami nearly lost her composure, exasperated that she had to encounter such a situation. She had also forgotten that it was he who had threatened Zoro to rescue Wei Wei. I'm so sorry. I truly misspoke. Wei Wei repeatedly apologized to Nami. Forget it, I'm leaving. Although this time was brief, I appreciate your care. We should part ways now. Nami walked alone towards the port. Where are you going, Nami? Luffy asked, puzzled. We need to make a hasty retreat while they are still unaware of our appearances. Nami replied without turning back. As soon as her words fell, the vulture and the sea otter, which had already departed, returned, drawing pictures on paper to express gratitude to Nami. Upon completion, they presented it to her, and Nami returned with a glum expression. The paper the sea otter held depicted the likenesses of Nami and the others. Now, it seems we cannot even escape. How unfortunate. Just entering the Grand Line and already entangled with a warlord of the sea. This life is unbearable. Nami wept in a corner. Meanwhile, Luffy and Zoro excitedly speculated about what kind of person Crocodile might be. Elsewhere, Yi Luo, having reached the coastline, utilized moonwalk to soar through the sky, swiftly locating his target, an enormous tortoise, upon which sat a tall woman. Hey there, beautiful. What brings you out here alone at such a late hour? Yi Luo slowly descended onto the tortoise, greeting her with a smile. The hat-wearing Robin turned her head towards Yi Luo and replied with a smile. So, you have boarded someone else's vessel. What are your intentions? Oh, nothing much. I merely wanted to see what makes you unique. To understand why Vice Admiral Saul would sacrifice his life for you. Yi Luo stood there, gazing at Robin. At the mention of Saul's name, Robin's body trembled slightly. However, noticing Yi Luo's lack of hostility, she refrained from taking action, instead gathering energy behind her back. Who exactly are you? Robin fixed her gaze on Yi Luo, questioning him. I am merely an injured individual rescued by an intriguing group of pirates. It just so happens that I found you here. So I thought I would drop by to say hello. Yi Luo waved his hand to indicate that Robin need not be alarmed. Just a casual greeting? Robin asked incredulously. Indeed. Upon seeing that you are well, I feel relieved. You must understand, the world cannot do without you. Yi Luo smiled and replied. What is your true purpose? Robin sensed an air of enigma surrounding Yi Luo, making it difficult to discern his intentions. Fear not. My purpose is simply to extend a greeting. Time is of the essence, so I shall take my leave now. Until we meet again. With that, Yi Luo leaped into the air and departed. Moonwalk. A conqueror? Robin observed Yi Luo's moonwalk technique, her eyes narrowing. On the opposite side, as they bid farewell to a Callum at the coastline, Luffy was still cheerfully remarking on a Callum's fascinating qualities when suddenly, the vessel a Callum was aboard exploded, engulfing the surrounding waters in flames. The expressions of those standing on the shore darkened, and Luffy clenched his fists, enraged, stating, Very well. I will remember this. Luffy, wake the other two. We must depart now. The pursuers may have already arrived. Zoro spoke with a serious demeanor. We must hurry, Wei Wei. If we are discovered, everything will be for naught. Nami, noticing Wei Wei standing still in silence, approached her. However, upon seeing Wei Wei, who had bitten her lip and remained silent, Nami felt a pang of compassion. She recognized the strength within the child. Do not worry. Luffy and the others are incredibly strong. We will ensure your safe passage to Alabasta. They freed the entire East Blue with merely 4 people. The warlord of the sea is surely no match for them. Nami comforted Wei Wei, embracing her tenderly. After a flurry of disarray, Luffy and his companions finally set sail successfully. The boisterous Usopp and Sanji fell silent on the deck after receiving Nami's concise explanation. To be careful while sailing. Avoid crashing into any rocks, especially since we just escaped from pursuers. Robin, whom Yi Luo had encountered earlier, appeared on the Mary, greeting Luffy and the others while perched on the railing. Who are you? Apart from Wei Wei, everyone was taken aback. Why are you here, Miss Sunday? Wei Wei glared at Robin with a stern expression. I just met Mr. 8 over there, Robin replied, resting her chin on her hand with a smile. Does this mean a Callum is being targeted by you? Wei Wei glared at Robin. Who is he? Why does he have a code name? Which number is she partnered with? Nami asked with curiosity. He is our boss's partner, Mr. Zero. In truth, she is the only one who knows the true identity of our boss. Wei Wei fixed her gaze on Robin without blinking. To be precise, I intentionally allowed you to follow me to ascertain his identity. Robin smiled, stating. What? So you were the good one? Luffy pouted, expressing his dissatisfaction. I knew it. You also informed the boss that we have discovered his identity, right? Wei Wei shouted. Oh, so you were still a villain. Luffy's judgment of character was rather casual. What is your true purpose? With a hint of irritation, she shouted at Robin, causing her to momentarily lose her composure. For just moments ago, she had posed a similar question to another. Shaking her head, she unleashed her ability, sending Usopp and Sanji, who had just awakened with weapons aimed at her, crashing down, laughing. Please refrain from pointing such dangerous objects at me. Ah. It turns out to be a lovely lady. Upon seeing Robin's face, Sanji immediately succumbed to her charm. Had he known earlier that Robin was a woman, he would never have directed his weapon towards her. Rest assured, I have not received any orders to eliminate you. It is merely unfortunate that you have unwittingly crossed paths with a princess being hunted by Baroque works. Robin said with a smile. Is that so? I fail to perceive their misfortune. Perhaps it is the wrath of Crocodile that they should fear. As the cabin door swung open, a familiar figure emerged before Luffy and the others. Yaluo. Luffy and the others exclaimed excitedly. Indeed, the person who had returned to the cabin was Yaluo. Well, hello, beautiful. It's a pleasure to see you again. Yaluo greeted Robin first before turning to Luffy, saying, I can't believe you actually saved me. What do you make of this? Haha, no need to dwell on it. Luffy waved his hand dismissively, having assumed Yaluo was expressing gratitude. As the leaves fell, Yaluo chuckled, approached him, tapped his head lightly, and shook his head, saying, I am not thanking you. You have caused me a great deal of trouble. What? I saved you and yet caused you trouble? Luffy replied, visibly displeased. Is it because of Crocodile? Nami pondered for a moment before asking. She assumed that Luffy had provoked Crocodile, and as a member of the Navy, Yaluo would naturally find it inconvenient to confront one of the 7 warlords of the sea. The sand crocodile is merely a minor issue. The real problem lies with your father. You must understand, it has been quite some time since I last showed my face. If the headquarters thinks I am dead, they will hold him accountable, Yaluo said, pointing at Luffy, feeling somewhat exasperated. He had initially hoped to seize an opportunity to meet Dragon in Logtown, as he needed the Revolutionary Army's assistance in various matters, but it seemed he would have to seek another chance. Everyone was astonished. How had this matter become entangled with Luffy's father? My father? What happened to him? Do I even have a father? Luffy asked curiously. You have never met him? Yaluo shook his head, chuckling. Your family is truly unreliable. Meanwhile, Sanji, Nami, and the others regarded Luffy with thoughtful expressions. If Luffy's family shared his personality traits, it was entirely plausible that they could allow a child to grow up without ever meeting his father. The one who fought me in Logtown and injured me was your father. He came to send you off to sea. Otherwise, do you think it would have been so easy for you to escape from Smoker? Yaluo said with a smile, observing Luffy's bewilderment. Is that so? Luffy exclaimed in surprise. Forget it. Such matters are in the past and require no further discussion. However, it seems you have many new members aboard your ship. Will you not introduce them to me? Yaluo inquired, pulling a stool from somewhere and sitting down. All right. At this moment, everyone remembered that there was still an enemy on the ship, and they turned their gazes toward Robin. Haha, so you are Yaluo, the renowned genius of the Navy headquarters? I never imagined you would be defeated in the East Blue. Now you are here nursing your wounds on a pirate ship. If the Navy finds out, you might be in trouble, Robin remarked with a smile. Knowing Yaluo's identity, she felt a bit more at ease. So, what business do you have with Luffy? As you can see, he saved me, so do not harbor any ill intentions, Yaluo said with a grin. Since you are aboard their ship, I suppose there is no need for me to do anything. However, here is the permanent log pose for Alabasta. Robin tossed a recording pointer to Luffy with a smile before returning to her turtle mount. What is this? Luffy asked curiously, holding the permanent log pose. You must know that the islands in the Grand Line are linked by magnetic forces, right? Therefore, navigating the Grand Line requires a log pose. The one you hold is a permanent log pose, which will always point to a specific island. Yaluo explained with a smile. I see. Luffy nodded. Then promptly crushed the permanent log pose. What are you doing? Nami exclaimed in exasperation. They had finally obtained a permanent log pose, and this fool had broken it. I am the captain of this ship. How we sail is up to me, Luffy replied assertively. However, he was met with Nami's beloved fist. That doesn't mean you should break the log pose. This thing must be quite valuable. So, is this young lady the princess of Alabasta? Yaluo rose and bowed to Vivi. Vivi nodded, somewhat intrigued, and asked, I am. It seems your relationship with Luffy is quite good. If we could gain the Navy's assistance, Alabasta's situation might improve. By the way, Yaluo, Vivi's country is currently facing a rebellion. Could you lend her a hand? Nami seemed to have thought of this issue and spoke up. This is quite troublesome. First of all, Crocodile is one of the 7 warlords of the sea. While I personally oppose the warlord system as a member of the Navy, I lack the authority and stance to take action against him. Furthermore, without evidence, I cannot simply act against a warlord based solely on your words, Yaluo replied, shaking his head after considering Nami's statement. I see, both Nami and Vivi said, somewhat disappointed. However, you need not worry. Aside from Crocodile, his subordinates are not openly displaying their affiliations with him, so it would be no issue for me to eliminate those minor threats and buy you some time. Additionally, I will head to Alabasta and ensure that the Navy there assists you in suppressing the rebellion, but I can only assist Vivi, not you, Luffy. Yaluo continued with a smile. Hee, that is fine. I do not need help. As long as you can assist Vivi, that is sufficient for me, Luffy replied cheerfully. Very well, I have already imposed on you long enough. Please find a small island to drop me off at. I need to contact headquarters, or the blame for killing the headquarters major will fall on your father, Yaluo said with a smile, addressing Luffy. Yaluo, are you really leaving? Nami said, somewhat reluctantly. What a strong ally. He was leaving without having done anything, and she felt it was a tremendous loss. Nami's heart brimmed with regret. As the leaves fell gently, Yaluo remarked, your next destination should be the small garden, but I am not suited for that place. There are 2 troublesome individuals there, and if I go, I won't be able to resist provoking them, so it's best if I refrain from attending. The small garden? I'm increasingly looking forward to it, Luffy replied with a cheerful smile. Upon reaching a nearby uninhabited island, Yaluo bid farewell to Luffy and the others, then constructed a small raft from the island's trees, setting sail towards the nearest naval base. His decision to part ways with Luffy stemmed partly from a desire not to disrupt Luffy's growth, and partly because he needed to return to headquarters to report in. Otherwise, he risked being treated as a missing person. At the Marine headquarters in Marineford, Fleet Admiral Sengoku inquired, "Have there been any updates on Colonel Yi Luo?" "Report, Admiral. There has been no news from Colonel Yi Luo. Colonel Smoker has been searching the nearby waters for several days." The Marine communicator saluted and responded. Sengoku shot an angry glare at Garp, blaming the old man for leaving Yi Luo alone in the East Blue, where he encountered Dragon, a man known for showing no mercy to Marines. "Ahahaha, Sengoku, don't worry. Little Yi isn't the type to easily meet his demise," Garp said, carefree as ever. Days later, Yi Luo finally located a naval base and contacted headquarters, since he was already in the Grand Line. Sengoku promptly ordered Yi Luo to continue his patrol along the first half of the Grand Line before returning to Marine headquarters. As for his ship and subordinates, Sengoku had already dispatched them to his location to escort him back. During the remaining time, Yi Luo stayed at the naval base to train. Following his battle with Dragon, he realized there were several areas where he needed improvement, particularly his endurance. Against an equally matched opponent, if his dragon-subduing 18 Palms failed to defeat them, he would inevitably face defeat himself. It seemed that at this stage, the dragon-subduing 18 Palms was not yet his ultimate weapon, while the technique was fierce. It had too many limitations, and insufficient internal energy was his most pressing issue. However, the Zixia Divine Art was already a mid-level secret technique, and he had no means of acquiring anything further advanced. On a brighter note, he was close to leveling up. Had he not promised Wei Wei to assist her in Alabasta, he would have set sail to hunt pirates across the seas. "Colonel." A female officer arrived at Yi Luo's training area, saluting before excitedly calling out, "It's Lena. You've arrived so quickly." Yi Luo opened his eyes, awakening from his training. The woman referred to as Lena was his aide, a child he had saved during a mission. Having nowhere else to go, he brought her back to headquarters, where he discovered her remarkable talent in swordsmanship. Consequently, he entrusted her training to Ji Yuan, the finest swordsman he had encountered in the Marines. "Colonel, everyone is quite worried about you. Upon learning you were safe, they rushed here as quickly as possible," Lena said, her voice filled with excitement. All right. I'm not so easily defeated." Yi Luo waved his hand dismissively, smiling. While at headquarters, Lena had heard about how Garp had left Yi Luo in the East Blue, resulting in his encounter with the revolutionary dragon, after which Yi Luo's fate was uncertain. The young girl had given Garp quite a stern look over the matter. "Let us go, it's time to stretch our legs." Yi Luo stood up, walking towards the door. Lena quickly followed, helping him into the attire of a Marine colonel. Upon reaching the port, Yi Luo saw his ship, the Huajia, docked, and all the Marines on board eagerly watching him. "Haha, let us set sail," Yi Luo announced loudly from the prow of the Huajia. His ship was custom-built using nearly all of his accolades, featuring a dragon's head at the bow, intricately carved to reflect the image of the dragon summoned during his dragon-subduing 18 Palms technique, exuding an aura of majesty and power. Meanwhile, on the Mary, Luffy and his crew were sailing towards the next island. However, upon seeing the news, Nami discreetly hid the newspaper, which contained reports of the Alabasta Rebellion, fearing that Wei Wei would become even more anxious if she saw it. Yet, fate took an unexpected turn after a fierce battle at the small garden. Nami's clothes were burned, leaving her vulnerable to mosquito bites on the island, leading to a high fever that wouldn't break. A navigator falling ill was a dire blow to the ship. Will Nami die? Wei Wei, is that possible? Sanji asked, tears streaming down his face in distress. Although it was merely a fever, the unknown cause could indeed prove fatal. Is there anyone on board who knows medicine? Wei Wei knelt beside Nami's bed, inquiring while caring for her. Luffy and Usopp pointed at Nami, suggesting she was the only one on the ship with any medical knowledge. "It's all right. Just eat more meat," Luffy said cheerfully. "I always take great care in selecting the freshest ingredients for Nami and Wei Wei. The nearly spoiled or rotten food is what I give to you." Sanji calmly stated a fact. Usopp nearly exploded in anger. This perverted chef has gone too far. Yet Luffy, unfazed, chimed in, "Well, that still tastes good." However, food could only serve as a remedy. It could not replace medicine or cure all ailments. Sanji gazed at the suffering Nami with a worried expression. "The temperature has risen to 40 degrees again," Wei Wei exclaimed as she checked Nami's thermometer. "There must be doctors in Alabasta. We should head there immediately," Luffy suggested. "I don't know, but it will take at least a week." Wei Wei replied seriously. "Is it really that painful to be ill?" Luffy asked, puzzled. Sanji and Usopp tilted their heads in unison, replying, "I don't know. I've never been sick." Wei Wei felt exasperated. What kind of people were they? If Nami's fever continued, that 40-degree temperature could very well threaten her life. What? Is Nami going to die? "Nami, don't die," wailed the trio, including Karoo, as they frantically ran around the room. "Be quiet. Nami needs rest right now," Wei Wei shouted angrily at them. "Nami needs a doctor. We must find one immediately," Luffy urged, panic rising in his voice. Wait, I have a newspaper in my compartment. Take a look." Nami struggled to sit up, saying, "Nami, are you feeling better? So soon?" Luffy and the others asked joyfully upon seeing her sit up. How could this be? On the other side, Wei Wei, holding the newspaper, appeared grim. This is a newspaper from 3 days ago, which means the rebellion in Alabasta has officially begun. I'm sorry, I hid it earlier to prevent you from worrying, Nami said with difficulty. This is indeed serious. Luffy listened as Mikimi briefly explained the events reported in the newspaper, his expression remaining impassive. As long as you understand, that's all that matters, Luffy. We need to hurry to Alabasta, so don't worry about me, Nami said, struggling to rise from her bed. But you don't look well, Nami. You need a doctor, Usopp urged. It's all right. Thank you for your concern. I know my own body. Nami smiled, making her way to the door. As she stepped outside, Zoro, who was exercising at the ship's railing, glanced at her and said, "Why are you out here? Didn't you need to rest more?" "Oh, the ship has already veered off course. What do you think?" Nami replied, casting a quick look to realize the ship had indeed deviated from its intended path. "The ship has been sailing straight. You should go back and lie down." Zoro frowned. "I can't leave it to you. That's why I'm out here. It's truly frustrating." Nami sighed. "Wait, the air smells different." She pressed her hand to her forehead, checking the weather. "There's nothing unusual. It's clear." Zoro also looked around, finding no issues with the weather. "No, we need to head south. Full sail, turn the sails, and catch the wind on the port side." Nami immediately issued her orders. Everyone, including Zoro, sprang into action, questioning her only briefly, for when Nami commanded, they followed her lead. "Wow," Luffy exclaimed, approaching Nami and touching her forehead, only to recoil in surprise. "Nami, you're burning up. We should stop the ship and find a doctor." "Stop whining. This is my normal body temperature. The wind is coming. Hurry up and help." Nami gasped. At that moment, Mikimi emerged from the cabin, seemingly wanting to say something, and everyone turned to look at her. "You've already allowed me to board your ship, and I shouldn't make any unreasonable demands. However, my country is facing an unprecedented crisis, so I must return to Alabasta as swiftly as possible," Mikimi declared, standing at the cabin door and addressing everyone. "Of course, we promised you, didn't we?" Nami responded with a smile while the others remained silent. "Since everyone agrees, let's find an island with a doctor," Mikimi suggested cheerfully. Healing Nami quickly and then setting sail for Alabasta is the fastest course of action, isn't it? "Indeed, there's no swifter route." Luffy grinned. "Are you really not worried? As a princess, shouldn't you be more concerned for your million subjects?" Usopp pretended to inquire. "Exactly, which is why I want Nami to recover quickly," Mikimi replied with a smile. "Well said, Mikimi. I must say I'm impressed." Sanji chimed in, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, unusually not transforming into his softer self. Zoro shot a sidelong glance at Mikimi, muttering, "What great composure." Meanwhile, as Nami faced her crisis, Yellowwa had already set sail towards Alabasta from his division. "Sir, aren't we heading directly to Alabasta?" Lena asked in surprise, observing the course of the warship. "It's still too early for that. Let us find some appetizers first. By the way, Lena, has your swordsmanship improved?" Yellowwa lifted a cup and took a hearty swig. "Rest assured, sir, I have been diligently training, and while I may not compare to you, I have put in great effort." Lena saluted promptly. "There's no need to be so formal. Let us see if there are any pirates on the next island. After all, this is the Grand Line, where pirates abound. Only real combat can provide the quickest training." Yellowwa chuckled. "Yes, sir," Lena replied eagerly. Soon, Yellowwa's warship arrived at a small island, which was not part of Luffy's chosen route. So Yellowwa had no qualms about disembarking at the island's bar. He spotted at least 3 pirate ships in the harbor, making the bar the quickest place to find them. "Marines? Why are they here?" A pirate sitting in a corner of the bar wondered aloud. "All right, everyone should know my identity by now, so aside from pirates, everyone else should leave," Yellowwa said, sitting at the bar counter and ordering a whiskey with a smile. The bar's owner, with a wry smile, served Yellowwa his whiskey and promptly sought refuge. "Pirate Phyllis, where do you think you're going?" At that moment, Lena intercepted a pirate attempting to make a discreet exit. Lena was not going to let go of a pirate with a bounty. She knew that Yellowwa specifically targeted such pirates. "Marines, we haven't provoked you, have we? Don't push your luck." The pirate known as Phyllis glared at Lena. "Leo the Lion, bounty of 21 million. Lena declared directly. "All right, the rest of you are enemies now. Will you unite, or do you plan to flee when I make my move?" Yellowwa finished his drink, stood up, and asked with a grin. "Lieutenant Colonel Yellowwa, I didn't expect to encounter such a figure. It seems we'll have to join forces today." A group of pirates in the corner rose, speaking in solemn tones. "The balloon pirates, led by Captain Grius, bounty of 43 million. "Sir, you've caught a big fish," Lena exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she recognized the pirates who had just emerged from the shadows. "Oh well, it can't be helped. We'll have to do this." Another group of pirates also stepped out of the shadows. "Bounty of 40 million, venomous Calypso." Lena squinted at the speaker. Though his bounty was lower than Grius's, the danger he posed was even greater. "Leave the bounty criminals to me. The rest of you surround this place and do not interfere with our fight," Yellowwa said, satisfied with a smile. This small island bar could yield him 10 for 100 diamonds. Coupled with the 15 for 190 diamonds he already possessed, he would surpass 20,000 points. Indeed, Back in Rogue Town, he had captured the clown buggy and the slippery fruit user. One brought in 500 diamonds, the other 500, which accounted for his current total. Sir, the port of Alabasta is just ahead, Lena said, glancing at the nautical chart. Since that day, they had raided 2 islands and reaped decent rewards. At least Yellowaw's experience had reached 98, and he anticipated an upgrade within the next couple of days. Let us go, prepare for landing. Yellowaw contemplated before issuing his command. Yes, sir. Lena saluted and instructed the sailors to head straight for the port city of Canola in Alabasta. At this moment, Luffy and his crew were also drawing closer to Alabasta, while Princess Mikimi felt an increasing sense of urgency. Don't worry, Mikimi, everything will be fine. Nami, who had already been treated by Chopper, comforted Mikimi while embracing her. Yes, I just haven't figured out what to do yet. With a light sigh, he turned his head and beheld an astonishing sight upon the surface of the sea, exclaiming, "What is that? It resembles cotton candy." Even Luffy couldn't help but drool. A few days prior, he, along with Usopp, Karoo, and the newly joined ship's doctor, Tony Chopper, had pilfered Sanji's provisions. Now, they found themselves spending their days fishing, with Karoo serving as their bait. Fear not, it is merely water vapor caused by an underwater volcano, Nami remarked after glancing at the phenomenon. Soon, the merry-go sailed past, but Luffy and Usopp managed to reel in something peculiar on their fishing lines. Wow, we've caught a transvestite, Usopp exclaimed in astonishment. The individual, clutching Karoo, appeared equally startled and fell into the sea, only to be rescued again by Luffy and the others. I do apologize for being saved by unfamiliar pirates. The elegantly dressed transvestite said politely, attired in a swan costume. Can you really not swim? Usopp inquired with curiosity. Indeed, I have consumed a devil fruit, rendering me unable to swim. The transvestite replied earnestly. Devil fruit? What is your ability? Usopp queried further. Well, since we are all rather bored at the moment, allow me to demonstrate my powers. And thus, the transvestite began his performance. He was a user of the Mara fruit, capable of mimicking the appearance of others by merely touching them with his right hand and then his own face with his left, allowing him to transform into an exact replica of his subject, transcending species and gender. He could become an identical reindeer to Chopper or a woman just like Nami, sharing even the same physique. Moreover, he possessed a memory function. Anyone he touched could be replicated. Instantly, Luffy, Chopper, and Usopp forged a bond with the transvestite. But soon his ship arrived to collect him. As he departed, his crew referred to him as Mr. Two. I believe I saw him transform into my father's face. They must have employed this ability for some nefarious purpose. Mr. Two mused before leaving a sense of unease in the air. The Straw Hat crew deliberated briefly, marking an X on their left arms and binding them with bandages. However, before they could disembark, a commotion broke out in a restaurant in the port city of Oilseed Flour in Alabasta, where a large crowd had gathered. I heard someone suddenly died while eating. What? Could it be poisoning? Is there something wrong with the owner's food? I don't know, but the owner has run this place for ages without incident. Just then, Yi Luo, who had been walking with Lena, felt a premonition of dread. Sure enough, upon entering, they discovered a man with a white beard tattoo sprawled over a pile of food, seemingly lifeless. Sir, that tattoo caught Lena's attention as well. What a scoundrel! Yi Luo fumed, striding over to deliver a slap to the man's back. What happened? Ah, I must have dozed off, Ace exclaimed as he sat up from the food heap, wiping his face on a nearby lady's skirt. Boss, why are there so many people here? Ace queried, oblivious to the situation. The owner grimaced, unable to confess that it was because everyone thought Ace had died. Ace, you fool, why are you out again? Yi Luo said, exasperated, standing behind him. Oh, Yi Luo, long time no see. What brings you to Alabasta? Ace replied, his excitement palpable. Are you here to capture Blackbeard? Yi Luo suddenly recalled, her expression shifting. Indeed, you figured it out. Ace shrugged nonchalantly. Did I not mention Blackbeard's affairs? As Yi Luo's words hung in the air, a familiar voice erupted with the sound of a rocket launcher, abruptly colliding with his back and sending both him and Ace hurtling through the air. Ah, you little rascal. Today I shall act on behalf of justice and take down you, the instigator. Emerging from the ruins, Yi Luo quickly grasped the situation. This treatment was originally meant for Smoker, yet due to his own affairs, Smoker had delayed the pursuit of Luffy, resulting in his recent entry into the Grand Line. Boss, I want to eat. Food. Luffy shouted from his seat. I advise you to escape quickly. The boss stammered, hastily serving Luffy his meal. Why? Luffy inquired. Mouth full. Do you see that big hole? The boss pointed at a nearby opening. Is that your restaurant's decor? Quite peculiar. Luffy nodded, munching away. You did this? Came the collective incredulity of the other patrons and the boss. I did. When did I do that? Luffy asked, perplexed. Did you not feel like you crashed into something when you came in? The boss wiped his brow, questioning, reflecting while eating. Luffy indeed felt as if he had collided with something. Two individuals, one being a superior of this Navy lieutenant, and the other sporting the tattoo of the Whitebeard pirates. The boss gestured towards the enraged Lena behind Luffy. What's the joke, you brat? Who is this insolent fool? Ace, having landed nearby, cursed as he walked. Yet before he could continue, Lena unsheathed her sword, furious that the pirate, who had just entered and only focused on eating, had so brazenly attacked her esteemed superior. Pirate Monkey D. Luffy, with a bounty of 30 million berries. In the name of the Navy Lieutenant, I shall bring you to justice, Lena declared, startling Luffy, who barely dodged her strike and stuffed his mouth full of food. Thank you for the meal, he exclaimed, covering his mouth with his hand. Bowing to the boss before bolting out, Lena was not about to let him escape, chasing after him. Ace, having just entered, saw Luffy's retreating figure and followed without hesitation. Eating for free? The boss muttered in astonishment at the unfolding drama. Hey, what about the pirate who knocked me over? By the time Luo arrived, Luffy, Ace, and even Lena had vanished. They ran off. The boss blinked in disbelief. Sir Navy, are they your friends? What about the bill? These scoundrels. I won't let them get away with dining and dashing in a civilian restaurant. Luo bellowed, pursuing them. The boss, blinking in confusion, sensed the deep malice from the world around him. If I catch these brats, I swear I will make them pay. Luo felt a flush of embarrassment. He had never faced such humiliation since joining the Navy and setting his ambitions. Usually, when accompanied by Lena, he carried no money as she handled the bills, leaving him in this awkward predicament. However, after a few paces, Luo paused, realizing he had a considerable sum in his system, convertible to berries. It's all Ace and Luffy's fault. Following them has even dulled my wits. He sighed, deciding against pursuing them further. Ace, being aware of Lena, would not harm her. And Luffy was hardly a threat to her. Gather all nearby Navy personnel and block that pirate, Lena commanded upon spotting patrolling Navy officers. The patrolman, recognizing her lieutenant's uniform, quickly rallied the troops to chase after Luffy. Damn it, Lena, that is my brother, Ace shouted, trailing behind Lena. Aware of her connection to Luo and reluctant to confront her directly. At the harbor, Lena finally caught up with Luffy, just as Zoro and the others arrived, allowing Lena to surround them with the Navy. You certainly have a knack for causing trouble. How is it that you managed to provoke the entire Navy in the city during a simple outing? Nami scolded Luffy loudly. I didn't mean to. I was just eating at a restaurant. Luffy protested, feeling wronged. We should think about how to break out now. The Navy is increasing in number. Sanji, cigarette in mouth, remarked. No worries, we'll escape to the ship soon. We only came for supplies. We'll head straight to the ship and navigate through the inner river to reach the desert. Mikey, fully aware of the situation, smiled. All right. We'll hold off the Navy while you board the ship, Zoro declared, drawing his weapon. Phoenix Slash. Lena charged at Luffy with a blade. A swordsman? Zoro blinked, surprised to encounter a swordsman of similar stature. Sunflame. A fiery blast erupted, colliding with Lena's strike and neutralizing it. Lena, hold your fire. Ace appeared in front of Luffy, blocking the attack. Who is this guy? Zoro queried, irritated at being interrupted from his potential duel with the female Navy officer. Ace? Luffy exclaimed in surprise, ignoring Zoro's question. You really haven't changed at all. Ace looked back at Luffy, smiling. Poor Gasti. Ace, you'd best step aside, or I won't hesitate to strike you too. Lena glared at Luffy and addressed Ace. Lena, this is a misunderstanding. He is my brother, Luffy. Luo knows him too. Ace quickly waved his hand, stating that he was well aware of the small girl's formidable reputation. She was quite popular within the Navy headquarters, and he certainly did not wish to follow in his father's footsteps, being relentlessly pursued by the old man Garp across the vast seas. According to Luo, this little girl was even more favored at the Navy headquarters than he was. Not only did Garp hold her in high regard, but her master was Shiwan, which also endeared her to Crane. Most astonishingly, the little girl had won the affection of the three admirals, which left Luo quite baffled. It was known that the current admirals were not the easiest individuals to approach. First was Akiji, who appeared lethargic but adhered to his own set of principles. He wouldn't even speak a word to those who did not pique his interest. Then there was Kizaru, who, despite his seemingly harmless demeanor, could be merciless when provoked. Luo had sparred with him and narrowly escaped being severely beaten, and no one knew what thoughts occupied his mind. Lastly, there was Akainu, the person Luo dreaded the most, an unwavering believer in justice, someone who was simply not to be trifled with. To put it succinctly, while most people might feel guilt or fear after committing a wrongdoing, Akainu would not. He believed his actions were just, and any negative consequences were merely the result of others misunderstanding his sense of righteousness. Thus, Luo had always kept his distance from these three, yet Lena was different. For reasons unknown, all three admirals showed remarkable affection towards her. Even Kizaru was willing to train with her. It was well known throughout the Navy headquarters that no one could persuade Kizaru to engage in training sessions, and if anyone attempted, they would likely end up as battered as Luo, subsequently carried away by the medical team. Therefore, Ace was keen to avoid provoking a veritable powder keg. I heard an adult. Lena insisted stubbornly. It was a misunderstanding. Ace replied helplessly. He too was a victim in this situation and cast a resentful glance at Luffy. The others were bewildered, seemingly thinking Luffy had caused some trouble for Luo, which had brought about this Navy officer. Me? I've never even met Luo. How could it possibly be me? Luffy shouted in indignation. I saw it with my own eyes, and Ace was present at the scene. Do you still want to quibble? Damn pirates! Lena exclaimed, her anger rekindled as she prepared to strike again. Ace knew that with Luo absent, no explanation would suffice. So he urged Luffy and the others to leave, while he stayed behind to face the confrontation. Luffy, are you sure it's all right for us to leave like this? Your brother seems quite wary of that Navy officer, Zoro asked as he ran toward the Mary. Earlier, Luffy had explained his relationship with Ace, making it clear that Ace was indeed Luffy's brother, and that Luo and Ace shared a close bond, having sworn brotherhood over drinks. Don't worry. Ace is very strong. Luffy reassured them, confident in Ace's abilities. The group finally managed to escape to the side of the Mary, where they handed a letter to Carry the Duck, instructing it to traverse the desert alone and deliver the message to the king, detailing Crocodile's nefarious scheme. Although Ace is strong, I've become quite formidable myself. If we were to duel again, I wouldn't lose to him, Luffy boasted, leaning against the ship's rail with a laugh. Who are you saying you wouldn't lose to? Ace suddenly leaped aboard the Mary, directing his question at Luffy. Ace! Luffy exclaimed joyfully. I'm sorry for my ignorant little brother. Thank you all for taking care of him. Ace greeted Luffy's companions first, exhibiting a courtesy that seemed rather uncharacteristic of Luffy's brother. Indeed, the group nodded in reply. Ace, what brings you here? Luffy inquired with curiosity. Didn't you receive my letter? Ah, never mind, it wasn't anything significant. Ace scratched his head and continued. I happened to be in the vicinity for some business and learned you were nearby, so I thought I'd come see you. How about joining our Whitebeard pirates? Of course, your friends are welcome too. Absolutely not. Luffy replied without hesitation. Haha, I knew you would say that. Don't mind me. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Ace chuckled. Whitebeard? So your tattoo is real? Usopp exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, it's my pride. I will help him become the Pirate King, not you, Luffy. Ace said with a smile. That is fine. We can settle it with a fight then. Luffy replied casually. Ace chuckled, choosing not to respond. Come inside. I've prepared some tea, Sanji announced, carrying the tea toward Ace. It's no trouble. It's not anything important. The Navy has already retreated, so there is nothing to worry about, Ace said, squatting on the ship's railing with a grin. By the way, speaking of the Navy, what has to deal with Luo? He mentioned having shared a brotherhood drink with you, Luffy asked, intrigued. The other members perked up their ears, equally curious about how a pirate could form a bond with the Navy. Ah, he is quite an interesting fellow. I first encountered him when I set sail. At that time, he was with the Navy. He was a bounty hunter, seemingly very passionate about capturing wanted criminals, Ace recalled thoughtfully. Later, he met my grandfather and made a pact to capture me. Grandfather? Luffy asked in astonishment. That is right. So in Lobetown, he devised a plan to capture both me and Smoker, and he inadvertently succeeded. However, during our time together, we had a lot of fun, and he didn't wish to hand me over to my grandfather. Nevertheless, he was very committed to the pact, so he ultimately turned me in, only to rescue me from my grandfather later, receiving a heavy blow in return. Afterward, I heard he was taken back to headquarters by my grandfather. Ace recounted with a smile. Luffy, your grandfather is in the Navy? Nami finally caught on, asking. Yeah, Luffy nodded in response. The others were left speechless, wondering how it was possible for both grandsons to be pirates when their grandfather was in the Navy. Recently, he has been training hard at headquarters and has begun capturing pirates. Due to his outstanding abilities, he quickly made a name for himself. Later, we met in the New World, shared many stories, and ultimately drank to our brotherhood. He is a very thoughtful and powerful individual, Ace remarked with admiration. Upon hearing Luo's plans and dreams, he initially felt quite overwhelmed, yet he was eventually won over by the grand scope of Luo's ambitions. Although he believed Luo's success was improbable, he secretly hoped for the day Luo would achieve his goals. I see. Luffy pretended to understand, nodding. All right, here's this for you then. Ace handed Luffy his life paper. Life paper? Luffy exclaimed in surprise. You actually know about this? Ace was taken aback. While it was a sophisticated item, it was exclusive to the New World, and Luffy, who had never been there, shouldn't have known about it. Luo gave me one too and explained how to use it. Luffy grinned widely. I have a foolish little brother, and as an older brother, I'm quite concerned. You all can't do anything about him, right? Nonetheless, I still have to rely on you. Ace greeted Luffy's companions with a smile before leaping back onto his small ship. Aren't you going to stay a little longer? Luffy urged. No. I have matters to attend to. I am in pursuit of a notorious criminal who was once a member of the Whitebeard Pirates 2nd Division. After murdering a comrade, he fled, and as his captain, it is my duty to bring him to justice. There will be no turning back for me, Ace explained with a grin. Next time we meet will be at the pinnacle of piracy, Luffy. Haha, I'll be there before you know it. Luffy responded confidently. Is he really your brother? How can he be so calm? Nami remarked skeptically, observing Ace. I thought he would be even more foolish than Luffy. Usopp added, equally doubtful. The sea is truly wondrous. Anything can happen here. Sanji nodded, seemingly in tune with the ocean's mysteries. While they had encountered Yellowjaw before, he bore no blood relation to Luffy, so their reactions were more subdued. However, Ace's connection as Luffy's brother elicited astonishment. As Ace departed, he was confronted by 5 pirate ships from the Baroque works, seeking the bounty on his head, as they were bounty hunters by trade. Regrettably, with just a single strike, Ace dispatched all 5 vessels. Who dares to steal my experience points? Yellowaw's voice echoed, startling Ace. Yet, upon recalling Yellowaw's intent, he did not linger and swiftly made his escape. Witnessing Ace's retreat, Yellowaw felt a sense of helplessness. On the ocean surface, Ace's small flame-powered craft sped away, leaving Yellowwaw unable to catch up, further intensifying his longing for those advanced maneuvers from the marketplace. Luffy, did you meet Ace? Yellowwaw inquired upon reaching the Mary. Yeah, what's up? Luffy replied, now feeling an increased sense of camaraderie with Yellowwaw after learning about Ace. Do you know where he is headed? Yellowwaw asked through clenched teeth. No. Luffy shook his head. He mentioned something about one of his subordinates making a mistake, so he went after him. Sanji interjected. Right, that's exactly what he said. Luffy nodded as if recalling it. Did he not specify a location? Yellowwaw pressed, growing anxious. No, that's it. Even Luffy, despite his usual naivety, sensed something amiss. Fool, why didn't you stop him? Blackbeard is not an easy catch. Yellowwaw tapped Luffy's head, exasperated. It's fine. Ace is incredibly strong. He just took out 5 pirate ships with a single punch. Luffy chuckled. What if I told you that Ace might be in mortal danger? Would you still think so? Do you even know who they are? Blackbeard is an old hand from Whitebeard's crew, and Luffy, your strength is still too feeble. Yellowwaw remarked sternly, a rarity for him. Luffy's expression gradually turned serious as he adjusted his hat, declaring, I will surpass you all. Fool, is that the crux of the matter? Forget it. I had intended to lend you a hand, but Ace's situation is pressing, so I will send my lieutenant to assist you. You might recall that female lieutenant you encountered at the port. Her name is Lena, and her strength is rather mediocre, so do not expect too much from her. I must pursue Ace, or he will find himself in grave trouble. After speaking, Yellowwaw took off with a moonwalk. Do you think our strength is truly lacking? Luffy pondered aloud after Yellowwaw's departure, having heard this sentiment from Yellowwaw for the second time. Sanji and Zoro remained silent. Sanji, hailing from the noble Vinsmoke family of North Blue, had encountered formidable foes, while Zoro had battled Mihawk and understood the disparity in strength on a global scale. It's all right. Luffy, you are younger than them. In a couple of years, I believe you will stand shoulder to shoulder with them. You are destined to become the Pirate King. Do not be disheartened. Nami encouraged Luffy. I think Luffy is amazing, chimed Chopper, the ship's doctor, with admiration. I am suddenly looking forward to Crocodile. Let him test my abilities. Luffy's eyes narrowed as he gazed towards the rain-soaked horizon. After departing the Mary, Yellowwaw first sought out Lena, enlisting her help to quell the rebellion in Alabasta before embarking alone. Though Lena was somewhat reluctant, she ultimately complied with Yellowwaw's orders, recognizing that safeguarding the Alabasta kingdom was their duty as Marines. Thus, she led her fleet directly to the capital of Alabasta. Yellowwaw, having set off alone, did not immediately pursue Ace, knowing that he and Luffy would reunite. So he made his way to the Spider's Cafe, a gathering place for Baroque's elite agents, hoping to gain the necessary experience there. Additionally, some of those high-ranking agents appeared to have bounties on their heads, and he was keen to capitalize on that opportunity. However, before he reached the Spider's Cafe, he encountered several pirates along the way. After swiftly dealing with them, he unexpectedly leveled up and decided against continuing to the cafe, instead opting to find a nearby inn to assess his gains. Congratulations, host. Level up achieved. You have gained 5 free attribute points and 1 skill point. This was the unchanging notification that accompanied every level up. Next came the rewards for completing the main quest. Congratulations, host. You have completed the main quest and earned 1,000 experience points, 1,000 diamonds, 500 000 currency, and a beginner's manual. To his astonishment, instead of receiving an advanced foundational skill, he had skipped a tier entirely, acquiring a beginner's manual instead. Was this due to all 3 of his foundational skills reaching maximum level? Or was it simply how the system operated? As Yuluo gazed at the rewards, a sense of bewilderment enveloped him. Though the basic manual had ceased to provide substantial assistance, he reasoned that it was a gift not to be overlooked. You have utilized the basic manual and obtained the basic skill manual, the 100 battle spear technique. Wait, is this indeed a spear technique? Does this imply that I am to wield a spear as my weapon in the future? Yuluo pondered, scratching his head. Although he remained uncertain about which weapon to choose, he concluded that acquiring knowledge was never a detriment. With that thought in mind, he decided to investigate any changes in the marketplace. Upon opening the shop, Yuluo was met with a completely transformed interface, leaving him a bit dazed. The items for sale remained unchanged, and the prices were consistent. It was merely the layout of the marketplace that had evolved. The previous single draw options had vanished, replaced solely by 10 consecutive draws and a newly established lottery house. Additionally, there were 2 new features, manual advancement and manual exchange. Yuluo has unveiled a new feature, the secret technique advancement, which allows users to exchange 10 beginner secret books for 1 randomly selected intermediate secret book. Similarly, 10 intermediate secret books can be exchanged for one advanced secret book, and 10 advanced secret books can be traded for one ultimate secret book. Additionally, there is a swapping option where one can use diamonds to randomly exchange unwanted secret books. The cost is 5,000 diamonds for a swap within the same category and 10,000 diamonds for a cross-category exchange. Yi Luo calculated that purchasing 10 secret manuals would be considerably less expensive than advancing to a single volume. However, considering that tasks occasionally reward secret manuals, this feature could be deemed somewhat advantageous. For instance, had he not learned the recently acquired marksmanship manual, he could have preserved it for future use when upgrading to an intermediate manual. After reviewing the new feature, Yi Luo reopened the newly launched lottery house, only to find it largely unchanged from before, save for the detailed categorization of each lottery type. For example, if Yi Luo wished to draw a secret manual, he would simply click on the manual roulette, ensuring that only manuals would be drawn, excluding other items. Nevertheless, within the few roulettes available, both the manual and treasure roulettes required a cost of 10,000 diamonds per draw. Thus, Yi Luo hesitated to guarantee what he might obtain. Although other roulettes were somewhat less expensive, he currently had no pressing need for additional items, as he was not genuinely engaged in gameplay. Many items held little value for him. Should he purchase something, or try his luck at the roulette? Yi Luo gazed at his diamond count, which had exceeded 30,000, all amassed from previous raids on pirates. Ultimately, he decided to wait until he reached 120,000 diamonds to directly purchase an advanced manual. Yi Luo had long coveted a particular body technique manual, Crossing the River on a Reed by the Zen Master Demo, categorized as an advanced body technique and valued at 120,000 diamonds. Yet upon seeing the new roulette, he felt an irresistible urge to draw once more. Just once, a manual and a treasure, each drawn once. After all, it would only cost 20,000 diamonds. If worst came to worst, he could always seek trouble with Crocodile again. If he recalled correctly, after being stripped of his warlord title, Crocodile's bounty had been restored to over 80 million, which was roughly equivalent to the cost of a single draw. Yi Luo stroked his chin, ultimately resolving to proceed with the extraction. After a refreshing bath and changing clothes, Yi Luo first accessed the secret manual extraction. You have expended 10,000 diamonds, granting you an opportunity for a secret manual extraction. You utilize the secret manual extraction and acquire the intermediate movement technique, steps on the snow, leaving no trace. Yi Luo was taken aback. It was unexpectedly a manual on intermediate agility techniques. What does this signify? Should I refrain from investing in advanced ones? Am I merely to make do with this intermediate version for the time being? Conflicted, Yi Luo pondered whether to preserve this tome for future advancement or to employ it immediately. Alas, fortune did not favor him today. Should he continue to pursue this treasure? He stroked his chin, ultimately resolving to attempt the extraction, for he remained oblivious to the full extent of the treasures contained within. After a single attempt, he would gain a clearer understanding. You have expended 10,000 diamonds to obtain an opportunity for treasure extraction. You have utilized the treasure extraction and acquired one bottle of Xianbing Bihua wine. As the leaves fell, Yi Luo was taken aback. Wine? He actually pulled out a flask of liquor? Indeed, it was a flask. Observing the Xianbing Bihua wine he extracted from his backpack, Yi Luo stroked his chin. Noting that the bottle had an appealing appearance, its body a jade green hue adorned with carvings of plum blossoms, orchids, bamboo, and chrysanthemums. However, considering his current capacity for alcohol, he feared that a single sip would exhaust it entirely. Yet, he did not rush to indulge. Instead, he returned the Xianbing Bihua wine to his pack and examined it closely. Xianbing Bihua wine, crafted from Jujiu pills and Lihua pills infused into the liquor. It must be refined with internal energy after consumption to enhance one's inner strength. What a treasure that enhances internal energy! Yi Luo's eyes widened in disbelief as he scrutinized it once more. It was indeed true. A genuine artifact to augment his inner power. Something absent in the marketplace. Life truly is a gamble. A chance taken could transform a bicycle into a motorcycle. With exhilaration, Yi Luo withdrew the Xianbing Bihua wine and eagerly took a sip. What a splendid wine. It was incredibly sweet on the palate, reminiscent of the white spirits from his past life, yet devoid of their sharpness. It was simply exquisite. As the wine coursed through him, his inner energy ignited as if ablaze. Yi Luo hastily followed the instructions he had seen, refining it with his internal power. Moments later, he opened his eyes anew, gazing at the Xianbing Bihua wine on the table, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Just that one sip equated to days of arduous cultivation. Yet this flask was rather scant. He feared the enhancement of his inner strength would be limited. Nevertheless, knowing that treasures could be acquired in this manner rendered it worthwhile. Struggling against the urge to finish the Xianbing Bihua wine in one go, Yi Luo hesitated, contemplating the remaining 11,549 diamonds. He yearned to draw another treasure. If the prize will contained items unavailable in the marketplace, then this draw would be the most rewarding. Why not? It's just diamonds. One must risk small expenses to gain great returns. At worst, he could disregard the consequences and clear the bounty criminals from the Baroque studio. Yi Luo thought fiercely. Please, please, grant me another treasure to enhance my internal power. He was nearly on the verge of pleading fervently. You have used the treasure draw and obtained a dragon blood pearl one. Dragon blood pearl? What is that? It sounds quite prestigious. However, it likely does not augment internal strength. Yi Luo promptly opened his backpack to investigate. Dragon blood pearl, a mutated form of the dragon pearl, effects unknown. Can be absorbed into the body for refinement. Effect unknown? Yi Luo gazed in astonishment at the system's description. Yi Luo extracted the blood dragon pearl from his backpack. Observing a blood-red orb that emitted a faint glow, far from the grandeur he had anticipated. How was he supposed to absorb this into his body? Should he consume it directly? Yi Luo found himself in a quandary. However, recalling that in novels, treasures often recognize their owner through blood. He pricked his fingertip and allowed a drop of blood to fall upon the orb. The blood dragon pearl shimmered momentarily, absorbing the blood, then reverted to its previous state. Must he truly ingest it? Contemplating further, Yi Luo made a small incision on his left arm with a dagger and cautiously brought the blood dragon pearl closer to the wound. He wished to test whether this orb could continuously draw his blood. If it could, it would certainly spell his demise. Unexpectedly, upon nearing the gash, the blood dragon pearl melded effortlessly into his body. By the heavens! Yi Luo exclaimed in shock, quickly inspecting his physique. Ultimately, he discovered the blood dragon pearl nestled beside his heart, seemingly not siphoning his blood, for otherwise, he would have been drained to a husk. Was this artifact a mere filter, or did it possess another purpose? After observing for a while, Yi Luo noted that blood from his heart flowed directly toward the blood dragon pearl, passing through it as if undergoing purification before circulating throughout his body and returning to his heart, creating an endless cycle. Ah, my strength. Yi Luo clenched his fist and felt a subtle increase in his bodily prowess. He hastily opened his character attribute panel, and indeed, both strength and speed had significantly risen. It appeared that this object was continuously refining his blood, enhancing his capabilities. Squinting at his attributes, though they showed no visible change, Yi Luo sensed a gradual strengthening of his physical form, albeit faintly. After much contemplation, he was convinced that the blood dragon pearl posed no threat to him. He then focused his internal energy, directing it towards the blood dragon pearl, only to find that the orb showed no interest in his internal force, remaining entirely unresponsive. Yi Luo dared not provoke it further. Should it explode, he would be the first to perish. Today's harvest is remarkable. It seems time to seek out some bounty hunters. Yi Luo stretched and muttered to himself. However, just as he prepared to rise, he suddenly froze. The cut on his arm, which had been freshly inflicted, had vanished, leaving only a faint white mark. What astonishing recovery speed. Could this be the effect of the blood dragon pearl? Yi Luo picked up the dagger again and made another cut on his arm. Blood trickled out, albeit at a much slower pace than usual, and after a brief moment, it ceased. Wiping away the blood, he watched in amazement as the wound began to heal gradually. At long last, he possessed a physique worthy of comparison to those characters from the anime realm. Ah, truly a treasure. Yi Luo laughed uncontrollably in exhilaration. Whether at the Navy headquarters or during pirate captures, he had observed that the inhabitants of this world possessed an almost preternatural healing ability. Take Zaro. For instance, after sustaining a grievous wound from Mihawk, he merely bandaged it and continued to fight on in Kokoyashi village. Were he in Zaro's position, without effective treatment, he would surely have perished. This was a glaring shortcoming of his. As the old man Carp would say, his physical training was insufficient and required fortification. Having spent 20,000 diamonds, he acquired the Ice Fire Brew to enhance his internal energy and the Blood Dragon Pearl to fortify his body. What more could he desire? That night, Yi Luo forewent sleep, first practicing the intermediate technique, snow treading without a trace, then converting an entire pot of Ice Fire Brew into his internal energy. He refilled the jade wine vessel with a new brew. While it no longer augmented his internal force, it certainly served as an impressive accessory. The following morning, Yi Luo embarked anew, altering his course towards Rain Base. He couldn't recall whether the remaining members of the Baroque works had bounties, but one individual surely did. Nico Robin. He remembered her initial bounty of 79 million. Thus, he set his sights on Robin. Having tested the system previously, he knew that for every bounty he captured, the system would grant a single reward, regardless of whether he chose to kill or spare them afterward. However, as Yi Luo stepped into Rain Base, he was greeted by a long-absent system notification. Side quest: capture the pirate crocodile. Rewards: 10,000 diamonds, 10,000 experience, 1,000,000 currency, and a random spin on the prize wheel. At last, having lingered too long at headquarters, he had nearly forgotten the sound of the task notifications. Yi Luo's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the largest casino in Rain Base, the very stronghold of Crocodile. Nevertheless, he had no intention of capturing the sand crocodile just yet. The task specified capturing the pirate crocodile, who at present still held the title of a warlord of the sea, technically allied with the Navy. Thus, Yi Luo could not guarantee that defeating him would yield the task rewards or the original bounty. If he acted impulsively and only received experience points without the diamonds, it would be quite embarrassing. Hence, Yi Luo's focus remained steadfastly on Robin. Upon arriving at the rain-based casino, he exchanged some berries for chips and casually began to play. Even without cheating, his current auditory acuity and memory made it nearly impossible for him to lose, quickly resulting in a doubling of his chips. Drawing the attention of the casino staff. "Good sir, the outside table games are mere trifles. Would you care to join us in the VIP area? It would better suit your status and prowess." A beautiful attendant promptly approached Yi Luo with a smile. "May I meet your boss? I wish to have a word." Yi Luo replied with a gentle smile. The attendant was momentarily taken aback. It was rare for patrons to request to engage with the boss. Even in the outer area, they often indulged in minor cheating, albeit with restraint. Once inside, regardless of how much one won, the casino would ensure it was returned. And playing against the casino's owner was a guaranteed loss. "Apologies, but I cannot answer that right now. I must consult with the boss." The attendant quickly regained her composure and smiled again. "Are you gauging my qualifications, or are you concerned about my capabilities?" Yi Luo chuckled, rising to gesture for her to lead the way. "Not at all. It's just that our boss is often away, so I cannot provide an immediate answer," the attendant replied, covering her mouth in laughter. Soon, they arrived at a room marked VIP. "Please wait a moment. I will ask the boss if she is available to entertain you." The attendant bowed and exited the room. Inside, aside from Yi Luo, there were several tables of patrons. They merely glanced at him before returning to their gambling, clearly unimpressed by his presence. As the leaves fell, Yi Luo nonchalantly approached the sofa and seated himself. Soon, a male attendant arrived with a glass of red wine, inquiring what Yi Luo desired. Yi Luo shook his head and asked, "What games are available here?" The attendant explained that the chips start at 100,000 berries, with one section dedicated to poker where guests can negotiate their own rules, allowing for a variety of games based on preference. Another area featured dice games, primarily involving guessing high or low, which was rather unremarkable. Lastly, there was a section for other gambling devices, where guests could explore and inform the attendants, who would assist in finding others with similar interests in the lounge. Yi Luo nodded in acknowledgement, impressed by the grandeur of the largest casino in Rainy Land. He made his way to the dice area, where his acute hearing enabled him to discern the numbers on the dice. Although the casino employed cheating methods, Yi Luo was not there to win. He merely wished to encounter Robin. After a while, he placed his chips on the lower range again, smiling at the dealer, who was soon joined by other gamblers following his lead. Despite his initial intention to meet Robin without concern for winning or losing, Yi Luo couldn't help but relish the thrill of the game. Possessing inner strength, Yi Luo found cheating in the casino to be a trivial matter. Initially, he had no intention of deceit, making casual bets, but after winning a few times by chance, the dealer began to target him, which irked Yi Luo. "So you want to challenge me? Very well, I shall indulge you." Utilizing his inner power, Yi Luo rapidly amassed chips worth millions. The dealer had already changed several times. Yet they could not thwart Yi Luo's success. The intriguing part was that they were utterly unaware of how he accomplished it. The dice belonged to them, and their mechanisms had been inspected, yet the results remained inexplicably skewed. "What's the hold-up?" Yi Luo smiled at the dealer, who was nervously wiping the sweat from his forehead. "Yes, let us get on with it. Today, this young man seems to be on an extraordinary streak. Nothing can stand in his way." The surrounding gamblers laughed. "Indeed. Thanks to this young man's good fortune, I've managed to win a little myself," they chorused, just as the dealer was about to unveil the dice. Robin's voice chimed in from behind Yi Luo. "I didn't expect you to possess such gambling skills." Yi Luo shrugged. "Just a casual pastime, nothing serious." "Is your boss around?" "I am the manager here," Robin replied with a slight smile, taking the dealer's seat. "In that case, please convert these into cash. I'll wager everything on small." Yi Luo handed over his chips to a nearby beautiful attendant, grinning. Robin nodded at the attendant and casually shook the dice, asking, "Anyone else want to place a bet?" Most of the surrounding gamblers chose to follow Yi Luo's lead, though a few, sensing something amiss, left with their winnings. Once everyone had placed their bets, Robin smiled as he lifted the dice cover, declaring, "It appears I've won this time." Although the crowd erupted in discontent upon seeing the high roll, blaming Yi Luo, he remained unfazed, rising to follow Robin, indifferent to the skepticism of the remaining gamblers. In the VIP room of the casino, Robin squinted and inquired, "What brings a Navy officer like you here?" Yi Luo chuckled. "Of course, I'm here to catch pirates." "Pirates? My boss is no pirate," Robin replied with a smile. "Exactly. That is why I'm here to apprehend you." Before Robin could react, Yi Luo charged at her. Despite Robin's moderate combat abilities, her flower fruit posed a potential threat, compelling Yi Luo to act swiftly. Second round flower, mastery. Robin attempted to counterattack while retreating, aware that Crocodile was observing the situation. With a single punch, Yi Luo sent Robin flying, her newly formed arms dissipating into thin air. "Devil Child Nico Robin, I hereby declare your arrest," Yi Luo declared, towering over Robin, who lay amidst the rubble. "You seem to have overstepped, Navy officer. This is my territory." Just as Yi Luo's words resonated, A mound of sand materialized before him, gradually morphing into Crocodile's form. Sand Crocodile, I suggest you refrain from meddling. She is not someone you can control. Yi Luo glanced at Crocodile, disregarding him as he prepared to leave with the injured Robin. Are you confused? You're the one causing trouble. Crocodile, now composed of yellow sand, obstructed Yi Luo's path. Step aside. I have no desire to engage with you now. Do you think you stand a chance to argue with me? The surge of his newfound strength infused Yi Luo with confidence. Robin was a prime example. Even his recently acquired skill, Snow Without Trace, significantly outpaced his previous agility, not to mention the enhancements to his energy and physique. Is that so? Navy officer. You've successfully angered me, and you will pay for it. Before Crocodile could finish his sentence, Yi Luo delivered a powerful punch that obliterated his head. Though he had used some inner strength, he found it strange that he could not grasp Crocodile's physical form. Is this a power akin to hockey? Is that your source of confidence? Crocodile, reforming, questioned Yi Luo. Ah, so you fled quite swiftly. You elementalized your head before my attack landed. Which is why it seemed as if I couldn't strike you. Yi Luo understood that Crocodile lacked the advanced observation hockey. It was likely mere coincidence, or that his attack had been detected early, as Yi Luo had only launched a casual strike moments ago. It seems your boss values you quite highly. I hadn't intended to clash with him, especially since he is one of the 7 warlords and an ally of the Navy. However, if he seeks conflict, I can't be blamed. You'll just have to wait here. Yi Luo released Robin, smiling as he spoke. Although he had defeated her, the system had not provided him with experience or rewards. So he had no intention of letting her go just yet. Crocodile, not one to remain idle, launched his attack as soon as Yi Luo released Robin. You're an interesting fellow. Let us play. Yi Luo smirked, his fists changing color as he leaped, evading Crocodile's crescent-shaped strike. Armament hockey. Crocodile's expression sharpened. As a Logia user, he was often deemed invincible in the Grand Line, particularly in the desert, but his only vulnerability lay in hockey. He had initially presumed Yi Luo to be inexperienced with hockey, but was taken aback by what he witnessed. Moonstep. Bam. With a pivot midair using Moonstep, Yi Luo landed a punch on Crocodile's face before he could react, sending him flying several meters. So, you're a hidden gem. No wonder you dared to cause a ruckus in my domain. However, relying solely on armament hockey, you lack the strength to confront me. After rolling several times on the ground, Crocodile stood up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. A small sand tornado takes shape in Crocodile's hand before he hurls it towards Yi Luo. Such a futile technique should not be displayed to embarrass oneself. The swift agility of treading snow unfolded, allowing the sand tornado to miss the hem of Yi Luo's garment entirely. Is that so? Then let us try this. Before Yi Luo could close the distance, Crocodile touched the ground with his right hand and shouted, "Erosion cycle." Instantly, everything around him, including buildings, began to decertify from Crocodile's very being. Yeo frowned as he observed Robin retreating, and he swiftly approached her, lifting her into the air with a moon step. Consider yourself fortunate today, but do not expect such luck every time. Yi Luo broke through the roof and departed with Robin. Crocodile watched Yi Luo leave without pursuit. Instead, he retrieved a peculiar transponder snail, seemingly initiating contact with someone. After exiting the casino, Yi Luo released Robin, saying, "You cannot leave just yet. So I must trouble you to accompany me for a while." Although Robin was unaware of Yi Luo's intentions, her inability to escape left her with no choice but to follow him. "Marine, what is your true objective?" After leaving the rain-soaked territory, Robin appeared a bit more relaxed and inquired. "You need not concern yourself with my intentions. Just know that you will be free to leave shortly." Yi Luo shook his head in response. Just moments ago, upon departing the rain-soaked realm, he finally received a system notification, granting him 7,900 diamonds and 2,000 experience points. Although this experience did not reflect Robin's bounty, Yi Luo understood it represented Robin's relative strength. After all, her bounty was not solely derived from her abilities, but rather from her skill in deciphering ancient texts. Initially, Yi Luo had anticipated that this was not the opportune moment to confront any members of the Straw Hat Pirates, as they were all promising prospects whose bounties would continue to rise. Defeating them later would yield greater rewards. However, the emergence of the treasure wheel had made Yi Luo somewhat impatient, prompting his actions against Robin. "By dawn, you shall be free to leave." Should Crocodile inquire, simply state that I received a call and released you. With the acquisition of 7,900 diamonds, Yi Luo had no intention of truly capturing Robin, as her abilities would undoubtedly be of use to him in the future. "Why?" Robin furrowed her brow, questioning. "Do not ask too many questions. Knowing too much may not bode well for you. Also, Crocodile is not a benevolent ally. It would be wise to distance yourself from him. Your companions await you." After delivering these words, Yi Luo departed. Now that he had acted against Robin, Yi Luo did not intend to spare the remaining high-ranking agents. However, as he left, a colossal tortoise, carrying a cart, was seen advancing towards the rain-soaked territory, less than a day's distance away. Meanwhile, Princess Wei Wei had arrived in Oasis City Yuba with Luffy and the others, only to find that the once thriving city had turned into desolate land. The rebels had long since departed for a nearby oasis city, Catalea, close to the rapeseed fields. By nightfall, the high-ranking agents of Baroque Works had finally arrived at the casino in the rain-soaked territory to meet their boss, Crocodile. Despite the earlier chaos instigated by Yiluo, the casino appeared unchanged, and Robin had returned. Though Crocodile had harbored suspicions about her, the lack of trust between them meant they were merely utilizing one another. Thus, upon learning that Robin had been released after Yiluo received a call, Crocodile ceased further inquiries. Although he had made the call, he did not genuinely believe Robin would be returned. Had it not been for the imminent arrival of the high-ranking agents, he would not have allowed Yiluo to depart so easily. It was simply unexpected that Robin had indeed returned. Crocodile had intended to exploit Robin, so her thoughts on the matter were of little consequence. What mattered was that she remained close at hand. Soon, Crocodile briefed the high-ranking agents on a strategic plan dubbed Utopia. While they were astonished by Crocodile's identity and the magnitude of the treasonous scheme, they were not insignificant players themselves and thus agreed to execute the plan. However, the sudden appearance of Mr. 3, the Candleman, incited Crocodile's fury. Not only did he drain Mr. 3 before discarding him into the Crocodile's box, but he also issued a kill order against Luffy and his companions. Furthermore, Yiluo's presence raised suspicions for Crocodile. The arrival of the Marines was not favorable for them, but his public persona afforded him certain conveniences, allowing him to temporarily dismiss concerns about direct Marine intervention. Meanwhile, having rested overnight, Luffy and his crew found themselves embroiled in internal conflict. Wei Wei wished to venture to Oasis City Catalea to persuade the rebels, yet Luffy pointedly addressed the crux of the issue, Crocodile. After a heated argument, they ultimately decided against retracing their steps and instead set their sights on the rain-soaked territory. Additionally, in the capital of Alabasta, the king received a letter from Karoo, revealing the truth. Informed, the king dispatched the vice commander of the Royal Guard, a Zoan-type bird fruit user known as Falcon Bell, to scout the rain-soaked territory as he prepared to amass forces for an assault. As Yiluo embarked on a quest to locate the high-ranking agents, he found himself lost in the desert, grappling with the absence of experience in traversing such terrain. If only I had stayed in the rain-soaked territory and awaited those fellows. Why did I venture to the capital? Yiluo lamented inwardly, wishing he could slap himself. He had indeed captured Robin. Why not simply request a map or ask her for directions to the mounts? He could have even inquired whether the high-ranking agents had gathered, thus alleviating the hassle of searching. Moreover, due to the emergence of the treasure wheel, his original plan to pursue Ace had been shelved, and he now had no idea where his Marine subordinates were located, leaving Yiluo in a state of frustration. Ah, what is that? Just as Yiluo felt his irritation rising, he suddenly spotted something. Water. I am parched. Wei, how much longer until we arrive? Luffy, leading the group with a branch as a makeshift staff, gasped as he asked. Wei, walking behind Luffy, lifted the cloth covering her hair to survey their surroundings and replied, not much further, at most half a day's journey, and we've only traveled half the distance? Zoro, dragging a small raft, glanced at the sun and sighed. On the raft lay Chopper, whose fur was nearly suffocating him in the heat. Oh, it seems you are in need of water. Would you like my assistance? Indeed, the figures Yiluo had spotted earlier were none other than Luffy and his crew. Yiluo, the Straw Hat crew exclaimed in surprise at his sudden appearance. Haha, serendipity brings us together. Where are you all headed? Yiluo inquired with a smile, tossing a water container over to them. As Luffy drank, he babbled incoherently. Speak plainly. Yiluo's expression darkened. We are headed to the rain-soaked territory, Wei stated firmly. She did not attempt to seize the water, having grown up in the desert. This level of hardship posed no challenge for her. Only Luffy, Usopp, and a camel were scrambling for the water. To the rain-soaked territory? Are you planning to confront Crocodile? Yiluo pondered for a moment before asking. Zoro cast a glance at Yiluo and replied, It seems you know quite a bit. I know more than you can imagine. However, in my eyes, you are still no match for Crocodile, but it wouldn't hurt to give it a try. Yiluo chuckled. I'll knock him out. Luffy, who was busy fighting for water, retorted angrily upon hearing Yiluo's words. Once again in the rain, Yiluo couldn't help but lament how he had lost his way in the desert so quickly. Fortunately, he had encountered Luffy and the others. Otherwise, he truly wouldn't know what to do. Brother Yiluo, where are you headed? Nami asked sweetly. Me? To the capital of Alabasta. Yiluo replied candidly. However, as he spoke, he instinctively took a step back, realizing that with Nami's character, such politeness often meant she was preparing to take advantage of him. What? Is Ace over there? Before Nami could respond, Luffy asked foolishly. No, I've lost track of him. I suppose I'll head to the capital and see if I can find him. Yiluo shrugged. Oh, I see. Since Brother Yiluo has no urgent matters, why don't we play in the ring? Nami suggested, casting glances at her companions. Play? What are we playing? Yiluo was taken aback, but quickly realized that it was likely a scheme stemming from his earlier assertion that they could not defeat Crocodile, prompting Nami to seek a safer option. Aside from Nami, the others were silent. Either they, like Luffy, were oblivious, or Sanji and Zoro, who understood, firmly believed they could not be outmatched. Just as Nami was about to explode in frustration, Yi Luo inquired, "By the way, where's the subordinate I sent to assist you?" "I don't know. We mentioned going to find the rebel army, so we went to Yuba. But they had already relocated to Caturlia," Wei Wei replied. "Does that mean my subordinate might have gone to Caturlia, the oasis city closest to the canola fields?" Yi Luo mused. He had an inkling to directly contact headquarters and report Crocodile's activities, as they would likely instruct him to apprehend Crocodile and eliminate his title as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. This would not only allow for a legitimate intervention in the Alabasta incident, but also expedite the completion of his own mission. He understood that the royal family of Alabasta was far more complex than it appeared. Within the kingdom, there seemed to be 2 historical texts, one detailing the infamous ship of the world, and the other chronicling events from the blank century. Should I consider kidnapping Robin? After all, her influence on the subsequent Alabasta storyline is negligible, Yi Luo contemplated. Meanwhile, Nami and the others quietly conspired among themselves on how to ensnare Yi Luo into helping them thwart Crocodile. "I'll contact the Navy at their base. I won't be leaving today. If you need anything, come find me, but only if Luffy isn't afraid of being captured by me." Yi Luo chuckled, disregarding the stunned expressions of the Straw Hat crew as he made his way to the Navy's communication point in the ring. Through the Navy, Yi Luo finally connected with Lena, who had indeed gone to Caturlia and encountered the rebels. However, the rebels did not trust the Navy, nearly leading to a conflict between Lena and them. Ultimately, the Navy had no choice but to withdraw, awaiting the arrival of Princess Wei Wei. After receiving Yi Luo's communication, Lena contacted headquarters to report the situation. Shortly after, she received instructions to gather evidence against Crocodile and, if necessary, to apprehend him to prevent his coup, while also capturing Robin in Alabasta. Previously, the world government had believed that the rebels in Alabasta were merely that, rebels, without delving deeper. However, after Yi Luo's capture of Robin and Crocodile's complaint against him, they began to suspect his motives. With Yi Luo's report, they quickly deduced Crocodile's intentions and ordered Yi Luo to intervene. Yi Luo surmised that members of the CP organization were infiltrating Alabasta, aligning their goals with Crocodile's. Prior to this, they likely had an agreement with the Nefertari royal family of Alabasta, which had prevented them from taking action. Now that an opportunity presented itself, they would not let it slip away. He vaguely recalled that Luffy had previously fallen into an underground area that concealed historical texts, making it an ideal bait to lure Robin out. However, he was unaware of its location and had heard that it was an original plot from the anime adaptation, not present in the original manga, leaving its existence uncertain. After instructing Lena to mobilize all nearby Navy forces to rendezvous in the capital of Alabasta, Yi Luo set off towards the casino, where Luffy was likely causing a commotion. Indeed, upon arriving at the casino, he found Baroque Works members sprawled across the ground, and the bridge had collapsed. After considering that the structure might soon collapse entirely, he hesitated to enter. However, catching a glimpse of Sanji moving inside sparked a memory, prompting him to follow. Upon reaching the underground passage, a key fell from above, landing at Yi Luo's feet. Is this the key to that massive sea stone cage? He wondered, observing Luffy and the others trapped inside. Yi Luo realized he was about to acquire an unexpected fortune. "Oh, someone dares to ambush me?" Yi Luo stepped forward, addressing the standoff between Mr. 3 and Sanji. Upon seeing the key in Yi Luo's hand, Luffy and his crew erupted in excitement. "Who threw this?" Yi Luo scratched his head, inquiring. It was him. Everyone pointed at the candle-wielding Mr. 3. "Kid, where did you come from?" Before Mr. 3 could finish his sentence, he collapsed as Yi Luo swiftly unlocked the cage. "That was fast." Both Sanji and Zoro whispered in astonishment. "Did I not tell you that you were no match for Crocodile?" Yi Luo remarked with a smile as he freed Luffy and the others. "Now's not the time for that. I must personally send that sand crocodile flying." Luffy shouted angrily as he charged out of the cage to unleash his fury on Crocodile. Princess Wei Wei watched in tears, having narrowly escaped being defeated by a banana crocodile. "I'll take this pirate away. The place is about to collapse. We must leave quickly." Just as Yi Luo was about to finish speaking while carrying Mr. 3, the ceiling shattered, and torrents of seawater surged in, sweeping everyone away. As the leaves fell, seizing the opportunity, they stealthily submerged beneath the water, reaching out to touch, causing the immense sea stone prison to vanish into thin air. Then, they ascended, bringing the nearly perished Mr. 3 along. "Yellowa, you have finally emerged. We were beginning to think you would drown," Nami exclaimed, placing a hand over her heart as she saw Yaw surface with Mr. 3 in tow. As the leaves fell silently, just as Yi Luo was about to speak, Chopper arrived riding an enormous moving crab, intent on pursuing Crocodile. "What does this seafood taste like?" Yi Luo inquired, gazing at the colossal crab with a hint of desire. "Simply boil it over a vigorous flame," Sanji replied, exhaling smoke from a cigarette and speaking softly. "Is this also edible?" Luffy asked, nearly drooling. The nearby moving crab, suppressing its instinct to flee, retreated a few steps under Chopper's encouragement, which was quite commendable for its kind. "Please refrain from such alarming talk. We still needed to take us to Alabasta." Nami reprimanded Luffy and Sanji with a punch, though she dared not confront Yi Luo. "You all go ahead. I'll deal with this fellow and catch up with you. Feel free to use your complimentary mode of transport, Yi Luo declared, lifting Mr. 3. Luffy and the others wasted no time, boarding the moving crab and setting off at a gallop, while Yi Luo made his way to the naval base, where he handed over Mr. 3 to the Navy, instructing them to take him to the Canola Flower Port, where his own warship awaited. Glancing at the sea prism stone prison occupying nearly half of his backpack, Yi Luo couldn't suppress a triumphant smile. The effort and merit he had invested in having the sea prism stone jail installed on his warship had been considerable, and now, with this acquisition, he could accommodate more ability users and bounty criminals aboard. It is worth noting that bounties for ability users seldom remain low. For instance, Mr. 3 had just contributed 200 points of diamonds to him, which was quite impressive. This was the very reason Yi Luo had chosen to accompany Sanji. Initially, he had approached the situation with a mere sense of curiosity, but unexpectedly, he had managed to seize Crocodile's sea prism stone prison, simultaneously earning 200 diamonds. With his diamond count now exceeding 10,000, Yi Luo contemplated indulging in a treasure draw. However, upon recalling the sacred nature of such an event, he dismissed the thought. As Yi Luo hurried toward Luffy and the others, he happened upon the duel between Luffy and Crocodile. Yet, it seemed that Luffy had no intention of inviting him into the fray. After exchanging a few words, Yi Luo chose to ignore them and pursued Robin instead. "Excuse me. Fair lady, may I hitch a ride?" he asked as he landed on the large turtle cart Robin was riding, where she was calmly sipping tea and reading a book. "I fear we may be heading in different directions," Robin replied, unfazed by Yi Luo's sudden appearance. "Is that so? However, I have a piece of free information for you. If you choose not to travel with me, I shall have nothing more to say." Yi Luo shrugged. Robin closed her book, shifted her posture, and regarded Yi Luo expectantly as she sipped her tea. "I inquired of Luffy when they traveled from Yuba to Rain Base. They inadvertently stumbled into a cave containing a massive square stone tablet inscribed with unfamiliar characters," Yi Luo stated with a smile. As anticipated, Robin's expression shifted dramatically. "What is the exact location?" she demanded. You know Luffy's temperament. Expecting him to remember the coordinates is akin to grasping at straws. "So, shall we take a chance?" Yi Luo shook his head. Taking a deep breath, Robin poured Yi Luo a cup of tea before commanding the large turtle to turn towards Yuba. Upon their return to the site of Luffy and Crocodile's battle, they found the conflict had concluded. Luffy was largely buried in sand, save for his head. "What do you D-bearers intend to do?" Robin queried as she descended from the turtle cart, rescuing Luffy and retrieving his hat. "Thank you," Luffy murmured. "What have you done to Princess Vivi? I have grasped your abilities, and this time I shall not be so easily defeated." A man clad in white robes and wielding a sword approached Robin. "I didn't expect you to awaken so quickly. Perfect timing. This child is the pirate who escorted your princess all the way here, and now I entrust him to you," Robin said, returning to the turtle cart and departing. "Why did you save him?" Yi Luo asked softly. "Did you not say that the information came from him? Consider it a favor returned. Moreover, even if I hadn't intervened, would you not have rescued him regardless?" Robin smiled. Yi Luo smiled knowingly, then lifted his teacup to take a sip. An hour later, a large tortoise dozed in the desert, its companions Robin and Yi Luo having vanished from sight. "Have you found the answer you seek?" Yi Luo inquired, glancing at Robin, who was engrossed in the serious study of world history. "Isn't your navy quite opposed to people learning about this period of history?" Robin replied without turning his head. "You are mistaken. That is the world government, not the navy," Yi Luo retorted with a serious tone. "Is there really a distinction?" Robin turned to regard Yi Luo, a hint of sarcasm in her gaze. "There is undoubtedly a distinction." Yi Luo narrowed his eyes as he spoke. Robin, somewhat taken aback, then chuckled and said, "Let us depart. There is nothing here that satisfies my quest for knowledge." As the leaves fell gently, Yi Luo guided Robin back onto the great turtle vehicle. "Aren't you curious about what is inscribed above?" Robin inquired with a light chuckle after the turtle set off once more. "History signifies the past. Since it has already become bygone, it holds no significance for me. What I seek is the future," Yi Luo declared, taking a sip from his flask. Robin, unfazed by Yi Luo's ability to conjure objects from thin air, found himself intrigued by the flask in Yi Luo's hand. "This is a relic from my homeland. Now a rarity, which is why I cherish it so deeply," Yi Luo said, passing the flask to Robin with a smile. Understanding Robin's intent, he offered it willingly. "I am a historian. This artifact is certainly not from the Eastern Sea," Robin stated confidently after a mere glance. "I never claimed my homeland to be the Eastern Sea. My true homeland is now lost, so I regard that place as my origin." Yi Luo spoke of the topic with a hint of melancholy. Robin smiled faintly and glanced at the clock inside the vehicle, softly stating, "The plans over there should be underway now." At the gates of Albana, the capital of Alabastan, the rebel forces were poised for action, led by their chief, Kusha, who rode at the forefront on a camel, initiating the assault on the southern gate. Meanwhile, Sanji and others, having disguised themselves, set out with Baroque's elite agents, creating an opportunity for Wei Wei to rendezvous with the rebels. However, their efforts were thwarted by a concealed artilleryman from the royal army. He fired a cannonball prematurely, missing Wei Wei, but the ensuing dust obscured her from Kush's view. After the main contingent passed, Wei Wei crawled out from beneath the protective caraduc, her heart heavy upon seeing the battered and gravely injured creature. With tears held back, she resolutely declared, "Thank you, Kuru. I will never give up, for aboard that ship, I learned the true meaning of perseverance." As the weary and wounded caraduc finally managed to reach the city with Wei Wei, they were soon pursued by Mr. Tu. Fortunately, Sanji arrived just in time to intercept Mr. Tu, allowing Wei Wei to escape triumphantly. "What? Are you truly Princess Wei Wei?" inquired the vice-captain of the Royal Guard, Jaka, astonished at her presence. "Indeed, it is imperative to detonate this palace. My father once said that the essence of a nation lies in its people. Without them, the kingdom ceases to exist. Only by destroying this palace can I compel everyone to halt, granting me the opportunity to explain." Wei Wei stated calmly. "Please, abandon this foolish notion, Princess Wei Wei. The king is absent. He would never forgive your rashness." Jaka replied with composure. "Lord Jaka, please refrain from making hasty judgments," Wei Wei asserted sternly. At that moment, her commanding presence startled Jaka, reminding him of the king's words. He slowly knelt on one knee, saying, "I shall heed your command." "Your Highness, it appears we have indeed arrived a touch late," Yi Luo remarked, frowning at the capital, now a battlefield, upon reaching Albana with Robin. "What shall you do now?" Robin, perhaps having gained a piece of historical truth, exhibited a more amiable demeanor towards Yi Luo. "I must contact the Navy. Such chaotic battles are unacceptable, as the ones who suffer in the end are the innocent civilians," Yi Luo replied softly. "In that case, I shall take my leave." Robin smiled faintly and rode off on the Great Turtle. As Yi Luo approached the naval assembly point, he found Lena waiting there for him. "Report, sir. The entire navy of Alabasta has gathered. Please give your orders." Lena stepped forward and saluted upon seeing Yi Luo. Although all the navy was present, their numbers could not compare to those engaged in battle within the capital. Hence, "Our singular objective is to provide medical assistance to the wounded and restrain them to prevent further conflict. Leave the rest to me." Yi Luo instructed the assembled navy outside the western gate. "Understood." The sailors replied in unison. "Additionally, you must ensure your own protection. Lena will accompany you." Yi Luo donned the navy attire handed to him by Lena, making his way towards Alyabarna. Meanwhile, in the palace, Wei Wei and Gaka conversed atop the castle as they awaited the placement of explosives. Suddenly, a bloodied soldier rushed in to report, "Sir, there's trouble in the palace." Before Wei Wei and Gaka could react, a voice familiar to Princess Wei Wei rang out. "Don't act recklessly. Ms. Wednesday, after all, this place is about to become my home." "Crocodile." Princess Wei Wei turned towards the source of the voice, only to see Crocodile holding the severely injured king, wearing a grin that was neither a smile nor a frown. "Are you the sand crocodile, Crocodile? I advise you to release the king," Gaka asserted sternly, hand resting on the hilt of his sword. "Huahaha. What qualifications do you possess to speak to me in such a manner? Just because you are a Zoan-type devil fruit user?" Crocodile responded with a smirk. "Where is Mr. Luffy? Why are you here?" Wei Wei inquired, her disbelief evident despite her suspicions. "He is dead," Crocodile replied nonchalantly. "Impossible. How could Mr. Luffy possibly be dead? I refuse to believe it." Princess Wei Wei shouted in anger. "No one can enter from outside. I have them all blocked." At that moment, Robin emerged from the shadows, addressing Crocodile. "Where have you been? Why are you slower than I am?" Crocodile glanced at Robin and queried softly. "I demand to know what happened to Mr. Luffy." Princess Wei Wei reiterated, her fury unabated. "Forget it. He is merely a minor character, not worth your concern. Regardless, your kingdom and you too will soon meet your demise. As for that group of pirates, they likely won't witness the final outcome. But before that, where is the king, Pluton?" Crocodile ignored Wei Wei's outrage and directed his question at the king. The king, Nefertari Cobra, appeared astonished by Crocodile's knowledge of the name. "You know, don't you? The weapon known as Pluton, the most fearsome of all. Capable of obliterating an entire island with a single shell. That is my target. Once acquired, I can establish the mightiest military kingdom." Crocodile exclaimed, his excitement palpable. "How can that be? Does our kingdom truly possess such a weapon?" Princess Wei Wei questioned skeptically. Gaka, more familiar with the king, observed his subtle change in expression, deducing that this information likely came with the royal lineage. "I do not know where you obtained this information, but I genuinely have no knowledge of it," the king replied, maintaining a facade of calmness while facing Crocodile. "Is that so? I have specifically crafted a bomb powerful enough to destroy a 5-kilometer radius to assist you in quelling the rebellion, and in half an hour, it will strike the heart of Alyabarna. With a bang, the entire city will take on a different visage," Crocodile declared with a smirk. "You lunatic. Why do you intend to do this? What have we done to offend you?" Princess Wei Wei yelled at Crocodile. Yet, he disregarded her, continuing to question the king. "So now, can you tell me where the historical texts are located?" Cobra fell silent for a moment before stating, "If I take you there, will you spare my people?" "Of course. My goal is not to annihilate your kingdom," Crocodile replied with a nod. "Very well. I shall lead you." King Cobra resignedly agreed to Crocodile's terms. "I apologize, Your Majesty." "Princess, I cannot endure this any longer." Gaka transformed into his hybrid form, growling at Crocodile. Wait, Gaka. Princess Weiwei intervened. Realizing that Crocodile was not an opponent Gaka could defeat. Gaka, do not throw your life away recklessly. The king urged desperately. Do you wish to sacrifice your life for him too? Crocodile asked, blocking Gaka's attack with ease. I merely want you to understand the fury of this kingdom, even at the cost of my life. Gaka declared, channeling all his strength into a punch that struck Crocodile's head. Unfortunately, as the wielder of the sand fruit, Crocodile was impervious to such attacks without the use of haki. In an instant, Crocodile's hooked hand pierced through Gaka's body. With a series of clicks, the sound of a camera echoed, drawing everyone's attention. Now, I have the evidence. As one of the Shichibukai, Sand Crocodile, I hereby notify you in the name of the Navy that your crimes of stealing from the Alabasta Kingdom through Baroque works have been exposed, and your title as Shichibukai is hereby revoked. Yi Luo declared solemnly, holding a camera snail. Yi Luo, Princess Weiwei exclaimed with excitement. The Navy, it's you again. Clockter furrowed his brow as he gazed at Yi Luo. Now, let me formally introduce myself. I am Colonel Yi Luo of the Navy headquarters. Yi Luo said, bowing to the captured King Cobra, who was under Robin's control. Yi Luo, he killed Mr. Luffy. Sand Crocodile killed Mr. Luffy. Miwei, with tears brimming in her eyes, rushed to Yi Luo's side and finally broke down in tears. Rest assured, Luffy is not so easily defeated. Yi Luo gently patted Miwei's head, feeling a pang of sympathy. This princess always elicited affection. Had it not been inconvenient for him to act at this moment, he would have undoubtedly eliminated Clockter without hesitation. Fortunately, he is not completely dead. Yi Luo approached Gaka and administered some of his life potion. What? Mr. Yi Luo, Gaka? Miwei hurriedly rushed over and knelt beside Gaka, anxiously inquiring. You help him to rest. I'll take care of things here. Yi Luo nodded towards Princess Vivi and declared, King Cobra, although I acted without your consent, I have ordered the Navy to intervene comprehensively in the war. Rest assured, I have only tasked the Navy with rescue operations and have not engaged in combat. After assisting Miwei and helping Gaka to a safer location, Yi Luo addressed the Kingdom of Alabasta. Thank you for your kindness. King Cobra expressed his gratitude. What is happening? Why is a king, who should be heinous, being tortured in this manner? Why are the elite guards of the Royal Army lying here? What is the reason? Suddenly, a young man with a scar over one eye entered the palace, looking at the scene before him in disbelief. Kosha, Miwei exclaimed with joy. Miwei, what is going on? Tell me. The young man named Kosha shouted in anger. It is quite obvious, is it not? You are the leader of the rebel army, correct? I heard there was a conflict with my beloved subordinates. Yi Luo glanced at this young man, who had grown up as Miwei's childhood friend, and who should have supported the king like his father. Haha, I never expected the leaders of several factions would gather here, Clockter remarked, unfazed by the revelation of his plans. Everything happening in the Kingdom of Alabasta is due to Princess Vivi, with tears in her eyes, glared at Clockter, filled with hatred. Indeed, you all believe the king is responsible for those actions, but it was I who orchestrated them. Thank you for your cooperation these past 2 years. Mr. Kosha, Clockter laughed heartily. Do not listen to him. Kosha, immediately withdraw everyone from Alabasta. We have less than 30 minutes before this place is blown to pieces. Quickly, even saving one more person is better than nothing. King Cobra spat blood and shouted at Kosha. Kosha hesitated, but then prepared to turn away, realizing that the king was indeed still the king, prompting him to follow orders without delay. Wait, Kosha. Princess Miwei dashed forward to block Kosha, glancing at the smiling Clockter and said, we cannot say this now. If everyone learns the truth, it will only lead to further chaos. Our task is to prevent further fighting so we can make better arrangements. A remarkably calm judgment. I have a newfound respect for you, Ms. Wednesday. Clockter smirked. However, I fear you may not have the opportunity. With that, Clockter transformed into sand and lunged toward Princess Vivi and Kosha. Have you forgotten something? Yi Luo appeared before Princess Vivi and delivered a powerful punch to Clockter's face, sending him flying. This shocked not only Princess Miwei and Kosha, but also the injured king and the recently awakened Gaka. Navy, are you seeking death? Clockter rose, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, seething with anger. If not for wanting Luffy to witness the disparity, do you think you would have the chance to chatter before me? Yi Luo clenched his fist, disdain evident on his face. The Sand Crocodile, lacking even the ability to use haki, was clearly a character deliberately weakened by the author to accommodate the protagonist, so Yi Luo had never intended to act himself. This was a perfect opportunity for Luffy to gain experience. Once Luffy's bounty increased, he would find a moment to spar with him and earn some valuable insights, perhaps even a high-level secret technique. Well then, since you are aware of the truth, I will leave the task of halting the conflict to you. I will handle matters here. Yi Luo smiled. Kosha glanced at Princess Miwei, who nodded encouragingly, and he immediately dashed toward the palace exit. Shave. Saru. Yi Luo wasted no words and charged directly at Clockter. If he were to eliminate him before Luffy arrived, it would merely be a stroke of bad luck. Nico Robin, you take the king and leave. I will resolve the situation here and then join you. Clockter, bloodied and somewhat disheveled, replied. Robin smiled and swiftly led King Cobra away. Just as Princess Vivi prepared to intervene, she was attacked by Robin. Had it not been for Yi Luo's timely assistance, she might have fallen into unconsciousness, which also granted Clockter a moment to breathe. "I am sorry, I am so useless." Princess Vivi bit her lip and said to Yi Luo, "Foolish girl, fulfilling your role as princess and serving your people is your greatest contribution. As for combat, leave that to us professionals." Yi Luo affectionately ruffled Princess Vivi's hair with a smile. In the process of rushing to assist, he had been wounded in the arm by Clockter's hook. He knew the hook was poisoned and aimed to resolve the battle swiftly. "Ha! Navy, my hook is not so easily countered. It is laced with deadly poison." Clockter taunted Yi Luo. "Humph, mere parlor tricks. It is a waste of a title to elevate you to Shichibukai." Yi Luo tapped his arm several times to control the flow of blood and then used his internal energy to purify the venom. Just as Clockter was about to launch another attack on Yi Luo, a voice echoed from the horizon. "Mr. Luffy." Princess Miwei exclaimed with joy as she spotted Luffy sitting on the back of a falcon-shaped ship in the sky. "He actually survived? What a resilient little bug." Clockter chuckled lightly, "But I have no time to play with you now. Farewell." With that, Clockter leaped out of the palace and transformed into sand, vanishing from sight. As Yi Luo was about to rise and pursue, Luffy leapt down from Bell, shouting loudly, "Mimi, leave Crocodile to me. You must go and thwart the rebellion." It was only then that Princess Mimi glanced outside, where the war, momentarily halted by Kusha, had inexplicably reignited. "This fellow is blatantly ignoring me." Yi Luo furrowed his brow, expressing his exasperation. "Navy officer, I implore you for assistance." Princess Mimi sought Yi Luo, articulating her plea. Yi Luo gazed in the direction that Crocodile had fled, letting out a sigh. "Your Highness, it is not that our navy does not wish to assist, but our manpower is insufficient. Even with our forces, we cannot halt the war." Princess Weiwei stubbornly insisted. "Understood. I will first seek out my subordinates and instruct them to temporarily take orders from the Nefertari royal family." Yi Luo nodded helplessly, utilizing Moonwalk to search for Reina. "What is this?" Upon exiting the palace, Yi Luo observed that an entire building had collapsed in another direction. Just as I suspected. Spotting Mr. 1, Das Bones, lying on the ground, Yi Luo seized him and continued his search for Reina. Shortly thereafter, he found Reina, who had already established a rescue point. He tossed Mr. 1 before her and declared, "Reina, all Navy personnel are to temporarily follow the orders of the Nefertari royal family and assist as much as possible. I shall fetch the senior agents of Baroque Works. Remember, do not let them escape." "Yes, my lord," Reina replied with a bow. After capturing several defeated senior agents, Yi Luo was duly rewarded with diamonds from the system. Now, should he pursue Crocodile or seek out the bomb? After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to find Crocodile first. For Weiwei would ultimately require the bomb to avert the war. Upon reaching the underground passage, he discovered Crocodile and Luffy locked in fierce combat, with Robin collapsed nearby. Shave. Yi Luo disregarded Luffy and directly engaged his opponent. "Yi Luo, he is mine," Luffy shouted in protest. "Leave this to me. You take the king and Robin and depart. Weiwei needs your assistance. The bomb is located in the clock tower," Yi Luo informed Luffy, fearing that Weiwei might struggle to locate the bomb. Luffy paused, glanced at Crocodile, then swiftly made his way to the king, lifting him and Robin for their escape. "Did I permit you to leave?" Crocodile, bloodied and furious, glared at Luffy, growling ominously. "Your opponent is now me. Dragon-Subduing 18 Palms, the dragon's wrath." With a series of 3 powerful strikes, a colossal dragon head materialized, morphing into a giant dragon that charged at Crocodile. Desert Greatsword. Erosion Cycle. Desert Tornado. Crocodile, refusing to yield, unleashed his own formidable techniques, clashing head-on with Yi Luo. Luffy, carrying both the unconscious Robin and the king, emerged from the underground just as a tremendous explosion of energy erupted behind him. Turning to witness a massive golden dragon colliding with the swirling sandstorm, he was astounded. As tranquility returned, Luffy stared in disbelief at the underground tomb that had been breached by their clash. "Why are you still here?" Yi Luo, his navy uniform tattered and bloodied hands gripping the unconscious Crocodile, queried. "Is he dead?" Luffy asked, astonished. "No, the warlords of the sea do not perish so easily. He is merely unconscious." Yi Luo shook his head. "Hand the king over to me. You assist Weiwei. I will escort his majesty to the medical station established by the navy." Luffy nodded, departing with the unconscious Robin on his back. "I truly appreciate your navy's assistance." Cobra expressed his gratitude, carried by Yi Luo. "It is only right," Yi Luo replied with a smile. Soon, he arrived at the rescue point and noticed the enormous bomb launched from the clock tower. "What is that?" Nearby navy personnel looked up in astonishment at the colossal bomb in the sky. "My lord," Reina rushed to Yi Luo's side. "Have we still not managed to prevent it?" "We had him cornered." King Cobra sighed, closing his eyes in despair. "No, it is not over yet," Yi Luo whispered. "What?" Cobra inquired, astonished. "The bomb is ascending." Yi Luo squinted his eyes. "Why?" Cobra asked, bewildered. As the leaves fell, Yi Luo sprang up, utilizing the moonwalk technique to ascend a considerable height before descending again. Addressing King Cobra, he remarked, "You have several commendable subordinates. I witnessed that large bird clad in a white robe, ascending while carrying a bomb. Bell? King Cobra exclaimed in astonishment. A colossal explosion erupted, dispersing the dust above Albana. A figure at the bell tower, momentarily dazed, eventually gathered all her strength and shouted, "Please. Ceasefire. The war has ended. Please, ceasefire. The war has ended." She repeated this incessantly, seemingly tireless. Suddenly, a boy wearing a straw hat appeared beside her, echoing her cries. Below the bell tower, those in the straw hat group mimicked Princess Wei Wei's shouts, joining her in the outcry. After a brief period of deafness caused by the thunderous explosions, people gradually began to hear Princess Wei Wei's voice and started to lay down their arms. As the dust settled, light rain began to fall from the sky, and even the rebel and revolutionary forces, still engaged in sporadic fighting, slowly came to their senses. The fervor among the people seemed to dissipate. King's army, lay down your weapons. Jaka, dragging his injured body, supported the king as they emerged from the naval rescue point. Shouting loudly, "Lord Jaka, Your Majesty!" The soldiers of the king's army gazed at the two in astonishment. Rebels, lay down your weapons. Ikelam, supporting Kusha while cradling a child, also emerged to shout, "Captain Ikelam? Leader Kusha?" The rebels were equally taken aback. Subsequently, Kusha and the child in Ikelam's arms recounted the events they had personally witnessed, leading everyone to express their deep regrets. Regret is only natural, and sorrow is equally so. We have lost so much, yet gained nothing in life. The king emerged slowly, stating, "However, this signifies progress. The war has transpired and concluded. No one can erase the past, but what is more crucial is how we continue to survive after the war. Your Majesty, Your Majesty." The rebels dropped their weapons, weeping uncontrollably, while the king's army nearby also laid down their arms, discreetly wiping their tears. "Oh, citizens of Alabasta, we must unite and rebuild our homeland," Cobra declared loudly, disregarding the scene. "Long live His Majesty! Long live Alabasta!" All citizens of Alabasta shouted in unison. The war that had swept across the desert nation of Alabasta had finally come to an end. Does this mean the Lord has accurately reported the situation to headquarters? In the palace, Cobra arranged resting quarters for Yi Luo, Lina, and others. Indeed, such a significant event cannot be concealed. Yi Luo nodded. "However, the Lord has managed the situation well and thwarted Crocodile's scheme." Lina inquired in confusion. "That is the matter at hand. It no longer concerns me. Let everyone recuperate, and then we shall set sail," Yi Luo proclaimed, plopping down on the sofa with a smile. "Are we not going to apprehend that Straw Hat group?" Lina hesitated before asking. "Now is not the time. Moreover, we indeed owe them a debt of gratitude." Yi Luo shook his head. "Yes, my lord." Following the unfolding events, Lina's perspective towards the Straw Hat group improved significantly. At least they were not the kind of pirates who committed heinous acts. Report. At that moment, a naval officer entered, shouting, "What is it?" Yi Luo inquired, looking up. "Colonel, the warship dispatched from headquarters has arrived at the port. Should we proceed?" The soldier replied loudly. "They arrived rather swiftly? Very well. Relay the message that the leave is over. Gather all the bounty hunters. We shall set sail for the port tomorrow." Yi Luo rose, and Lina promptly draped the cloak of justice over him, following closely behind as they exited the door. "Lina, you go to the naval liaison point first, gather the soldiers, and wait for me at the southern gate tomorrow morning," Yi Luo instructed while making his way towards the palace hall. Lina paused for a moment before responding with a salute. "Yes, my lord." Before long, Yi Luo found King Cobra, and the two engaged in discussions in the study throughout the day. Meanwhile, during the battle with Crocodile, Luffy had succumbed to poison and, compounded by exhaustion, fell unconscious after aiding Princess Wei Wei, despite Yi Luo's intervention. "Zoro, have you been training again?" The ship's doctor, Chopper, immediately shouted upon seeing Zoro enter. "Don't worry. My body is my own. I know how to train." Zoro waved dismissively. "I meant that you should refrain from training." Chopper nearly exploded with frustration. "Oh, I slept so well." At that moment, Luffy woke up. "Oh, Luffy, you're awake." The Straw Hat crew rejoiced at their captain's awakening. "What? I was unconscious for 3 days? That means I missed 15 meals." Luffy exclaimed in shock upon learning of his 3-day slumber. Unexpectedly, it was Tina who came. When Yi Luo arrived at the port city with his troops, he was greeted by the sight of Rear Admiral Tina from the Navy headquarters. "Tina is here to congratulate you. Not only did you successfully eliminate a warlord of the sea, but you also received a promotion. Everything has gone exceedingly well for you." Tina smiled. "Oh, are those old geezers suspecting me of foul play? Rest assured, my report has been thoroughly detailed, and I have not deceived them. I can only say that I was fortunate." Yi Luo chuckled, sinking into the reclining chair beside Tina. As a pioneer in opposing the Shichibukai system within the Navy headquarters, Yi Luo's stance on the matter is undoubtedly evident. This is why he had previously refrained from reporting on Crocodile's activities, without sufficient justification. He risked being recalled and replaced by another officer to oversee the situation. However, once Crocodile dispatched his high-ranking agents, the course of events became virtually fixed. Moreover, with Robin's involvement, neither the world government nor the Navy could afford to remain passive observers. "Here is your promotion letter. Tina should now address you as Brigadier General." Tina casually tossed the official appointment document to Yi Luo, took a drag from her cigarette, and smiled. Well, since you are here, I shall entrust you with the matters of Alabasta. I need to return to headquarters. Yi Luo rose and made his way back to the cabin. My apologies, Colonel Tina. Lena said somewhat sheepishly to Tina. Tina was aware of Lena's feelings but was also quite irked. After all, it was Tina who had taken this individual on her first mission at sea, and now she had ascended above Tina. Observing Yi Luo's retreating figure, Tina spoke calmly before turning to Lena with a smile. By the way, congratulations are in order for you as well, Major Lena. Thank you, Colonel Tina. I hardly contributed this time. As the Brigadier General mentioned, this was predominantly orchestrated by that group of pirates. Lena responded with a salute. I truly wish to transfer you from Yi Luo's team to mine. However, that rascal is unlikely to let you go, nor would you want to, would you? Tina remarked with a chuckle as she discarded her finished cigarette. Colonel, you jest. Lena replied with composure. Well then, I shall take my leave. You all may embark. Tina waved goodbye after noticing that all the prisoners had boarded the ship before returning to her own vessel. Meanwhile, Yi Luo was in the cabin, meticulously organizing the spoils from the Alabasta incident. He had amassed a total of 27,500 diamonds, combined with the unspent 1,549 diamonds from before, giving him a grand total of 39,049 diamonds. Nicole Robin contributed 7,900 diamonds, while Mr. 2 Bon Clay and Mr. 3 Galdino, the wax fruit user, each added 3,200 diamonds. The quick-slashing fruit user Mr. 1 Das Bones contributed 5,100 diamonds, alongside Crocodile's 8,100 diamonds and the 10,000 diamonds earned upon completing the mission, culminating in the total of 27,500 diamonds. Should he save or continue to spend? Yi Luo found himself in a quandary. With all the high-ranking agents of Baroque Works and Crocodile aboard his ship, he needed to escort them to Impel Down. Thus, he resolved to return to headquarters, indicating that he would not be earning more diamonds for the time being. Let us leave it for later. My strength has significantly increased, and I need to reflect upon it, he mused, stroking his chin. A few days later, Yi Luo returned to Navy headquarters through the gates of justice. Well, look who it is. You've become a brigadier general in such a short time. At the port, Yi Luo encountered the somewhat unsavory figure of Vice Admiral Gaki. What brings you here? Are you heading out to sea? Yi Luo inquired with surprise. The Marshal wishes to see you, and since I was loitering around, I thought I'd deliver the message. Gaki shrugged in response. To think a Vice Admiral is delivering a message to a Brigadier General. Yi Luo was taken aback. Yet he proceeded to arrange for all soldiers to rest before following Gaki to the Marshal's office. Sir, I must first return home to tidy up my room, Lena said to Yi Luo after saluting Gaki. As the leaves fell gently, Yi Luo nodded and waved at Lena, indicating that she should handle things as she saw fit. I truly envy you, Jia Ji remarked. You, my friend, are still unmarried. Could it be that Lena has spoiled you too much? Yi Luo felt a wave of speechlessness wash over him. He lived alone. Lena did not reside with him but occupied a separate room, a privilege afforded to female naval officers by the headquarters. Moreover, Lena had recently been promoted alongside Yi Luo, attaining the rank of lieutenant commander. Before long, Yi Luo and Jia Ji arrived at the office of Admiral Sengoku. The elder Carp leisurely sipped tea and munched on rice crackers, embodying a relaxed demeanor. Seated across from him was a kindly-looking elderly woman, yet Yi Luo was acutely aware that any who dared to underestimate her would find themselves in dire straits. For she was none other than the renowned Vice Admiral and Chief of Staff, Tsuru. Admiral Sengoku. Teacher Carp. Vice Admiral Tsuru. Yi Luo greeted them with respect. Back already? I thought you had truly been lost out there. Carp exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Indeed, you are not someone easily disposed of. Yi Luo felt an overwhelming urge to kick him in the face. Teacher, I must admit I was nearly taken out by the dragon, but was fortuitously rescued by a band of pirates. I only regained my senses after traversing Whiskey Peak, hence I did not apprehend that group of pirates. Yi Luo replied with a hint of resignation. Was it the Straw Hat pirates from the East Blue that saved you? Vice Admiral Tsuru inquired with a smile. Yi Luo had no intention of concealing the truth, so she nodded and said, Indeed, it was they who I encountered. And it was there that I met Princess Vivi of Alabasta and learned of Crocodile's scheme. Thus, you took advantage of the situation, relying on the Straw Hat crew to launch an assault on Crocodile. You even allowed the war in Alabasta to unfold without intervention, correct? I believe that with your capabilities, you had ample time to address this matter upon discovering it. Yet you chose instead to incite further chaos behind those pirates, all for the purpose of eliminating Crocodile. Sengoku adjusted his glasses and remarked. Yi Luo was momentarily taken aback. Although he was aware that his actions might arouse suspicion, he did not anticipate that upon his return, Admiral Sengoku would so readily discern his intentions. Of course, he was unaware that part of Yi Luo's motivation stemmed from the diamond incident. Do you comprehend the magnitude of the impact caused by the absence of one member from the 7 warlords of the sea, which serves as a balancing force? We are now preparing to advance into the new world, and the 7 warlords are an indispensable asset. Noticing Yi Luo's silence, Admiral Sengoku spoke sternly. However, I do not believe that the 7 of them would sincerely side with the Navy, Yi Luo replied in a deep voice. Sengoku found himself at a loss for words in light of Yi Luo's rebuttal. Enough, Sengoku. The child has just returned from a significant achievement. There is no need for such severity. Moreover, it is merely a sand crocodile. Since he dares to set his sights on Alabasta, the world government will undoubtedly not spare him. Vice Admiral Tsuru interjected, attempting to mediate. What about Nico Robin? Don't tell me she escaped? With your prowess? She should not have had the chance to flee. Sengoku sighed in relief and continued his inquiry. She was pierced by crocodile, and I did not attend to her. However, it seems she was ultimately taken by that group of pirates. I am uncertain if she can be rescued. Yi Luo responded calmly. What? You? Yi Luo. This was intentional on your part. Sengoku was genuinely angered this time. Kaiji, who was just about to sit beside Garp, involuntarily flinched, eliciting hearty laughter from Garp. The serious atmosphere was shattered by Garp's laughter, prompting Sengoku to call out to him in annoyance. Ah, my apologies. Please continue. Garp waved his hand dismissively. Although Garp's casualness lightened the mood, the gravity of the situation lingered, and Sengoku could not pursue Yi Luo any further. He could only say to Yi Luo, I had intended to temper your recent promotion. An early elevation in rank may not bode well for you. You have only been with the Navy for a mere 2 years. While you have apprehended a considerable number of pirates and demonstrated corresponding strength, I sincerely hope you do not hold it against me. The Admiral jested. I understand your intentions, Admiral. I can resign if necessary. Yi Luo shook his head and replied. There is no need for that. However, during this period, remain at headquarters and hone your skills. The new world is of utmost importance. As a rising star in the Navy, I have great faith in you. Do not be like certain individuals who neglect their training and simply idle away their time. Sengoku glanced at Kaiji and Garp, expressing his helplessness. Kaiji wore an innocent expression. Being conscripted was already unfortunate, and now he was being unwarrantedly implicated. He resolved to keep his distance from Yi Luo in the future, as he seemed to be an embodiment of misfortune. Upon exiting Sengoku's office, Yi Luo promptly sought out Garp to request a sparring session. Oh, it seems you have gained much during this time. However, you should seek him out instead. The old man is too aged for such exertions. Garp pointed at Kaiji with a smile. As Yi Luo cast his gaze towards Jiaji, the latter shook his head vigorously, exclaiming, There's no point in fighting this fellow. He only has those 3 moves. Once he exhausts them, he has finished. It's utterly pointless. Very well, I shall seek out Sister Guion for a spar. Yi Luo retorted with a smirk. Jiaji's lips twitched as he resignedly replied. Let me make it clear first. I am not going to serve as a punching bag. I will unleash my full strength. If you can't withstand it and fail to even execute your moves, I shan't continue playing with you. Rest assured, this time I shall surprise you. Yi Luo nodded and chuckled. As the 3 conversed, they made their way towards the outdoor training ground, as the indoor space was too cramped for their exchange. Meanwhile, the old man Garp expressed that although he was aged, he had no qualms about observing the spectacle. In the office of Sengoku, after Yi Luo and his companions had departed, Sengoku turned to the unmoving Crane and inquired, What is your take on that kid? If we speak of potential, Garp's judgment is seldom flawed. Crane replied with a smile. You know that's not what I meant. Sengoku adjusted his glasses and said. Crane sighed and gazed out the window. His proposals are indeed captivating, which is why many in the Navy have been swayed by his ideology. However, we both understand how arduous this path is. Internally, there are already several differing opinions, and now another voice has emerged. Ultimately, it will depend on how far he can progress, won't it? Sengoku fell silent for a moment before asking, Are you suggesting we continue to allow this? What other course is there? Do you agree with Akainu's philosophy? We must proceed as we are for now. As long as he does not pose a threat to the Navy, we cannot take action against him. Perhaps he might truly succeed? Sengoku, have you never entertained such fantasies? Crane softly queried. Crane, have you? Sengoku responded, astonished, gazing at the calm Vice Admiral in disbelief. Crane shook his head and said, The kid's ideals are commendable, but we both know the likelihood of success is exceedingly slim. I am merely indulging in fantasies. I do not genuinely side with him. Sengoku exhaled deeply. If even his closest ally was being swayed, he would have to seriously contemplate how to address Yi Luo. At the training ground, Yi Luo's attire was already tattered, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Conversely, Jiaji was not much better off. His left arm was awkwardly twisted, clearly dislocated, and his clothing bore numerous rips. You truly are astonishing. Yet, this rapid enhancement of your physical prowess is rather excessive. I assenti it? Jiaji gritted his teeth. Cough. Cough. Alas, I still cannot match you. My inner strength is depleted. Yi Luo replied with a wry smile. Jiaji exhaled and reset his dislocated arm, stating, Even without your so-called inner strength, your current physical condition is not to be underestimated. Haha, little Yi, have you consumed some extraordinary sustenance? How did you become so formidable all of a sudden? Garp, who was spectating, inquired with a cheerful grin. Yi Luo pursed his lips and remarked, Teacher, I am a normal human being. I have not consumed any devil fruit. Just moments ago, it was not only Garp who harbored doubts. But even Akiji questioned whether Yi Luo had ingested some formidable Zoan-type devil fruit, for the enhancement in his physical prowess was indeed remarkable. Although Yi Luo's speed and energy had seen considerable improvement, the augmentation of his physical condition, especially after acquiring the Blood Dragon Pearl, was his most significant achievement. Their sparring session came to a close. Initially, Yi Luo merely sought to test his own capabilities, harboring no intentions of competing against Akiji. Based on the outcome of their duel, Yi Luo estimated that he might possess the strength akin to an ordinary rear admiral of the Navy headquarters. Yet he was still a considerable distance away from matching the elite rear admirals, let alone the seasoned veterans like Karp and Tsuru. Teacher, with my current strength, do I stand a chance of escaping against an admiral? Upon returning to his residence, he found that Lena had already tidied up his independent villa. What are you pondering? With your current power, you have no possibility of victory against an admiral. Whether you can escape depends entirely on their mood. Karp retorted with a dismissive pout. Then, in the time to come, I kindly ask for your guidance. Yi Luo replied with a nod. I cannot teach you that peculiar internal energy of yours, but your recent physical enhancements can indeed bolster your martial arts training. Previously, I refrained from intensifying your training due to your frail constitution, but now that your physique has improved, both hockey and martial techniques, including the Navy 6 styles, can be further advanced. Karp nodded earnestly, an unusual display of seriousness. Yes, teacher. Yi Luo responded with a firm nod. After Karp departed, Yi Luo took a shower and donned his pajamas before accessing the system. In addition to the experience diamonds gained from capturing Crocodile, he had one opportunity left on the spin wheel, which he had not utilized yet. Seizing the moment of leisure, he decided to employ it. You have utilized one random spin wheel draw, acquiring an equipment spin wheel 1. You have utilized the equipment spin wheel, acquiring soft-soled boots 1. As Yi Luo gazed at the shoes nestled within his backpack, a spark of curiosity ignited within him, prompting him to equip them without hesitation. Initially, he possessed a novice outfit and weaponry, later acquiring a common white longsword. However, Yi Luo had always preferred to confront foes unarmed, rarely employing weaponry. Furthermore, the novice garb did not align with his aesthetic sensibilities, leading him to cast it into the depths of his backpack. Soft-soled boots, green, the most ubiquitous footwear in the martial world, renowned for their comfort due to their soft soles. Speed 5. Upon donning the soft-soled boots, Yi Luo felt a pleasant sensation, enhanced by the small attribute of Speed 5. Thus, he decided to keep them on. Just as he was about to close the equipment interface, he noticed a crimson object at his character's dantian. Upon closer inspection, he discerned it to be Blood Dragon Pearl, red treasure, originally a treasure of the Dragon Clan. The pearl mutated into the Blood Dragon Pearl and is currently in a sealed state. Vitality 200, recovery speed 10. In addition to the attributes already visible, for other attributes marked with question marks hinted at being sealed, as described in the introduction. So, this is the reason behind my significantly enhanced physical prowess. It seems my recovery ability has increased. But how does one break this seal? Must it be with dragon blood? Yi Luo mused to himself, stroking his chin. With no clues on how to lift the seal of the Blood Dragon Pearl, dragon blood was the only lead that came to mind. Yet, it seemed that the world no longer harbored any dragons. However, the Four Emperors Kaido, a user of a dragon-type Zoan devil fruit, might possess blood capable of unsealing it. The sight of the Blood Dragon Pearl made Yi Luo yearn to spin the treasure wheel, yet glancing at his remaining 30,000 diamonds, he restrained himself. Days later, under Karp's rigorous training, Yi Luo fully grasped the transformations brought about by his heightened recovery abilities and delved deeper into his physical potential. Even the newly acquired skill, Silent Steps, gained considerable experience. However, the staggering requirement of 7,000 proficiency points to level up deterred Yi Luo from pursuing its enhancement. A bounty of 100 million. It appears a new pirate star has emerged. One day, while dining in the mess hall, Yi Luo overheard the surrounding navy discussing something of interest. Upon finishing his meal, he approached to see a captain holding a wanted poster of Luffy. Straw Hat Kid, captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, Monkey D, Luffy, bounty, 100 million berries. Dead or alive. Impressive, his bounty is rising swiftly. The next encounter will surely tempt one to reap the rewards. Yi Luo thought with a grin. Oh, it's Rear Admiral Purple Dragon. The Navy captain, upon spotting Yi Luo, immediately rose to greet him. No need for formality. I am merely observing. Yi Luo smiled and waved dismissively. Yes, this is a recently emerged pirate who has cut a path from the East Blue into the Grand Line, defeating the East Blue's tyrant, Admiral Creek, and the Fishman Dragon. Upon reaching the Grand Line, he caused a stir in the desert kingdom of Alabasta, prompting the headquarters to place a bounty of 100 million on him. The captain eagerly shared his knowledge, noticing Yi Luo's interest in Luffy. Alabasta. Why does this mention stir a sense of forgetfulness within me? Yi Luo stroked his chin, sensing an elusive memory slipping away. Crap. Ace. At that moment, a flash of realization struck, and Yi Luo remembered he had forgotten about Ace. If he were to cross paths with Blackbeard again, Ace's capture would inevitably lead to the onset of the Marineford War. That troublesome rascal, even if caught, should be entrusted to me. Yi Luo hastily exited the mess hall, intent on contacting Lena and setting sail to search for Ace. What significant day could this be? Why the commotion? Upon arriving at the port, Yi Luo noticed a festive atmosphere as if welcoming someone. He inquired with the responsible Navy officer. Report, Rear Admiral Purple Dragon. Today is the day the Navy summons the 7 warlords. The Navy replied. I see. Which individuals have arrived? Yi Luo nodded, asking. He recalled that Blackbeard had sent subordinates to vie for a position among the 7 warlords. Report, sir. So far only Don Quixote Doflamingo and the tyrant Bartholomew Kuma have arrived. The Navy saluted and answered. As the leaves fell gently, it seemed that even the man with the hawk eyes had arrived. But it was no longer of any concern to him, for the meeting was convened at the sacred land of Mary Geos, a place Yi Luo had no desire to visit. Instead, he summoned Lina and the soldiers, preparing to set sail in search of Ace. Master, where are we headed now? Lina inquired once the Huajia ship had set out to sea. First, we shall go to Gaia. I recall that Blackbeard had made an appearance there. Additionally, seek information regarding the whereabouts of either Blackbeard or Ace. Even news about Straw Hat Luffy would suffice. Yi Luo was uncertain of Luffy's current location. But he remembered that before Luffy ascended to Skypiea, he had encountered Blackbeard in Gaia, shortly before the fateful meeting between Blackbeard and Ace. With his subordinates now vying for the position of Warlords of the Sea, it was imperative that Yi Luo swiftly thwart Blackbeard's plans. Understood, Master. After bowing, Lina hesitated, contemplating whether to voice her thoughts to Yi Luo. Speak your mind. Yi Luo reclined in his chair and prompted her. Master, is it truly wise for us to depart like this? Did not Admiral Sengoku express a desire for you to remain at headquarters for some time? Lina remarked after a moment of reflection. Yi Luo sighed and remarked, there is no other choice. I originally intended to stay for a while. But if this matter is left unattended, it could lead to dire consequences. Lina nodded in silence, well aware that Yi Luo seldom explained his reasons. To this day, he had never miscalculated a life, which led many in the Navy to regard him as a strategic genius. Days later, with Ace's life paper in hand, Yi Luo pursued its direction, yet he found no trace of Ace. What if Ace had indeed fallen into Blackbeard's clutches? What should be done then? Perhaps he could persuade the old man to become a pirate? With himself, Luffy, and Whitebeard, surely they could save Ace. Yi Luo stroked his chin, contemplating the potential scenarios ahead. However, he doubted the old man would agree, considering he had spent a lifetime capturing pirates. It would seem rather odd for him to suddenly become one. What if he persuaded the old man to join the Revolutionary Army instead? While Yi Luo's thoughts drifted amidst the vast blue sky, a report suddenly came in. Report, Major. Pirates sighted ahead. It's the Kid Pirates. The Kid Pirates? That name sounds familiar. Yi Luo furrowed his brow. Sir, the Kid Pirates hail from the South Blue and have a notorious reputation, having committed numerous brutal acts. Their captain, Eustace Kidd, has a bounty exceeding 100 million, and the crew's combat captain, Killer, boasts a bounty surpassing 30 million. Lina reported. Ah, worthy prey indeed. Let's close the distance. At this moment, Yi Luo recalled that they were the same pirates who, alongside Luffy, earned the title of Supernovas and were the only newcomers at Sabaody Archipelago with a bounty surpassing Luffy's. Kid was rumored to possess the magnet fruit ability. Meanwhile, the Kid Pirates noticed Yi Luo's warship. However, for Kid, who had just entered the first half of the Grand Line, encountering the Navy was not something to fear. Captain, it seems they've noticed us. Should we retreat? Asked the fighter, Heat. Retreat? Why would we? It's merely a warship. If they dare approach, we shall sink it. Kid replied nonchalantly. Captain, the opposing force is likely Rear Admiral Yi Luo of the Navy headquarters. We should steer clear. Warned Killer. Is he the so-called pirate nemesis? Kid's demeanor finally shifted to seriousness. Despite his arrogance, he was not foolish. Indeed, he captured Crocodile, one of the former warlords of the sea, in Alabasta, thus earning his promotion to Rear Admiral. Killer confirmed. Kid expressed his impatience. What a nuisance. We've encountered a formidable character. Very well. It is not the time for conflict with the Navy. Let us withdraw. Sir, the opposing side appears to be preparing to flee. The movements of the Kid Pirates caught Yi Luo's attention. Flee. I have yet to see a pirate ship that can outrun a warship. Let us pursue and sink them. Yi Luo chuckled. In terms of speed and firepower, the Navy held the advantage, especially with Yi Luo's ship, the Huajia. However, when it came to individual strength, pirates often proved stronger. It wasn't long before Yi Luo's Huajia caught up with the Kid Pirates, bringing them within range for bombardment. Sir, shall we commence cannon fire? A naval soldier inquired. Due to Yi Luo's preference for personally capturing bounty criminals, he often forbade direct bombardment in uncertain conditions. Same protocol as always. I shall board first. And you may fire at will. I am not a devil fruit user, so there is no risk of friendly fire. Lina, you will command while I'm away. Yi Luo grinned as he stood up and made his way to the deck. Sir, why take such a risk? It would be wiser to bombard them first, and then engage once they are in the water or we are alongside. Lina clearly disagreed with Yi Luo's approach. However, Yi Luo disregarded her concerns, leaping into the air and utilizing moonwalk to fly towards the Kid Pirates. Captain, someone is flying over from the warship. Heat exclaimed in shock upon witnessing Yi Luo's approach. As they were still in the early stages of the Grand Line, they had not encountered the 6 styles mastered by Navy officers, and were somewhat intimidated by Yi Luo's seemingly effortless aerial approach. "Eustace Kid, is it?" Yi Luo called out as he hovered above the Kid pirates. "I am Eustace Kid. The Navy ought not to be overly arrogant." Kid glared at Yi Luo, his expression darkening. "Ah, such a dangerous pirate. It seems your journey must come to an end here." Yi Luo smiled slightly as he dove toward Kid. Before Yi Luo could reach Kid, a warrior wearing a blue and white striped mask adorned with numerous small holes, wielding a spinning scythe, struck Yi Luo's arm, halting his advance. "Armament hockey?" Both Kid and Killer exclaimed simultaneously. Impressive recognition. Yi Luo was taken aback, surprised that they could identify hockey at this moment. After all, Luffy, as the protagonist, had yet to fully grasp its existence due to his own circumstances. Before Yi Luo could make his next move, a creature resembling a zombie, with its mouth sewn shut and covered in blue-purple thorn patterns, unleashed a torrent of flames towards him. "Oh my, what a spectacle! Your crew is quite the eclectic bunch. Is this a performance of acrobatics?" Yi Luo remarked with a smile as he emerged from another corner once the flames subsided. "Damn it, let us go?" Kid glared at Yi Luo, gesturing with his right hand, summoning numerous metallic objects and blades that flew towards him, forming a colossal metallic arm aimed directly at Yi Luo. As the leaves fell silently upon the snow, Leaf stepped lightly, employing his agile skills, while his hands executed the R-hit fist, directing its force towards Kid. The resounding clashes echoed, a testament to their fierce confrontation, mingled with the thunderous explosions of naval cannon fire striking the pirate ship. It seemed escape was no longer an option. A slight smile graced Leaf's lips. He had undeniably gained the upper hand in their earlier clash. Despite the relentless interference of minor henchmen, he held little faith that Kid could elude capture upon the vast ocean. "Kid, now is not the time for rashness. We must flee." Kira urgently grasped Kid, who had just been repelled by Leaf. "Damn it, I want to let him off the next time we meet." Kid, accompanied by his loyal crew, resolved to escape in a small boat. However, Leaf had no intention of allowing their flight. Standing upon the sinking vessel, he smiled lightly and declared, "The first stance of the 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms, the dragon's wrath." A colossal dragon head surged forth, obliterating Kid's escape vessel. They survived? Upon returning to the warship, Leaf frowned, having not received a system notification of diamonds gained. "What troubles you, my lord?" Lena approached, inquiring. "Oh, it's nothing. It seems those pirates managed to flee." Leaf shrugged, responding, "Should we continue to search this maritime expanse?" Lena furrowed her brow, uncertain. The boundless sea led her to believe the adversaries could not evade their pursuit, though she was oblivious to how Leaf had deduced their survival. For Eustace Kid, a formidable being, to still be alive under such circumstances could only be attributed to sheer luck. "Let us prioritize our search for Ace," Leaf decided, shaking his head. Meanwhile, after departing from the naval headquarters, Fleet Admiral Sengoku finally learned of the developments. "Kapu, can you not lend me a hand? Why can't you manage your own disciple?" Sengoku lamented to Kapu, who was indulging in rice crackers. "Ha ha ha, Sengoku, fret not. That lad's been growing stronger at an astonishing rate. He.S. probably out at sea seeking worthy opponents after taking some time to consolidate his strength." Kapu replied nonchalantly. "Fine, I'll refrain from admonishing you. If that rascal stirs up any more trouble, you'll have to clean up his mess yourself." Sengoku expressed his frustration. However, he soon realized that his old friend Kapu had dozed off, leaving the question of whether he had heard him entirely uncertain. "Kapu, you old fool. Have you fallen asleep again?" Sengoku exclaimed, exasperated. With a pop, the bubble on Kapu's nose burst due to Sengoku's voice, rousing him from his slumber. He blinked, looking at Sengoku, and said, My apologies. I dozed off inadvertently. Age has its toll." Sengoku exhaled, mentally chastising himself to remain calm. To divert the conversation, he inquired, "How are the 2 youngsters you brought back from the East Blue? I've heard your subordinate is personally instructing them. When you brought Leaf back, you were quite indifferent. Do you think those 2 can surpass Leaf?" Those 2 children? They can't compare to Leaf, even without my guidance. Little Leaf's future achievements are bound to be remarkable. However, as for those 2, their potential remains uncertain, yet they are promising prospects," Kapu chuckled in response. Kapu always possessed ample patience and tolerance for the youth, particularly those aspiring towards justice. "Have you informed little Leaf that he has 2 new junior brothers? As their elder brother, he will need to look after them on the seas," Sengoku remarked with a smile. Kapu's smile faltered, as he completely overlooked this matter. "Oh, I eagerly anticipate the day Leaf returns to headquarters," Sengoku exclaimed, delighted. It was that Leaf would oppose Kapu taking on disciples, rather. The lack of communication would likely lead Leaf to misconstrue Kapu's intentions as fear of jealousy. This misunderstanding would undoubtedly prompt Leaf to seek out Kapu for grievances, hoping to gain some advantage in the matter. Both Kapu and Sengoku were fully aware of this dynamic. "Is this Gaia? I see that vexatious emblem." Upon the arrival of Leaf's warship near Gaia, he transferred to a small boat, accompanied by Lena, and set foot on Gaia Island. "That must be the emblem of Don Quixote Doflamingo's family. I assent it." When did he develop an interest in the first half of the Grand Line? Lena asked curiously, gazing at the circular smiling face insignia hanging in the tavern. Forget it. He is not our target. Let us not concern ourselves with him for now. Once I have a moment, I will seek him out in Dressrosa. Leaf replied, dismissively, my lord, we have already apprehended one warlord. If we pursue Don Quixote da Flamingo, the admiral will truly be angered, Lena stated calmly. As the leaves fell, Iluo scratched his head and, somewhat dejectedly, remarked, well, being within the system brings its own set of troubles. The two strolled around the island and learned that the notorious Blackbeard's pirates had indeed been present here. Remarkably, the Straw Hat Boy, Luffy, had also been in attendance and had spoken with the descendant of the notorious blusterer, Wumber Rolando, who resided on the other side of the island, about the fabled land of gold. However, at that time, everyone had dismissed it as mere jest and had not taken it seriously. Yet, after Luffy triumphed over the Springman Bellamy, who had a bounty of 55 million, there had been no further news of him. My lord, shall we seek out Rolando's descendant? Lena inquired, furrowing her brow. Naturally, she was aware of the tale surrounding the blusterer, and like many, she regarded the notion of a land of gold as nothing more than folklore. Shall we meet him? Very well. But Lena, the land of gold does exist. Yi Luo discerned Lena's disdain for Rolando and chuckled. My lord, what are you saying? The land of gold exists? Lena asked, astonished. Would you like to know? Come, let us meet this great adventurer, Rolando's descendant, and you shall find out. Yi Luo replied with a smile. Lena, although perplexed, followed closely behind Yi Luo as they arrived at a modest dwelling on the other side of the island. Is this the place? But why does this house appear so peculiar? Lena asked, taken aback by the villa-like entrance depicted. Excuse me, is Mr. Wumber Kalike at home? Yi Luo called softly from the doorstep. Creaking open, the door revealed a burly man with a bandaged torso, smoking a cigarette, who queried, Who are you? We are from the Navy, here to inquire about a few matters. Lena introduced herself, though Yi Luo noticed a fleeting change in Kulike's expression. What is it you wish to ask me? Let it be known, I do not possess any information. Kulike exhaled a plume of smoke, attempting to maintain his composure. Rest assured, we are not here to apprehend the Monkey Mountain Union. Yi Luo reassured him with a smile. He was aware that Kulike's crew consisted of both a monkey and an orangutan, two pirate factions, yet, rather than pirates, it would be more fitting to describe them as a salvage crew. Yi Luo was uncertain if they even had bounties, hence he was not particularly concerned. So, what do you want to inquire about? Kulike asked, somewhat awkwardly. Surely you are familiar with the blusterer, Wumber Rolando? Yi Luo inquired with a grin. Kulike hesitated, knowing well of the individual yet puzzled as to why the Navy would be interested. I have heard that Rolando's descendants seek the fabled land of gold near Gaia to redeem the blusterer's disgrace. Is that correct, Mr. Wumber Kalike? Yi Luo asked with a smile. Lena stood by, unaware of her superior's intentions and puzzled as to why he broached such a topic. Are you here merely to mock me? Kulike puffed on his cigarette, calmly questioning. Apologies, you are mistaken. On the contrary, I am here to share the story with you. Yi Luo settled into a more comfortable position and began. Over 400 years ago, an explorer and botanist named Rolando arrived in Gaia. Upon returning at the behest of the king, he discovered that the legendary land of gold, Mandora, had vanished, resulting in his imprisonment and execution for treason against the crown. Yi Luo recounted the general plot he was aware of, leaving both Lena and Kulike stunned. Although it bore some resemblance to the tales of the boastful adventurer, Yi Luo's account was more detailed, as if he had witnessed it himself. This implied that Rolando had not lied. Rather, there must be some reason behind the disappearance of the Golden Land. Kulike, trembling with excitement, inquired further. Do not rush. I have another story to share. Yi Luo chuckled, adding, in the past, the valiant warrior Karl Guerra, having misunderstood Rolando, failed to bid farewell to his dearest friend, leaving him with a lifelong regret. Thus, every day, they would toll the golden bell to inform their friend Rolando that even now, the Sandian people strive to ring the golden bell, even if they have long forgotten its significance. Does this mean that Sandora was truly thrust into the heavens? Kulike, biting his lip, asked through a blend of laughter and tears. Did you not harbor doubts? And has it not been confirmed by those who ventured up? Yi Luo responded. I believe that one day, the lights of Sandora will be reignited, and the world will ultimately restore the glory that rightfully belongs to the great explorer Wumber Rolando. Rising, Yi Luo cast a glance at the back of Kulike's house and departed with a smile. After Yi Luo left, a gorilla and an ape emerged from the spot he had briefly observed, both weeping profusely but having hidden away due to Yi Luo's presence. Sir, were your words truly sincere? Is the grand adventurer Wumber Rolando truly that magnificent? Lena queried, her brow furrowed with doubt. Whether he is great, I cannot say, however. The golden land of Sandora indeed exists, as many have unraveled the secret of the golden right eye. Yi Luo replied with a smile. The geography of the entire Gaia resembles a skull on the map, notably missing the right eye, which corresponds to Sandora, swept away by the White Sea. Let us comb through the bounty hunters in the town before setting off. We have pursued them this far, and it would be troublesome if we cannot locate Blackbeard. Yi Luo gazed towards the horizon, sensing an ineffable force guiding the narrative back onto its rightful course. Days later, having scoured the nearby islands, Yi Luo finally relinquished the search for Blackbeard. Meanwhile, signs indicated a potential meeting between Whitebeard and red-haired Shanks, causing a stir within the Navy. Let us proceed to the New World and seek out Whitebeard. Yi Luo resolved firmly, determined to address the matter in his own way. Sir, we are to find Whitebeard, Lena questioned, incredulous, for the illustrious Whitebeard was not an adversary their ship could withstand. Fear not, simply follow my lead, Yi Luo replied. Consequently, the warship altered its course towards the Sabaody archipelago, the sole link between the New World and the Grand Line, making it the fastest route. You all go find a craftsman to coat the ship, while I attend to some matters on Fishman Island. I shall return shortly. Yi Luo instructed the soldiers on board. Sir, where are we headed now? Lena inquired, trailing behind Yi Luo. We are to meet a legendary figure. Yi Luo smiled gently in response. Lena blinked curiously. Yet Yi Luo offered no further explanation, only deepening her intrigue, particularly after recently reacquainting herself with the boastful adventurer Wembla Rolando. However, for Yi Luo, had it not been for the desire to meet the legendary Rayleigh, he would not have set foot on Sabaody archipelago. Should he encounter those despised celestial dragons, he was uncertain he could restrain himself from acting. In no time, Yi Luo and his companion arrived at their destination, Shaki's bar. Sir, who are the individuals inside? Lena could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired aloud. Yellow did not respond, but instead approached and knocked on the door with a smile. Come in. A woman's voice echoed from within, and Yellow led Lena inside. What would you like to drink? Asked a slender middle-aged woman with a smile. Just plain water, please. The items here are rather expensive, and I can't afford anything fancy. Yellow replied with a grin. Following Yellow's cue, Lena took a seat on the sofa. Oh, you seem quite unfamiliar, Aunt Xia remarked with a chuckle as she brought over 2 glasses of water. I am here to meet Mr. Rayleigh, hoping to learn hockey from him. Yellow stated directly, without further ado. Aunt Xia regarded Yellow with the look one might give a fool, but upon realizing he was not jesting, she lit a cigarette and asked, Do you know what you are saying? Of course. Yellow nodded, replying. This should be the place where Aunt Xia sells information, right? You and the Dark King Rayleigh have been residing here, and the Navy has not caused you much disturbance. The Dark King Rayleigh? Upon hearing Yellow's words, Lena could not help but exclaim. If it truly is that Rayleigh, he would indeed be a legendary figure. So, are you here on behalf of the Navy? Aunt Xia exhaled a puff of smoke and inquired with a smile. As the leaves trembled, Yi Luo shook his head and declared, No, I solely represent myself. A soft chuckle escaped Aunt Xia as her mind rapidly pondered Yi Luo's intentions for coming here. After all, Lena is my confidant. I shall not play coy with Aunt Xia. My purpose for being here is rather straightforward. First, to ascertain whether I can capture the attention of the King of the Underworld, and if I could learn a few techniques from Mr. Rayleigh. That would be a delightful bonus. Secondly, I seek to uncover means of contacting the Revolutionary Army, and lastly, I wish to ascertain the current whereabouts of Whitebeard. Yi Luo took a sip of plain water and spoke calmly. Let us set aside other matters. Even the first point is intriguing. My partner happens to be a pirate. Do you dare to learn from him, knowing his audacity? Moreover, your mentor, Carp, is not any less formidable than my partner. Aunt Xia remarked with a light laugh. I do not regard you as mere pirates. In my eyes, the title of adventurer suits you far better. As for the era of great pirates ushered in by Mr. Roger, how can one declare whether it is entirely right or wrong without having reached that level? Yi Luo placed his cup down and spoke with solemnity. Aunt Xia was taken aback, not expecting such words from Yi Luo. However, upon reflection, she blurted out. Is this the rationale behind your decision to release certain pirates after capturing them? Indeed, as long as they do not commit robbery, engage in indiscriminate slaughter, or oppress the weak, even if they fly the pirate flag, they are, in essence, adventurers. I am a member of the Navy. I uphold a sense of justice in my heart. My duty is to safeguard the peace of the seas and the safety of ordinary civilians, not to serve as a lapdog for certain individuals. Yi Luo contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement. It seems you were destined to become a pirate sooner or later. Aunt Xia chuckled lightly and said to Yi Luo, aside from your first objective, I am afraid I cannot assist you with the other two. However, if you wish to contact Whitebeard, it is quite simple. Just find any island in the New World that is under the protection of a Whitebeard pirate crew, and you will be able to reach him through the locals. As for the Revolutionary Army, I truly cannot help you. As the leaves fell gently, Yi Luo had already formulated his plan. It would be relatively simple to seek out Whitebeard in the New World. However, whether the latter would agree to meet him was uncertain, considering Yi Luo's mere rank of Brigadier General. On the side of the Revolutionary Army, Yi Luo had also made up his mind. If he could not find what he sought, he would head to Impel Down, where the flamboyant king was indeed a cadre of the Revolutionary Army, surely able to facilitate contact with Dragon. My old man has been gone for several days now and has yet to return. Therefore, the matters you wish to inquire about will likely require a personal visit to him, as I cannot make decisions on his behalf, Anxia remarked, extinguishing her cigarette. What a pity. This island ranks among my least favorite, which makes me somewhat apprehensive about wandering here aimlessly. It is truly unfortunate not to have met Mr. Rayleigh today. Should he return, I kindly ask you, Anxia, to speak favorably on my behalf. Perhaps next time I visit, I might have the opportunity to receive Mr. Rayleigh's guidance. Yi Luo nodded and stood up. Although Anxia was unaware of Yi Luo's fear of wandering the Sabeti archipelago, she refrained from pressing for details, merely extending her hand and stating, 1,000,000 berries, if you please. Despite the exorbitant price, Yi Luo did not hesitate, promptly retrieving the sum from his system's inventory and handing it over to Anxia. Anxia was momentarily taken aback by Yi Luo's seemingly magical ability to produce such wealth, while Reina had long been accustomed to this talent and found nothing peculiar about it, just some inconsequential trickery, which amused Anxia. After bowing, Yi Luo prepared to take his leave. Suddenly, a hearty voice resonated from outside. Haha, young man, were you not here to find me, departing without meeting the main person? The wooden door swung open, and both Yi Luo and Reina turned to see a middle-aged gentleman with long, flowing hair, a beard adorning his chin, silver strands throughout, spectacles perched upon his nose, and a prominent scar running down his right eye. Silver's Rayleigh? Yi Luo murmured softly. Ahaha, young man, were you not searching for me? Rayleigh exclaimed, plopping down onto a chair and taking a hearty swig of his drink, laughing heartily. Indeed, my mentor has referred to you as a legendary figure and holds you in high esteem. Your mastery of the 3 types of hockey showcases your formidable strength. Thus I boldly came to see if you might be willing to offer me some guidance. Yi Luo said earnestly after bowing deeply. Ha ha ha. That old dog carp would never speak so highly of me. Back in the day, we were perpetually pursued by him, enduring quite the harrowing experience. Rayleigh chuckled heartily. Now, as a member of the Navy, are you truly unafraid of the repercussions that might arise if I were to instruct you? The leaves fell gently, and Yi Luo remarked. I fear not, for I harbor my own ambitions. Ascending to the pinnacle of the Navy will afford me considerable advantages. However, that is not the sole path. As long as I can vanquish all my adversaries, they shall bend to my will. Rayleigh shook his head and replied, Young one, do not indulge in fanciful dreams. Even I would not dare claim invincibility, so I fear I cannot guide you any further. Then might I have the honor of sparring with you, Mr. Rayleigh? Yi Luo inquired, his eyes ablaze with the fire of determination. Very well, very well. I cannot let you return empty-handed, lest that old rascal carp come seeking trouble with me again, Rayleigh said, feigning exasperation as he rose and nodded. Before long, the two found themselves in an open area. Mr. Rayleigh, I shall attack, Yi Luo declared, and before his words had fully resonated, he appeared before Rayleigh, launching a kick aimed at his head. Quite impressive speed. Rayleigh effortlessly evaded the strike. Yi Luo remained silent, wholly absorbed in his assault, while Rayleigh merely evaded, refraining from any counterattack. After a series of futile strikes, Yi Luo paused to exhale deeply, narrowing his eyes. His movements transformed entirely, as if the rhythm of his attack had shifted. A closer observation of Yi Luo's footwork would reveal a marked departure from his initial straightforward pursuit of speed. Intriguing. Although Rayleigh remained notably at ease, he could no longer completely evade Yi Luo's strikes, occasionally resorting to blocking them with his body, though his hand resting on the hilt of his sword never wavered. Sir, be cautious. I shall unveil my ultimate technique. After Yi Luo's leg sweep was thwarted by Rayleigh's block, he propelled himself into the air, his hands performing intricate gestures as his inner energy began to swirl. Rayleigh squinted at the airborne Yi Luo, a smile gracing his lips, yet he remained silent. The first stance of the dragon subduing 18 palms, the dragon soars with regret. A colossal dragon's head of energy materialized, hurtling towards Rayleigh below. What a fascinating method of energy release. It appears not to be the ability of a devil fruit. Rayleigh mused softly, and with a gentle flick of his hand, he unsheathed his sword, cleaving the massive dragon's head of energy in two. The ensuing force compelled Yi Luo to interrupt his subsequent second stance, employing the moon step to evade Rayleigh's strike. Boom. As Yi Luo slightly tilted his head, he beheld the enormous bubble tree behind him, astonishingly cleaved in two. The second stance of the dragon subduing 18 palms, the flying dragon in the sky. Li Lei chose not to pursue Yi Luo, who had descended to the ground, thus granting Yi Luo a moment to counterattack. The third stance of the dragon subduing 18 palms, the dragon appears in the field, with 2 consecutive strikes unleashed. Yi Luo remained cautious, desperately channeling his internal energy while keenly observing Lei Li's movements. As Yi Luo launched 2 successive attacks, Lei Li's expression turned serious. However, instead of continuing his slashing assault, he transformed his entire arm into a dark hue, seemingly intent on personally assessing the strength of Yi Luo's dragon subduing 18 palms. Boom, boom, boom. The collision between Lei Li and the dragon-shaped energy resulted in a series of explosions. Yet Yi Luo did not dare to be complacent and continued to execute. The fourth stance of the dragon subduing 18 palms, the greatness approaches the land. Indeed, as soon as Yi Luo's technique was unleashed, Lei emerged from the smoke of the explosion, appearing utterly unscathed, which filled Yi Luo with a profound sense of defeat. After executing this fourth stance, his internal energy was nearly depleted, yet Yi Luo gritted his teeth and, at the moment when Lei and the dragon-shaped energy clashed, summoned all his remaining internal power to deliver his final strike. The fifth stance of the dragon subduing 18 palms. The hidden dragon does not move. Boom. At an unknown moment, Lei, who had dispersed the fourth stance, had already appeared before Yi Luo. Just as the hidden dragon does not move was executed, Lei engaged Yi Luo in a direct fistfight. Boom. Boom. My lord, Lena exclaimed, witnessing Yi Luo plummet like a severed kite into the distance, and she rushed forward. Why strike so hard against a mere child? Aunt Xia reproached Lei, who stood beside her. She held a favorable impression of Yi Luo, not perceiving him as an ordinary naval officer, which led her to previously assert that Yi Luo would inevitably become a pirate. History has shown that those naval officers who possess ideals and a sense of justice, upon ascending to higher ranks, are confronted with realities that either corrupt them or compel them to depart. This child's final strike posed a threat to me, hence my response. Had I not acted, I would have been the one injured. At my age, with my old bones, it is better that he bears the injury. Lei chuckled heartily. Aunt Xia looked at Lei in astonishment. She was well aware of Lei's formidable strength, yet could a child like Yi Luo truly pose a threat to him? It seemed implausible. He is a fine talent. That old coot carp has stumbled upon a treasure. In a few years, he may very well be able to spar with me. Lei remarked with a smile, clearly noting Aunt Xia's surprise and offering an explanation. The ability of Yi Luo to execute moves that pose a threat to him does not imply that he has reached the same level as his opponent. It merely indicates that his final technique possesses enough energy intensity to injure Rayleigh. However, Rayleigh is no fool. He would not simply stand there to be attacked. Thus, he remarks that Yi Luo requires several more years of training to genuinely engage in a spar with him. Major Lena, what is the situation? After tending to the injured Yi Luo, the naval personnel hurried over, sensing the immense explosion. Everything is fine, medics, come and have a look at the Brigadier General. Then we shall return to the ship. Lena glanced at the spot where Aunt Xia and Rayleigh had stood, now deserted, and decided not to linger, intending to escort Yi Luo away directly. Cough, cough. Rest assured, I am unharmed. Has the coating of the warship been completed? Yi Luo, having been launched by Rayleigh, rose from the ground, coughed a few times, and inquired. Report, it has been completed and is ready for departure. A naval soldier responded. Sir, should we not rest for 2 days before setting off? Lena asked, visibly concerned. There is no need. I am merely fatigued. Besides, you are with me on the ship, and I will recover swiftly. If we delay, the news of my confrontation with the Dark King Rayleigh will reach headquarters, and I certainly do not wish to be dragged back by the fleet admiral. Yi Luo shook his head and replied, although he felt somewhat disheveled. He had not sustained serious injuries. The prospect of the headquarters learning about his clash with Rayleigh was daunting, as Fleet Admiral Sengoku would not easily let him off the hook. Thus, a hasty departure was imperative. Soon after returning aboard the Huajia, Yi Luo set sail towards Fishman Island, the territory of Whitebeard. He believed it would be possible to establish contact with Whitebeard through Fishman Island. As a warship, the Huajia was equipped with considerable sea prism stone, allowing it to pass through the depths of the sea without attracting undue attention from sea kings or other large marine creatures, enabling Yi Luo to arrive safely at the depths of Fishman Island. Sir, shall we proceed directly inside? Lena inquired as she observed the warship docked at the port, surrounded by numerous pirate ships. As the leaves fluttered, Yi Luo shook his head and remarked, do not engage in conflict here. Both the Whitebeard and the Fishman tribe deserve respect. He understood Lena's intentions. He had never been one to let bounty hunters slip away, and seeing the numerous achievements surrounding him, he naturally assumed he would not let this opportunity go. Indeed, this is no place for you Navy to act recklessly. Just as Yi Luo's words resonated, a fishman, evidently a whale shark, spoke from beneath the warship. Shichibukai? Yi Luo exclaimed in surprise as he turned to the source of the voice. Indeed, that would be me. I am curious about the Navy's intentions for appearing here. The whale shark fishman, known as Jinbei, inquired calmly. Lena, intrigued, glanced over and observed this figure referred to as Jinbei, a stout man with wild eyebrows and sideburns, sporting a top-knot hairstyle, a coarse black beard adorning his chin, and a lightning-shaped scar at the corner of his left eye, complemented by 2 prominent teeth protruding from his jaw. Would you believe me if I said I was merely passing through? Yi Luo shrugged nonchalantly. Jinbei furrowed his brow. He was already aware of Yi Luo, having learned of his presence even before the Huajia ship arrived at Fishman Island. Jinbei surmised that Yi Luo's arrival was likely a warning due to his absence from the recent Shichibukai summit. If you cannot clarify your purpose, I cannot permit you to enter the island, Jinbei stated calmly. At that moment, members of the Sun Pirates emerged from their surroundings, causing a wave of tension among the Navy personnel on board. It is well known that battling fishmen in the ocean is exceedingly disadvantageous for humans, particularly in such deep waters, where it would be tantamount to courting disaster. As Yi Luo was about to speak, his expression suddenly shifted, and after a few moments, he exhaled deeply and said, Let me meet His Majesty Neptune. There are matters I wish to discuss with him. I can go to see him alone. Surely, you are not afraid of me. Are you? Jinbei regarded Yi Luo with a curious gaze. Sensing that Yi Luo had not intended this course of action previously, something had evidently prompted this change of heart. Unbeknownst to Jinbei, Yi Luo was in turmoil, having just received a mission from the system, which was the catalyst for his altered intentions. Please wait a moment. I need to consult His Majesty, Jinbei said after some contemplation. He summoned a fishman, conversing briefly with him before the fishman swiftly departed towards the Dragon Palace. By the way, Jinbei, I heard from Ace that you were quite close to him. Do you have any information regarding his whereabouts? I've been searching for him for quite some time without success, Yi Luo inquired, feeling somewhat bored during the wait. Ace, what do you seek him for? Jinbei replied cautiously. Is it not known to you that I am his brother? Yi Luo chuckled lightly. Brother? Jinbei exclaimed in astonishment. Even the members of the Sun Pirates nearby were taken aback. Fishman Island was still under the protection of Whitebeard, and as the captain of the 2nd Division, Ace was well known to them. Indeed, I am quite worried about him. I previously warned him that Blackbeard Teach is a highly dangerous individual and advised him to exercise caution. However, he disregarded my counsel. Now that Teach has killed the captain of the 4th Division, Sachi, and seized the dark fruit he coveted, his power has become formidable. Yi Luo said gravely. Ace's insistence on pursuing Teach despite my warnings has only heightened my concerns for his safety. Jinbei regarded Yi Luo thoughtfully, uncertain of the veracity of his claims. Are you not a member of the Navy? How can you be Ace's brother? He asked warily. Are you truly unaware of who Ace's grandfather is? Yi Luo replied, somewhat incredulous. Who is it? Jinbei asked, momentarily taken aback. Yi Luo gently tapped his own head and said, never mind. Such matters are not suitable for discussion here. When you have the chance to meet Ace, you may inquire him directly. The words of Yi Luo unexpectedly caused Jinbei to begin to believe in him. Although Yi Luo was a member of the Navy, his reputation had always been commendable. Gradually, Jinbei lowered his guard and said, all I know is that Ace set sail from our father's ship in pursuit of Teach's whereabouts. As for the exact location, I truly have no idea. I encountered him in Alabasta, but due to Luffy's interference, he managed to slip away. Later, I went to Sabaody Archipelago, where I also found traces of Teach, yet I did not discover any sign of Ace. Yi Luo deliberately overlooked the fact that he had forgotten about Ace and spoke softly. Luffy, is he Ace's brother? I often hear him mention him. Jinbei remarked with a smile. Indeed, he is an unpredictable fellow and quite a troublemaker. Yi Luo replied with a hint of exasperation. In just a short while? Not only had Yi Luo grown quite familiar with Jinbei, but the Sun Pirates' perception of him had also improved significantly. Let us go. The king has given his consent. But you must go alone. After meeting with his fellow fishmen, Jinbei gestured for Yi Luo to follow. As the leaves fell gently, Yi Luo instructed Lina to ensure the naval forces were well organized and to keep a vigilant eye on the warships before heading to the underwater Dragon Palace alongside Jinbei. Jinbei, I must trouble you with one more matter. Please assign a few capable subordinates to remain here. After all, we are the Navy, and not all merfolk are welcoming of humans. Yi Luo murmured softly after turning a corner. Jinbei pondered for a moment before nodding at the first mate Aladdin, discreetly issuing the necessary arrangements. Upon arriving at the Dragon Palace, Yi Luo finally encountered the ruler of the Fishman tribe, King Neptune. The formidable figure, adorned with a crown, boasted a mane of thick, vibrant orange hair and a matching beard, his arms decorated with flame-like tattoos, and a robust physique covered in a dense coat of body hair. He was indeed the great knight of the sea, King Neptune. State your purpose, Navy. Neptune said with a serious expression and a low tone. Greetings, Your Majesty. First and foremost, I wish to clarify my stance. I do not come representing the Navy today, but solely as an individual, Yi Luo stated directly after bowing. After exchanging glances with his advisors and Jinbei, Neptune inquired, what is it that you wish to discuss? This matter is exceedingly significant, one that could potentially affect the future of the merfolk. Therefore, I can only disclose it to you alone. However, if you fear I harbor ill intentions, you may leave Jinbei here. With him present, he could thwart any of my plans should I wish to act against you. Yi Luo replied calmly. Impudent. Is the matter you wish to discuss something that must remain hidden? What if your intentions are to harm His Majesty? The merfolk ministers protested vehemently. Yet, Yi Luo paid them no heed, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on King Neptune. Neptune exchanged a glance with Jinbei, preparing to speak, when suddenly a voice emerged from behind Yi Luo. I believe we have the right to stay, do we not? As the leaves fell, Yi Luo turned back to find it was the 3 brothers of Neptune from the Dragon Palace. The eldest prince of Sharkstar may stay. But as for the 2nd and 3rd princes, after you have heard my words, you may consider whether to inform them, he said thoughtfully. However, I believe that the fewer individuals who are aware of such matters, the safer it will be. Reflecting on his impression of the 3 princes, Yi Luo recalled that although their combat abilities were lacking, they were genuinely good individuals. Very well, apart from Sharkstar and Jinbei, everyone else may leave for now. Neptune nodded in agreement with Yi Luo's request. Once the others had departed, Yi Luo slowly began to speak. Your Majesty Neptune, allow me to ask a question. Does the Merfolk clan harbor any intentions of ascending to the surface for a life of freedom? As the leaves fell, Neptune and his companions widened their eyes in astonishment. Though the Merfolk thrived beneath the waves, they still yearned for a life basking in the sun, a longing that had cost his queen dearly. Yellow, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? Neptune remained silent, yet it was Jinbei who spoke up. As the leaves fell, Yi Luo smiled gently and said, "All right, if you choose not to share, that is perfectly fine. Let us proceed to the matter at hand. First, allow me to introduce myself. I am Yi Luo, a Rear Admiral of the Navy Headquarters." With a smile, he added, "My mentor is none other than Vice Admiral Monkey D. Garp, a celebrated hero of the Navy." Nipton and Jinbei exchanged glances, bewildered by Yi Luo's statement. Was he attempting to flaunt his status? Surely, he could not be so trivial. Prince Sharkstar furrowed his brow, holding a profound disdain for such humans. "I previously mentioned to Jinbei that I am Ace's brother. I was not deceiving you. We have shared a bond of brotherhood over a drink. Additionally, Ace's brother is named Luffy, facts you are already aware of. But do you comprehend the implications of this connection?" Yi Luo continued, disregarding their silence. Fully aware they would listen further. Luffy's full name is Monkey D. Luffy, while Ace's complete name is Portgas D. Ace. Jinbei, do you perceive the significance? Yi Luo inquired, casting a knowing smile at Jinbei. D. Both Jinbei and Nipton exclaimed in unison. Only Prince Sharkstar regarded the others with a hint of confusion, evidently unfamiliar with the importance of the D. Indeed, they are all part of the D lineage. Luffy's grandfather, who happens to be my mentor, and Ace's surname is derived from his mother, as his father's name must remain concealed from the public eye, Yi Luo stated solemnly. Wait, Ace's younger brother is the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp? Jinbei gasped in astonishment, unable to believe his ears. But are we not discussing Ace? Why are you fixating on Luffy? Yi Luo remarked, exasperated. My apologies, please continue. However, if Ace is indeed Luffy's older brother, does that not make him also the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp? Jinbei inquired sheepishly. The leaves fluttered gently as they shook their heads, saying, No. Ace was entrusted to Master Garp by his father from a young age. Naturally, in terms of affection, the master has always regarded him as a grandson. In his childhood, he partook in a brotherhood ceremony with Luffy and another boy named Sabo. So who exactly is Ace's father? Neptune seized upon the crux of the matter and inquired. Yi Luo cast a glance of appreciation, recognizing the art of conversation in contrast to Jinbei, that blue giant, who seemed utterly inept at engaging in dialogue, even failing at banter. "Gold, Roger," Yi Luo spoke calmly. Neptune and the others widened their eyes, mouths agape, gazing at Yi Luo in astonishment. Yi Luo, do you perhaps have it wrong? Jinbei stammered, his voice faltering. Are you now aware of the gravity of the situation? Yi Luo exhaled deeply, stating, Gravity? What gravity? Though astonished by the revelation, Jinbei reasoned that few were likely aware of it. As long as it remains undiscovered, there should be no issues, and besides, Ace is currently aboard our father's ship. No one would pay him any mind. Despite his surprise, Jinbei waved dismissively. Fool, do you merfolk always neglect to think critically? Yi Luo exclaimed in frustration, but quickly composed himself and bowed to King Neptune. I apologize. I was a bit hasty and meant no offense. Now, please enlighten me as to the seriousness of the matter. Prince Shark stared intently at Yi Luo, inquiring further. Yi Luo's earlier remarks had indeed unsettled him. Yet he remained uncertain about the issue's severity. Although Ace's identity was indeed remarkable, it did not seem to warrant the level of alarm that Yi Luo suggested, nor did it directly implicate Fishman Island. Blackbeard, you are familiar with him, I presume? Yi Luo sighed and asked. Jinbei looked at Yi Luo in surprise. This was the second time he had heard Yi Luo mention this individual within a short span. I have previously warned Ace that Teach is not to be underestimated. You know Shanks, the red-haired pirate, right? I believe he understands my apprehension towards Teach. Now that Crocodile has lost his title as a warlord, the position is vacant. The government has summoned the remaining warlords to discuss this matter, and Teach has sent his subordinates to express his desire for that position. Yi Luo explained, addressing the three. And what of it? Ace once declined the government's invitation to become a warlord. Jinbei shook his head in disbelief. Do you truly believe that just because Blackbeard desires the title, the government would acquiesce? Certainly not. Therefore, Teach must present something of value or demonstrate sufficient strength to satisfy the government. Do you comprehend now? Yi Luo sighed, conveying his thoughts. Neptune and Prince Shark still appeared somewhat perplexed, yet Jinbei fell into contemplation, beginning to grasp Yi Luo's reasoning. Are you suggesting that Teach has set his sights on Ace? But he should be unaware of Ace's true identity. Jinbei questioned, bewildered. Yi Luo nodded and said, he truly does not know. Yet, that does not deter him from harboring intentions towards Ace. The captain of Whitebeard's 2nd Division presents an irresistible temptation for both the government and the Navy. I believe they would be reluctant to refuse the prospect of trading his title as a Shichibukai. However, Jinbei wished to counter, but found himself at a loss for words. Surely, Ace cannot be easily captured by Blackbeard, can he? Neptune finally grasped the crux of the matter and inquired directly. Jinbei responded, I concede that Teach possesses some strength. But capturing my brother Ace should be out of the question. Are you familiar with the Yami Yami no Mi? That is the fruit Teach stole. And do you truly comprehend Teach's power? He is capable of injuring even red-haired Shanks. He is certainly not the ordinary figure you perceive. Yi Luo shook his head. Neptune and the others exchanged glances, beginning to find merit in Yi Luo's words. Although our father shares a good relationship with Ace, to speak bluntly, what does that have to do with us on Fishman Island? It hardly seems severe enough to warrant the destruction of our island, does it? Prince Sharkstar furrowed his brow and asked. Yi Luo cast a glance at Jinbei, a light chuckle escaping his lips as he spoke. It is quite simple. Let us entertain a hypothesis. Should Ace fall into the clutches of Teach and be delivered to the Navy, it is inevitable that they would publicly execute Ace to strike fear into all pirates. What, then, would follow? Brother Jinbei, can you fathom the consequences? If such a scenario were to unfold, it would indeed spell trouble. Our father would not stand idly by. And a clash between the Navy and the Whitebeard pirates would be unavoidable. Jinbei, with a hint of concern, replied, Indeed, once the Navy secures Ace, they will undoubtedly make clandestine preparations, only announcing their actions once fully ready, not only to lure Whitebeard into an assault, but also to undermine the Whitebeard pirates, using this as a stepping stone into the new world. And what of Fishman Island, sheltered under the protection of the Whitebeard pirates? Do you believe it would remain unscathed? Yi Luo continued his analysis. Neptune, while you may find my assertions somewhat exaggerated, I am eager to hear Jinbei's thoughts. Observing Jinbei's troubled expression, Neptune inquired, Jinbei, could matters truly escalate to such a point? Indeed, if Ace were to be captured, our father would certainly not turn a blind eye. However, engaging the Navy, which would be fully prepared, would undeniably be detrimental to the Whitebeard pirates, Jinbei hesitated to admit. Moreover, Whitebeard has aged, though he remains formidable. He is no longer the invincible force of his youth, correct? Yi Luo interjected, completing Jinbei's unspoken thoughts. Jinbei cast a pained look at Yi Luo. He wished to counter the statement but recognized the truth in it. The atmosphere grew heavy with silence, and after a moment, Yi Luo resumed, Moreover, I suspect that Father Whitebeard is already aware of Ace's true identity. Jinbei and the others looked at Yi Luo, puzzled. Enough of that. It is of little consequence now. The pressing issue is to locate Ace before he encounters Blackbeard. It would be best to persuade Ace to retreat, and if that fails, we must at least have someone of Jinbei's caliber present as a precaution. Given my unique position, I cannot fully assist Ace, which is why I have come to Fishman Island. Yi Luo spoke earnestly. Regardless of the outcome, although your intentions do not center on aiding Fishman Island, we shall remember this kindness. Neptune nodded in acknowledgement. I extend my gratitude to you once more. Yi Luo, should there be any way in which I, Jinbei, can be of service, do not hesitate to ask. Additionally, concerning Ace, I shall dispatch individuals to gather information, and once I have news, I will personally go to accompany Ace. Jinbei nodded, signifying his approval of Yi Luo's intentions. Should news of Ace arise, please inform me, for I have matters I wish to discuss with him. Furthermore, regarding Ace's lineage, it would be prudent not to disclose this to others. Each additional individual privy to such knowledge increases the risk, Yi Luo replied, affirming his understanding. Very well. Might I inquire if there are any other matters at hand? Neptune asked, nodding. Indeed, I have two additional objectives for my visit. Firstly, to inquire about Whitebeard's current whereabouts, as it is imperative I communicate with him regarding this situation. The second matter must be discussed privately with your majesty, Yi Luo indicated. After a moment of hesitation, Jinbei revealed Whitebeard's ship's location to Yi Luo, trusting that he would not pose any trouble, despite being a disciple of Garp. Following this, Jinbei and Prince Sharkstar exchanged glances and prepared to depart, having established a basic level of trust in Yi Luo. After half a day's time, Yi Luo exited the Dragon Palace, excitement evident on his face as he returned to the Huajia ship, setting course for the waters where Whitebeard was located, guided by Jinbei's coordinates. Jinbei, what are your thoughts on this young man? Neptune inquired, once Yi Luo had left. He is an intriguing young man, with a far-reaching vision. His strength should not be underestimated. Why do you ask, your majesty? Jinbei turned to question. He just shared with me his aspirations in the future he envisions for Fishman Island, Neptune replied, gazing at the distant sea. His aspirations? Jinbei expressed surprise, not anticipating that Yi Luo would discuss such matters with Neptune. Neptune nodded. Indeed, a beautiful, grand, and distant dream, so distant that I doubt he can achieve it. Jinbei fell into a thoughtful silence, wanting to inquire further, but hesitating to be intrusive. Let us see what unfolds. Even if he cannot realize his dream, it would not be a loss for our Fishman tribe, Neptune said with a smile, seemingly to bolster his own confidence. Do you hope for his success, your majesty? Jinbei asked. Indeed, his dream is magnificent, unprecedented in this world, Neptune affirmed, nodding. Jinbei's curiosity deepened, yet he understood that Neptune would likely withhold further details at this moment. Reina, take down the Navy flag. As Yi Luo's ship emerged onto the open sea, it had entered the new world. Why, my lord? Reina asked, somewhat bewildered. While I too wish to capture more pirates, such actions would not serve our purpose. I fear we may be forced to retreat before even encountering Whitebeard, Yi Luo explained, shaking his head. But my lord, we are the Navy, Reina protested. Indeed, we are the Navy, but the new world belongs to the 4 emperors. Proceed, Yi Luo replied with a smile. Though reluctant, Reina complied with Yi Luo's directive, removing the Navy flags and insignia from the ship's sails. Days passed, and while Reina was loath to admit it, she could not help but admire Yi Luo's foresight. Along their journey, they encountered no fewer than 10 pirates worth billions, and even crossed paths with one of the 4 emperors, the Big Mom pirates. Though merely a supply ship, it compelled them to alter their course, leaving Reina, who held the Navy's justice as her guiding principle, feeling quite disheartened. Fear not, I shall rid the seas of these pirates in due time, Yi Luo assured, giving Reina's shoulder a reassuring pat. Yes, my lord, Reina replied with seriousness. In the days that followed, Yi Luo noted her intensified training, a pleasant surprise amidst the tumult. Report, my lord. We are nearing the target sea area and expect to arrive by afternoon, a Navy soldier announced shortly thereafter. As the leaves gently fell, signaling the warship to advance, Yi Luo observed the burgeoning fervor for cultivation aboard the ship. He held a firm belief that, although many currently doubted his ability to realize his ambitions, once he possessed the strength to alter the world, a multitude would rally to his cause. This was evident from the attitudes of King Nefertari Cobra of Alabasta and King Neptune of the Fishmen. In recent days, Yi Luo had been keenly observing the New World, often dubbed the graveyard of pirates. However, he discovered that the common folk here seemed to enjoy a better quality of life than in other regions, particularly on the small islands adorned with the flags of the 4 emperors. This revelation further solidified Yi Luo's resolve to bring an end to this chaotic pirate era and usher in a new age, one that belonged to him. Sir, look, what is that? A naval officer suddenly exclaimed as they neared their target area, noticing something peculiar in the sky. As Yi Luo reclined in his chair, he removed his sunglasses and gazed upward, where he perceived the clouds appeared to have been cleaved apart by some unseen force. It seems we have arrived at an opportune moment. Move closer, Yi Luo commanded. However, as they approached the area, they were intercepted by countless pirate ships. This is not a place for the Navy. Leave, a pirate captain shouted in Yi Luo's direction. It appears we have arrived just in time. That must be the flagship of Whitebeard and Shanks, Yi Luo remarked, directing his attention to the center of the pirate realm, where a colossal whale ship and a dragon-headed vessel floated majestically in the sea, the severed clouds looming ominously above them. Sir, should we depart now? After all, 2 of the 4 emperors are gathered here, Lina inquired, a hint of astonishment in her voice. She had assumed Yi Luo merely sought an audience with Whitebeard, never anticipating that he would witness a convergence of the 2 emperors. Meanwhile, at the Marine headquarters in Marineford, Sengoku was incredulous. What? Could you repeat that? The news he had just received left him in disbelief. Sir, we have confirmed that a warship belonging to Rear Admiral Purple Dragon has entered the waters where Whitebeard and Shanks are meeting. Although he does not fly the Navy flag, I can assure you, I would not mistake him. A Navy officer reported via Din Din Mushi. That scoundrel, venturing into the New World through Fishman Island, now dares to appear there. What does he intend to accomplish? Has he considered the repercussions of inciting the ire of 2 emperors? Sengoku seethed, crushing the Din Din Mushi in his fury, causing it to enter sleep mode. Back on the ship, facing off against the Whitebeard pirates, Yi Luo declared, Go inform Whitebeard. I have news about Ace to share. Whether he wishes to see me is his decision. Should he decline, I will depart immediately. Standing at the bow, Yi Luo addressed the pirates across from him. The pirates exchanged uncertain glances, unsure of how to proceed, as delivering such a message seemed to undermine the reputation of the Whitebeard pirates. Send someone to inform Pops. I will keep an eye on this Navy brat. A stout, short-statured fishman with upright hair and the number 8 tattooed on the left side of his neck, donned in a blue-sleeved white shirt, stepped forward. It's Captain Samuel of the 8th Division. The surrounding pirates exclaimed in recognition of the newcomer. Yi Luo gazed at the captain of the 8th Squad, known as Namor, and smiled, though he refrained from speaking. Meanwhile, news had already reached them from Jinbei, but it remained uncertain whether the old man would be willing to meet you. Namor softly remarked to Yi Luo, That is of no concern. I trust that Whitebeard will grant me an audience. Yi Luo replied with a light chuckle. Indeed, shortly thereafter, an announcement came from the Moby Dick, Whitebeard's flagship. Even though he was currently engaged in a meeting with Shanks, he consented to Yi Luo's request for a meeting due to the matter concerning Ace, though he insisted that Yi Luo go alone. Lina, I shall return shortly. Please wait for me here. Yi Luo instructed Lina, who stood behind him. My lord, I wish to accompany you, Lina said anxiously, as the leaves fluttered gently. Yi Luo utilized the moonwalk technique to ascend to the ship of the formidable Whitebeard, where he then boarded a smaller vessel with the captain, Samuel, to approach the Moby Dick. Father, I have brought the person, Samuel called out to the imposing figure on deck. Ah, young lad. I have heard you possess news of my dear Ace. Whitebeard chuckled, yet his gaze did not meet Yi Luo's. Indeed, I hope you can summon Ace back. Blackbeard Teach is not an adversary he can conquer, Yi Luo replied, unflustered, fixing his gaze upon Whitebeard. However, his words stirred discontent among the other members of the Whitebeard pirates, though Whitebeard raised a hand to quell their unrest. Red-haired Shanks, seated beside him, regarded Yi Luo with a piercing look, pondering in silence. "Ah, young man, who do you think you are? It is not for a mere rear admiral of the Navy to dictate my actions." Whitebeard's irritation was palpable. "At this moment, I am not a Navy officer." "Merely Ace's brother," Yi Luo retorted solemnly. Both Whitebeard and Shanks narrowed their eyes, scrutinizing Yi Luo. Shanks, no doubt, understood the peril posed by Blackbeard, and as Ace's captain, Whitebeard was acutely aware of the sensitivity surrounding Ace's identity. Previously, when the Navy summoned the 7 warlords, Teach dispatched his subordinates to marry Geos to secure a position among them. I am certain he has set his sights on Ace. Whitebeard, I advise you to refrain from wagering Ace's life on this matter. Otherwise, events may unfold in ways you cannot fathom. Yi Luo's tone was grave. Before he could finish, no fewer than a dozen weapons were aimed at his head. "Young man, regardless of your identity or intentions, remember this. You are on Whitebeard's territory, so tread carefully." Marco, the captain of the 1st Division, glared at Yi Luo with a dark expression. "Indeed, Ace is our family. He is not someone you can sow discord with through mere words." Diamond Jaws, captain of the 3rd Division, blocked Yi Luo's retreat, equally displeased. "Ah, young man, I find you intriguing. You must not be an ordinary rear admiral, for you seem to know quite a bit." Whitebeard, surprisingly, did not express anger but rather laughed heartily. Shanks, too, looked at Yi Luo with curiosity, though he remained silent, respecting the domain of Whitebeard. "I have shared a bond with Ace, considering myself his brother. I previously cautioned him to be wary of Teach, but it appears he did not heed my words. His decision to pursue Teach alone speaks volumes. You, rather than I, seem to hold greater influence over him. With such a troublesome brother, I felt compelled to seek you out, despite our statuses suggesting we should not meet." Yi Luo remained unfazed by the captain's threats, speaking calmly. "I do not know what you are concerned about." Whitebeard cast a sideways glance at Shanks before continuing. "But Teach has committed the gravest of errors aboard his ship. I see nothing wrong with Ace, as his captain, addressing this issue, and I trust Ace. Little one, for Ace's sake, I shall not make things difficult for you. Be gone." Whitebeard issued an eviction order, and the expressions of the division captains reflected their discontent. Yi Luo, with limited options, turned to Marco and said, "Very well, since I cannot persuade you, Marco, could you kindly escort me back to my warship?" Marco glanced at Whitebeard, receiving a nod in response, and replied, "Very well, out of respect for Ace, I shall personally see you off." Upon returning to the Huajia, Yi Luo watched Marco depart in silence and sighed. "Let us return to Marineford." "Yes, sir." Lena, relieved by Yi Luo's safe return, seemed to finally ease the tension that had gripped her heart, for the pressure from the 2 emperors was overwhelming. Yi Luo's mood was exceedingly bleak at this moment. He felt the overwhelming weight of the narrative's influence. In the past, he had always believed he understood the storyline well enough to alter its course effortlessly before events transpired, which led him to neglect any efforts in this regard. Deep down, however, there lingered a faint reluctance to disrupt the narrative, for doing so would mean relinquishing his prophetic abilities. Yet, after embarking on the mission to save Ace, he realized the formidable inertia of the plot was not something he could whimsically change, filling him with a sense of regret and trepidation. "Sir, what did you discuss with Whitebeard?" "The Admiral will undoubtedly inquire upon our return to headquarters." Lena gently probed, noticing Yi Luo's pensive state. "Nothing of great significance. I merely hope he recalls Ace. Blackbeard is an exceedingly dangerous individual." Yi Luo replied, shaking his head. "Ace, brother? Is Blackbeard truly that formidable?" Lena asked, astonished. Having closely followed Yi Luo, she was aware of Ace's capabilities. Previously, when Yi Luo sought Ace, Lena did not perceive it as a concern for Ace's safety. Knowing well that Ace was a renowned pirate in the New World, even having been invited to become a warlord of the sea, an offer he declined. This world underestimates Blackbeard. In my view, his level of peril surpasses that of Whitebeard. Yi Luo asserted gravely. "What? That is preposterous," Lena exclaimed. It was common knowledge that Whitebeard was hailed as the strongest man, commanding a power that even in the New World was unparalleled, being the closest to the title of Pirate King. "Enough, this is not the time for such discussions. Let us return to headquarters," Yi Luo stated, shaking his head. He feared that his concerns could not be averted, and thus he must prepare for the worst. He needed to locate a pivotal individual, even if not for Ace. This person's endorsement was crucial for his own plans. Moreover, although this journey had its aims, they had also captured numerous pirates, and many from the New World now languished in the prison aboard the Huajia. Even if his rank did not elevate, his wealth would certainly increase, further bolstering his strength upon his return. As Yi Luo made his way back to headquarters, Luffy and his companions had finally triumphed over Enel, the god of thunder. High in the sky, ringing the bell that signified the victory for Skypiea. Waiting on Gaia Island, Wumbulin Kurik, with a cigarette in mouth, silently shed tears. Having finally unveiled the truth of his ancestors, thereby lifting the shackles and curses that had burdened the Wumbulin family for so many years. Behind him, The captains of the monkey and gorilla pirate crews, the ape and the gorilla, were weeping in each other's embrace. Having learned the truth from Yiluo, they understood the significance of the bell's toll. Their leader's life-risking struggle had culminated in victory. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, a considerable event unfolded. Admiral Kazan, known as Akiji, had gone missing, which stirred the five elders into action. However, even they found themselves at a loss regarding this laid-back justice-seeking admiral, ultimately choosing to let the matter be. Completing their adventure in Skypiea, Luffy and his crew returned to the seas, laden with gold, and encountered Foxy the Silver Fox at Long Ring Island. Accepting his Davy backfight challenge, Foxy was a master of this game, boasting an undefeated streak of 920 matches, most of which he had won through dubious means. Yet it still posed significant challenges for the stubborn Luffy. At Marineford, Sengoku glared at Yiluo, his face a mask of fury, suppressing his inner rage as he questioned. Is this the reason for your appearance in the New World, engaging with Whitebeard and red-haired Shanks? I had no idea red-haired was also present. Encountering two emperors of the sea was quite daunting. Thankfully, they had no intention of detaining me. Otherwise, I might not have returned. Yiluo responded nonchalantly. Yet, as he spoke, he recalled the moment when Shanks had blocked his path on the return journey, initially fearing a confrontation. However, after a brief discussion, Shanks had simply walked away, remaining one of the most enigmatic figures to Yiluo, seemingly executing some hidden mission related to Joel D. Roger's legacy. Have you forgotten your orders to complete your training at headquarters? You audaciously ventured out to sea and interacted with the emperors, disregarding all discipline? Sengoku slammed his palm on the table and bellowed, incensed by Yiluo's demeanor. I apologize. Sengoku, please do not be angry. Age makes one drowsy. What were we discussing? Carp, who had been quietly listening, suddenly appeared bewildered, glancing around before addressing the irate Sengoku. His lack of sincerity mirrored Yiluo's earlier demeanor. It turned out he had dozed off during the conversation, startled awake by Sengoku's furious outburst, mistakenly believing the admiral was chastising him. Get out. I will be driven to my grave by your antics. Sengoku, the so-called philosopher general, exhibited little of his usual composure, irritably waving his hand to dismiss Carp and Yiluo. Come on, teacher, we should leave before the admiral transforms. Yiluo urged, dragging the still protesting Carp away from Sengoku's office. What is the fuss? I merely took a nap. Did you really need to be so furious? By the way, Little Leaf, did you not bring back anything worthwhile from your journey? Carp remarked, pouting as they walked. This time, I acquired a fine selection of quality wines to present to the teacher. We captured a significant number of pirates, and I discreetly stashed their treasures. When we set sail again, we can exchange them for berries, providing us with ample means to enjoy ourselves for a while, Yiluo replied. That is splendid. The Navy's benefits are lacking. Having served as a Marine my entire life, I still find you youngsters wealthier than I. Ha ha ha. Carp laughed heartily. Sengoku, overhearing his two subordinates openly discussing their military misconduct and the seizing of pirate treasures, felt his forehead throbbing with veins of frustration. He silently vowed to seize an opportunity to thoroughly reprimand these two audacious individuals. Little Leaf, you have acted rather recklessly this time. Upon arriving at Yiluo's modest dwelling, Carp's jovial demeanor faded, and he addressed Yiluo earnestly. Teacher, this concerns Ace. I had no choice. Yiluo replied, shaking his head. Is it truly that grave? Carp inquired, furrowing his brow. Ace's life may be in jeopardy. Yiluo whispered. Carp stiffened at this revelation, then placed a reassuring hand on Yiluo's shoulder, saying, I am growing old. The future belongs to you. Take care of yourself. Do not worry, teacher. I will safeguard the justice I hold dear. Yiluo declared resolutely. Carp managed a bittersweet smile, contemplating. I fear that your notion of justice may conflict with that of the Navy. Yet, although he thought this, he refrained from voicing it. Recalling how many esteemed officers had left the Navy to become pirates due to their personal sense of justice clashing with that of the organization. Do not fret, teacher. I will succeed. The life of a pirate is not for me. I will lead the Navy to embody true justice. Perceiving Carp's concerns, Yiluo spoke in a somber tone. Child, that path is fraught with difficulties. Carp sighed and replied. If dreams were too easily attainable, what would they even be called? Thus, do not lose heart, dear teacher. I shall still require your assistance in due time. Yiluo smiled broadly as he spoke. I fear my old bones may not be of much help to you. Carp shook his head, chuckling. Your reputation as a teacher is my greatest support. Yiluo responded with a gentle smile. Speaking of which, I nearly forgot to mention that during my last trip to the East Sea, I brought back 2 youngsters. When you have the time, please take care of them for me. As for the wine you brought back this time, send half of it over to my place. I shan't linger much longer. With that, Carp seemed to be apprehensive about something and promptly rose to depart. As the leaves fell, Yiluo's previously smiling expression abruptly stiffened, and he gritted his teeth, exclaiming, You old fool, how could you be so unreasonable? That bonus is gone. What? Just a moment ago. You called me master when I helped you escape from the warring states, and now you call me an old fool? Such disrespect. Carp retorted, turning back and delivering a punch to Yiluo's head, causing a noticeable bump to form. Though Yuluo was aware that Carp was merely bullying him due to his superior strength, he had no other choice. Unable to fight back, he could only nod with tears in his eyes, saying, "I understand. I will take good care of my junior, and I will deliver the bonus to you promptly." Satisfied, Carp nodded and said, "If you had listened to me and spoken nicely, I wouldn't have had to assert my authority as your teacher. Ha ha ha." Watching Carp leave with laughter to mask his embarrassment, Yuluo felt a deep resentment. Meanwhile, Luffy and his companions had just concluded their battle with Silver Fox Focus. Although it had been somewhat perilous, their strength ensured that they emerged unscathed. "Old man, would you like to join us on our ship to the island over there?" Luffy inquired of the small elder who had been precariously balancing on stilts for a decade on Long Ring Island. The old man shook his head, replying, "The 10 small islands of Long Ring Island are interconnected. Thus, they can only be considered a single island. There is no way to record them, so there is no need to trouble you. Since the matter is settled, why not come to my house for a rest?" As the elder began to walk towards the door, he suddenly collided with something. "What is this? Is it a person?" he exclaimed. "Has he been here all along?" The Straw Hat crew was startled by the tall man who appeared at the entrance of the elder's tent. But he seemed to have been asleep and only slowly awoke after being bumped into by the small elder. "Who are you?" the man asked, removing his eye mask as he faced the Straw Hat crew. "Who are you? Didn't you know you were blocking someone's door? I thought you were a tree." Usopp retorted indignantly. However, Robin, standing behind them, trembled in fear upon seeing the tall man, seemingly terrified. "Robin, what's wrong? Do you know him?" her companions asked, surprised by her fright, while Zoro ready to sword. He's Robin stuttered, unable to articulate her fear. "Ah, Robin. It's been a long time. You've grown into quite the young lady," the tall man lazily remarked. "What? So he is an acquaintance of Robin?" Luffy mused. "Yes, someone I knew in the past." The tall man replied softly. "Fool, how could it be just a simple acquaintance? Robin is clearly terrified." "Who are you?" Nami asked sternly. "Oh dear brothers. Don't be so alarmed. I haven't received any orders from the citizens. I merely took a stroll here since the weather is nice." The tall man waved his hand, smiling. "Received orders? What organization do you belong to?" Zoro demanded, glaring at the tall man. He is a Navy admiral. Kazan. Robin finally managed to regain her composure, though disbelief still lingered in her tone, as if she hadn't anticipated the tall man's sudden appearance here. "Admiral?" the crew exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed, an admiral of the Navy headquarters, the highest combat power of the Navy, of which there are 3. He is one of them. Known as Admiral Aokiji, Kazan. Above him is only the fleet admiral." Robin explained to her companions. "Why would an admiral from the Navy come after us? Shouldn't he be pursuing those with higher bounties?" Usopp, now terrified, had hidden behind Zoro. "Admiral? So he must be even more powerful than Yuluo." Zoro's fighting spirit ignited. "Oh dear, everyone, please don't get too agitated. As I mentioned, I'm not here to capture you. I just happened to stroll this way. By the way, what was your name again?" "Forget it, I'll remember later." Aokiji waved his hand dismissively, appearing utterly unconcerned. The appearance of Aokiji left the Straw Hat crew in shock, yet it seemed he truly had no intention of engaging them in battle, even leading Usopp to doubt whether Robin had mistaken him for someone else, as this was not the demeanor one would expect from a Navy admiral. However, the crew soon witnessed Aokiji's lethargy, as even conversing with them seemed too tiresome, opting instead to recline while speaking. It turned out that he had seen Robin's figure in Yuluo's report, and upon inquiring, discovered that Robin had disappeared directly from Alabasta. Although Yuluo had deliberately omitted certain details in his report, Aokiji saw through it effortlessly and followed their trail. "Old man, you're intending to go to the next island, right? Allow me to assist you," Aokiji said, shaking his head while addressing the small elder from Long Ring Island. "Old man, don't trust him. He is from the Navy," Luffy said earnestly. After a moment of silence, Luffy recalled that, to a normal person, the Navy would be considered the good guys, while they, as pirates, would be deemed the villains. However, Usopp remained skeptical, as although the 10 islands of Long Ring Island were technically one during low tide, they were undeniably 10 distinct islands at other times. Aokiji's offer to assist the elder made Usopp doubt his intentions. No, he can indeed do it. Robin, who had witnessed Aokiji's abilities in her youth, stated confidently. Regardless, Aokiji escorted the small elder and his injured white horse to the coast, with the Straw Hat crew naturally following. They were about to witness the true strength of the man regarded as the Navy's mightiest. "Ice Age," Aokiji declared as he plunged his hands into the sea, instantly freezing the entire surface of the ocean. This can't be real," Usopp exclaimed, astonished at the sight of the vast white expanse before him. Aokiji demonstrated the power befitting an admiral, yet he showed no hostility, leading to an oddly peaceful atmosphere. "Upon reflection, I believe I can't just let you all go, so you'll have to perish here." For reasons unknown, Aokiji, who had initially intended to leave, ultimately chose to act, encasing Robin in ice. "Usopp, you all take Robin and leave," Luffy commanded, having learned from Chopper that even if encased in ice, there was still hope for healing if treated promptly. Thus, he instructed the timid trio to depart. In just one exchange, the three main fighters of the Straw Hat crew were collectively injured, forcing Luffy to order Usopp and the others to leave, as their presence would not aid the situation. However, Nami did not flee immediately. Instead, she obstructed Aokiji, interrupting his attack, and as a result, she remained behind. It seems things are about to take a turn for the worse, Zoro said, gripping his weapon tightly and glaring at Aokiji. Wait, this battle, I will face him one-on-one. You must not interfere, Luffy declared loudly, locking eyes with Aokiji. Well, I don't mind, but I don't have a ship, so if you fail, I'll have no choice but to eliminate you all, Aokiji replied nonchalantly. Zoro and Sanji exchanged glances before retreating with Nami, leaving the battlefield for Luffy. Chopper, hurry, come out and treat our injured hands and feet. Quickly, Zoro urged, his expression serious. Why are only you back? Whereas Luffy? As Usopp rushed out to inquire about Robin, who was being freed from ice by Chopper. He emphasized the importance of using warm water to thaw the frozen wounds, followed by gentle massage to aid in muscle recovery. Nami, please assist Robin while I tend to Sanji and Zoro's injuries. Chopper displayed his prowess as a doctor. Meanwhile, Luffy remained engaged in a one-on-one duel. Sanji and Zoro, while attending to Robin in the bathing area, leaped into the sea to thaw their frozen limbs before boarding the ship. So you abandoned Luffy and fled? Usopp exclaimed in anger. This is not the time for such discussions. Zoro calmly interjected, noticing the argument brewing between Sanji and Usopp. Chopper, how long until we can recover? Chopper asserted, no, your frostbite is severe. You won't be able to perform at full capacity right now. He understood Zoro's implication and firmly refused. On the other side, Luffy's battle with Aokiji had reached its conclusion, with Luffy completely encased in ice. This is bad. The challenge was to defeat you, thereby ensuring my crew would be safe from further harm, right? Nico Robin is a true demon. You can't handle her. As long as she remains on your ship, it's tantamount to courting disaster. Monkey D, Luffy. Aokiji shattered the ice beside Luffy with a kick, but refrained from delivering a fatal blow. Although ending your life here would be effortless, your grandfather's kindness prevents me from doing so. However, regarding the events in Alabasta, our debts are settled. It provides a satisfactory explanation to that bothersome individual. If I were to take action against you, Little Leaf would surely never forgive me. Aokiji shook his head, donned his clothing, and rode away on his bicycle. When Zoro and Sanji arrived, they found Luffy encased in ice. After bringing him back to the ship, Chopper began his intensive treatment. Soon, he announced the good news on deck. Both of them have regained their heartbeats. Will we encounter such formidable opponents again who can easily annihilate us? Usopp collapsed onto the deck, fatigued. What nonsense are you speaking? You're exhausted. Rest up. Zoro offered a few comforting words after a brief silence. Though their record pointers had been fully charged, Luffy remained unconscious, and Robin was severely injured, prompting Nami to decide they would stay for the night before setting out. At Navy headquarters in Marineford, Rear Admiral Dalmesia cheerfully remarked, "Little fellow, your recent progress is quite remarkable." He was a user of the Inu no Mi and adept in the 6 styles. Haha, Rear Admiral, don't underestimate me. Yesterday, Lord Mole nearly capsized. Leaf panted. Upon returning to headquarters, Leaf began challenging the Admirals daily, regardless of victory or defeat, rapidly enhancing his strength. Humph. I am not like him. Dalmesia snorted, performing the shave technique and appearing beside Leaf in an instant. I've been waiting for you. Leaf grinned mischievously, opting to withstand Dalmesia's thrust while throwing a punch toward his abdomen, intending to exchange injury for injury. Boom. The shoulder stained with blood from the fallen leaves bore witness to the fierce encounter. However, upon observing Dalmesia being forcefully propelled away, a mischievous grin spread across his face as he exclaimed, I am no longer that frail little brat from before. You insolent rascal. Was it necessary to strike so brutally in a mere spar? Dalmesia wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and emerged from the pile of rubble, speaking with resolve. Yuluo gazed at the experience points indicated by the system prompt and remarked with a smile. Hasn't Colonel Mole informed you that my recovery abilities have become remarkably formidable? Life restoration? Dalmesia furrowed her brow and replied. As the leaves fluttered down, Yuluo shook his head with a smile and remarked, No, I merely had some fortuitous encounters during my recent voyage, which enhanced my physical capabilities somewhat. Nevertheless, let us not dwell on this. Today, I concede defeat. However, you shall not be so fortunate next time. Despite losing without even employing his own devil fruit abilities, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Yet, he was also aware that Yi Luo hadn't utilized his famed technique, the dragon-shaped wave of energy, so he did not feel utterly disheartened. My lord, you are truly remarkable. Even the Rear Admiral is no match for you, exclaimed the 2 diminutive figures, rushing up to Yi Luo as the battle concluded, eagerly handing him his clothes while showering him with praise. You too, Yi Luo chuckled, taking the garments from KB. Apart from observing battles, your primary focus should be on enhancing your stamina. Your current physical fitness leaves much to be desired. You likely could not fully comprehend the intricacies of my recent fight, so strive harder, young ones. Indeed, these 2 younglings were Yi Luo's current disciples, KB and Balumeb, brought back from the EC by Carp. Naturally, Garp had no time to personally train the duo, thus he entrusted them to Yi Luo. Originally, this responsibility should have fallen to that aloof swordsman, but it now rested on Yi Luo's shoulders. However, they had already undergone training under the stern swordsman and had developed a sense of determination to grow stronger, which is why Yi Luo allowed them to observe the battle up close. Reina, have there been any significant events of late? Upon returning to his office, Yi Luo took a hearty swig of his drink and inquired of his beautiful aide. Report. My lord, does the unauthorized departure of Admiral Akiji from headquarters qualify as a major event? Reina replied, her expression impassive. What of it? Yi Luo shrugged nonchalantly. If you have no pressing matters, go seek Sister Ji Yuan to practice your swordsmanship. There is no need for you to linger here daily. Or perhaps you could assist the old man in tormenting his two new disciples. Reina hesitated for a moment. But given that Yi Luo had little else to occupy him aside from challenging the rear admiral, she nodded and said, I shall go find Sister Ji Yuan. Clearly, she lacked enthusiasm for the idea of tormenting the newcomers. Once Reina departed, Yi Luo activated the system, glancing at the diamonds displayed. 299 diamonds, which made him appear somewhat contemplative. With the acquisition of the snow-tracing lightness skill, his speed was temporarily sufficient, and the presence of the blood dragon orb had mitigated his stamina deficiencies. What remained to address was his inner strength. After all, his time spent cultivating internal energy had been brief. Even with the Zixia secret tome in his possession, his inner strength was still limited. Coupled with the high energy consumption of the dragon-subduing 18 palms, he had left an impression of being unable to endure for long. However, leveling up to the second tier of the Zixia divine skill required 15,000 proficiency points, which was rather disheartening. Even now, his proficiency was just slightly over half. Yet, contemplating the 8 remaining skill points in his possession, Yi Luo found himself wavering. Alas, one must take risks to reap rewards, he resolved. Gritting his teeth and allocating 7 of the 8 skill points to the Zixia divine skill, successfully achieving an upgrade. Congratulations, host. The Zixia secret tome has reached a breakthrough. Please continue your diligent efforts, announced the emotionless electronic voice of the system. My system, you are devoid of humanity. As Yi Luo opened the skill interface, he was astonished to discover that the level 3 Zixia divine skill was not the pinnacle of its potential. It could be further upgraded, albeit requiring an exorbitant proficiency of 30,000 points. He mused that perhaps he should have opted for the dragon-subduing 18 palms instead, as its upgrades might have resulted in reduced consumption. However, after enhancing the Zixia divine skill, he noted a significant increase not only in his internal energy, but also in the velocity of its flow. Consequently, his recovery rate of internal energy had markedly improved, leading Yi Luo to surmise that he could unleash the 6th form of the dragon, subduing 18 palms, with a full reservoir of internal energy. After taking a moment to gather his thoughts, Yi Luo commenced his training. His encounters with numerous prominent figures within this world had begun to alter his perspective. Initially, he believed that becoming invincible would render him impervious to obstacles in pursuing his ambitions. Yet, after witnessing the formidable Whitebeard and his pirate crew, and contrasting that with the solitary existence of the Dark King Rayleigh, Yi Luo recognized that, in addition to personal strength, a cadre of supportive allies was equally vital. Upon returning to the headquarters, Yi Luo initiated contact with those in the Navy with whom he shared a good rapport, individuals who embodied justice and aligned with his ideals. These would be the foundation of his future endeavors. Old man Garp likely understood Yi Luo's intentions, which is why he had previously remarked on being an old man incapable of rendering assistance. However, unbeknownst to them all, Yi Luo did not aspire to fracture the Navy. Rather, he sought to reshape it into a bastion of true justice. The current Navy was overly subservient to the world government, to the extent that labeling it as their lapdog would not be an exaggeration. The root cause of this predicament was fundamentally financial, despite the Navy's formidable appearance. It was merely a construct of military funding. Without the support of the world government, the Navy would quickly find itself in dire straits, unable to sustain even its current personnel, let alone recruit future forces. It seemed the time had come to seek out the enigmatic king of the transvestites. Ultimately, a conversation with Dragon would be imperative. Emerging from his training, Yi Luo glanced at the sky before rising to depart. I knew you would come looking for me with ulterior motives. It's either to test a new technique or to bring me some troublesome matter. Why not seek your teacher instead? Wouldn't it be more fitting for Mr. Garp to take you to Impel Down? Captain Shibuda expressed with a hint of resignation upon Yi Luo's arrival. Rest assured, I have no intention of venturing to the 6th level, where the truly deranged reside. I'm merely going to the 5th level to find someone. Yi Luo replied with a cheeky grin. Just remember, don't cause any trouble, Captain Shibuda cautioned. But before he could finish his sentence, Yi Luo had already spirited him away from the headquarters. This is the entrance to the underwater prison of Impel Down. Entering is quite a hassle, so I want to accompany you. Let me reiterate, don't stir up trouble, or even Mr. Garp will find it difficult to intercede on your behalf. The inmates here are the most ruthless of criminals. Captain Shibuda stated gravely at the entrance of Impel Down. Fear not, I merely intend to ask someone a question and leave. Yi Luo nodded in affirmation. Ahem, welcome to my hell of Impel Down. Greeted a man adorned with an Egyptian pharaoh headdress, possessing a face reminiscent of a demon, complete with a pair of small black wings sprouting from his back. Leaf and Khaki exchanged perplexed glances at the figure of Hannibal before them, pondering whether this individual might be slightly unhinged. Ah, forgive me, perhaps my words reveal my ambition. I am Hannibal, currently serving as the deputy warden. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, he stated with a smile. Greetings, I am Major General Khaki from headquarters. This individual beside me is Brigadier General Leaf, who has matters to attend to in level 5. I appreciate your assistance. Khaki nodded in acknowledgement. Hannibal returned the nod, saying, The warden, that rogue Magellan, is presently in the warden's office on the 4th level. I will escort you there alongside Deputy Guard Domer. However, prior to that, a security check is requisite. I shall not accompany you. I will merely escort him, Khaki replied, gesturing towards Leaf. After a series of thorough checks, Leaf finally arrived at the entrance of the frigid abyss of level 5. Very well, I shall proceed alone from here, as it can be rather perilous within. Moreover, I have heard whispers of a devil's invitation lurking here, Leaf declared, standing at the threshold of the icy domain. You are aware of this. Both Hannibal and the guard overseeing the 5th level exclaimed in astonishment. As a brigadier general, is it so peculiar for me to be informed of such matters? Leaf chuckled as he ventured into the extreme cold, leaving Hannibal and the others momentarily speechless, too stunned to follow. Deputy Warden, is it truly wise to allow him to enter alone? One of the guards inquired, concern etched on his face. Fear not, even if something were to occur, it would fall upon Magellan's shoulders. In such a case, Impel Down would once more be mine, ha ha ha. Alas, it seems I have inadvertently revealed my ambitions again. Hannibal mused aloud. The others, however, were unfazed. The deputy warden's aspirations were well known, even among the inmates. Upon entering the frigid abyss, Leaf had to summon his inner strength to withstand the biting winds and snow, for the temperature here was indeed frigid. I recall that at the entrance of a forest, Luffy and his companions encountered a pack of wolves, only to be rescued by the Revolutionary Army's lightning after sustaining injuries. Leaf reflected, scanning the surroundings for any signs of the forest from his memory. After a while, Leaf dispatched a third wave of snow wolves, having searched several similar forests. Yet he still failed to locate the partition of the frigid abyss. Damn it, where could that cross-dressing King Ivankov be? The Leaf was not in a particular rush. Remaining in this place was beginning to wear on him. After much searching without any sign of Ivankov, Leaf continued his quest whilst contemplating. The anime only mentioned the partition between the 5th and 6th levels without detailing how to access it. How irresponsible. Yet, there seems to be something rather peculiar about this place. He muttered softly to himself while eyeing the entrance to a sewer that appeared before him. After a brief moment of contemplation, Leaf resolved to investigate. Although the term sewer was not particularly endearing to him, the notion of a partition between the 5th and 6th levels could indeed be explained by its presence. Who goes there? Just moments after entering the sewer, Leaf's observation Haki detected the presence of someone ahead of him. However, their mastery of both observation and armament Haki did not exhibit any remarkable talent. Even after training under Carb, Leaf had only managed to fully develop his armament Haki while his observation Haki remained tragically underdeveloped. In his own words, merely awakening observation Haki felt like a stroke of extraordinary luck. Who are you? Inquired an individual with a clover-like hairstyle, holding a glass of red wine. Their form distinctly divided into two contrasting colors. At last, I have found you. Are you lightning? I seek Ivankov. Leaf exhaled, relieved. After such a long search, fortune had finally smiled upon him, leading him to the concealed Revolutionary Army. Yet, Lightning appeared somewhat taken aback, recognizing his existence and acknowledging Ivankov, though he had no recollection of Leaf whatsoever, prompting a suspicion to arise within him. Comrade? Lightning softly inquired. As the leaves fell, Yiluo's expression darkened. Although he understood the implications behind Lightning's question, he found himself at a loss for words in response to such a blatant inquiry. First, take me to meet Ivankov. I will explain everything to you later. Yiluo skillfully circumvented Lightning's question. However, Lightning interpreted this as a tacit acceptance of the assertion and promptly led Yiluo deeper into the sewers. Who are you, boy? Soon, under Lightning's guidance, Yiluo finally encountered the legendary figure, the Queen of Transvestites, Ivankov. How should I address you? I shall be straightforward. I wish to meet Dragon. Yiluo declared after a moment of contemplation. Dragon? Who are you? Ivankov was taken aback, and Lightning beside him also appeared stunned. Then, as if a realization dawned upon him, he turned to Yiluo with a grave expression and inquired, Are you not one of our comrades? Yiluo shrugged and replied, I have never claimed to be a member of the Revolutionary Army, but I harbor no ill will towards them. I have come here bearing crucial intelligence. Long ago, I inadvertently learned that the infamous Ivankov is connected to the Revolutionary Army, which is why I took the risk to seek you out. Boy, first reveal your identity, otherwise, why should I place my trust in you? Ivankov inquired with a smile. It matters not whether I disclose my identity to you. The real question is whether you will believe me. Yiluo responded with a sense of resignation. Ivankov and Lightning exchanged glances, and upon reflection, they realized Yi Luo was correct. Given that they now understood he was not part of the Revolutionary Army, they would be inclined to disbelieve whatever he said. Thus, my identity is of little consequence. What truly matters is the intelligence I possess. You must allow me to meet Dragon, or if you are apprehensive, relay the information to him and have him come find me. The situation is exceedingly urgent. Yi Luo stated earnestly. Dear boy. Let me remind you that not only do we currently doubt your credibility, but even if you were indeed one of our comrades, do you genuinely believe that a prisoner confined in an underwater jail for so long would have any means of contacting Dragon? Ivankov remarked, blinking at Yi Luo. Yi Luo was momentarily taken aback, his expression darkening. Call me, and I'll devise a way to get you out. Will you take me to meet Long? He exhaled, articulating his thoughts. Ivankov and Lightning exchanged incredulous glances. Who was this individual daring enough to utter such words? It is worth noting that this underwater prison has only witnessed a single escape since its inception, that of the legendary pirate, Shiki the Golden Lion. What intelligence do you possess that warrants communication with Long? Ivankov inquired, his demeanor turning unusually serious. Matters concerning the Revolutionary Army required utmost caution. The situation is exceedingly intricate. Simply inform Long that I am the disciple of his father, and urge him to find a way to contact me. I have exceedingly important matters to discuss with him. Yi Luo asserted, shaking his head. Father? Ivankov and Lightning exclaimed in astonishment simultaneously. As the leaves fell gently, Yi Luo continued. This matter bears significant implications for both your Revolutionary Army and the Navy, as well as the pirates. What exactly has transpired outside? Ivankov, with a grave expression, inquired. If the situation were indeed urgent, he would not hesitate to escape right now. The Navy is preparing to march into the New World and intends to take action against one of the 4 emperors. Yi Luo stated solemnly. What? Is the intelligence accurate? Ivankov's face changed dramatically as he asked. 100% accurate, and at that moment, the Holy Land Mary Geos will be at its most vulnerable, with the Navy lacking sufficient forces to protect it. Thus, this is the Revolutionary Army's opportunity. Yi Luo nodded. Given Yi Luo's ideals, one of his objectives is to eradicate the celestial dragons. Thus, prior to achieving his goal, he does not mind collaborating with the Revolutionary Army, even considering a shared governance in the end. His aim is for the Navy to transform into a true force of justice, tasked with eliminating all darkness from the seas. This aligns with the Revolutionary Army's philosophy of overthrowing the current regime across all kingdoms. Yi Luo does not endorse the existing rule either, making cooperation feasible. Ultimately, the Navy could refrain from intervening in the governance of the kingdoms, but should any kingdom's darkness be discovered, the Navy would unite with the Revolutionary Army to launch a campaign against them, truly becoming a protector of the world's common people. In this arrangement, the Revolutionary Army would manage affairs while the Navy would oversee force and surveillance, thus preventing either faction from following the path of the celestial dragons in the future. This has been Yi Luo's ongoing plan and endeavor. Mary Geos is not as simple as you imagine, even if the Navy were to mobilize entirely. It cannot simply be conquered at will. Ivankov clearly harbored deep apprehension towards Mary Geos or, more specifically, the celestial dragons. I am fully aware. Yet I do not intend for the Revolutionary Army to seize the Holy Land, as you would be unable to do so. However, it would be quite simple to take advantage of this opportunity to raid Mary Geos, wouldn't it? Yi Luo replied with a smile. You underestimate the celestial dragons. If their power were merely superficial, they would have been overthrown countless times already. Ivankov shook his head. How much do you know about their hidden cards? Yi Luo inquired earnestly. Not much, but the less we know, the more cautious we must be. Ivankov responded, but without testing the waters. How will you ascertain the extent of their hidden strengths? Yi Luo tilted his head, questioning. Both Ivankov and Lightning fell silent. According to Yi Luo's assertion, the Navy would no longer have the capacity to assist the celestial dragons, yet the known strength of the celestial dragons was considerable. Even in the absence of the Navy, they remained a force not to be underestimated. Nonetheless, this indeed represented an opportunity, and even if merely for reconnaissance, an operation was warranted. Though your proposal intrigues me, I currently have no means to contact Dragon. Ivankov sighed. Then how about this? You provide me with a location or a comrade, and I will seek them out to relay a message to Dragon. As for whether Dragon wishes to meet with me, that decision lies with him. What do you think? Reluctantly, Yi Luo had to concede to this compromise. Very well, though I cannot be certain of your identity. If you deceive me, I shall pursue you to the ends of the earth for the sake of our fallen comrades. Ivankov gazed intensely at Yi Luo. Rest assured, our objectives align. Though we may not walk the same path, there is a necessity for collaboration. Yi Luo nodded, expressing his agreement. After acquiring the desired intelligence from Ivankov, Yi Luo departed the underwater prison. What exactly brings you here? On the return journey, Huajia finally could not contain his curiosity. Do not ask, if you must. I simply know nothing. Yi Luo flicked his head dismissively, responding coolly. Huajia felt 2 symbols of confusion appear above his head. This individual was indeed the epitome of burning bridges after crossing them. Yet, Jiaji did not insist on discovering what Yi Luo had been up to. He was merely curious. Upon returning to headquarters, Yi Luo discreetly arranged for a small boat to leave in secret. Following the address provided by Ivankov, he arrived at a small revolutionary army outpost on an island. After explaining his intentions, Yi Luo settled on the island, awaiting Dragon's arrival. Days passed. And while Yi Luo did not encounter Dragon, he was met instead by an unexpected yet anticipated figure, Bartholomew Kuma. Did Dragon send you? Yi Luo asked calmly. Ah, so you are already aware of my true identity? Kuma inquired softly. I know far more than you could possibly imagine. Did Dragon send you as a scout due to his distrust of me? Yi Luo questioned. On the subject of travel, where do you wish to go? Kuma did not respond directly but instead posed a question of his own. As Yi Luo's gaze sharpened, he warily regarded the figure of Kuma. Aware that the latter possessed the abilities of the superhuman Machi fruit, capable of launching individuals to any location of his choosing with his formidable paws. Kuma, do not act recklessly. I cannot stray too far from headquarters at this moment, or Fleet Admiral Sengoku will have my skin. Yi Luo retreated a step and declared. Kuma, in the midst of removing his gloves, paused his actions and inquired softly, did you not request to meet with the dragon? Indeed, I wish to meet him. But if you send me to Baldigo on White Earth Island, how shall I manage to return in a short span of time? Yi Luo replied with a wry smile. You seem to know quite a bit, yet rest assured, it is impossible for you to go to White Earth Island. It is far too significant. Kuma stated as he gradually approached Yi Luo. Very well, if you launch me too far, make certain to explain my predicament to Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Yi Luo gritted his teeth, resigned to his fate. With a resounding slap, Kuma unhesitatingly struck Yi Luo, who did not attempt to resist. The force of the blow sent him soaring through the air, yet miraculously, a protective barrier enveloped him, ensuring he sustained no harm amidst the heights. Observing Yi Luo being propelled away, Kuma resumed donning his gloves and departed with the Bible in hand. Where on earth is that scoundrel sending me? Yi Luo muttered as he flew through the air for an extended period. After retrieving sustenance from the system space, he replenished his strength while grumbling in frustration. Although he was unaware of the time, the shifting skies indicated he had indeed traversed a considerable distance without any signs of deceleration. A day later, as Yi Luo sat cross-legged in the sky, engaged in meditation, he slowly began to descend. Am I finally arriving? He murmured, eyes fluttering open. Welcome. Upon his landing, a young girl with orange hair, sporting goggles, and a charming short dress, paired with high heels, greeted him cheerfully. And you are? Yi Luo observed the girl, finding her strikingly familiar, reminiscent of the one who accompanied Sabo. Hello, I am Kura, the acting master of the Revolutionary Army's Fishman Karate. She beamed. Greetings. I am Yi Luo, Rear Admiral of the Navy. Where's this place? That rascal Kuma shall certainly pay when I return. Yi Luo responded, first extending a gentlemanly greeting to Kura, before muttering under his breath. This is a small island in the South Sea. Were you propelled here by Mr. Kuma? Kura inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed at Yi Luo. As the leaves fell gently, Yi Luo sighed with a hint of resignation and said, Indeed. I initially intended to meet with Dragon, which led me to seek out your modest outpost at the naval headquarters. However, instead of Dragon, I encountered Kuma, who subsequently brought me here. He would certainly refrain from mentioning that he had been sent flying by Kuma. Although Yi Luo had experienced some growth in strength, he could not guarantee that against Kuma, he would not meet the same fate of being sent airborne. In his recollection, Kuma's prowess undoubtedly ranked among the pinnacle of the 7 warlords. Despite not having showcased his hockey abilities, his devil fruit powers alone were exceedingly formidable, capable of combat, endurance, and even healing, rendering him almost a game-breaking entity. I see. The leader instructed me to wait for you here. Please, follow me. After confirming Yi Luo's identity, Gila beckoned him with curiosity, pondering why a member of the Navy would seek an audience with the leader and why the leader would be amenable to such a meeting. Moments later, Yi Luo finally stood before the individual known as the world's most notorious criminal by the world government, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon, also the son of the Old Man Carp and the father of Luffy, the protagonist of the One Piece anime. Mr. Dragon, it's been a while. Yi Luo greeted him with familiarity, taking a seat directly opposite Dragon. What brings you here? Dragon inquired, smiling as he raised his head beneath the shadow of his green cloak. Yi Luo surveyed the surrounding revolutionary forces, aside from Dragon. The only individuals he recognized were Sabo and a commander suspected to be from the Mink tribe. The rest were unfamiliar, yet they likely belonged to the ranks of the revolutionaries. Indeed, there were matters he wished to discuss with Mr. Dragon, specifically regarding the celestial dragons and the holy land of Mary Geos. Yi Luo nodded, his smile retreating as he spoke. Regarding this issue, what is there for you? As a Navy officer, to discuss with me? Dragon inquired with a light chuckle. That depends on your perspective. Whether your intentions are genuinely for the common people or merely for power, Yi Luo replied, tilting his head. After a moment of silence, Dragon responded, that is not for you to concern yourself with. Please, state your purpose. Before I do, I have another question. Do you revolutionaries fight for the cause of revolution itself? Or do you fight for the people? Yi Luo fixed his gaze on Dragon as he asked. We, of course, are fighting for the impoverished people suffering under your navy's oppression. Sabo interjected, his tone laced with irony. Very well, then. I would like to inquire about Alabasta. You are aware of that desert nation's recent descent into war, are you not? Yi Luo turned to Sabo with his question. That matter was not instigated by us. You must know it was the work of Crocodile. Sabo replied, furrowing his brow. Huh. If your motives truly lie with the impoverished, why do you not lend assistance to Alabasta, which has been ensnared by conspiracy and conflict? With your intelligence network, I trust you are well aware of the nature of the Nefertari royal family, Yi Luo remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Sabo, a smile playing on his lips. That is the territory of the 7 warlords, and it falls under your navy's jurisdiction. Do not use your past to cast accusations upon us, retorted Kila, who was guiding Yi Luo, visibly irked by Sabo's silence. Yi Luo found himself momentarily speechless. He was not the type to shirk responsibility, but fortunately, Long understood the implication behind Yi Luo's words and refrained from making any sarcastic remarks, resulting in an oddly silent atmosphere. I wish to reorganize the navy. After a brief pause, Yi Luo lifted his gaze to Long and declared. Hiki. Long removed his hat, observing Yi Luo with keen interest. Reorganize? Do you comprehend the enormity of such an endeavor? Indeed, I am aware. Yet, if one lacks ambition, what distinguishes them from a mere salted fish? Currently, the Navy embodies anything but justice. Under the oppressive influence of the world government, the Navy has committed countless acts contrary to justice. Thus, I aspire to alter this situation. Yi Luo responded earnestly. There have always been many within the Navy who share your sentiments, yet their choice has been to abandon the Navy and become pirates, pursuing their own ideals upon the seas. Why, then, do you seek to reform the Navy? Long inquired, nodding gravely. Yi Luo grinned, revealing her pearly white teeth, and pointed at herself with a smile, proclaiming, those with the capability transform their surroundings, while those lacking such ability are altered by their environment. And I am indeed a person of capability. As the leaves fell, not only did Long express astonishment, but the surrounding revolutionaries also cast bewildered glances in his direction. Aha! What an amusing fellow. So, what do you possess now? Merely speaking without substance is futile. How many subordinates do you command? Long inquired with a hearty laugh. Yi Luo was momentarily taken aback. He had always believed that only by strengthening his abilities could he realize his dreams. However, when Long posed a question to him, he found himself at a loss. In the presence of such formidable experts, his own strength seemed insignificant, not to mention Long himself. Even the 4 great commanders and the officers of the Revolutionary Army represented a considerable force. I have already conferred with the kings of Alabasta and Fishman Island. They will support me. After a brief silence, Yi Luo spoke. Ha ha ha, little one, you are still too naive. I presume those 2 old foxes did not promise you anything substantial, did they? They merely stated that they would recognize your new navy once you succeed, correct? Long observed Yi Luo with an odd expression, laughing heartily. What does that amount to? Are they attempting to pilfer your fruits of victory? This is hardly an alliance. After all, there is no contribution from their side. Those who seek only benefits cannot be considered allies. Long's words plunged Yi Luo into deeper silence. He was right. Both King Cobra of Alabasta and King Neptune of Fishman Island had merely articulated what would happen upon Yi Luo's success, without offering any tangible assistance. This was also a manifestation of Yi Luo's belief as a traveler that he needed no help from others, which blinded him to the implications of their statements. If all you seek are such assurances, I can provide that now. As long as you can completely control the Navy, rest assured. Our Revolutionary Army's objective is certainly not you. Long said with a smile, observing Yi Luo deep in thought. No, that is not what I meant. Yi Luo raised his head, gazing at Long. I acknowledge my previous naivety. However, I am still young. Give me time, and I shall devise my own methods. My aim is to collaborate with the Revolutionary Army to overthrow the Celestial Dragons and establish a new world government composed of your Revolutionary Army and the royal families of various nations, while our Navy would oversee the Order of the Seas. That is impossible. Long shook his head. The vast military expenditures of the Navy are currently funded by the world government. Once the Celestial Dragons are overthrown, that funding will cease, significantly alleviating the financial burdens of the kingdoms and improving the lives of their citizens. I can only guarantee that we will not attack the Navy. I cannot continue to support you. Let me rephrase that. Yi Luo regained his spirits and began discussing the future with Long. This conversation spanned 3 days. Eventually, when Yi Luo and Long reached a consensus, Yi Luo utilized his foresight as a traveler to make a series of arrangements. Although Long did not fully agree, he did not oppose it either. According to him, if Yi Luo's assertions were indeed true, the Revolutionary Army would act according to Yi Luo's plans when the time came. Very well, I must return to headquarters to make some arrangements. This meeting with the Revolutionary Army has been immensely beneficial. I look forward to our future encounters. Yi Luo stood on a small boat, smiling and waving farewell to the cadres of the Revolutionary Army. Chief, can we truly trust his words? After Yi Luo's departure, Sabo looked at Long with a hint of unease. Did he not claim to know your origins? If you merely meet Ace or Luffy, you will discern the truth. Such matters cannot be fabricated, and everything he has mentioned can be verified. So, even if he is exploiting us, have we not also been leveraging him? Moreover, if what he speaks is true, then the world may very well change. Long patted Sabo's shoulder, expressing his sentiments. I understand. I shall set off to find Ace or Luffy. Sabo adjusted his hat, lowering his head. He had no recollection of his childhood. After Long rescued the gravely injured Sabo, he lost his memory. Thus, Long remained unaware of Sabo's origins. However, Sabo had been nurtured in the Revolutionary Army's environment since childhood, so his loyalty was not a concern. I shall accompany you. Kura, standing behind Sabo, whispered. Sabo glanced at Long awkwardly. Only after receiving a slight nod from Long did he respond. Very well then. I entrust you with this. Additionally, we need to send someone to confirm the situation regarding Eva in the underwater prison to ascertain whether he requires our assistance. It is surprising that he has been captured alongside Lightning. Long instructed the Revolutionary Army members behind him. Yes, Chief, we will make arrangements. A soldier of the Revolutionary Army saluted before departing. This is troublesome. I did not expect to end up in the South Blue. It seems I will need to borrow a warship from the division. Otherwise, returning will be quite inconvenient. Yi Luo, having learned his location from the Revolutionary Army, scratched his head in vexation. Upon arriving at the nearest division, Yi Luo discovered the reason for the Revolutionary Army's presence. They had liberated the kingdom of Saint Doria in the South Blue, successfully overthrowing another despotic regime. Major Zilong, the warship you requested is ready. Shall we depart immediately? A Navy soldier's report interrupted Yi Luo's thoughts. I appreciate your assistance. Please take me back to headquarters. Yi Luo nodded, smiling at the Navy soldier. Understood. The soldier replied with a salute. Meanwhile, Luffy and his companions, having arrived in Water City, encountered their own troubles. Member Nico Robin suddenly left with a secret unit of the world government, and Sniper Usopp parted ways with them due to issues concerning the Mary. The mayor of Water City, who had been quite kind to them, was assassinated, and they were deemed the culprits. A series of relentless troubles besieged the Straw Hat crew, leaving them somewhat overwhelmed. The most distressing revelation came from their investigations, which indicated that the assassin of Mayor Iceberg appeared to be none other than Nico Robin. At this moment, they could not help but recall the words of Admiral Akiji, casting a shadow over Robin's image. Yet, undeterred, Luffy stealthily infiltrated the mayor's estate at night, intending to confront Robin and uncover the truth. However, he stumbled upon CP9, who were attempting to seize the Pluton blueprints. After a fierce skirmish, Luffy and his companions were defeated. Fortunately, Nami learned the truth from Iceberg. Robin intended to sacrifice herself to ensure the Straw Hat crew could set sail from Water City. She was even willing to risk the revival of Pluton to achieve this goal. When Nami and Chopper found Luffy, who was stuck in a wall, and Zoro, who was lodged upside down in a chimney, Nami tearfully revealed the truth. Upon learning that Robin had not betrayed them, but rather was sacrificing herself to assist them, Luffy and Zoro regained their resolve. As Nami stated, harboring doubts would hinder their performance. Now that they knew the truth, Luffy and his crew were determined to vanquish their adversaries and rescue Robin. However, they failed to catch the sea train that CP9 used to abduct Robin, Frankie, and Usopp. Thus, with the assistance of the mermaid Kokoro and the Iceberg, they boarded the half-finished sea train, Rocketman, crafted by the renowned shipwright Tom, to pursue Robin, who was being taken to Enies Lobby. Frankie's younger brothers also implored Luffy to set sail with them, to which Luffy readily agreed. Moreover, the shipwright trio, consisting of Frankie, secretly stowed away on Rocketman, becoming Luffy's temporary allies. Yet, they were soon confronted by the formidable tsunami, Akula Laguna, which emerged as their first significant challenge. Meanwhile, Sanji, who had stealthily boarded the sea train, left a transponder snail for Nami and successfully rescued Frankie and Usopp. However, filled with hope, Sanji and his companions were unable to save Robin from CP9's clutches. Upon reuniting with Luffy and the others, the Straw Hat crew and their allied forces resolved to launch a direct assault on Enies Lobby. Concurrently, Yi Luo, who had just traversed the Calm Belt and reached the Gates of Justice, sensed something amiss. He glanced towards Enies Lobby and murmured, I wonder how much longer until the events at Enies Lobby unfold. I must assist Luffy when the time comes. And I also need to reorganize Lucci and his crew to prevent the government from gaining the upper hand. After conversing with Dragon, Yi Luo began to emphasize the importance of power dynamics. According to Dragon, regardless of personal strength, unless one is invincible, it is essential to operate within the established rules. Even if one is capable of single-handedly defeating foes, what happens when the enemy bands together? Thus, the necessity for a supportive force becomes evident in achieving one's goals more effectively. Unbeknownst to him, Luffy had already arrived at the gates of Enies Lobby, leading numerous allies in preparation for the impending attack. In truth, Yi Luo held little regard for the existence of Enies Lobby. He perceived it more as a governmental stronghold designed to silence the populace rather than a place of justice. Consequently, Yi Luo had no intention of visiting Enies Lobby. Sir, the Marshal requests your immediate presence in his office. He is quite displeased with your recent unauthorized departure. Upon arriving at headquarters, Yi Luo was informed by Lena that he was summoned to Sengoku's office. Ah, understood. This was an unforeseen circumstance. I did not intend to leave, but rather, unexpected events occurred. Yi Luo had already coordinated with Dragon regarding his narrative, stating that he had been accidentally knocked away by Kuma during their sparring session. Indeed, when Yi Luo presented this excuse, Sengoku did not fully believe it. However, with Kuma's testimony, he was left with little recourse to further admonish Yi Luo. Old man, I have recently gained some new insights. Care to test them? Upon exiting Sengoku's office, Yi Luo promptly sought out Garp to propose a sparring session. His so-called new insights pertained to mastering the fundamentals of the secret martial art, the Luohan Fist. Prior to this, Yi Luo had not placed much emphasis on pure technique. Unlike the unique power techniques found in the Dragon-Subduing 18 Palms, the entire manual merely instructed on how to execute the moves. Typically, Yi Luo practiced it only when honing his physical strength, which is why, despite acquiring the manual early on, he only recently achieved mastery. The reason for Yi Luo's disregard for techniques lay in his understanding of the existence of observation haki, an almost broken ability in this world. For instance, Kaku's observation haki had developed to the point where he could momentarily glimpse the future. Even the basic form of observation haki would render Yi Luo's techniques ineffective. If one could foresee your moves, adhering to a predictable pattern would be tantamount to courting disaster. This explains why the pinnacle of combat in the world of One Piece often involves direct confrontation, as everyone possesses observation haki, rendering elaborate tricks unnecessary. However, after mastering the Luohan Fist, Yi Luo finally comprehended that it was not the techniques that were ineffective, but rather his own lack of refinement that rendered him a non-threat to others. With the Luohan Fist perfected, Yi Luo felt his understanding had reached a level of mastery, with each move flowing seamlessly, no longer constrained by rigid techniques. Consequently, the advantages conferred by the Luohan Fist, including its methods of execution and combat effectiveness, became fully apparent. This was merely a foundational technique. More advanced manuals would undoubtedly yield even more unexpected benefits, increasing Yi Luo's anticipation for the Dragon-Subduing 18 Palms. Oh, this is indeed intriguing. Ever since you accompanied me to the East Blue, you've gone to great lengths to avoid sparring with me, haven't you? Now, you come seeking me out? It seems you've gained quite a bit since our last encounter, Garp said with a jovial grin. Once we've had a chance to spar, the teacher will surely understand. Yi Luo replied with a mysterious smile. Garp waved his hand nonchalantly, laughing heartily at his aide. Go fetch those two boys. Let them witness how I educate their senior brother. As the leaves fell, Yi Luo's expression darkened. Were it not for the necessity of Garp's assistance, he would never have sought this old man for a sparring session. It is well known that Garp's strength is likely the pinnacle of the Navy, and this cantankerous old fellow has a penchant for showing off. With KB present, it seems he would be subjected to yet another round of rigorous training. Once KB and Barumabur had arrived, Yi Luo had just completed his warm-up, while the old man casually munched on some rice crackers. Teacher, senior brother, KB and Barumabur greeted first. Well, I have recently gained some insights and enhanced my strength, so I specifically sought out my teacher for a spar to validate my progress. You too may observe from the sidelines. How much you learn depends on your own efforts. Yi Luo nodded and spoke. All right, little Yi. Let me see what you have comprehended that has instilled in you the confidence to challenge me, Garp said with a smile as he removed his cloak and stepped into the ring. Teacher, you jest. To challenge you is still a few years premature for me. This time, I primarily wish for you to witness my newfound insights, which I believe will benefit the Navy's overall strength. Yi Luo assumed the starting stance of the Luohan Fist and spoke earnestly. Oh, isn't that the martial art you previously abandoned? How come you have taken it up again? Garp recognized the stance immediately. When Yi Luo first employed the Luohan Fist, Garp was taken aback. Though it was a rather straightforward technique, it posed a significant threat to opponents lacking the ability to sense the flow of battle. Unfortunately, Yi Luo seemed to have given it up for some reason and rarely used it in combat, only practicing it occasionally. Indeed, I have gained new insights into the Luohan Fist this time. I seek your guidance, teacher. With that, Yi Luo charged forward, not employing haki, as he intended for Garp to appreciate his Luohan Fist. Garp, too, naturally refrained from using haki, but with his mastery of observation haki and familiarity with Yi Luo, he easily dodged the attacks. Kid, while your movements have become more fluid, they are still insufficient to pose a challenge. After evading a few attacks, Garp chuckled. Patience, teacher. The best part is yet to come. Yi Luo took a deep breath, having merely tested the waters earlier. With that, Yi Luo enveloped his arms in haki and launched another assault on Garp. Garp raised an eyebrow and similarly covered his arms in haki. However, after a few exchanges, Garp's expression shifted slightly. Though his observation haki wasn't of the highest caliber, he found himself unable to predict Yi Luo's techniques. As the leaves fall, a smile graces the face of Yi Luo. The original Luohan Fist consists of merely 18 fundamental moves. However, upon achieving mastery, Yi Luo astonishingly derives 118 techniques from these foundational moves, subtly reflecting the significance of the number 18. At the core of Luohan Fist lies the principle of three corrects. The hands must be correct, the body must be correct, and the stance must be correct. After reaching full proficiency in the initial 18 moves, Yi Luo acquires an additional effect, practicing the Qi training stance. This practice intertwines both the internal and external, the spiritual and the physical, the stillness and the motion, enabling the practitioner to enhance their external skills while simultaneously cultivating internal energy. Ideally, the internal techniques that complement Luohan Fist are the Yi Jin Jing and the Shi Sui Jing from the Shaolin Temple, which would maximize its effectiveness. However, as these are the temple's most revered secrets, Yi Luo has yet to find them in the marketplace, leaving the possibility of obtaining them uncertain. Moreover, should Yi Luo possess the Yi Jin and Shi Sui internal techniques, the necessity for Luohan Fist would diminish significantly. He could easily unleash the 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms instead. Intrigued by the unfolding events, Yi Luo becomes resolute. After exchanging dozens of moves, Carp finally shifts to a serious demeanor. Recognizing the need to regard Yi Luo's evolving technique with respect, it is not that Yi Luo's Luohan Fist poses a threat to him. Rather, Carp is eager to test the limits of Yi Luo's current skills, which is precisely why Yi Luo sought him out. Seizing an opening, Carp delivers a powerful straight punch. The impact catapults Yi Luo out of the training ground, much to the astonishment of the Navy soldiers training outside. "Old man, didn't we agree to just spar?" Yi Luo storms back into the arena, anger evident in his demeanor. "Huh, when did I ever say that?" Carp laughs heartily, feigning forgetfulness as he digs at his nose. "You stubborn old fool, I shall retaliate." With that, Yi Luo unleashes the sixth strike of the 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms, his most formidable technique. Although the full sequence is at its most potent when executed in succession, he can still deliver a single strike, albeit with diminished power. "Huh, the lad still cares about his pride." Carp guffaws, his laughter echoing, much to the astonishment of nearby onlookers like Kobe and Barumabur. Suddenly, Yi Luo's dragon-shaped shockwave surges forward. Yet Carp remains unfazed. He understands that this peculiar ability of Yi Luo's is akin to the relentless waves of the ocean. Only when unleashed in succession does it reach its zenith. A solitary strike poses little threat to him. As Carp disperses Yi Luo's attack with a punch, Yi Luo closes the distance. "Old man, taste my Luohan Fist." Yi Luo swiftly positions himself behind Carp, aiming a punch at the back of his head, revealing that the previous 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms was merely a ruse for this decisive blow. With no surprise, Yi Luo is again sent flying by Carp's counterattack. Close combat is Carp's forte, and engaging him at close range only hastens Yi Luo's defeat. "Ha, you still have a long way to go." Carp chuckles. Though internally he reflects on Yi Luo's remarkable progress. How much time has passed? Yi Luo has advanced significantly, previously hindered by stamina issues, yet after his last maritime adventure, he seems to have addressed this shortcoming. Now, he has also grasped these somewhat extraordinary techniques, hinting at the potential to surpass Carp in the future. Indeed, while Carp appears to handle the situation with ease, this is contingent upon his strength. If confronted by an adversary of equal prowess to Yi Luo, the latter's techniques would surely inflict considerable hardship. "Old man, just wait until I can defeat you. I'll be sure to honor you properly." Yi Luo rises from the rubble, teeth gritted. Though it seems Yi Luo has been overwhelmed, Carp exercises caution, ensuring his strikes are controlled. Moreover, Yi Luo's physique has improved significantly, sparing him from injury. "Huh, let us talk when you can actually defeat me." Carp responds nonchalantly. "Old man, what do you think of my technique?" Yi Luo, brimming with pride, approaches Carp, having felt the potency of his moves in their recent bout. He acknowledges the disparity in their strengths. Defeat was to be expected. Yet, he is confident that he has indeed surprised Carp. "Quite impressive, although the power is somewhat lacking. It seems you've infused your techniques with the internal energy you mentioned. Perhaps your internal cultivation is still a work in progress, which diminishes the threat you pose to me." Carp reflects thoughtfully. The falling leaves never intended to rely solely on this rudimentary technique to engage in battles beyond their capabilities. The advanced techniques within the system were his true trump card. Once he mastered these high-level skills to perfection, he would have the power to confront anyone he wished. "Teacher, I plan to impart my martial arts at the headquarters. What do you think?" After some contemplation, Yi Luo conveyed his thoughts to Carp. "Impart martial arts? What has prompted this sudden idea?" Carp asked, taken aback yet intrigued. "Firstly, my techniques stem from my family's lineage, comprising a complete set of moves. The reason I haven't shared them at headquarters is not due to any prohibition from my family, but rather because I believe that the existence of observation haki rendered these techniques somewhat ineffective. Hence, I refrained from mentioning them," Yi Luo explained as he scratched his head. "Now that I understand these techniques can indeed be effective against observation haki, when mastered to a profound level, I no longer have any reservations. Teaching them to the soldiers would be beneficial, especially since most officers face adversaries who possess observation haki, yet they are generally stronger and quicker to grasp new skills. As for the regular soldiers, even if they only practice fixed techniques, they should see significant improvement against opponents lacking observation haki. Observing Carp deep in thought, Yi Luo continued. Such matters should be discussed with Sengoku, but I believe it poses no problem. Carp finally remarked with a broad grin after some consideration. Seeing Carp's affirmation, Yi Luo smiled in return, saying, very well, I shall seek out Admiral Sengoku at once. Before long, Yi Luo and Carp arrived at Sengoku's office. While Kobe was sent off to engage in physical training, Carp, what is your perspective? Sengoku inquired, turning his gaze towards Carp after listening to Yi Luo's account. This is indeed a positive development. Young Ye's techniques are quite commendable, although they were somewhat countered by observation haki previously. He has demonstrated that mastering them to a high level significantly enhances one's strength. Furthermore, the majority of our Navy consists of regular soldiers. If they can learn Young Ye's techniques, their combat effectiveness on the battlefield will surely increase. Carp replied with rare seriousness. After contemplating for a moment, Sengoku declared, very well. During tomorrow's morning practice, Yi Luo shall first teach the soldiers. As for the officers, it will not be mandatory. Those who wish to learn may seek you out. As the leaves gently fall, this arrangement is indeed most suitable. It is not that your techniques are inherently superior that others must adopt them. Some may simply refuse. And it is not their desire to be coerced. Initially, their intentions were twofold, to bolster the strength of the Navy while simultaneously seeking to establish a personal cadre. The following day, during morning exercises before all the soldiers at headquarters, Yi Luo first provided a brief overview of the techniques, then imparted the first 3 forms of the Luohan fist. Lacking internal power for support, the techniques lacked the potency of Yi Luo's, and thus, they were somewhat dismissed by the average officers. However, Yi Luo remained undeterred, diligently teaching the soldiers the Luohan fist each morning until he had imparted all 18 foundational forms. After which the respective captains would lead their squads in daily practice. Just as Yi Luo completed his instruction, headquarters received news of the Straw Hat crew's assault on Judicial Island, leaving him utterly astonished. He had not anticipated the plot to unfold so swiftly. He recalled that the climax of the battle at Judicial Island had seemingly involved the issuance of a demon suppression order, yet no such command had been received at headquarters. However, it was likely that they would receive it within the day, prompting him to seek out Reina and promptly board the ship. Setting sail towards Judicial Island through the gates of justice. I knew you would come upon receiving the news, but as a member of the Navy, I advise you to refrain from intervening. Just as Yi Luo was nearing Judicial Island, an unexpected figure appeared before him. Admiral Akiji, what brings you here? Before Yi Luo could voice his thoughts, Reina inquired in astonishment. As a Navy officer, is it unreasonable for me to investigate a pirate incursion at Judicial Island? Yi Luo turned to Akiji, who had boarded the Huajia. He recalled that the demon suppression order held by the CP9 officer was indeed issued by Akiji. Nevertheless, the vice admirals had not truly engaged with Luffy. Otherwise, the Straw Hats would certainly not have escaped. If you continue to assist the Straw Hat Kid in this incursion, I fear that even Mr. Garp may not be able to absolve you. Akiji cautioned Yi Luo softly. It is best that you do not interfere. Let fate take its course. As Yi Luo gazed upon the languidly just admiral before him, a sudden clarity washed over him. Perhaps it was not sheer laziness that defined this man, but rather the burdens of his rank as an admiral of the Navy, compelling him to undertake numerous tasks that starkly contradicted his sense of justice. Thus, he proclaimed the doctrine of languid justice as a convenient pretext to avoid actions that would betray his innermost convictions. I need not intervene in Luffy's affairs. Yi Luo spoke gravely. Yet you must surely recognize his significance. He cannot perish here, for such an event would upheave the very fabric of our world. The falling leaves do not intimidate Qingji. Setting aside Carp's situation and considering Luffy's father, if Dragon were to learn of Luffy's demise, even the usually composed Dragon could react in an unexpected manner. Moreover, with Yi Luo's guidance, Sabo might reminisce about the past, inevitably leading the Revolutionary Army to declare war against the Navy. Furthermore, as Ace is still alive, this implies that the Whitebeard pirates would also intervene. Consequently, the Navy would have to contend not only with the Revolutionary Army but also with a formidable Yonko, potentially leaving the Navy in a state of disarray. In the face of Yi Luo's threat, Qingji refrained from voicing any objections. Although he was aware of certain matters, he chose not to intervene, which explained his continued absence. If Luffy were to perish at Enies Lobby, it would be a result of his own actions. Even in death, the Navy would have a pretext, but should Qingji take action, the Revolutionary Army would undoubtedly pursue him relentlessly, unwilling to relent until he was eliminated. Let us go, Reina. We shall observe the unfolding events without intervening. As Qingji settled onto a deck chair to rest, Yi Luo understood his intent. He would not act, nor would he permit Yi Luo to assist Luffy, hence his repose aboard Yi Luo's vessel. When the Huaxiao arrived at Enies Lobby, he was acutely aware of the activation of the Demon Slayer order and felt a wave of anxiety upon witnessing the desolation of the island. Rest assured, the warships and the vice admirals will likely require some time to arrive. Qingji, perceiving Yi Luo's unease, lifted his eye patch and spoke softly. Since the Demon Slayer order has been issued, does it imply that Luffy is to be left here? Yi Luo dared not wager on whether the incoming vice admirals would act as they did in the narrative, sparing Luffy, thus he resolved to go and see for himself. I told you, you cannot go. Qingji's hand rested firmly on the deck of the Huajia, ready to prevent Yi Luo from moving. At that moment, Luffy was engaged in battle with Lucci and was clearly at a disadvantage. Even with his newly acquired Gear 2nd and Gear 3rd techniques, he remained no match for Lucci. As for Luffy's other companions, they had largely concluded their battles, albeit with considerable difficulty, each managing to triumph over their respective foes. The warships have arrived. Yi Luo stood on the deck, observing the 10 warships led by vice admirals emerge from the gates of justice, exhaling a soft sigh. Do not mistake this. We are the Navy, Qingji stated gravely to Yi Luo. This further solidified Yi Luo's belief that Qingji's seemingly lethargic sense of justice was likely a facade. Perhaps there was a hint of his true character, yet he remained steadfast in his convictions, which was why Yi Luo wished to avoid conflict with him. The Navy, driven by a sense of justice, were individuals Yi Luo sought to recruit, just as the Straw Hat crew had rescued Robin. And Luffy was still battling Lucci within the first pillar, the vice admirals summoned by the CP9 chief through the Demon Slayer order, along with 10 warships, reached Enies lobby via the gates of justice. I heard that the one leading the charge is the infamous figure known as Dark Justice. Upon witnessing the arrival of the warships, Yi Luo appeared to abandon the notion of rescuing Luffy and turned to Qingji with a query. Indeed, it is Rob Lucci, the one who, like you, is hailed as a genius. Qingji nodded in confirmation. Though he is capable, he is not my equal. Yi Luo replied with a hint of disdain. Boom, boom, boom. Before Qingji could respond, the warships opened fire, unleashing a barrage upon Enies lobby. Is this truly prudent? To unleash the Demon Slayer order upon Enies lobby without restraint? Are you not concerned that Admiral Sengoku will seek retribution afterward? Yi Luo inquired, observing the merciless assault from the warships. Did you not already express your disdain for Enies lobby? Qingji replied coldly, without lifting his gaze. Yi fell silent for a moment, then remarked, while I indeed harbor disdain for Judicial Island, its destruction would be a slap in the face to the Navy. Therefore, the Straw Hat crew cannot be allowed to remain. Aokiji turned his gaze towards Yi and replied, are you suggesting that Luffy should take the blame? Aren't you afraid that the old man will deliver a punishing blow with his iron fist? Yi chuckled softly and inquired, as long as we bring back a live one, there should be no issue. Aokiji smiled in response. I see. Yi nodded, comprehending Aokiji's intent. Capturing Luffy might even elicit gratitude from Garp. And with Luffy's companions annihilated on Judicial Island, they would likely abandon any thoughts of setting sail again. Additionally, this would conveniently dismantle the Navy's corrupt stronghold, with a scapegoat readily available. However, Yi was resolute in ensuring that Aokiji's wishes would not come to fruition, regardless of his ties with Luffy. Many future events would necessitate the involvement of this troublemaker. Amidst their conversation, an explosive sound erupted as the first pillar of the Bridge of Hesitation shattered, a colossal arm obliterating it entirely. At that moment, Yi noticed that Zoro and the others had already boarded the escape vessel behind the bridge. Is this what you call a genius? You questioned Aokiji with a grin, observing Lucci, who had been sent flying by Luffy, landing on a warship. Yet, Aokiji did not respond to Yi. His attention was fixed on the two fighters who continued to wreak havoc on the naval vessel. Damn it, who ordered the bombardment? Are there still ordinary sailors on board? Is it Gecko Moria or Doberman? Yi's expression darkened as he watched the naval ship sink. Set sail immediately. Rescue the people. Without waiting for Aokiji's input, Yi commanded Lena directly. Yes, my lord. Lena nodded and promptly instructed the warship to approach the battlefield. In truth, the Huajia had been anchored there for some time. Apart from Luffy and his crew, the others had already noticed but refrained from approaching to inquire. I advise you to tread carefully. Aokiji, reclining on the deck, cast a glance at Yi and spoke in a low voice. Uncertain whether Yi intended to rescue the Navy soldiers or seize the opportunity to assist the Straw Hat crew, Yi Luo cast a glance at Aokiji and remarked, I am unaware of your thoughts, but those who disregard the lives of their own soldiers are unworthy of being called righteous Navy. Aokiji was taken aback. This was the first time Yi Luo had spoken to him in such a manner. I have heard whispers of your sentiments. While I too wish for the Navy to transform in that way, the world is far more complicated than you perceive. Aokiji pondered for a moment before responding. Dreams should inherently possess complexity. Otherwise, their ease of attainment might extinguish one's motivation, would it not? Yi Luo chuckled softly and replied. Then I shall await the outcome with keen anticipation. With that, Aokiji closed his eyes, feigning sleep. Yet, Yi Luo was acutely aware that Aokiji had already locked onto his presence. Any movement on Yi Luo's part would be swiftly thwarted. This was precisely why Yi Luo had refrained from sharing his thoughts with Aokiji. The disparity in strength rendered any attempt futile, as Aokiji would never grant one the opportunity to speak. My lord, the warship has obliterated Judicial Island. Only the Bridge of Hesitation and the first pillar remain, and the warships have formed a blockade. Lena approached Yi Luo anxiously, whispering urgently, although she understood that no matter how softly she spoke, the Admiral Aokiji would still hear. She instinctively lowered her voice. Have the soldiers been rescued? Yi Luo disregarded the previous matter and directly inquired. Some have been saved, but there are still others. Lena hesitated, but Yi Luo knew that the chances of the remaining survivors were exceedingly slim. Damn those scoundrels. Who among the vice admirals has arrived? Yi Luo asked, his voice filled with exasperation. It is Vice Admiral Mongoose, Vice Admiral Dogfighter Doberman, Vice Admiral Ghost Spider, Vice Admiral Stallo Berry, and Vice Admiral Fire Mountain. Lena replied swiftly. Just as Yi Luo was about to utter a response, Aokiji suddenly opened his eyes and glanced at Yi Luo. Yi Luo smiled, aware that his intentions had been discerned by Aokiji. Nonetheless, it mattered little. He had secured an opportunity to assist Luffy. The rationale was simple. There had been a command issued to fire upon his warship. In that moment, he could easily feign indignation and strike, thus providing himself ample justification upon returning to headquarters. Aokiji had detected Yi Luo's plan, hence the brief glance he cast in his direction. Although he remained vigilant against Yi Luo, should he launch a sudden attack, there would still be a window to aid the Straw Hat crew in repelling an assault. Sir, the warship has mobilized, dispatching 200 elite officers of the rank of Major and above to apprehend the Straw Hat crew's companions. As for Luffy, he is currently engaged in battle with Lucci at the first pillar. Lena promptly relayed the movements of the warship to Yi Luo. Have the vice admirals not yet mobilized? Yi Luo inquired. Lena shook her head, responding no. When will they shed their arrogant demeanor? Yi Luo chuckled softly, a hint of sarcasm lacing his tone. Aokiji remained silent. He had clashed with the Straw Hat crew before, and it was evident that even a single vice admiral could overpower them in their current predicament. The 200 elite officers were certainly beyond their capacity to withstand. As long as the vice admirals refrain from intervening, I shall also remain passive, Yi Luo murmured, his gaze fixed on the battling Luffy. His voice was soft, not directed specifically at Aokiji, yet the aura surrounding Yi Luo gradually began to dissipate. Do you believe that if the vice admirals do not act, they still have a chance? Aokiji finally posed the question. The leaves fall gently, and Yi Luo replied, indeed. That young man is not so easily defeated. He is Rob Lucci. Shinji frowned as he spoke. Then let us wait and see. Yi Luo echoed Shinji's earlier words. Shinji, with a knowing smile, reclined on the deck, feeling that such trivial skirmishes did not warrant his intervention unless Yi Luo took action. Otherwise, he deemed it unnecessary to involve himself. Although he had not been present at headquarters recently, he was aware of Yi Luo's remarkable growth and strength. Moreover, the headquarters was currently promoting Yi Luo's martial arts techniques, which piqued Shinji's curiosity, as he had yet to witness the proficiency of the MXA Luohan fist. It was known that Yi Luo had previously regarded that style with indifference due to its evident shortcomings. However, the headquarters endorsement suggested that Yi Luo must have discovered a means to rectify those deficiencies. Suddenly, two resounding explosions interrupted Shinji's contemplation. He lifted his gaze slightly to see that the bridge connecting the Hesitation Bridge and the first pillar had been destroyed. It was evident that the Straw Hat crew was now trapped, especially with Rob Lucci present. He could not fathom how they would escape. Luffy, hurry and defeat that guy. Then we can all return together. Usopp shouted from the Hesitation Bridge, urging the exhausted Luffy, who was on the brink of defeat. Although Yi Luo stood on the deck, he was filled with anxiety. He was confident that Luffy would triumph over Lucci, yet being present at the scene intensified his unease. It is essential to recognize that Lucci's reputation within the world government was as formidable as that of any naval officer, had it not been for Luffy's protagonist aura. At this juncture, he would likely have been unable to defeat Lucci. Similar to Crocodile, Lucci fell victim to the narrative, unlike the lightning fruit user from Skypiea, who had a tangible weakness. Lucci and Crocodile simply succumbed beneath the weight of the protagonist's brilliance. By the way, Nico Robin, do you still intend to capture her alive? Yi Luo suddenly inquired of Aokiji while observing the fierce battle between Luffy and Lucci. Aokiji glanced at Yi Luo, astonished, and asked, what do you mean? They seem intent on capturing her alive. Is that your order? Yi Luo pointed to the elite naval officers nearby and replied, no, I did not issue such an order. They are unaware of my presence here. However, Nico Robin is far too dangerous, especially since she is allied with the Straw Hat Boy, which significantly elevates her threat level. Aokiji's expression turned serious as he spoke. Is it because she can decipher ancient texts? Yi Luo whispered. There are some matters you would be wise to remain ignorant of. Aokiji responded indirectly. But I know far more than you might presume. Yi Luo grinned. Is that so? However, it appears that the battle over there has concluded. Aokiji gestured towards the first pillar, prompting Yi Luo to look over swiftly. To his surprise, Luffy lay on the ground while Lucci engaged Usopp in a verbal sparring match. Just as Yi Luo prepared to move, he sensed Aokiji's aura encircling him again. Any attempt to act would be instantly thwarted by Aokiji. Damn it. Lucci really dares to go all out. Yi Luo remarked, somewhat disgruntled. Do you really believe that a man who adheres to the tenets of dark justice would show mercy? Aokiji chuckled. While he would not, neither would Luffy fall so easily. Seeing Luffy slowly rise to his feet, a smile crept onto Yi Luo's lips. Aokiji observed Luffy's struggling form. Though he admired his resilience, he knew such a state was insufficient for combat against Lucci. Thus, He paid little heed to Yi Luo's words, remaining vigilant to prevent any sudden actions. Yet, the ensuing events were beyond anyone's imagination. The gravely injured Straw Hat Luffy managed to defeat the world government's prodigy, Rob Lucci. Not only Aokiji but also the admirals were astonished. In their view, Lucci's strength was insurmountable for mere pirates. However, reality delivered a resounding slap to their assumptions. Luffy, hurry. Use your rubber abilities to fly over here. I'll carry you away. Usopp shouted excitedly upon witnessing Luffy's victory. No, I cannot. Luffy replied weakly from his position on the ground. Cannot. Why not? We have vanquished the enemy and rescued Robin. Why aren't we fleeing? Usopp's frustration grew. Time was of the essence, and they were still encircled by 11 warships and several admirals. I can't move. Luffy stammered. Usopp froze, realizing that the fierce battle had likely exhausted Luffy's energy. What do we do now? Usopp's words trailed off as the admirals, having discerned their intentions, swiftly commanded the last escape vessel to be sunk. We're doomed. As they watched the lifeboat succumb to the naval fire, the Straw Hats felt their hearts sink. Nice job. Straw Hat. Fool, your voice is loud enough for them to hear. No matter, I want them to know. Suddenly, voices echoed across Eni's lobby through the transponder snail. Frankie. Upon hearing the familiar voices, was moved to tears. He recognized the voices of his presumed dead comrades. Big brother. Can you hear us? It's us. We are safe. The giants shielded us from the cannon fire. The warships are approaching again. You must flee. We have a means of escape. Do not worry. We will meet again. Frankie's crew chuckled through the transponder snail. What is happening? Report, sir. It seems the pirates who were swept into the whirlpool at the front gate are alive for some unknown reason. The Navy quickly grasped the situation, deeming them mere fodder, and dispatched 2 warships. However, the real concern lay with the Straw Hat crew. Look at the first pillar. Straw Hat Luffy lies there motionless. An alert officer reported. Immediately bombard the first pillar. The naval officer commanded. Everyone, jump into the sea. Robin, do you have a way to throw Luffy into the water? Usopp shouted, tears streaming down his face. Are you insane? Jumping into the sea guarantees no chance of survival. Zoro shouted back in disbelief. But don't we have a comrade waiting for us? Is Chopper down there? Usopp cried out. Oh, I see him. Chopper, his face streaked with tears, shouted back. Jump down, we're going home. With a flourish, Robin utilized her powers to toss Luffy into the sea. Mermaid. Luffy's eyes immediately caught sight of the Thousand Sunny, docked beneath the bridge. At that moment, the Navy realized that a triangular sailboat had appeared, having breached their encirclement. Damn it, who brought that ship here? How did it penetrate our perimeter? Sir, we were unaware of this ship's presence. We don't know when it arrived. The flag suggests it belongs to the Straw Hats. Could they have been hiding here all along? In stark contrast to the Navy's confusion, Yi Luo finally exhaled in relief. The narrative remained potent. Indeed, Luffy was the destined child, capable of overcoming even Lucci. However, just as Yi Luo settled into a moment of tranquility, Aokiji suddenly rose and leaped toward the Thousand Sunny. The Straw Hats, rescued by Kokoro, finally reunited. Robin, thank you for saving Luffy, who still lies incapacitated on the deck. Yi Luo began, but Robin promptly covered his mouth with her ability. It is I who should thank you. Robin replied formally. The other crew members smiled, but Zoro, with a serious expression, interjected, let us save the trivialities until we are safely away, and we still don't know who piloted this ship. Naturally, Zoro's statement met with unanimous dissent, but just as they prepared to admonish him, they beheld Aokiji leaping from the Huajia. Although they recognized the ship's resemblance to a warship, it was distinctly different. None expected Admiral Aokiji to descend from it. You truly have a knack for misfortune, Sanji remarked, exhaling smoke while observing Aokiji. Robin wore a look of disbelief, unable to fathom Akiji's presence. It's that ice user. Luffy, still lying on the deck, grimaced as he recognized Aokiji, his expression grave. Ice ball. In the sky, Admiral Aokiji extended his arms, unleashing 2 icy pillars from his palms, hurtling towards the Mary. To his surprise, he encountered a bounty-hunting pirate while passing by Judicial Island. What shall I do with this pirate crew, Admiral Aokiji? At that perilous moment, the laughter of Yi Luo resonated, shattering Akiji's ice pillars with a single punch. It's Yi Luo. Nami, Usopp, and Chopper exclaimed joyously. However, Sanji and Zoro did not relax at the sight of Yi Luo's arrival. Meanwhile, Frankie and the others were curious about this newly emerged Navy officer and wondered why the Straw Hat crew seemed so familiar with him. Yi Luo, are you planning to turn against the Navy? Aokiji, who had landed back on the Huajia, inquired frostily. How could that be? You misunderstand, Admiral Aokiji. This obscure pirate crew is not worthy of your intervention. Haven't you noticed that even the Vice Admiral has not taken action? Allow me, a Commodore, to handle this. Should I be defeated, it would not be too late for you to step in, Yi Luo replied with a smile, descending alongside Aokiji. Hurry, everyone, run. Yi Luo is buying us time. Nami, though unaware of the exchange between Yi Luo and Aokiji, quickly deduced Yi Luo's intentions upon witnessing the standoff. Frankie, how much longer do you need? Nami asked while calculating the time. I'm still preparing. Frankie, at the stern of the ship, appeared anxious as he planned to use the wind to propel the Mary away. Hey, Straw Hat crew, with your bounty, you should just surrender. Before Frankie could ready himself, Yuluo's voice echoed again. Indeed, as a member of the Navy, his capacity to withstand an Admiral's strike is already his limit. He cannot defy an Admiral's orders. Sanji exhaled smoke, speaking calmly. In that case, let us fight. I have long wished to spar with him. Zoro tightened the bandana around his arm. Why? Aren't we friends with Yuluo? Chopper shouted, still struggling to accept the situation. He is the Navy, and we are pirates. That is the reason, Robin asserted, stepping forward to gaze at Yuluo. Ah, it seems you intend to resist? Allow me to show you why I am known as Commodore Purple Dragon, he declared, the first stance of the 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms, the Dragoness Rage. As the leaves fell, Yuluo gracefully unleashed the 18 palms of the dragon, sending forth a colossal wave of dragon-shaped energy toward the Mary. What is this? Although the Straw Hat crew had a good rapport with Yuluo, it was their first encounter with his technique, leaving them utterly astonished. Meanwhile, on the Huajia, Aokiji expressed mild surprise, realizing that Yuluo was indeed holding nothing back. Allow me to take the lead. Chef, prepare to follow. Zoro exclaimed swiftly before launching a slicing attack directly at Yuluo's dragon-shaped energy wave. Boom. Zoro's strike was engulfed by the 18 palms of the dragon. Yet the dragon-shaped energy wave diminished in intensity. Demon Wind Foot, the finishing touch kick. Sanji unleashed his newly developed signature move, landing a powerful kick against the energy wave. Three-sword style, 108 disturbances. Zoro once again executed a slicing attack, lending his support to Sanji. Boom, boom. The dragon-shaped air wave generated by Yuluo was finally dissipated, yet the ordinary weapon that Zoro had temporarily seized shattered in the process. His original sword, Snow, had been damaged in a prior skirmish, prompting him to hastily pick up a random weapon, which was subsequently destroyed by Yuluo's strike. Meanwhile, Sanji was hurled into the deck of the Mary after being struck by Yuluo's air wave, and only after spitting out blood did he manage to stand up. Is this truly the caliber of a brigadier general from the Navy? With two swords in hand, Zoro, his expression grim, fixed his gaze upon Yuluo, who stood on the Huajia. He murmured, "Oh dear, how formidable. Even my most powerful technique cannot breach your defenses. It seems Luffy's defeat at your hands is indeed justified. Prepare to receive my second move." As Yuluo was poised to unleash his move, the Huajia began to shift, with nearby warships converging towards it. What on earth is happening? Yuluo exclaimed, turning his head in exasperation. Report, sir. We are uncertain who has sealed the gate of justice, but the seawater is obstructed by the gate, creating a whirlpool. A soldier shouted loudly. Well done. Yuluo silently commended Luffy and the others. Yet his voice rang out with urgency. Damn it, stabilize the situation at once. Over there, Aokiji cast a glance at Yuluo, and before Yuluo could react, he leapt into action, unleashing an ice age upon the whirlpool, successfully freezing it in place. As the leaves fell, Yuluo's expression stiffened, and he murmured, "You scoundrel. Do you truly intend to eradicate us completely? I am a naval officer. If you do not take action, I shall." Aokiji cast a sidelong glance at Yuluo and responded, "Very well, I shall indeed take action. I underestimated you." Yuluo retorted, visibly displeased. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat crew was taken aback by Aokiji's sudden assault. Just as they glimpsed a flicker of hope for escape, it was swiftly extinguished, leaving them feeling quite aggrieved. "Nami, I am ready here. We can proceed at any moment." Frankie called out to Nami from the rear of the ship. "Really? That's splendid. Activated immediately." Nami exclaimed with delight. Wind cannon. Just as Yuluo was poised to strike, he suddenly heard Frankie's voice, and a slight smile crept across his face as he devised a way to assist Luffy in his escape. "Luffy, I am about to unleash my move. This time, I shall show no mercy. Should you perish, do not hold it against me." As Frankie prepared to employ the wind cannon, Yuluo suddenly shouted loudly. Luffy, with a serious expression, fixed his gaze upon Yuluo and warned, "Everyone, be cautious. I can sense that Yuluo is indeed serious about not holding back." Zoro and Sanji braced themselves for defense, although they were currently unable to exhibit their full strength. They were the only ones left to engage Yuluo in a desperate fight. "Frankie, hurry. Otherwise, we shall truly perish here," Nami urged anxiously. Wind cannon. Dragon descending 18 palms. Frankie and Yuluo shouted in unison. What? All the Navy personnel, save for Yuluo, stared in astonishment at the small triangular sailboat of the Straw Hat crew, which suddenly shot forth a gust of air from its stern, propelling the little vessel into the air. Yuluo's dragon descending 18 palms struck the ship's rear, not only failing to sink the Straw Hat crew's pirate ship but also, due to the powerful airflow, causing it to soar faster. Ah, how surprising. They actually managed to escape. Yuluo feigned astonishment. "Pursue them. We must capture Nico Robin at all costs," commanded the CP9 officer, his face swollen with anger. "Enough. Look at the entire judicial island and our warships. Do you not comprehend? This time, we have suffered a crushing defeat." At that moment, Aokiji finally spoke up. However, Yuluo yawned nonchalantly and said, Akiji. You saw it yourself. I did not go easy on them. It is getting late. I shall return to headquarters for some rest. With that, Yi Luo ordered the Huajia to set sail back, re-entering the headquarters through the reopened gate of justice. As for the cleanup on Judicial Island, that was naturally Akiji's responsibility and had nothing to do with him. Akiji watched Yi Luo depart, his expression somewhat complex. He had indeed witnessed Yi Luo not holding back, employing even his ultimate technique, but the outcome suggested that this was all part of Yi Luo's design. However, without having captured any incriminating evidence on site, Akiji refrained from saying much, while instructing his subordinates to handle the aftermath at Judicial Island, pondering how to report this to Sengoku. Upon returning to headquarters, Yi Luo was promptly summoned to Sengoku's office, where Carp was munching on senbei. Yi Luo, what transpired at Judicial Island? Sengoku inquired with an angry visage. Marshal, you received the news swiftly indeed. I just returned from Judicial Island, and you already know. Yi Luo replied with a smirk. What else? It was merely the Straw Hat crew causing a ruckus at Judicial Island. That imbecile officer from CP9 actually invoked the Demon Slayer order, resulting in this debacle. The Straw Hat crew? Carp, is it your grandson again? Sengoku directed his questioning gaze at Carp. Ah, it's actually Luffy? I never imagined that little rascal would become so capable. Carp responded with a hearty laugh. Scoundrel, am I to commend him now? Sengoku shouted in frustration. What is wrong with you? Is your family filled with such reckless individuals? Marshal, I must interject. The Straw Hat crew did not possess the capability to reduce Judicial Island to ruins. It was the Demon Slayer order that caused the destruction. However, I must admit, Luffy has truly impressed me. He managed to escape from my grasp. Yi Luo chimed in, grinning alongside Carp. Is that so? Ha ha ha, no wonder he is my grandson. He has indeed grown formidable. Carp exclaimed joyfully upon hearing that Luffy had escaped Yi Luo's clutches. Sengoku glared at the two, who were unabashedly discussing pirates before him, wishing he could simply sweat them both away. Carp, your grandson has caused this trouble. You must resolve it. Sengoku suppressed his anger as he addressed Carp. You want me to handle it? Very well. I haven't seen Luffy in ages, Carp mused before agreeing. Teacher, why must I go as well? The warriors here at headquarters are still waiting for me to teach them martial arts. Yi Luo grumbled as he followed Carp out of Sengoku's office. What? As an elder brother, is it inappropriate to visit your younger brother? Scoundrel, hurry and prepare. It's been ages since I last saw my grandson. Sengoku overheard Yi Luo and Carp's banter from outside the office, suppressing the urge to burst out and strike them, instead picking up the documents on his desk, attempting to distract himself with work. Soon, the preparations for departure were complete. Originally, they were to utilize Carp's dog-headed warship, but due to Yi Luo's prior abandonment by Carp, he made arrangements for the Huajia to also set sail, intending to accompany Carp to Water City as he did not wish to be left behind again. Days later, upon arriving at Water City alongside Carp, Yi Luo casually inquired about Luffy and his crew's whereabouts. Carp stood outside the residence of Luffy and the others, rejecting entry through the front door. Instead, he stood beside the wall, exhaled on his fist, and with a single punch, shattered the entire wall. It's the Navy? This is bad. Luffy is still unconscious. What should we do? Inside the house, apart from Zoro, the Straw Hat crew was present, including Usopp, who was hiding by the window, all startled by Carp's sudden appearance. I have heard that the pirate monkey D. Luffy is here. A few men wish to meet him, Carp declared as he made a dashing entrance, addressing those within the house. However, no one responded, for Luffy, having undergone a fierce battle, remained in a deep slumber. Hey, still sleeping? What an impolite fellow, Carp exclaimed, spotting Luffy snoring away, and in an instant, he was at Luffy's side. So fast. Sanji barely managed to register Carp's movement before he found himself beside Luffy. You rascal, wake up. Carp delivered a punch to Luffy's head, causing him to roll on the ground in pain. This sight made Yi Luo smirk, as he recalled how the old man had often treated him similarly in years past. Does it hurt? Are you not a rubber man? How could a punch inflict pain upon you? Sanji exclaimed in astonishment. Hee, Love's fist cannot be defended against. Carp removed his dog-eared hat and gazed at Luffy. Awakened by Carp's presence, Luffy stared at him in sheer terror, exclaiming, Grandpa? At this revelation, not only Yellowjaw but even the naval soldiers Carp had brought and the others in the room were taken aback. What? This old man is Luffy's grandfather? Yellowjaw's teacher? He is a Navy officer? Sanji and Nami looked at Carp in disbelief. You little brat, you've caused quite the commotion. It seems you have a lot to apologize for. Carp casually questioned as he stood before Luffy. Luffy, is he really your grandfather? Sanji asked skeptically. Indeed, but do not act rashly, or you shall meet your end. Luffy, sitting on the ground, lamented, I had no idea how many times I nearly perished. All because of him. Hey, don't speak so harshly. I'm your dear grandfather. Carp retorted, looking at Luffy with discontent. Even if I pushed you off a cliff, banished you to a dark forest at midnight, or tied you to a balloon and sent you soaring into the sky, it was all to mold you into a capable Navy officer. As he spoke, Carp was almost moved by his own words. Yet the fact that his beloved grandson had chosen to become a pirate infuriated him immensely. Others, upon hearing Carp's treatment of Luffy, couldn't help but shudder. With Sanji seemingly recognizing the source of Luffy's indomitable spirit. Haven't I always said, I aspire to be a pirate? Luffy finally stood up, shouting defiantly about his dream. What? How dare you argue back? I see you are deeply poisoned by Shanks. Carp roared in anger. Shanks? He's my lifesaver. I will not allow you to speak ill of him. Luffy shouted back furiously upon hearing Carp mention Shanks. Shanks? Is he the infamous pirate, red-haired Shanks? Robin asked in surprise. Indeed, Luffy's straw hat was gifted to him by that very man, and he cherishes it dearly. Nami nodded in agreement. You brat, daring to tell your grandfather not to speak? It seems you are in dire need of a lesson. While the grandfather and grandson continued their quarrel, Luffy found himself helplessly grasped by Carp, unable to resist. Oh no, Luffy has been captured by the Navy. He stands no chance of resistance. Chopper expressed his concern. After all, he is his grandfather. This was somewhat expected. Sanji felt the situation was quite precarious, wanting to assist Luffy but unsure how to proceed. Suddenly, amidst the bickering, the two fell asleep simultaneously. They fell asleep? What shall we do now? This is too incredible. They can even sleep while arguing. I have no idea. This is my first encounter with such a phenomenon. The Straw Hat crew exchanged awkward glances, unsure of how to proceed with the slumbering duo. Hello, everyone. How have you been during these past few days? At that moment, Yellowa walked in from outside. Yellowa, Nami, and the others exclaimed joyfully. With Yellowa present, they felt they could communicate, though they were uncertain how to interact with Luffy's grandfather. They were also aware that their escape from Enies lobby was thanks to Yellowa. Otherwise, they would have fallen victim to the admirals and vice-admirals. Rest assured, my teacher will not make things difficult for Luffy, Yellowa said with a smile. Your teacher is really Luffy's grandfather? And a Navy officer at that? Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke, incredulous. Indeed, do not let Carp's appearance fool you. He is formidable. At least capable of facing Aokiji, Yellowa affirmed. Everyone was momentarily stunned. Aokiji was an admiral, and there seemed to be no admiral named Carp among the three admirals. Wait, did you say Carp? Is he the famed hero of the Navy? How is he Luffy's grandfather? Nami suddenly recalled something, questioning in surprise. The hero of the Navy? I have heard of him. He is a legendary figure with immense strength. Frankie chimed in seriously. Indeed, my teacher is the renowned Vice Admiral Carp, the hero of the Navy. For certain reasons, he has repeatedly declined promotions to Admiral, remaining a Vice Admiral. But do not underestimate him, otherwise, you will meet a dreadful fate. Yellowa smiled knowingly. Oh no, I actually fell asleep. Wait, Luffy, you little rascal, how could you sleep while being reprimanded? Carp exclaimed as Luffy woke to see bubbles escaping from his mouth, promptly delivering a loving fist. However, with Yellowa's arrival, the Straw Hat crew chose to ignore the peculiar antics of the grandfather and grandson. The conversation shifted back to their previous topic, with Carp enlightening the crew about the New World and the so-called Four Emperors. Just then, outside, a commotion erupted as Zoro was seen battling naval soldiers with two swords. You two, go and stop him, Carp said with a broad smile. Yes, sir, Kabi and Balumeb responded, nodding. Having trained under Yellowa, they had grown significantly, and Carp had brought them along to expose them to the wider world due to their acquaintance with Luffy. Teacher, they are probably not yet a match for that swordsman, Yellowa remarked helplessly. No worries, practical experience is the best training. Carp waved his hand dismissively. As anticipated, after a short while, despite their training under Yellowa, they were only marginally stronger than in the original story and were swiftly defeated after exchanging about 10 blows with Luffy and Zoro. Ha ha ha, they are clearly no match. Little Yellowa, do you want to give it a try? Carp laughed heartily. I'll pass. Luffy is not my match yet. Perhaps after he grows a bit more. Yellowa replied with a smile. He certainly would not intervene now. He would wait until 2 years later, when it would be time to reap the rewards of their bounties. For now, Luffy's bounty was over 100 million, while the new bounties were still on their way and had not yet fully spread. However, upon hearing Carp's words, Zoro and Luffy felt a surge of eagerness, having long desired to spar with Yellowa, especially after witnessing a glimpse of his strength during the Enies lobby incident. You need not concern yourselves. Zoro still has one sword left, and you both bear injuries. Save your confrontation for another time. Yellowa, recognizing their battle intent, waved his hand. Luffy and Zoro, realizing this, abandoned their challenge. Now that the matter is settled, you all hurry and repair the wall. Carp commanded the naval soldiers behind him. Huh? Why? The soldiers appeared frozen in disbelief. Did we not break it? Of course, it must be repaired. Carp replied as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. If that's the case, why did you break the wall to begin with? Because it looked cool. You cannot justify destruction for that reason. Indeed. If we are to repair it, you must assist as well. Ah, very well then. As the leaves fell within the room, Yiluo engaged in conversation with Nami and Chopper, completely disregarding Carp, who was outside haggling with the soldiers. It was quite surprising to witness the legendary hero of the Navy in such a light, Nami remarked, observing Carp mingling with the soldiers. Do not assume that all in the Navy are villainous. In truth, the majority are individuals driven by a sense of justice. It is only a small fraction that tarnishes the Navy's reputation, compounded by the machinations of the world government, which has unjustly burdened the Navy with blame. Thus, in the eyes of some, the Navy is perceived as a group of inactive evildoers, Yi Luo explained with a smile, shaking his head. Zoro, who had just entered, recalled his encounter with the Navy's Captain T. Bone, nodding in agreement with Yi Luo. Luffy, your grandfather is quite an extraordinary man, Sanji expressed sincerely as he glanced at the arriving Luffy. I'm not entirely sure. I don't know much about his work, Luffy replied nonchalantly. Carp, I heard your son met with you? Carp, who was busy patching a wall, suddenly turned to ask. Dad. I have a dad, Luffy responded in astonishment. What? You two have never met? But he said he saw you off in Lowtown. Wasn't Xiao Yi there at that time? Carp casually remarked while picking his nose. Yi Luo confirmed, noting that Luffy had indeed been pursued by Smoker at that moment, preventing their meeting. Who is Luffy's father? Why am I so curious? Nami interjected. Unable to contain herself. Lowtown. Was Luffy's father there? Zoro and Sanji looked at Carp with keen interest, eager to unravel Luffy's lineage. Teacher, is it truly appropriate to discuss such matters in this setting? Yi Luo shook his head, feeling somewhat helpless. Oh, is that so? Ha ha ha, then I shall refrain from speaking. Carp nodded in response. Come on, hurry up and tell us. This is agonizing. All present, except for Luffy, were intensely curious about the identity of Luffy's father. Luffy, your father's identity is somewhat sensitive and thus unsuitable for discussion in such a crowded place, Yi Luo said apologetically. However, before Luffy could process this, Carp interjected. Indeed. Your father, Monkey D. Dragon, is the leader of the Revolutionary Army, and as a Navy man, I cannot speak of him. At this revelation, everyone except Luffy was left in shock, including the sailors outside and Usopp, who was hiding by the window, all startled by the mention of Luffy's father. Monkey D. Dragon? What is happening? Why is everyone reacting this way? Luffy asked in bewilderment. Dragon is actually Dragon? This is the first time I've heard his full name. One sailor exclaimed, his face filled with astonishment. I can't believe the revolutionary leader Dragon has a son, the pirate Straw Hat Luffy. This is monumental. Another sailor echoed. Equally astounded. Dragon is Mr. Luffy's father, and Vice Admiral Carp is Mr. Luffy's grandfather, which means Dragon is Vice Admiral Carp's son. Kobe was taken aback by his own conclusion, struggling to believe it. What a chaotic family. A Navy Vice Admiral, a revolutionary, and a pirate. This is utterly bewildering. The Lumber lamented, clutching his head in disbelief. As the crowd's astonishment grew, Luffy sensed the gravity of the situation and turned to Robin, asking, what is going on? You fool, you've never heard of the name Dragon? Sanji exclaimed, nearly at his wit's end. Luffy, your father is quite an extraordinary figure. Frankie, evidently aware of Dragon's significance, chimed in. How do I explain this? As pirates, we do not actively engage the world government or the Navy. But the Revolutionary Army is different. They are the only organization currently capable of overthrowing the world government, and their leader is Dragon. Robin pondered for a moment before explaining. His ideology has sparked revolts across many nations, leading to their eventual downfall. Thus, your father is deemed the world's most notorious criminal and our primary target in the Navy, Yi Luo added with a smile. Yet, Luffy did not seem particularly affected by this information. It was at this point that Carp realized he may have misspoken, scratching his head and saying, it seems I've made a mistake. Perhaps you should all just forget I said anything. Everyone was dumbfounded by Carp's blunder, astonished that he would show such a lack of decorum in this setting. Once the wall was repaired, Carp prepared to leave, but not before addressing Luffy. You are my grandson, so I want to apprehend you. I've already thought of an excuse. So you all can feel free to remain here. Vice Admiral, that hardly qualifies as an excuse. Wouldn't it be better to let them escape? Carpsade replied, somewhat exasperated. Forget it. Just chat with Xiao Yu and Kobe. I'll take my leave. Carp clearly had no interest in reminiscing with Luffy, feeling reassured once he saw his grandson was safe. All right, bye. Luffy responded casually. You scoundrel. You're far too indifferent. Can't you at least show a bit of affection for your grandfather? It's been so long since we last met. As expected. Luffy's attitude once again provoked Carp's ire, leading to another round of reprimand. Indeed, it was evident that the familial bond between them was strong. Nami, observing the interaction between Luffy and Carp, turned to Yi Luo with a bemused expression. Yi smiled and said, do not be deceived by the teacher's appearance. He, like Luffy, possesses an undeniable charm that compels one to willingly follow his lead. Nami, Sanji, and Chopper remained silent. Perhaps this was the very reason they consented to board the ship. As Yi Luo engaged in conversation with Nami and Sanji, Luffy and Zoro were also conversing with Kobe. However, Nami refrained from eavesdropping due to Yi Luo's presence. After reminiscing, Kobe and Balumabai followed Yi Luo as they departed. Before leaving, Yi Luo cautioned Luffy and the others that, due to the events surrounding Enies Lobby, they had now drawn the attention of the world government and the higher echelons of the Navy. He elucidated the reason behind the world government's anxiety regarding Robin. As the only scholar capable of deciphering the poneglyphs, her identity was of paramount importance. Observing Luffy's demeanor, Yi Luo discerned that his words had not registered, yet he was reassured by the presence of the Straw Hat crew, which was why he chose this moment to speak with Luffy. After their departure, they returned directly to the warship, yet they did not set sail. The repercussions of Garp's revelation to Sengoku that Luffy was his grandson were predictably severe, resulting in Garp receiving a thorough reprimand. Nevertheless, Garp opted not to apprehend Luffy, instead choosing to wait until Luffy set sail, treating it as a farewell. As for Yi Luo, he expressed indifference, noting that there were plenty of pirates in Water 7. He did not remain on the ship, but took Lina and a small contingent of marines to capture several bounty criminals, which would yield diamonds and allow him to appease Sengoku, an advantageous dual benefit. Old man, it seems like Luffy and the others are hosting a banquet. Shouldn't I join them? Are we really not going? Yi Luo remarked languidly, observing the lively scene in Water 7 from Garp's ship. No way. If I go, I would have to capture my grandson. They wouldn't even have a chance to escape. If I let them off a bit during their departure, they might still have a chance. Garp replied, shaking his head. I knew it would come to this. Rest assured, I've already captured a considerable number of bounty criminals, so I can report back to the Admiral. Yi Luo winked at Garp. After pondering for a moment, Garp shook his head and said, forget it, you go ahead. I want to join you. All right then, if you're not going, I'll go alone. Lina, are you coming? Yi Luo shrugged nonchalantly. Lina hesitated for a moment before responding. My lord, you go ahead. I'll stay here and keep the Admiral company. Such a good girl. Garp replied with a joyful laugh, completely ignoring Yi Luo. As the leaves fell, Yi Luo had no intention of seeking trouble for himself. He swiftly departed from the warship and made his way to the location where Luffy and the others were hosting a banquet. He found himself yearning for Sanji's culinary skills. However, before he could approach, he sensed the presence of Aokiji. Frowning slightly, Yi Luo recalled that there was indeed a subplot involving Aokiji seeking a private conversation with Robin. Given his intervention at Eni's lobby, it was uncertain whether Aokiji would spare Robin, so he decided to investigate further. Upon arriving, he only found Robin, the artist, looking rather distressed, while Aokiji had vanished. Was that Aokiji? Yi Luo inquired, observing Robin's troubled expression. She nodded, replying, yes, why are you here again? I intended to come for some food, but sensing Aokiji's presence made me worry for your safety, so I rushed over. Yi Luo explained candidly. Thank you. But he had no intention of making a move. Robin managed to regain some composure and responded. In that case, let's go. We cannot miss the banquet. Yi Luo smiled, refraining from asking what transpired between her and Aokiji. Meanwhile, on a distant island in the Grand Line, Blackbeard Teach learned through the newspaper about Luffy's recent actions. I hear they breached Eni's lobby. The bounty will soar now. Van Augur, the sharpshooter of the Blackbeard pirates, remarked softly. Speaking of Eni's lobby, that leads us to the sea train of Water 7. Captain Lafitte, the navigator, chuckled. It seems to be quite near. This is fate. Van Augur sighed. Cough, cough. It's truly unfortunate for them to fall within our range. They are quite pitiable. Dr. Q, the ship's doctor, coughed a few times. Captain, let us go? Shouted the helmsman, Buggy, with excitement. Of course, lads, prepare to set sail. Blackbeard Teach echoed enthusiastically. Just then, another voice interrupted their revelry. Wait, Teach. You're making it easy for me to find you. Fire Fist Ace lounged atop a rooftop, gazing down at Teach leisurely. Oh, it's Captain Ace. Blackbeard exclaimed, seemingly delighted. Although his primary target was Luffy, he wouldn't turn down the opportunity presented by Ace. Do not call me that. Captain is a title reserved for those deserving of respect. You are quite the captain yourself now, Marshal D. Teach. Ace replied, his expression devoid of emotion. Ha ha ha, it's been a while, Ace. What brings you here? How did you know I was here? Teach asked, still smiling. He feared that Whitebeard would personally hunt him down, as he currently lacked the strength to contend with him. Teach, enough with the pleasantries. You know the current situation. Ace fixed his gaze on Teach. I understand. Then let me say this. Join us, Ace. Together we shall conquer the world. I have devised a meticulous plan. The era of Whitebeard is over, and I shall become the Pirate King. Our first step is to eliminate that straw hat brat who just stormed Eni's lobby. They are currently in Water 7, Teach declared with a hint of madness. What? Straw hat brat? Ace interrupted, astonished. Indeed, the straw hat Luffy. Teach responded earnestly. You are audacious. He is my brother. Ace adjusted his hat, stating firmly. However, before he could finish, a gunshot rang out, and a sniper's bullet pierced his body. Fortunately, the wound ignited in flames, a manifestation of his Mera Nomi abilities, which rendered him immune to ordinary physical harm. Before he could react, Buggy launched a surprise attack from behind, wielding a small house. Stop, Buggy! Augur! Teach shouted in alarm. Unfortunately, Ace did not afford them the chance. With a series of fiery techniques, he countered their assaults and launched a counteroffensive. Fools! You shouldn't act recklessly. You are not his match yet. Teach admonished the fallen assailants. Fire Fist. Yet before they could continue their conversation, Ace's attack surged once more. Struck by Ace's fiery fist, Teach ignited, and with considerable effort, his crew helped extinguish the flames, though Teach was left gasping for breath. Ha ha ha, I see. Ace, you are here to kill me, but it is understandable. After all, killing a comrade is a grave sin. Teach rose from the ground, laughing maniacally. Indeed, I did kill the 4th Division Captain, Sachi, but it was unavoidable. That fruit I coveted appeared in his grasp. So you killed him to seize the fruit? Ace frowned, questioning him. Although Ace himself was a fruit user, he could not equate a devil fruit with the value of a companion. Yes, I had infiltrated the Whitebeard pirates for over a decade, hoping to acquire that fruit, but it unexpectedly ended up in the hands of a comrade. I was left with no choice. Teach boasted, ha ha ha. Ace, rather than saying I stole the fruit, it would be more accurate to say the fruit chose me. No matter how you phrase it, killing a comrade aboard a pirate ship is a grave sin that cannot be forgiven. Ace declared solemnly. Is that so? But my current strength has become the greatest. This fruit stands out even among the natural types. Teach showed no fear in the face of Ace, already considering the possibility of capturing Ace and presenting him to the Navy. After all, capturing a captain of the Whitebeard pirates would surely be worth exchanging for a warlord. Ace's expression turned serious. Initially, he believed finding Teach would be the most challenging part of their confrontation. Teach had not displayed remarkable strength during his time with the Whitebeard pirates, and Sachi's death was a result of a sneak attack. However, it appeared that Teach had undergone significant changes. Ha ha ha, Ace, your body is fire, right? Mine is darkness. Teach laughed as he activated his abilities. Darkness? Ace looked at Teach in confusion. Although darkness was also a natural element, he was completely unaware of its capabilities. Teach proceeded to demonstrate his powers through action, revealing the gravitational force that attracted all things, the essence of darkness. After consuming the Yami Yami no Mi and becoming a dark man, Teach acquired the ability to absorb the powers of other devil fruit users. Once touched by Teach, the powers of any devil fruit user would vanish, coupled with his attractive abilities, rendering him quite formidable. Fortunately, although he belonged to the natural category, he could not fully transform into an element, leaving a slight flaw in his powers. Otherwise, Teach's fruit would indeed be considered the strongest. While it was presumed that all fruit users would heavily rely on their abilities, leaving them vulnerable without them, Ace was taken aback by Teach's basic combat prowess. Today's encounter is destined to be a turning point. Sniped Van Augur, standing by to observe. Though you possess impressive skills, it's a pity join us, Ace. Teach gazed at Ace, who was wounded and kneeling on the ground, and once again urged him to surrender. Fool. If you wish for the evil forces to yield, a man will lose his dignity. I shall never allow my life to bear such a stain. Do you understand? Ace wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and replied, fully aware that he could not escape his fate today. From the very beginning, he had been careless, caught off guard by Teach's unexpected strikes, which inflicted unavoidable damage. Despite his desperate struggle later on, Teach's formidable strength was not to be underestimated, leading to this dire situation. Survival is the greatest victory, Ace. How regretful it is, since it has come to this. You shall perish in the darkness. Teach bellowed with exhilaration. Though he had long understood the powers of the dark fruit, this was his first encounter with a formidable opponent, and he was thoroughly satisfied with the outcome of the battle. Great Flame Ring, Flame Emperor. Ace summoned the last of his strength to unleash his ultimate technique. Is it the sun or the darkness? There can be only one victor. The dark aura emanated from Teach, clashing fiercely with Ace's flames. I will make Whitebeard the king of the seas, Ace declared calmly, meeting Teach's gaze. Yet, at that moment, the image of Leaf fell into his mind. Leaf had warned him more than once to be cautious of Teach, even advising him after learning of his pursuit. It seemed that Teach harbored many secrets. Thinking of Leaf, a smile crept upon Ace's lips. As his brother, surely he would avenge him, and he would take care of Luffy. However, he lamented that he could not look after their father. With a thunderous roar, fire and darkness collided, the shockwave engulfing the entire island, transforming it into a desolate ruin. Meanwhile, Leaf, amidst the festivities, suddenly felt an unsettling sensation and began to glance around anxiously. Luffy, what is wrong? Chopper inquired, noticing something amiss while playing with Luffy. As Iluo turned to look at Luffy, he observed Luffy pausing his mischievous antics, placing a hand on his chest, and saying, I'm not quite sure. Just a moment ago, I felt a twinge of pain. Perhaps my previous injuries have yet to heal. Never mind. A hearty meal should suffice. With that, Luffy scanned his surroundings and stretched out his hand, stealthily acquiring a generous amount of meat from bones. A sense of discomfort washed over Iluo. It was Ace. It seemed a realization struck him, altering his expression, and he rose to his feet. Not far from Water City, on the island of Bonero. After several hours of combat between Ace and Teach, a group of fishermen emerged from the sea onto the shore. Captain, this is the spot. From a distance, I witnessed the eruption of battle here. My strength is limited, so I dared not approach. But I can confirm that one of the parties possesses the ability to wield flames. Thus, I hasten to find you, remarked a smaller fishman to a robust fishman in the center. Let us investigate further. Even if flames are involved, we cannot ascertain that it is Ace. The stout fishman was a member of the Jinbei pirates, sent by Jinbei and Neptune on a mission to locate Ace. It must be Ace. This is his hat. Could it be that he was defeated? No way. Ace is incredibly strong. Quickly, take this hat and contact Captain Jinbei. Inform him we've found a lead on Ace. But the situation appears dire. We need him here. The sight of Ace's fallen had darkened the fishman's expression. On Fishman Island, in the undersea dragon palace, Jinbei, upon receiving word from his subordinates, promptly arrived to discuss how to address the matter with King Neptune. Your Majesty, it has indeed unfolded as Yi Luo described. What shall we do? Jinbei inquired, a troubled look upon his face. Knowing something would occur yet failing to prevent it filled him with regret. He wished he had taken it more seriously and sought out Ace sooner. Where is Yi Luo now? First, inform him. Also, give a heads up to Whitebeard, otherwise we may find ourselves at a disadvantage. Neptune's eyes gleamed with urgency as he spoke to Jinbei. Additionally, we must deliberate on the proposal Yi Luo provided since events have transpired just as he predicted. Understood, Your Majesty. Jinbei nodded and departed. Needing to notify Yi Luo and the old man that Ace was in trouble, the world might soon be thrown into chaos once more. Meanwhile, news of Luffy's breach of Eni's lobby swiftly spread across the globe, reaching the hometown of the Straw Hat crew. In the palace of Alabasta, the king and a few others were quietly discussing something, careful not to let Princess Vivi overhear. Your Majesty, how could Nico Robin be with Luffy and the others? If Princess Vivi found out, it would surely break her heart. Ikaram expressed his concerns. Ah, that woman is indeed an enigmatic figure. King Cobra nodded in acknowledgement. However, unbeknownst to them, Princess Vivi was already aware of the situation and was unfazed. Mr. Luffy is a rather peculiar individual, even when you are beside him. His thoughts remain elusive, but since it is their choice, we must trust them. I am their companion, Vivi said with a smile as she touched the mark on her hand. Ah, Princess Vivi, you have truly matured. The others were moved to tears, leaving Vivi in a state of confusion. Meanwhile, in Water City, Luffy and the crew had just received their latest bounty notices. Straw Hat Luffy, 300 million. Pirate Hunter Zoro, 120 million. Devil Child Nico Robin, 80 million. Black Leg Sanji, photo acquisition failed, 77 million. King of Snipers Usopp, 30 million. Cat Burglar Nami, 16 million. Cotton Candy Lover Chopper, Pet, 50. Iron Man Frankie, 44 million. The total bounty reached an astonishing 667 million berries, even stirring Yi Luo's interest. By the way, Luffy, according to your upcoming route, you will likely pass through the Devil's Sea, correct? After hearing Frankie's inquiry, Luffy prepared to embark, but was halted by Yi Luo's question. Oh, Yi Luo, have you heard of that sea? Nami asked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Indeed, I am aware of its nature. Wait. Yi Luo, do not speak of it. This is our adventure. If you reveal it now, it will lose its charm. Luffy interrupted, leaving Yi Luo momentarily taken aback. Very well, though it may pose some challenges. With your abilities, you should manage just fine. Yi Luo nodded with a smile, restraining his urge to divulge more. Why can't Yi Luo share? That way, we can prepare accordingly. Nami protested, directing her displeasure at Luffy. This is our adventure. Luffy insisted stubbornly. Such was his nature, typically easygoing, but once he made a decision, it was seldom swayed. All right, I shall not delay your departure any further. I must take my leave. Yi Luo waved goodbye to the Straw Hat crew, intending to return to his ship. However, just as he approached the shoreline, Reina informed him that a fishman was seeking him. What? Are you certain? Yi Luo exclaimed in surprise upon hearing the fishman's words. We cannot confirm, but the hat indeed belongs to Ace. The fishman replied calmly. While perplexed as to why Jinbei cared so deeply for this human, Yi Luo knew he had to prove himself worthy of respect to earn Jinbei's regard. Take me there. My ship will follow behind you. However, at that moment, Yi Luo was too preoccupied to heed the fishman's words, speaking directly. All right. The fishman wasted no time. Nodding before leaping into the sea. Reina, I will greet my teacher. You all depart first. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yi Luo instructed Reina. Upon hearing this, Reina promptly returned to the ship, following the fishman's guidance towards another direction. Upon reaching Captain Garp's ship, Yi Luo was unexpectedly greeted by the presence of Akiji. Though he had no time to acknowledge him, he turned straight to Garp and said, Teacher, I have an urgent matter to attend to and need to leave. Please ensure that this group of pirates returns to headquarters. Go on. Garp waved him off, not bothering to inquire further about Yi Luo's plans. As Yi Luo prepared to depart, he politely bowed to the lying Akiji before he left. Vice Admiral Garp, how can you let Yi Luo leave like this? How will you explain it to the Admiral when you return? Akiji inquired after Yi Luo had departed. It seemed that Garp, who was munching on senbei, suddenly remembered that Sengoku had not permitted Yi Luo to set sail. He had only brought him along for this mission. Now, the task remained unfulfilled, and they had lost Yi Luo. Ah, never mind. I'll just tell Sengoku I forgot. Garp replied nonchalantly. Sir, you can't say that. Just like before when you told the Admiral you let the Straw Hat Kid go because he is your grandson, he will definitely be furious. Garpsade said helplessly. Garp's expression stiffened, and he pointed to the almost invisible Huajia ship, exclaiming, Why didn't you say something sooner? You only tell me now that the kid is about to vanish. The eight fell silent, realizing that this was common sense. Karp's reasoning would hardly be accepted by anyone. However, even Akiji, a vice admiral, did not stop Yi Luo from leaving, which surprised the aide. Captain, the Straw Hat crew is preparing to set sail. A Navy soldier reported at that moment. All right, get me a trumpet. And fire a cannonball near them to give them a warning, Karp said with a grin. Indeed, the Straw Hat crew, engrossed in discussing Usopp, did not notice Karp's arrival until a cannonball landed nearby. Hey Luffy, can you hear me? It's Grandpa. It's Grandpa. Vice Admiral Karp shouted into the trumpet towards the Straw Hat crew. Luffy, upon hearing Karp's voice, was immediately bewildered and shouted back, Grandpa, what are you doing? Didn't we agree you wouldn't catch us? Ah, just a little accident. So you'll stay here to feed the fish. To express my apologies. I'll take care of this myself. Bring me cannonballs, Karp casually declared. Watching the soldiers bring cannonballs to Karp, the Straw Hat crew was left in shock. Unsure of Karp's intentions, Karp hurled a cannonball toward the Straw Hat crew's new ship. Boom. Is he really firing a cannonball by hand? Sanji exclaimed, nearly frightened to death by Karp's move. This is even more powerful than a cannon, Zoro said solemnly. Ha ha ha, I'm not old yet. Just my strength has waned a bit recently. That won't do. Karp chuckled, reveling in the astonished expressions of the Straw Hat crew. We can't let the new ship be destroyed like this. Run. Nami urged Luffy, knowing he was still waiting for Usopp, but the situation left them no choice. Bring me 1,000 cannonballs, Karp ordered, removing his justice cape. Is it the fist of the meteor shower? Kobe gasped, shocked by Karp's words. Hadn't they agreed to put on a show and let Luffy and the others go? It's about to begin, kids. Karp smiled, finally adopting a more serious demeanor. Full speed ahead. We'll fend off the cannonballs. Luffy, fully aware of his grandfather's formidable nature, immediately fled without hesitation. Coincidentally, Usopp had just arrived at the port. After understanding the situation, he finally expressed his heartfelt apologies to Luffy. Meanwhile, Luffy, tearful, pulled Usopp onto the ship, but the Doghead warship was closing in on them. On the new ship, Frankie had already devised an escape plan, but since they hadn't named the new ship yet, it felt wrong to set sail without a name. After a brief commotion, they unanimously decided to name it Thousand Sunny, as suggested by Iceberg, the mayor of Water City. Hey look, Luffy and the others have lowered their sails, Kobe exclaimed, noticing the unusual behavior of Luffy's crew. Are they giving up on escaping? The Navy soldiers wondered curiously. Impossible. What are they planning? Karp mused, equally puzzled by Luffy's intentions. Grandpa, Kobe and Yi Luo are so happy to see you. Luffy shouted from the ship's stern towards the Doghead warship, unaware that Yi Luo was no longer present. Luffy, don't rush. There are still cannonballs. Karp laughed, tossing another cannonball their way. Luffy shattered the cannonball with a punch, shouting, it's useless. We need to escape seriously now. Farewell. Luffy's words infuriated Karp, who roared in rage. Damn it, my grandson dares to be so arrogant. Luffy, ignoring his subordinate's advice, Karp brandished a gigantic iron ball. Meanwhile, Luffy continued to bid farewell to his companions in Water City. Mr. Luffy, quickly escape. It's life-threatening. Kobe shouted at Luffy upon seeing Karp's actions. The Straw Hat crew heard Kobe's voice and turned to see Karp wielding the enormous iron ball, their faces paling in fear. Frankie, hurry. Luffy urged anxiously. Don't underestimate me, or you'll regret it. Karp declared, swinging the iron ball towards the Thousand Sunny. Wind burst. Explosion. Just as terror gripped everyone. Frankie had finally readied everything beneath the ship. The Thousand Sunny's stern emitted a powerful blast of air, lifting the entire vessel and evading Karp's massive iron ball. Hey, that was impressive. Although Karp's attack missed, he still smiled, praising the crew. Seeing Luffy's pirate ship soar, even Akiji lifted his eye patch to observe. There's no way. They really got away, Karp's aide said, relieved. Yes, indeed, I've confirmed it. Akiji nodded in agreement. Haha, my grandson truly lives up to his name. Karp chuckled gleefully, entirely unconcerned about missing his target, as he had intended to let Luffy go from the very beginning. Mr. Karp, where did Yi Luo go? Akiji asked quietly as the warship began its return journey. Karp pondered for a moment and sighed. I'm not sure. Recently, that kid recruited quite a few loyal followers at headquarters. He is no longer acting alone. Akiji fell silent for a moment. The folks at headquarters were aware of Yi Luo's situation, but they neither supported nor opposed him. They merely wished to see how far he could go. Previously, he had always acted solo, and while they believed he might not succeed, they felt his failure would be a grave matter. However, now that Yi Luo had begun to establish his own faction, it was likely that headquarters would not remain passive, for any defection would have significant repercussions. Meanwhile, after bidding farewell to Karp and utilizing Moonwalk to return to the Huajia ship, Yi Luo was soon on the island suspected to be where Ace had appeared. Jinbe. As Yi Luo stepped onto the island, numerous fishmen were already gathered, including Jinbe, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. You've arrived? I've taken a look around. And the battle scars here indeed belong to my brother Ace. Jinbe nodded slightly at the falling leaves, acknowledging the greeting, and then spoke with a serious expression. Yi Luo sighed and remarked, the worst-case scenario has materialized. I am certain that it was Blackbeard who engaged Ace, He has acquired the dark fruit. The dark fruit? Is that the fruit he seized after slaying Sachi? Jinbei inquired, furrowing his brow. Indeed, the combination of the dark fruit and teach is far more formidable than mere addition. From this moment forth, even we must exercise caution around him. Only someone of our father's caliber could possibly disregard him, Yi Luo lamented. What? Is he truly that powerful? Jinbei exclaimed, astonished. Without a doubt, the dark fruit possesses a gravitational force akin to that of a black hole, and it can nullify the abilities of its wielder. I suspect Ace was gravely injured due to his carelessness, ultimately rendering him incapable of fleeing. Yi Luo nodded in affirmation. Brother Yi Luo, now that the situation has unfolded, what shall we do? Jinbei asked, a hint of concern in his voice. There is no recourse. Since it has transpired, we must confront it. Have you informed our father? He must be prepared to avoid being caught off guard by the Navy. Yi Luo responded, his head aching with worry. Is war now unavoidable? Jinbei remarked, his spirits dampened. The Navy will not squander such a golden opportunity. They will undoubtedly instigate war to undermine our father, thereby solidifying their foothold in the New World. Yi Luo asserted with certainty. Sighing, Jinbei fell into silence. By the way, brother Jinbei, I have a matter I wish for you to convey to King Neptune. Yi Luo said, patting Jinbei's shoulder. What is it? Jinbei asked, intrigued. I hope that the Fishman tribe can provide some warriors to join the Navy and serve under my command, Yi Luo stated earnestly. Jinbei's expression stiffened. The majority of fishmen dwell in the ocean, and only a few pirates have ventured ashore. The notion of joining the Navy had never crossed their minds. Moreover, most fishmen harbor animosity towards humans. What could they possibly achieve by joining the Navy? I will relay this to His Majesty, but as for the outcome, I cannot say. However, brother Yi Luo, do not harbor excessive expectations, Jinbei began, only to leave the thought unspoken. As the leaves gently fell, Yi Luo nodded and spoke. I understand. So please just convey my message. If any fishmen wish to join the Navy, I can personally accept them. Very well, I shall relay your words. Jinbei solemnly responded. Now, contact Whitebeard, for I must begin my own endeavors. Additionally, if Marco has the time, please ask him to see me. While Whitebeard may not heed my words, Marco will surely understand. Yi Luo nodded, took Ace's hat, and returned to the Huajia, setting sail immediately. Boss, what shall we do now? Asked the underlings of the Fishman pirate crew after Yi Luo's departure. Let us head to the New World to consult with our father. Jinbei replied in a deep voice. On Baldigo Island, the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon had evidently seen the newspaper and was aware of Luffy's current situation. Live according to your dreams. In this era, with your experiences and aspirations, question this world. The day we meet again will inevitably arrive. Dragon stood quietly, gazing at the horizon. Commander, we have received urgent intelligence. At that moment, a revolutionary soldier rushed in to inform Dragon. What news? Dragon inquired as he returned to the conference room. It is concerning Fire Fist Ace. He has been captured by Blackbeard Teach and is likely to be handed over to the government in exchange for a position in the Warlords of the Sea. The intelligence officer reported, holding the confidential document. Dragon was taken aback, glancing at the report and confirming it was sent by Yi Luo, as it bore a coordinate. Presumably for a meeting. Indeed, the situation proposed last time has transpired. We must consider our course of action. Dragon murmured, then turned to say, notify all officers to assemble immediately. Yes. Although surprised by Dragon's command, the messenger did not hesitate and began issuing summons to the scattered officers of the Revolutionary Army. As turmoil erupted worldwide, Garp returned to headquarters, only to be summoned to the office by Sengoku, alongside Aokiji. Does everyone understand the situation? Sengoku informed them about Teach's capture of Ace. Goodness, how terrifying. The youth of today are truly formidable. Yellow Monkey, one of the three admirals, remarked nonchalantly. The last admiral, Akainu, sat silently beside him. Sengoku, have you considered the odds of engaging in battle with Whitebeard? That man is a monster. Suru interjected, arms crossed, and voice grave. This is an opportune moment. Among the emperors, Whitebeard's age has diminished his strength. If we can restrain him, the Whitebeard pirates will be left leaderless. Sengoku replied. Moreover, this is our home turf. After the battle, Marineford will undoubtedly be devastated, but here, we have a solid chance of victory. Garp, however, was not paying attention. Having been unable to process the news of Ace's capture, let us issue a summons to the warlords. They have been under our care for too long and must contribute. Suru nodded in agreement. Very well, this matter is strictly confidential. Please do not disclose it. Sengoku scanned the room, ensuring everyone but Garp acknowledged his order. Garp, I must see Ace. Garp interjected before Sengoku could finish. All right, fine. Sengoku was reluctant but eventually acquiesced upon seeing Garp's expression. Garp rose and departed, while Sengoku observed him, feeling as though this old comrade had aged several years in an instant. Furthermore, ensure Yi Luo does not wander about. It would be best to assign him tasks at headquarters. After all, he has assembled his own crew. Let him manage it. Sengoku remarked with narrowed eyes. Ah, that brat slipped away. He left before encountering Straw Hat Luffy. I have no idea where he went. Akiji said lazily. Sengoku's heart sank, sensing impending trouble. Yi Luo must be found. That boy will not remain passive. Ace is his brother, and upon learning of this, he will surely cause a commotion. Humph. The Navy must uphold its image. Justice does not require softness. Akainu, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke. First, send a notification for Yi Luo to return to headquarters immediately. Sengoku glanced at Akainu and ultimately agreed. At that moment, Yi Luo had already arrived at the agreed location with Dragon, with Reina's warship anchored nearby. Mr. Yi Luo. Clara emerged from the woods, calling out to Yi Luo, who was grilling fish. You've arrived? You're rather slow. Once the headquarters receives news, they will surely summon me back forthwith. If you delay further, I shall be compelled to leave. Yi Luo said, focused on the fish. The distance was considerable. It naturally took time to travel. Sabo followed Clara out of the woods. It seems the Revolutionary Army has made a firm decision. Yi Luo smirked slightly. We shall spare no effort in actions that can strike against the world government. Dragon emerged with a few others, speaking softly. At this point, Yi Luo had completed all arrangements with the Revolutionary Army and, to avoid arousing Sengoku's suspicions, immediately set off to return to headquarters. Commander, can this person be trusted? A revolutionary officer looked at the departing Huajia with skepticism. Humph, do you suspect he is a spy sent by Sengoku? Dragon asked with a chuckle. Isn't it possible? If this is a Navy scheme against us, we would suffer significant losses. The revolutionary officer asserted. With the 2nd Division captain of Whitebeard captured, this must be genuine. And Whitebeard will not stand idle. The Navy can hardly manage Whitebeard. Why would they provoke us? Thus, regardless of its authenticity, we must proceed with this operation. Albeit not according to this lad's plan. Dragon revealed his thoughts with a smile. The revolutionary officers erupted into laughter, while only Sabo furrowed his brows, lost in thought. Sabo, what troubles you? Clara nudged Sabo with her elbow. Do you remember? Yi Luo previously mentioned that my identity can only be unraveled by finding Ace or Straw Hat Luffy. But now, Fire Fist Ace has been captured by the Navy. Sabo hesitated before speaking. Aside from Fire Fist Ace, there is also Straw Hat Luffy. We can seek out Straw Hat as well. Clara dismissed the concern. Yes, Sabo nodded quietly. Though he did not reveal to Clara how intimately familiar he was with Ace's name, his heart heavy with worry for Ace's fate. As Yi Luo neared headquarters, a Navy ship spotted him and promptly informed him that Admiral Sengoku was seeking him, urging him to return immediately. Admiral, I was merely out earning a bit of pocket money. There is no need to rush for me. Yi Luo arrived at the office of Admiral Sengoku, expressing his dissatisfaction. During his recent journey, he had intentionally sought out some pirates to capture, aiming to divert attention, as his pursuit of bounty criminals had become well known at the Navy headquarters. With the recent capture of a bounty criminal in Water City, his total diamond count had surpassed 70,000, bringing him closer to the coveted 100,000 mark. Yet, he refrained from participating in the lottery, choosing instead to devote himself to rigorous training upon returning to headquarters. He understood that after the Navy secretly obtained Ace, Sengoku would no longer permit him to venture out. Thus the growth of his strength hinged upon the treasures he could acquire with those 70,000 diamonds. After a brief exchange of pleasantries with Admiral Sengoku, Yi Luo took his leave. Sengoku's method of keeping Yi Luo at headquarters was straightforward. Given that Yi Luo had previously promoted the Arhut Fist within the Navy, Sengoku decided to allow him to continue that endeavor. Yi Luo did not object, knowing that significant events were imminent in Marineford, and thus felt at ease remaining at headquarters. A day later, Yi Luo reappeared at the training ground. His daily routine involved not only instructing the soldiers in the Arhut Fist, but also honing his own martial arts skills. Currently, his internal skill was the Ziwa Divine Art, which had reached level 3. His strongest technique was the 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms, though it remained at level 1, and in terms of lightness skill, he had recently learned the Snow Without Traces technique, which was also at level 1. After returning to headquarters the previous day, he spent all 70,000 diamonds, acquiring numerous valuable items, including experience scrolls. The treasure lottery cost 10,000 per draw, and he opted for a 5-draw spree. Although he did not obtain any unparalleled treasures, he did acquire much-needed experience scrolls. Out of the 5 draws, 2 yielded experience scrolls. According to the information provided, these scrolls would not only enhance his character experience but also improve his proficiency in martial arts manuals. Taking advantage of the lull after capturing bounty criminals alongside the Revolutionary Army cadres, he managed to elevate his character level by 1, though he was still only at level 21. Furthermore, he discovered that the benefits of his character level were minimal, prompting him to set that concern aside for the moment. Currently, his martial arts manuals required significant proficiency to master. Relying solely on personal practice would take years to achieve substantial progress. Hence the experience scrolls were invaluable for this purpose. However, before using the scrolls, he hesitated. Initially, he intended to allocate all of them to the 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms, but after spending the remaining 20,000 diamonds, he drew 2 manuals, acquiring a subpar technique and a superior technique manual, the One Yang Finger. This created a dilemma for him. while the one-yang finger possessed considerable power and was less taxing than the 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms. It merely provided a temporary solution to his internal energy insufficiency. He understood that the one-yang finger was also energy-intensive, and without a high-level internal cultivation manual, he could not fight freely. Ultimately, Luo decided to invest all experience scrolls into the 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms, relegating the inferior manual to his inventory, as he could later combine 10 of them through the synthesis system introduced in the last update. Thus, after depleting his entire fortune, he successfully obtained the one-yang finger and upgraded the 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms once. Post-upgrade, Luo mastered the 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms with greater finesse, to the point where he could execute it without exerting full force. Though the power was diminished, he could now avoid the risk of losing combat effectiveness after a single strike, allowing him to practice subsequent techniques, which he deemed a modest achievement. Sir, Vice Admiral Garp has sent me to summon you. A naval soldier interrupted Luo's training. I understand. Luo donned his attire and followed the soldier to Garp's office. This space was typically deserted, as Garp rarely occupied his office. Follow me. As Luo entered Garp's office, Garp immediately exited, leaving Luo puzzled. Master, are we setting sail? But the Admiral forbids me from doing so. Luo inquired upon boarding Garp's dog-headed warship. Just because he forbids you from sailing, does that mean you must comply? When did you become so obedient? Garp chuckled wryly, responding. As the leaves fell, Luo wore a face of helplessness, questioning the situation at hand. Before long, the warship traversed through the gate of justice, arriving at the depths of the underwater prison. Garp led Luo directly to the lowest level, unimpeded, as if he had already established a cordial rapport with the guards. Teacher, what brings us here? Though Luo had surmised Garp's intentions, he feigned ignorance. Need I state the obvious? I brought you here to see Ace. Garp shot Luo an exasperated glance. I still have no knowledge of Ace's capture. Don't put me in a difficult position. Luo shrugged in response. Luo, what brings you here? Upon Garp and Luo's arrival before Ace, the latter appeared utterly astonished. Can you not be so reckless? I told you not to pursue Teach. You disregarded my advice, and I ended up trailing you through much of the Grand Line, yet I still couldn't locate you. Luo sighed heavily. Impudent brat. Who do you think you are? Before Ace could retort, Garp interjected. My apologies, my apologies. Luo quickly apologized, rubbing the spot where Garp had struck him. After Luo's apology, the entire scene fell into a hushed silence. Garp remained silent, as did Ace, leaving Luo to glance around awkwardly. You scoundrel, Ace is your brother. Aren't you worried he has been captured? Garp finally inquired after a prolonged pause. What good is worry? Who told that brat not to heed my advice? Now, Admiral Sengoku will undoubtedly use Ace as bait to lure Whitebeard into battle, giving the Navy an opportunity to establish a foothold in the New World. Such significant matters are beyond my involvement. Luo replied, shaking his head. Garp looked at Luo with a hint of surprise. He was certain that none of those who attended the meeting that day would divulge this information to Luo, yet this young man seemed to know, which piqued his interest. How did you come to know? Garp asked after a moment's thought. Isn't it obvious? The moment I saw Ace, I understood. Luo retorted, rolling his eyes. Meanwhile, Ace, who was shackled, wore a bewildered expression, struggling to grasp Luo's words. What do you mean? Is the Navy planning to take action against Dad? Ace asked, astonished. Isn't that stating the obvious? The New World has always been ruled by the Four Emperors, and the Navy naturally wishes to intervene. However, the pirate crews of the Four Emperors are not easily vanquished. Thus, the declining Whitebeard has become the target. And now you've been captured. It's practically a gift handed to them. Luo sighed. Brother Luo, please help me. Send a message to Dad, and tell him not to come for me. Ace, who had remained calm, suddenly struggled and shouted at Luo. You know I'm with the Navy. This situation indeed benefits them. Luo turned his head and whispered. The response from Luo not only left Ace in a state of shock, but even Garp seemed to regard Luo as a stranger, staring at him in bewilderment. What are you looking at? Am I not a member of the Navy anymore? Luo exclaimed in a fit of rage and embarrassment. I apologize, it is my fault. Ace replied despondently as he sank down onto a seat. Garp, on the other hand, regarded Luo with a hint of admiration, nodding as he inquired, is there a way to save Ace? That will depend on Whitebeard's capabilities. Luo replied with a hint of pride. Garp paused for a moment, quickly grasping Luo's implication, and shook his head before rising to depart. Luo, after conversing with Ace for a while longer, eventually made his exit. Have you finished? Garp asked upon seeing Luo emerge. As the leaves gently fell, Luo was the first to board the dog-headed battleship. The people of that era are becoming increasingly scarce. I wonder when it will be my turn. After the ship set sail, Garp stood beside Luo and remarked, Teacher, you are a member of the Navy. Who would dare to lay a hand on you? After all, it was you who defeated Rox back in the day. Luo smiled faintly and replied. Garp, however, did not smile. He gazed into the distant sea, seemingly lost in thought. Upon returning to the headquarters, Luo resumed his training. Sengoku appeared unaware that Luo had accompanied Garp to see Ace. Nevertheless, the atmosphere in the headquarters shifted significantly, as if the air itself carried a hint of impending battle. When Yi Luo finally mastered a particular technique, he received news about Luffy. One of the 7 warlords of the sea, Gecko Moria, had been defeated by Luffy, infuriating Sengoku, who then confronted Carp. Carp, however, remained unfazed. Bear, you don't feel pity for them just because they're injured, do you? Otherwise, why haven't you captured even one member of the Straw Hat Pirates? Sengoku questioned Bartholomew Kuma, one of the warlords present. Rest assured, Luffy is not the type to boast about defeating Moria. Carp retorted with a smirk, displaying a hint of pride. They are indeed making their way to the Navy headquarters via the log pose, correct? Kuma replied calmly. By the way, I've brought some new tea. Sengoku, bring out your biscuits. Carp seemingly ignored the serious discussion at hand, holding a bag of tea leaves as he addressed Sengoku. Damn you, Carp. Shut your mouth. Sengoku shouted, nearly exasperated by Carp's antics. In that case, let us deal with them when they arrive at Sabaody Archipelago. Sengoku glared at Carp, then added, by the way, what has Yi Luo been up to lately? That kid? He seems to be quite diligent recently, as if he has developed a new martial technique resembling Kizura's moves. But I haven't tested it myself, Carp pondered. His strength is increasing remarkably fast. Sengoku nodded in agreement. An ordinary Commodore is no longer his match. Carp affirmed. What about Juin and Kaji? Have they tried? Sengoku asked with anticipation. Carp shook his head. I don't know. That kid no longer requires my training. Sengoku nodded, acknowledging this. He had originally planned for Yi Luo, Juin, and Kaji to be promoted to generals together. But Yi Luo's rapid combat power growth made him uncertain whether he would continue at this pace or enter a period of stagnation. If he continued to progress, he might soon surpass Juin and the others in strength. Meanwhile, Yi Luo had just completed a challenge against all the Commodores remaining in Marineford, earning a considerable amount of experience rewards. Although he did not acquire any diamonds, his level increased by 2 ranks, granting him 10 free attribute points and 2 skill points. After allocating all the attribute points to energy, Yi Luo felt a slight enhancement in his internal power. Recently, he began to experiment with something he had long forgotten. Aside from the system, he possessed his own internal energy, which was not merely expressed as energy by the system. He could also cultivate this internal energy to benefit his attributes. Could he, like characters from martial arts novels, use his internal energy to open meridians? He had been eager to try this for some time, but had been hesitant, fearing injury. However, with the Dragon Blood Pearl enhancing his recovery abilities significantly, he felt he now had the means to experiment. If successful, his strength would undergo a tremendous leap. One quiet night, Yi Luo sat in his home-ish training room, preparing to attempt to open his meridians. Although he was unsure how to proceed and had never been taught, he had seen depictions of internal cultivation and martial arts in his past life on television. Now that he possessed martial arts through the system, he believed he could open meridians as portrayed in those shows. The greatest obstacle to his strength was insufficient internal energy. Yet, as a transmigrator who had practiced Xixia divine skill, he had yet to master even a complete set of the dragon-subduing 18 palms, a testament to his unfortunate plight. Reflecting on the predecessors of the Beggars sect, whether it was Xiao Feng, Hong Qigong, or other leaders, none had been unable to execute a complete set of the dragon-subduing 18 palms. Their varying strengths were well known. Thus, opening meridians became imperative. But recklessness was not an option, as he lacked a mentor and was uncertain how to proceed. Calming himself, Yi Luo first communicated with his internal energy, following the circulation route of the Xixia divine skill. Although he usually practiced this way, upon careful reflection, he realized that his internal energy diminished at certain specific points. After one cycle, the increase in internal energy was minimal. This led him to suspect that those diminishing points were indeed the meridians, which, if unopened, would siphon off some internal energy. If his hypothesis were correct, then opening the meridians would significantly accelerate his internal cultivation speed. Though the benefits were apparent, Yi Luo did not rush to open his meridians. The route of his martial techniques differed from that of his internal cultivation method. Thus, he also tested the dragon-subduing 18 palms and the one young finger. The different techniques followed distinct routes of energy circulation, but they shared a commonality. The internal energy diminished when passing through specific areas of the body. Therefore, once the meridians were opened, he anticipated enhancements in both the power and consumption of his techniques. Now, he faced a choice. Should he open the meridians according to the internal cultivation route or the martial technique route? After careful consideration, Yi Luo decided to follow the internal cultivation route first, as it would be more beneficial for his future growth. At present, his combat power was sufficient for ordinary challenges. Once he had opened all the meridians of his internal cultivation method, he would then focus on the meridians associated with his techniques. Having made his decision, Yi Luo began to focus and circulate the Xixia divine skill. However, when his internal energy reached the first meridian, he halted the circulation to attempt opening it. As he had no knowledge of how to do so, after several attempts, he struggled to grasp the method, unsure how to successfully open the meridian. In a moment of desperation, he gathered all the internal energy from his dantian to the point where he had previously stopped circulating the technique. As the internal energy continued to accumulate, Yi Luo began to feel a slight pain in his abdomen. realizing it was due to excessive internal energy gathering in that location. However, he had no means to break through the meridian, so he decided to proceed as if it were a last resort, continuing to gather the internal energy from his dantian. Gradually, as the internal energy built up, sweat began to bead on his forehead, and his face turned a deep shade of red, with hints of purple energy hidden within. If this method was incorrect, the consequences could be dire. As Yi Luo focused the scant internal energy within his dantian, he gritted his teeth and summoned all of it. A resounding boom echoed. Though he could not discern how much time had passed, just as he felt he could no longer endure, a sudden crash reverberated in his ears, as if something had been toppled over. In that instant, his entire body began to relax. Before he could examine his own state, a synthetic voice from the system rang out. Congratulations, host, on the premature activation of the acupoint function. The Qi acupoint has now been unblocked. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Yi Luo's spirit finally eased, and he collapsed, succumbing to slumber in the training chamber. The following morning, as dawn broke, Yi Luo's biological clock roused him. The first thing he did upon awakening was to assess his physical condition. He recalled that he had seemingly unblocked an acupoint the previous night. Although the process had been arduous, the outcome was evidently favorable. Through the sensation of his internal force, he discovered that it had returned to his dantian and had not migrated to a new acupoint. Moreover, the total amount of internal energy had slightly increased, albeit modestly, not at all akin to the legendary surges often associated with unblocking acupoints. After observing the internal energy within him, Yi Luo accessed the system, recalling that it had informed him of the early activation of the acupoint function. Indeed, upon opening the control panel, he noticed an additional icon representing acupoints. Eagerly, he clicked on it, revealing a transparent diagram of the human body. This diagram displayed hundreds of acupoints, varying in size and color. Some were gray, others entirely black. Notably, near the lower abdomen, one acupoint glowed brightly. As Yi Luo observed the fallen leaves closely, he noted the indication of the Qi acupoint, which had been successfully opened, enhancing his internal energy by 20, increasing the flow rate of his energy by 1, and expanding his energy storage capacity by 100. It dawned on him that it was indeed the Qi acupoint he had unblocked the previous day. Yi Luo finally comprehended the significance of the acupoints he had accessed last night. Adjacent to the Qi acupoint were several smaller acupoints, most of which appeared black, devoid of any visible indicators. However, by connecting those gray acupoints, Yi Luo ultimately unearthed a hidden truth. The gray acupoints formed 4 distinct pathways, corresponding to the energy routes of the Zixia divine skill, the 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms, the One-Yang finger, and the lightness skill of treading on snow without a trace. These gray acupoints symbolized potential pathways that could be unlocked, each with unique prerequisites. Some demanded a specific total energy amount, while others required a certain proficiency level in martial arts. The black acupoints, on the other hand, were entirely invisible, indicating that Yi Luo was currently unable to access them, likely due to the lack of corresponding energy routes from any martial arts he had practiced. Nevertheless, Yi Luo pondered over the situation. Realizing that he had indeed mastered other techniques, he had learned 3 sets of lightness skills apart from the treading on snow without a trace. Yet, none of the others manifested in this context. Ultimately, Yi Luo speculated that only intermediate level or higher secret techniques would be acknowledged by the system, although this remained mere conjecture. However, the 4 secret techniques he had discovered were sufficient to keep him occupied for quite some time, prompting him to move on from his contemplations. After exiting the training room, Yi Luo took a refreshing bath before heading out. Coincidentally, it was the designated time for morning exercises at the Navy headquarters, where Yi Luo routinely instructed the soldiers in the practice of the Luohan fist. The soldiers at the headquarters had experienced a notable enhancement in combat capability due to the Luohan fist, although they lacked an internal energy boost. Such techniques sufficed to deal with the pirate minions. Upon completing the instruction, as the first rays of sunlight graced the morning, Yi Luo seated himself on the rooftop and began practicing the Zixia divine skill. Just as he closed his eyes to circulate his internal energy, he felt the benefits of opening the acupoints. The increased fluidity of his internal energy significantly bolstered his training speed and efficiency, igniting a fervent desire to explore the remaining acupoints. "What has that brat been up to lately?" inquired Admiral Sengoku, his curiosity piqued. "That kid has been diligently training. It appears his strength has grown considerably," remarked Carp, munching on a rice cracker. "Oh, what a ace. Does he have any thoughts or actions regarding him?" Sengoku probed cautiously. Carp, momentarily pausing with a smile, replied, "I'm not certain about that." Seeing Carp's reaction, Sengoku chose not to press further. Just then, the office door burst open, and a messenger rushed in, breathless. "Report. Admiral. Just now, Major Yi Luo and Vice Admiral Kaji engaged in a spar at the training ground." "What's going on?" Sengoku's expression darkened as he inquired. The messenger shook his head, saying, "I'm not sure. It seemed they initially intended to spar, but it escalated into a genuine fight. You should hurry and take a look. The training ground has been nearly demolished." "What? That kid's strength should be inferior to Kaji's, right?" Carp frowned, questioning. Let us go and find out. Sengoku rose, leading the way out of the office. However, by the time they arrived at the training ground, it appeared that a victor had already emerged from the conflict. The entire practice area was marred by craters, and a tremendous explosion echoed from within, sending plumes of smoke into the air, leaving the final outcome uncertain. Look, Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Karp have arrived, murmured the surrounding naval soldiers. What's happening today? It seems the higher-ups have gathered in numbers. Sakura, what is going on? Sengoku queried a bystander, the observer Peach Rabbit, who was watching the spectacle. Admiral, it's nothing serious. They were merely sparring. However, Kaji did not anticipate Yi Luo's rapid progress, and with so many spectators present, he likely exerted his full strength out of fear of losing. Yi Luo probably aimed to test his limits, leading to the current situation, Peach Rabbit explained, shaking her head as she reported what she had witnessed. Cough. Bring a few people to take Vice Admiral Kaji to the medical room. Yi Luo emerged from the smoke, his clothing tattered. Externally, he seemed to have sustained significant injuries. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his right arm hung limply, possibly dislocated, while his garments were in tatters. You brat, did you truly win? Karp questioned incredulously, disregarding Yi Luo's injuries. Kaji's strength is renowned, being at the pinnacle among the vice admirals. It is evident that he would not have been a candidate for admiral otherwise. Yet, to have lost to Yi Luo in such a manner? That cannot be called a victory. If it had been a life-and-death battle, we likely would have perished together, Yi Luo replied, shaking his head with a wry smile. At that moment, due to the Blood Dragon Pearl's effects, he remained conscious, yet his internal energy had been entirely depleted, and even his stamina had dwindled to nothing. Medical personnel, please escort Major Yi Luo and Vice Admiral Kaji to the medical room, Sengoku instructed after a moment of contemplation. Soon, the medics arrived to carry off the unconscious Kaji and the exhausted Yi Luo for treatment. Once you recover, we shall engage in battle, Peach Rabbit softly remarked as she passed by Yi Luo on the stretcher. Sister, spare me. Do I look like I am in any condition to fight? Yi Luo responded with a bitter smile. That is precisely why I said we would battle after your recovery, Peach Rabbit retorted, adopting an expression of mild exasperation. As the leaves fell, he tilted his head, feigning ignorance, and allowed the medic to carry him away. Kapu, what is your perspective on this matter? Sengoku inquired solemnly upon their return to the office. Isn't the enhancement of the Navy's strength a positive development? Kapu understood Sengoku's underlying concerns but chose to play coy. You rascal, you know precisely what I mean. Sengoku was swiftly ignited by Kapu's retort. Rest assured, he is also a member of the Navy. He possesses a sense of justice within. Kapu replied with a smile, deliberately sidestepping the question. A day later, while Jiaji was still recuperating in the hospital, Yi Luo had stealthily escaped and returned to his solitary villa. Ha ha ha. I knew you couldn't endure staying in the hospital. As soon as Yi Luo stepped through the door, he was confronted by Kapu. Teacher, what brings you here? Yi Luo asked in astonishment. Humph. You've made quite a leap in progress lately, even defeating Jiaji, Kapu remarked with a hint of pride. As the leaves fell, Yi Luo shook his head and said, What I relayed to the marshal that day was the truth. In the battle of life and death, we stand an even chance, with no guarantee of victory. That's still quite commendable. How is your recovery? Karp inquired, nodding slightly. I'm doing well, my body is fine, but I have yet to regain even 1/3 of my stamina. Yi Luo replied with a smile as he stepped into the house. Once you have fully recovered, come find me. Karp stood up and declared. Certainly. Yi Luo nodded in response, aware that Karp wished to assess his strength and provide further guidance. Although Karp could be rather unreliable as a mentor at times, in terms of prowess, only Sengoku within the Navy could be compared to him. I heard that Moria has also been defeated by Luffy. As Karp prepared to leave, Yi Luo hurriedly asked. He needed to know Luffy's whereabouts to ascertain the timeline of events. Karp nodded, chuckling, indeed. It seems that my old grandson has triumphed over that shadowy fellow. Sengoku has been troubled by it for quite some time. As long as he is alive, there is no need to replace the Shichibukai. I believe Luffy is not the type to flaunt his achievements, Yi Luo remarked, though a flicker of urgency stirred within him. With Luffy nearing the Sabaody archipelago, he needed to elevate his strength quickly, otherwise he would be of little use during the war at Marineford. Well then, make sure to rest well. I shall take my leave. Karp waved goodbye and exited Yi Luo's small courtyard. Now tell me, how did you find yourself defeated by Yi Luo? Sengoku's office, where Jackie, still bandaged, sat across from Sengoku, faced his inquiry. When I arrived, they had already been fighting for a while, and it appeared Yi Luo was holding the upper hand, consistently pressuring me. Before Jackie could speak, Ji Yuan interjected. Pressured by Yi Luo the entire time? Akiji questioned, astonished. Ji Yuan glanced at Jackie, who lowered his head, somewhat embarrassed, and nodded. Oh dear. These young ones are truly frightening, Kazara said nonchalantly, trimming his nails, his demeanor as lecherous as ever. Jackie, why don't you explain? We would like to have a clearer understanding. Admiral Crane interlocked her fingers and asked. Jackie nodded, responding. Initially, that lad approached me, claiming he had recently grown stronger and wished to spar. So, at first, I didn't take it seriously. As you know, His only threat to me was that dragon-type energy wave technique. But, at this point, Jackie paused before continuing. However, after he mastered his Rohan fist, he could unleash strikes at will, abandoning his previous patterns. I was caught off guard, and my observation haki proved ineffective, based solely on his fist techniques. He should not have been able to defeat you, right? Sengoku questioned with a frown. Indeed, while it was a bit challenging, it was manageable. However, he then began employing the 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms, but each strike was considerably weaker than before. I thought it would only be a matter of 5 or 6 strikes at most, but to my astonishment, he unleashed 10 consecutive strikes. Jackie said with a bitter smile. 10 strikes? The individuals in the office exclaimed in disbelief. Aside from Sengoku and Admiral Crane, the room was filled with the 3 admirals and Ji Yuan, all top figures within the Navy. Indeed, 10 strikes. Although each was weaker than the last, the cumulative effect of 10 strikes surpassed the force of his 5th strike. Jackie nodded seriously in reply. You lost in such a manner? Akainu, Sakazuki, frowned and inquired. This was clearly a case of Jackie's carelessness leading to his defeat. While Yi Luo had improved, he should not have possessed the strength to best Jackie. No, by the 10th strike, I realized I could no longer withstand it. So I attempted to interrupt his sequence. However, that lad pointed at me, and a beam akin to Kazara's laser pierced through my shoulder. After sustaining that injury, my strength diminished, and what Ji Yuan witnessed was the scene of me being dominated post-injury. Jackie revealed, displaying his injured shoulder with a hint of resignation. A laser beam? Kizaru inquired, intrigued. Yes, to me, it bore a striking resemblance to your laser, but I could sense it was not the power of the Pika Pika no Mi. There was an aura of armament haki within the beam. Jackie stated solemnly. It appears this too is a form of martial arts as described by Yi Luo. This system has never been seen before, yet Yi Luo claims it is his family's legacy. What do you all think? Sengoku rapped the table, seeking opinions. The East Blue, Yi Luo's homeland, has already dispatched individuals to investigate. Aside from him, no one else seems to possess the martial arts he describes. However, he is not a native of that small island. He reportedly drifted there as a child and was rescued by the island's inhabitants, thus residing there ever since. Akiji spoke softly. What does it matter? He is now a member of the Navy and is willing to teach his martial arts to us. The only issue is that the internal energy he speaks of is beyond our comprehension. Karp scoffed. One cannot ascertain the truth of his words. What if he intentionally altered the methods of cultivating internal energy, rendering it impossible for us to learn? Kizaru interjected while continuing to trim his nails. What? Are you contemplating his abilities? Regardless of whether his claims are true or false, they belong to him. Whether he chooses to teach is his prerogative. Karp shot a displeased glare at Kizaru. Oh dear, Admiral Karp, do not be upset. I merely suggested that, judging by the abilities Yi Luo has displayed. If our Navy were to master such martial arts, the 4 emperors might not pose a threat to us. Kizaru feigned fear, grinning playfully. Now, Yi Luo is one of our own. Let us not delve into such matters. Once he has recovered, we can discuss it further. Sengoku waved his hand, halting the discussion. Then turned to Ji Yuan. Ji Yuan, go test his limits, and do not be careless. Ji Yuan nodded, filled with combat spirit, and replied, Rest assured, Marshal. I will not make the same mistake as Jackie. To be safe, notify me when the time comes. I will also be there to observe. Sengoku nodded in agreement. Admiral Crane furrowed her brow, glancing at Ji Yuan, feeling that Sengoku's arrangement was somewhat inappropriate, as Jackie's strength was not far off from Ji Yuan's. If Jackie had been defeated, testing Yi Luo's strength would require at least an admiral's participation. Meanwhile, what was Yi Luo doing at that moment? Upon returning to his secluded villa, Yi Luo nursed his injuries while diligently continuing to open his acupoints. Although only a few days had passed, he had already managed to unlock a significant number of them. He aimed to completely open the remaining points before the major event, as this would likely elevate his combat strength to a new level. As for the acupoints that he could not yet access due to insufficient conditions, Yi Luo had no immediate solutions. Fortunately, the requirements for the acupoints associated with his internal techniques were clearly defined. With persistent effort, he would eventually unlock them all. Each acupoint he opened contributed to his internal energy, resulting in a 2-fold increase in his power. In fact, during his battle with Huajia, Yi Luo had not exerted his full strength. He had already reached the 10th level of the dragon descending 18 palms. And if he were to utilize a weakened version of this technique as he did against Huajia, he could potentially reach the 16th level. However, the energy required for the final 2 palms was exceedingly high, and even in their diminished form, he lacked the necessary internal force to sustain them, let alone the full version. As for the one-yang finger, Yi Luo had also mastered it quite well, even discovering its healing properties. Indeed, he realized that he could seal acupoints to prevent excessive blood loss. While not a grand ability, it served as a useful technique. Hey, what are you doing? My injuries have just healed, and you want to spar with me? Early in the morning, Ji Yuan dragged Yi Luo from his dwelling to the training ground, eager to challenge him. Hurry up. I am very interested in your strength. You defeated Huajia last time. Now it's my turn to be your opponent. Ji Yuan exclaimed excitedly. All right. But what about them? Yu Luo pointed to the high-ranking Navy officials surrounding them, all of whom were at least rear admirals. Hey, just because you defeated us doesn't mean we're not qualified to watch. Rear Admiral Moles retorted with a laugh. Sir Moles, don't misunderstand. I never said that. It's your own assumption. Yu Luo waved his hand dismissively, wearing an expression that suggested just that. Moles was infuriated, nearly ready to jump in and spar with Yu Luo himself. Enough talk, Yu Luo. Show us your strength, Sengoku declared, decisively setting the stage for the sparring match. Very well, Ji-Yuan, I shall give it my all. Brace yourself. Yi Luo responded, raising his hand to unleash the one-yang finger toward Ji-Yuan. Ji-Yuan, having heard from Huajia about Yu Luo's technique resembling Kazari's laser beams, was already prepared when Yu Luo raised his hand, promptly drawing her sword, Kenpira, to block the attack. Nonetheless, the tremendous impact forced her to retreat a few steps to dissipate the force of the one-yang finger. Wow, it really is somewhat similar to Admiral Kazari's laser. The attending admirals began to murmur among themselves. Dragon descending 18 palms. The mighty dragon regrets. The flying dragon in the sky. The dragon appears in the field. The great migration on land. The hidden dragon must not move. Seizing the opportunity while Ji-Yuan was pushed back, Yu Luo unleashed 5 consecutive palms, exerting immense force that kept Ji-Yuan on the defensive, unable to counterattack. Ji-Yuan, you haven't improved much. Let us see how you fare against this move. 6 Styles Ultimate, Deathclaw. This technique had emerged after Yu Luo advanced his mastery of the 6 styles to level 3, evolving from the finger gun technique into a close combat maneuver. You brat. 1 sword style, Axis Break. Ji-Yuan, feeling cornered by Yu Luo's relentless assault, did not expect him to close the distance and immediately executed her sword technique. 6 styles Ultimate, Immovable King. Just as Yu Luo's Deathclaw was neutralized by Ji-Yuan, a radiant sword energy surged toward him. Startled, he transformed his body into a peculiar purple hue, crossing his arms defensively across his chest, successfully blocking Ji-Yuan's slash. This technique too had been developed by the system, evolving from the iron block technique of the 6 styles, and its defensive power had been rigorously tested by Yu Luo, surpassing the strength of fully armored hockey. Excellent talent. He has completely mastered the 6 styles. Sengoku nodded in approval. To withstand Ji-Yuan's slash, Yu Luo's iron block is impressively strong. Vice Admiral Crane concurred. He is holding back. Otherwise, as he suppressed Ji-Yuan, he could simply continue to unleash palms. And according to Huajia, if he reached the 10th palm, Ji-Yuan would not be able to withstand it, as swordsmen are not adept at defense. Akina remarked with a sour expression. Oh my, how terrifying. The youth of today seem poised to overturn everything. Kazara commented nonchalantly, offering a dismissive remark. In the training ground, Yu Luo maintained his distance from Ji-Yuan, relying on his agile movements to persistently harass her with the one-yang finger. After enduring such tactics, Ji-Yuan had already sustained several injuries from Yu Luo's relentless offense. You insolent brat, dare you not flee and face me in a proper duel? Ji-Yuan shouted angrily, provoked by Yu Luo's shameless tactics. Very well, Ji-Yuan, I shall not hold back any longer. Dragon descending 18 palms. Double dragons draw water. Yu Luo ceased his evasive maneuvers and unleashed his full power in the 10th palm directed at Ji-Yuan. 1 sword style, Zhou Deroni. Ji-Yuan, in response, unleashed her ultimate technique, striking at Yu Luo's dragon-shaped energy wave. Akiji intervened. Vice Admiral Crane, fearing for Ji-Yuan's safety, called out as the two unleashed their formidable techniques. The attending admirals had already been pushed back by the overpowering energy waves, shielding their eyes from the onslaught while retreating to avoid injury. Ice Age. Just as the two techniques were about to collide, Admiral Akiji finally made his move, freezing the surrounding area with his ice fruit powers. Boom. The dragon-shaped airwave unleashed by Yu Luo pierced through Akiji's icy barrier, and the opposing ice layer was similarly breached, followed closely by Shiwan's strike. However, with Akiji's intervention, the potency of their attacks diminished considerably, rendering them no longer a threat. That's enough, Shiwan. No need to continue. Sengoku called out, noting Shiwan's reluctance. Yes, Commander. Shiwan glared fiercely at Yu Luo before sheathed her renowned blade, Kenpira. Hee, Sister Shiwan, we agreed this was merely a spar. That last strike was aimed at my life. Yu Luo boldly approached, remarking, Kid, don't you usually exhaust yourself after using that dragon-shaped airwave? You seem quite at ease now. Sengoku observed Yu Luo, inquiring. Yu Luo shook his head and remarked, my internal energy has increased somewhat, and since I did not employ the dragon-subduing 18 palms extensively earlier, I still possess a little reserve, though not much. Indeed, it seems your strength has indeed grown considerably. Zhangguo nodded in acknowledgement. Could it be that the marshal intends to promote me? Yu Luo inquired eagerly. Unlikely. Although your achievements are numerous, so too are the troubles you have caused. The merits and demerits balance each other out, thus you have yet to attain the rank of Major General, Zhangguo replied, shaking his head in refusal. I knew it. Without your permission to set sail, how could I possibly accumulate merits? Yu Luo lamented, having recently exhausted his diamonds and desperately needing to venture out to earn some extra income. Very well, the G5 Division's expansion in the New World has not progressed smoothly. You may go there to lend a hand, but do not stray too far. You must be ready to return at a moment's notice if summoned from headquarters. Zhanghua contemplated briefly before speaking. Zhanghua, are you suggesting? The aide. He looked at Zhanghua with surprise, questioning him. Zhanghua nodded, stating, we are facing obstacles in the new world. We need someone like Yi Luo to create a stir there, to showcase our Navy's dynamic presence, and to ensure that particular matter proceeds smoothly. Soon after, Yi Luo received his official appointment, promoted to the rank of Major General, and dispatched to the G5 Division to serve as the deputy to Vice Admiral Virgo, aiding the Navy in its endeavors to expand into the new world. A few days later, Yi Luo managed to rally a contingent of Navy soldiers who resembled pirates more than true sailors, and he met the highest authority at the base. Vice Admiral Virgo, a man who insisted on being addressed as Mr. Virgo, possessed a penchant for hamburgers and often bore remnants of food on his face. A member of the Don Quixote family's undercover operatives. Initially, Yi Luo had forgotten about this individual's existence, but upon their encounter, he recalled that Virgo was of no benefit to the Navy. Consequently, he began devising ways to uncover evidence of Virgo's undercover activities. However, with the G5 base located in the New World, the frequent clashes against pirates rendered Yi Luo's time for surveillance limited, compelling him to enlist the help of his companion, Reina. In the days following his arrival at the G5 base, Yi Luo gained a profound understanding of the formidable power wielded by the pirates of the New World. By this time, he bore several scars, having encountered 2 waves of the 4 Emperors' pirate crews in just a few short days. Although the 4 Emperors themselves did not personally engage, their top subordinates were far from inept. One of the first of the 4 Emperors that Yi Luo encountered was the Beast's pirates, possibly connected to Don Quixote da Flamingo. Thus, upon arriving at the base, Yi Luo discovered that one of Kaido's calamities, the drought-causing Jack, was loitering near the G5 base on the very next day. Initially, Yi Luo intended to strike. However, he was intercepted by Virgo, whose reasoning compelled Yi Luo to reconsider his course of action. Virgo informed him that even if the 2 of them were to jointly defeat Jack at this moment, what would be the outcome? They would merely imprison him and impel down, and inevitably, Kaido would come to retrieve his subordinate upon receiving news. Not only would the G5 branch be unable to withstand Kaido's might, but even impelled down would fall short in preventing Kaido from rescuing his men. Therefore, vanquishing Jack here seemed entirely unnecessary. As long as their adversary did not overstep, they would not initiate an attack. Within the New World, it was feasible to challenge other pirates, but when it came to the senior officers of the Yonko crews, even the Navy had to weigh their options carefully. As Yi Luo gazed at the indifferent naval soldiers around him, he recognized their accustomed acceptance of such a life, one where they habitually retreated in the face of the 4 Emperors' pirate crews. Despite his recent surge in strength, Yi Luo contemplated confronting Jack but ultimately decided against it, knowing the Navy was not yet prepared to engage in a battle against 2 of the 4 Emperors. Unexpectedly, Jack had recklessly approached the G5 branch to provoke him. Unable to contain himself, Yi Luo took it upon himself to confront Jack, decisively defeating him and sinking his pirate crew. However, Yi Luo did not seek to utterly annihilate his adversary. He deliberately allowed Jack to escape, realizing he lacked the means to capture or kill him. Although he could triumph over Jack, the formidable defensive capabilities granted by the ancient Zoan mammoth fruit left Yi Luo somewhat speechless. Consequently, while the system awarded him considerable experience points, he did not acquire any diamonds. Upon returning to the base and learning that the drought-stricken Jack had a bounty of 1 billion, Yi Luo felt an overwhelming desire to pursue Jack once more, even in his injured state. A bounty of 1 billion was a substantial reward, equivalent to 100,000 diamonds. And even the prospect of offending Kaido could not deter him. Unfortunately, he was unaware of the implications at the time, which is why he had no intention of engaging in a deadly struggle. Nonetheless, this encounter revealed Yi Luo's strength to the naval forces at the base, hastening their acceptance of him. However, before Yi Luo's injuries could fully heal, another of the 4 Emperors, Charlotte Snack, one of Big Mom's sweet commanders, appeared before him. This time, however, the visitor was not there to provoke. Rather, they were merely passing through en route to Fishman Island to acquire some of Big Mom's desserts. Given that Fishman Island fell under the influence of the Whitebeard pirates, even the mighty Big Mom's crew had to resort to purchasing to obtain these delicacies. Yi Luo initially had no intention of antagonizing them, as he understood the formidable capabilities of the sweet commander, Karakuri, and wished to avoid provoking someone he could not defeat. However, upon discovering that Snack's bounty was a mere 600 million, Yi Luo's ambitions were stirred, especially after recalling that Snack was the very commander who had been defeated by the formidable monk Urki and subsequently removed from the ranks of the sweet commanders. Gathering his crew aboard the Huajia, Yi Luo launched an attack on Big Mom's procurement ship without notifying Virgo. After a grueling battle, Yi Luo emerged victorious, albeit at a considerable cost. Nevertheless, as he beheld the 6,000 diamonds credited to his account, he couldn't help but smile. Even after receiving a harsh reprimand from the arriving Virgo, Major Yi Luo, you have captured one of Big Mom's sweet commanders. How do you intend to handle this situation? Just days ago, you defeated Drought Jack, and the Admiral is already displeased. Now you have provoked Big Mom's crew. Are you seeking to disrupt the tranquility of our G5 base? Virgo inquired, his expression devoid of emotion. I apologize, sir. Capturing pirates is the duty of a Navy officer. Thus I cannot forsake my sense of justice. Yi Luo retorted with an air of bravado. Yet, no one could fault Yi Luo for his actions, for it is indeed the Navy's prerogative to apprehend pirates. Nonetheless, you are now a major, not an ordinary sailor. You must adopt a long-term perspective. Such actions may provoke the four emperors. Return to headquarters for now. Charlotte Snack will be temporarily detained here, Virgo suggested, eager to dismiss Yi Luo. Having noticed his covert observation, he felt it necessary to propose sending Yi Luo back to headquarters at this opportune moment. Very well, although I would prefer to stay longer. You are the commanding officer, and your word is final. I shall return to the headquarters. Yi Luo shrugged in response. He indeed wished to remain. For in just a few short days, his diamond count had nearly reached 80,000, excluding the 6,000 from Snack, which meant he had amassed close to 20,000 diamonds. Is this your rationale for continuously provoking two of the four emperors' crews? Upon his return to headquarters, Yi Luo found himself summoned to Admiral Sengoku's office. Admiral, regardless of the circumstances, there can be no fault in my pursuit of pirates, correct? Yi Luo remarked dismissively, knowing he had the upper hand in this argument. Very well, you may stay at headquarters for the time being. Do not return to G5 just yet. I understand your desire to apprehend pirates, but the situation in the New World is far more chaotic than you realize. We cannot afford to provoke the four emperors at this time. Sengoku sighed, lamenting the limitations of a Navy officer unable to pursue pirates. Fine, in light of your position, I shall share a crucial piece of information with you for free. There is an issue with Vice Admiral Virgo at the G5 base. Yi Luo leaned closer to Admiral Sengoku, whispering with a grin. Sengoku's expression darkened, and he replied sternly, Yi Luo, you must not retaliate against Vice Admiral Virgo for reporting you. Rest assured, I have no direct conflict or vested interest with him. While I lack concrete evidence, I personally overheard him speaking with one of the 7 warlords, Don Quixote da Flamingo. He is likely an undercover agent placed within the Navy by the Don Quixote family. Yi Luo responded earnestly. What? Are you certain? Sengoku's gaze bore into Yi Luo as he pressed for clarification. As the leaves fell gently, Yi Luo spoke up. Although I did not hear everything clearly, I caught a mention of an undercover agent named Corazon that our Navy had dispatched to the Don Quixote family in the early years. This was news to me before that day, so if you simply investigate whether we have a spy named Corazon, you will discern the truth. Sengoku was taken aback by Yi Luo's words, and hearing that name again left him momentarily stunned. Corazon was indeed a reality, but he was already deceased. Sengoku said with a heavy heart. Corazon, originally known as Don Quixote Rosanani, was the younger brother of Don Quixote da Flamingo and a member of the second generation of Hearts. He possessed a profound sense of justice and infiltrated the family to halt his brother's rampage, his true identity being that of a Navy undercover agent with the rank of Lieutenant Colonel, codenamed Little Miho. He was the possessor of the Silent Fruit and also the adopted son of Fleet Admiral Sengoku. When Corazon was exposed and subsequently killed by Da Flamingo, Sengoku shed tears for him, making this a highly confidential matter within the Navy. It was impossible for Yi Luo to know about it, which further convinced Sengoku of Yi Luo's credibility. I'm now aware of this matter. For the time being, do not speak of it publicly. I will handle it. After a moment of silence, Fleet Admiral Sengoku addressed Yi Luo. Rest assured, I am not one to speak indiscriminately. However, I implore you to pay heed to this matter, especially considering their undercover agent has already attained the rank of Vice Admiral. Is it not a bit disconcerting that I, a naval genius, am merely a rear admiral? Yi Luo waved his hand and departed Sengoku's office while speaking. That scoundrel, did he not just receive a promotion recently? Sengoku chuckled as he muttered before falling into silence. Ignoring Sengoku's contemplations, Yi Luo returned home to resume his training. Though only a few days had passed, the large-scale battles he had engaged in provided him with ample combat experience to digest, and thus he was in no haste to utilize his diamond abilities. Meanwhile, Luffy and the others had officially set foot on Sabaody Archipelago, encountering the merman, Octopus Hachi, whom they met years ago in East Blue. Fortunately, Nami managed to overcome her shock from that past incident, and thus bore no lingering resentment towards Octopus Hachi, allowing the group to proceed together to Sabaody Archipelago. This is the finest coding shop I spoke of. Aunt Shaki, I'm here. Octopus Hachi led Luffy and the others to Aunt Shaki's bar, and upon entering, they witnessed Aunt Shaki beating a pirate to a pulp. However, seeing Hachi, Aunt Shaki warmly welcomed Luffy and his crew. After chatting with Luffy and the others for a while, Aunt Shaki curiously asked Luffy, by the way, how come your name is the same as that of Admiral Garp? Oh, he is my grandfather. Luffy replied nonchalantly. I see. I used to be on the run from Garp. Aunt Shaki seemed to reminisce, chuckling. Why is that? The Straw Hat crew asked, intrigued. Because Aunt Shaki was once a pirate. Octopus Hachi answered on her behalf. But I retired from piracy 40 years ago and have since made a living selling information. Aunt Shaki replied with a smile. Subsequently, Luffy mentioned the coding for the Thousand Sunny, but according to Aunt Shaki, her husband was out and his return was uncertain. It had already been half a year since he left. Startled, Luffy and the others expressed their willingness to help look for him, but Aunt Shaki cautioned them, reminding them that they had become the new generation of supernovas. Naturally, Luffy and the others were unaware of the term supernova. So Aunt Shaki took the opportunity to enlighten them. There are 7 routes at the entrance of the Grand Line, but they will eventually converge here, leading to the New World through Sabaody Archipelago. There are 11 pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million who arrived here around the same time as you, which is why you are referred to as supernovas. Moreover, Luffy, your bounty ranks 2nd. Is there someone with a higher bounty than Luffy? Chopper asked in astonishment. Indeed. The rankings from highest to lowest are Eustace Kid, Monkey D, Luffy, Basil Hawkins, X Drake, Trafalgar Law, Scratchman Apu, Killer, Jewelry Bonnie, Capone Beach, Roronoa Zoro, and Urki. These 11 individuals comprise this generation's supernovas. Similarly, the Navy has also seen the emergence of remarkable new talents. Aunt Shaki winked as she spoke with a grin. The Navy? They have supernovas too? Nami inquired, puzzled. Aunt Shaki shook her head. The Navy is unlike us pirates. They undergo systematic training, so the term supernova doesn't apply. However, every few years, some prodigious talents do emerge, like the previous generation's White Hunter, Smoker, among others. Smoker? Luffy exclaimed, recalling their encounter with him in Lobetown. So, is there a prodigious talent in this generation of the Navy? Nami asked curiously. Upon hearing Nami's question, Aunt Shaki smiled, seemingly lost in thought, and said, currently, the most renowned prodigy in the Navy is the Purple Dragon, Iluo. He is regarded as a certain future admiral, provided no unforeseen events occur. Iluo. The moment Aunt Shaki's words fell, the Straw Hats, except for Brook, who was deceased, exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, he is a student of Garp. Little Luffy. You are Garp's grandson. It seems you share quite a connection. Yet, judging by your expressions, it appears you know Little Yi. Aunt Shaki remarked with a smile. Aunt Shaki, why do you call Iluo Little Yi? Do you know him? They asked curiously. Well, I suppose I do. Aunt Shaki chuckled, recalling the time Iluo came to seek Rayleigh as a mentor. After chatting with Aunt Shaki for a while longer, the Straw Hats set off to find Uncle Rayleigh. Yet at this moment, they were still unaware of the significance of that name. As they embarked on their search for Rayleigh, the Straw Hats stumbled upon an amusement park. Being a member of the Merfolk, Cammy had never been to one before, so Luffy and his crew accompanied her in enjoying the park, completely forgetting their original intent of searching for someone. On the other hand, Zoro, who had separated from Luffy and the others, wandered alone through Sabaody Archipelago and, unfortunately, stumbled upon the celestial dragons on their outing. This was precisely why Iluo seldom visited Sabaody Archipelago, even when merely passing by. He rarely set foot on the island to avoid the celestial dragons. As a Navy officer, he bore an obligation he could not resist. Yet he feared that if he encountered these despicable beings, he might not be able to restrain himself from acting against them. Hence, unless absolutely necessary, he would not land on this island. What is the matter? Do you wish to inquire about the road? Zoro asked casually, sipping his drink while observing the astonished celestial dragon before him. However, the celestial dragon's first instinct was to draw a gun and shoot Zoro. Sensing danger, Zoro naturally showed no mercy, which terrified the surrounding civilians and pirates alike. That bastard, does he really intend to attack? Scratchman Apu watched in astonishment as Zoro prepared to draw his sword. Just as Zoro was about to strike, Jewelry Bonnie suddenly lunged at him, colliding with him and exclaiming, Brother, why did you die? Zoro was left utterly bewildered by Bonnie's antics, asking, What are you up to, kid? Scoundrel. We are all pirates and must adhere to the code of the seas. Do you wish to invite the Marines upon us? Shouted Jewelry Bonnie, having reverted to her true form, as she stood defiantly before Zoro. However, Zoro paid her no heed, instead turning to the fallen civilians, lifting one to inquire about the nearest hospital. Is this a joke? Pirates actually rescuing people? Bonnie muttered in annoyance, casting a disapproving glance at Zoro as he rushed away with the injured. Thank goodness for Bonnie. Otherwise, we would be in dire straits. That must be Zoro of the Straw Hat Pirates, right? I've heard tales that crew is rather eccentric, even daring to challenge the celestial dragons. They truly are madmen, remarked Capone Beach, captain of the Fire Tank Pirates, with a bemused expression. Of course, being saved is to be expected. He hardly bears the look of someone doomed. Hawkins, the magician, stated indifferently, with a bounty of 120 million. It's clear he possesses the demeanor of a captain rather than a subordinate, commented the peculiar monk. Urich, as he observed Zoro's departure with interest. Just as the commotion began to settle, Sanji and the others stationed at the Thousand Sunny received a call from Nami. Their companion, the mermaid Cammy, had gone missing, prompting Nami to reach out to Sanji, who had the contacts of the Flying Fish Riders. Such matters required a professional touch to expedite the search. Soon after, the narcissistic man, Deberu, who bore a striking resemblance to Sanji and had undergone a beautifying kick from him, reappeared. With the aid of the Flying Fish Riders, they swiftly pinpointed the target, the first island of Sabaody Archipelago, renowned for its notorious slave auctions. Deberu was convinced that Cammy was being held there. Luffy and his crew began converging on the location, intent on rescuing Cammy. However, the slave auction was not solely focused on Cammy. Their objective, the coding master Rayleigh, was also slated for sale, much like Cammy. Report to Vice Admiral Garp. Upon returning to headquarters, Leaf fell into conversation with Garp while enjoying tea when a naval officer burst in, exclaiming loudly. What is it? Garp inquired, munching on a rice cracker. Sir, reports from my subordinates indicate that during the slave auction at Sabeti Archipelago, they spotted the pirate king Rayleigh. The officer declared gravely. Silver's Rayleigh, you say? To think the auction would extend to the likes of him. Garp chuckled. Indeed, but it seems no one has noticed yet. He appears to be preparing for auction as a mere old man. The officer reported. My men have confirmed his presence, but are hesitant to act. Should we inform Admiral Sengoku? The officer found the notion preposterous. No need for that. I will handle it myself. Garp waved dismissively. Moreover, it's best if your subordinates remain discreet about this. But what if it truly is Rayleigh? The officer hesitated. It must be him. Garp took a sip of tea, gesturing for Leaf to refill his cup. I suspect he gambled and lost, leading to his predicament. What? The officer looked astonished, struggling to comprehend. Given the current situation, ignorance is bliss. The Navy lacks the resources to confront Rayleigh. Garp waved his hand, dismissing the matter. Perhaps I should go myself, considering it's Rayleigh. If the wrong people provoke him, it could lead to trouble. Leaf interjected, standing up with an air of resignation. Garp pondered for a moment before nodding. Very well. But heed this. Keep your distance from the celestial dragons. I would rather not have Sengoku dispatching an admiral to apprehend you. The bewildered officer watched as Leaf exited Garp's office, having recognized the legendary talent of Major Leaf, but confused by Garp's remarks about Sengoku sending an admiral after him. Disregarding the officer's curiosity, Leaf proceeded to the Sabeti Archipelago, where the slave auction was already brimming with attendees, including the celestial dragons, Rayleigh, Luffy's crew, and other supernovas drawn by the spectacle. Since we cannot resort to violence, we must abide by their customs. Everyone, we possess a treasure trove valued at approximately 200 million berries. I intend to use it to buy back Cammy. Is that agreeable? Nami declared at the entrance of the auction, having learned about the nature of the event through the guards. Of course, no objections here. Chopper, having transformed, exclaimed eagerly. That should suffice, but I cannot repay you. Octopus Mink, Shachi, expressed excitement, quickly followed by disappointment. I would spare no expense to rescue our friend. Nami replied coolly. Glancing at Shachi, Sanji, transformed into a devoted admirer, knelt and proclaimed, Miss Nami, I adore you. Thank you all so much. Your generosity will be etched in our memories forever, declared the starfish Papagu and octopus Shachi, tears streaming down their faces. As Luffy's crew made their way to the auction, Leaf also advanced toward the venue, noticing several supernovas along the way. He suppressed his desire to engage them and remarked to his companion, Reyna, these supernova pirates are audacious indeed, brazenly wandering the streets. Were it not for Sengoku's orders to refrain from conflict, I would have captured them all. Sir, this is a sensitive time. We must tread carefully. Reyna cautioned, seemingly alarmed by Leaf's words. I understand, regarding Ace's situation, although they kept it from me. Such news cannot be entirely concealed. Leaf responded with a sigh. Reyna nodded, recognizing Leaf's grasp of the gravity of the situation, and chose to remain silent. No wonder the defenses here are so lax, despite being so close to the Navy headquarters. Drake remarked, a newspaper in hand, his expression shifting. Captain Drake. What is the matter? His subordinate inquired curiously. The 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, Port Asti, Ace, is set for public execution, Drake stated solemnly, gripping the newspaper tightly. Meanwhile, besides those at the auction, the rest learned through the newspaper of Ace's impending execution. What? Does that mean Whitebeard will mobilize? One of Drake's crew members exclaimed in shock. Everyone was well aware of Whitebeard's nature. He regarded his crew as sons, and any threat to them would undoubtedly provoke his wrath. Indeed, war is on the horizon. Drake gazed toward the direction of Navy headquarters. Back at the slave auction, the mermaid Cammy was brought forth, yet before the host could complete the introduction, a celestial dragon immediately bid 500 million berries, catching Nami and the others off guard. Who had planned to buy Cammy for 200 million? What now? Sanji, say something. Transformed Chopper anxiously inquired of the silent Sanji. Sanji was equally troubled, not only due to the presence of the celestial dragons but also because of the collar around Cammy's neck, which could not be removed without triggering an explosion. While Nami, Sanji, and the others were embroiled in their dilemma, the host announced the countdown had concluded, exclaiming, Time's up. Our mermaid Cammy will now be auctioned for the price of 500 million berries. Unfortunately, before he could finish, Luffy and Zoro descended on a flying fish, crashing through the ceiling of the auction venue. What is going on? Is it Captain Eustace Kidd? He asked, glancing nervously towards the commotion. Indeed, upon landing, Luffy spotted Cammy, who was being auctioned off, and shouted as he rushed to rescue her. However, Octopus Hachi, in an attempt to stop Luffy, inadvertently revealed the truth about the fishmen. The surrounding nobles and wealthy spectators gasped in shock, hurling insults at Hachi, while security personnel rushed to block Luffy's advance. Just then, a celestial dragon fired a shot, hitting Hachi. Hachi. The Straw Hat crew exclaimed in alarm. Yes, I hit it. I knocked the fishman down. The celestial dragon gloated over his marksmanship, but Luffy fell silent. Especially after witnessing Hachi being shot. The crowd, rather than showing concern, reveled in Hachi's misfortune, igniting Luffy's fury. Wait, Straw Hat. Please don't get angry. This is my fault. Hachi gasped, struggling to restrain the furious Luffy. Did you not promise me that, even if the celestial dragons killed in front of you, you would not retaliate? I've been a pirate and committed many wrongs. Consider this my retribution. Sorry, I never anticipated it would come to this. I only wanted to help you. To atone to Nami, Hachi said, breathless. Luffy paused beside Hachi but remained silent. I'm still a failure, just as I was before. I can't save Kami, and I've burdened you all. I'm such a disappointment. Hachi lamented, tears streaming down his face. Nami, covering her mouth, felt tears welling in her eyes. Despite Hachi's past misdeeds in her hometown, she had long since forgiven him. The realization that Hachi had come to help them out of remorse deeply moved her. Meanwhile, Zoro and Sanji stood quietly, seemingly awaiting Luffy's command. You blasted fish. I hit you, so why aren't you dead? Why do you keep spouting nonsense? It infuriates me. The celestial dragon raised his gun again, but hesitated under Luffy's piercing gaze. Suddenly reluctant to fire. Hey, he can't really be serious, can he? Captain Eustace Kid remarked, astonished as he observed Luffy approaching the celestial dragon. Is he really going to act? The onlookers murmured in disbelief, aware that this was a celestial dragon, questioning whether this pirate truly dared to strike. Wait, Straw Hat. Don't act rashly. You'll bring disaster upon yourselves. Papagu, desperate to save Kami, urged, unwilling to witness his friends face death. In a moment of fury, Luffy, much to everyone's shock, delivered a punch that rendered the celestial dragon unconscious. After a brief silence, the crowd was left with a single, frantic thought. Who on earth is this? He dares to strike a celestial dragon. Hey, Straw Hat, you are truly a fascinating individual, chuckled Trafalgar Law, the doctor seated nearby. Eustace Kid wore a peculiar smile, his thoughts unknown. Apologies, everyone. I've heard that once this man is struck, the Marines will dispatch a vice admiral with warships. Luffy declared, adjusting his hat as he addressed his crew. Ugh, it's your fault for knocking him out. Now I can't even finish him off. Zoro grumbled, drawing his weapon with a wry smile. Now then, Sanji said, pulling out a cigarette and lighting it. Hachi, are you all right? Nami approached Hachi, concerned. I'm sorry. I've dragged you into this. But you truly have stirred up trouble. Hachi lamented, his expression filled with guilt. Forget it. After all, he is Luffy. Nami responded with a smile, having already forgiven Hachi and now more concerned about his injuries. Well then, everyone, we must establish our next steps, Frankie announced, cracking his knuckles. Ready for action. First, we rescue Kami. The key to her collar must be backstage. Hachi is injured, and I'll tend to him here. So I entrust the key to you. Chopper began to fulfill his lifelong duty. The auction hall erupted into chaos as the Straw Hats advanced towards the auction stage. Call the Vice Admiral. Someone dares to assault a celestial dragon in my presence. Roseward Saint, the father of the celestial dragon Luffy, had just knocked out, shouted angrily to his subordinates. Oh no. But at that moment, the flying fish reappeared, and Robin, Usopp, and Brook arrived together. Oops, I seem to have sat on something. My apologies. Usopp exclaimed as he landed on the furious Roseward Saint, knocking him out with the weight of his fall. Father, you scoundrels. Shalilia glared at the Straw Hat crew, seething with rage. With her brother incapacitated and her father in an uncertain state, she felt that even if a vice admiral arrived, today's events would not end well. I will make these scoundrels pay, Shalilia vowed fiercely. Coincidentally, she spotted Kami still on the stage. This wretched mermaid caused all this chaos. I will kill her, this fish they wish to claim. Shalilia plotted her revenge, accustomed to their tyrannical ways. The celestial dragons saw nothing wrong with their actions, believing the fault lay solely with others. Brook, Usopp, Robin, quickly go rescue Kami. The Marines are on their way. Luffy shouted excitedly upon seeing his companions arrive. Straw Hat, the Marines are already here. Trafalgar Law remarked from the audience, observing the unfolding spectacle with a smile. Huh. Who are you? And what is with that bear? Luffy turned to Law, but his attention was first drawn to the furry creature beside him, a white bear. The Marines had surrounded the area before the auction commenced, unaware of their target, but certainly never anticipating someone would dare to strike a celestial dragon. Law leaned in to explain, the Marines had encircled this place prior to the auction. They likely never imagined anyone would attack a celestial dragon. As for the furry creature beside him, Law had no inclination to introduce it, for it was his partner, not a mere spectacle. He is Trafalgar Law, a pirate. Just like you, one of the supernovas, Luffy. Robin clarified as she fought alongside Luffy. You all have truly opened my eyes. The Straw Hat crew, Luffy exclaimed, exhilarated by the unfolding events. Ro chuckled softly and remarked, Sialalia, please wait a moment. You have yet to settle the payment for this item. You cannot execute him. Just as Luffy and Ro were engaged in conversation, the auctioneer intercepted Sialalia, preventing her from harming Kami. Get lost, you lowly peasant. I intend to kill this mermaid whom they seek to rescue. Xiaolia disregarded the auctioneer's words, striding directly to Kemi's side. However, at that moment, she suddenly froze and fainted. Behind the auction stage, a giant appeared. Look, giant brothers, chaos has erupted at the auction. We've pocketed the money anyway. The auction is over. So I shall return to the casino. A stranger's voice echoed through the venue, halting all activity. You old rascal, your purpose here is to steal, isn't it? The giant remarked, gazing incredulously at the white-haired elder. Initially, I intended to extort another sum from my employer, but upon reflection, who would purchase an old fool like me? The elder, clutching a jug of alcohol, laughed heartily. In the suddenly quiet hall, everyone stared in bewilderment at the two unexpected intruders. Oh, are we being too conspicuous? The elder surveyed the surrounding silence. What is the deal with that old man and the giant? Aren't they supposed to be items for sale? Why did they come out? It was only then that the auction's security personnel reacted, rushing towards the two. Rayleigh, exclaimed the octopus, Chopper, upon seeing the newcomer. Rayleigh? Is this the craftsman you mentioned? Chopper gasped in surprise. Oh, it's you, little eight. Long time no see. What brings you here, and in such a state? Rayleigh joyfully greeted the familiar face, though his expression darkened upon seeing Chopper's injuries. I see. Rayleigh glanced at Kemi, who was confined in a water tank, then at the three fallen celestial dragons, seemingly piecing together the events that transpired. You've endured much, little eight. Rayleigh smiled at Chopper before turning to Luffy, saying, So it was you who rescued little eight? With a fierce glare, Rayleigh incapacitated all the guards, leaving the others astonished. Who is this old man? Sanji gaped. Dropping his cigarette, Zoro regarded Rayleigh with a serious expression, while Usopp, astonished, queried, What on earth is happening? After using Conqueror's Haki to render the guards unconscious, Rayleigh finally turned his attention to Luffy. Hee, that straw hat suits you well, robust young man. Monkey D. Luffy, Rayleigh remarked, smiling at the silent Luffy. At Mariehua, the headquarters of the world government, Admiral Sengoku was exasperated by the reports flooding in. Damn it, that little brat is causing trouble again. Is this how his entire family behaves? He cursed. Reports indicated that aside from the Straw Hat crew, Eustace Kid and Trafalgar Law's crews were also involved, totaling 13 bounty criminals, 5 of whom were over 100 million. We've lost contact with them, they are likely in peril. And 3 celestial dragons have been kidnapped. This is unprecedented. A naval officer reported, observing Sengoku's silence. Have they made demands? Sengoku inquired solemnly. Not yet. But we cannot ignore anyone daring to attack the world nobles, Admiral. The officer insisted anxiously. Kizaru. Sengoku sighed, calling out to the indifferent Admiral beside him. Leave it to me. I'll be back shortly. Don't worry. Kizaru replied, rising to depart. As Sengoku watched him leave, he pondered deeply. If Yellowwell were present, he would undoubtedly demand to know Kizaru's intentions, questioning whether he was a revolutionary spy rushing to assist his young master in distress. Of course, this was merely jest. But Kizaru was indeed the most enigmatic of the admirals to Yellowwell. In a previous life, Yellowwell had heard a saying, as long as the salary was adequate, even the 4 emperors could be subdued. This referred to Kizaru, who possessed the light fruit, earning him the moniker Office Worker Admiral. Moreover, due to the events at Sabeti Archipelago, Kizaru's intervention had failed to capture a single supernova, particularly during the confrontation with the Straw Hat crew, seemingly waiting for Rayleigh's assistance before truly engaging. Otherwise, with his speed in dealing with other supernovas, it was likely that before Rayleigh arrived and Kuma could act, the Straw Hat crew would have been entirely annihilated. Thus, among fans, Kizaru's full name became known as Monkey D. Kizaru, with rumors suggesting he was a revolutionary planted within the Navy, hastening to request Sengoku's deployment to ensure Luffy's safe retreat. Meanwhile, Yellowwell had just reached the entrance of the slave auction venue, where the surrounding Navy personnel found renewed hope upon seeing him and eagerly briefed him on the situation. What a bother. That troublemaker is truly restless, causing chaos at such a critical time. Yellowwell rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. Major Zilong, what should we do now? A naval soldier inquired. Are we certain that the Dark King Rayleigh is inside? Yellowwell casually asked. Not yet confirmed. The soldier hesitated in response, then continued to surround this area. Given that celestial dragons have been attacked, a high-ranking admiral will likely arrive shortly. I suspect it might be that lecherous old man Kizaru. You all maintain the perimeter while I investigate the situation, Yellowwell stated, making his way into the slave auction venue. My lord, Lena hesitated, calling out. It's fine. You stay here and help alleviate their pressure. Those supernovas are not easy to handle. Yellowwell waved dismissively, proceeding inside. Within the auction venue, Rayleigh had conversed briefly with Luffy and the others, finally revealing his true identity to everyone present. I never imagined I would encounter such a formidable figure here, Ro remarked from the audience. Dark King, Silver's Rayleigh. It is truly you? Kid also stared intently at Rayleigh. Hey, don't throw that name around. I am merely old Ray, the craftsman. I still wish to live a peaceful life for a few days. Rayleigh casually waved his hand, chuckling. Is that so? Amidst such a significant event, you still wish to continue living in such a manner? At that moment, Yellowwell entered. Overhearing Rayleigh's words and couldn't help but speak up. Yelua? The Straw Hat crew exclaimed in delight upon seeing him. So, it is you, young man. Rayleigh smiled at Yelua. However, both Ro and Kid cast grave glances at Yiluo, softly exclaiming, Vice Admiral Zilong? Especially Kid, who had previously suffered defeat at Yiluo's hands. Witnessing the annihilation of his entire crew except for Killer, had long regarded Yiluo as a thorn in his side. Luffy, you truly are a troublemaker. Now you've even taken on the celestial dragons. What are those scoundrels? You haven't killed them, have you? Yiluo casually surveyed the scene before greeting Luffy. Are you here to capture us? Luffy, gazing at Yiluo, inquired about the celestial dragons, showing no concern for the matter. Hey, as a member of the Navy, you shouldn't speak like that. Conversely, Rayleigh chuckled, reminding Yiluo that referring to the celestial dragons as scum was inappropriate. Here, with such a reputation for the Navy. If you were to eliminate all of them, no secrets would be revealed, would they, Uncle Dark King? Yiluo mischievously winked at Rayleigh. Ah, how audacious. I've grown old and can't keep up with all this commotion. You entertain these young ones. I must return home. Rayleigh laughed heartily. What? I've recently strengthened my abilities and was hoping to spar with you today. Bullying these little brats is hardly amusing. Yiluo pouted in response, before Rayleigh could interject. Yiluo's words had already incited the ire of several pirates present. Hey, Yiluo, we are no longer the same as we once were. Do not underestimate us. Luffy retorted sharply at Yiluo.